Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1 to Chapter 82. Who am I? I am Xianxia, the son of the Demon King of Great Wilderness. No, I am the Devourer Supreme, Xianxia. A wave of memories flooded in, and the young man lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, resplendent, and filled with vicissitudes of life, as if he had been baptized by endless years, but he also exuded a domineering aura. I've been reborn? This is 10,000 years later? The young man's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. To be precise, the young man's soul had already dissipated, and his physical body had been taken over by the Devourer Supreme, Xianxia, who had come from 10,000 years ago. True dragon, you probably didn't expect me to still be alive, right? I believe you're not dead. I treated you as a brother, but you sneak attacked me for the Scarlet Dragon War God's godhead. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. The young man's eyes were filled with rage. The Devourer Supreme, Xianxia, was the #1 genius of the War God continent 10,000 years ago, and the leader of the 10 titled Supremes. He had broken through to the supremacy realm in just 100 years, and he excelled in refining elixirs, weapons, and formations. He had once refined elixirs and weapons as a supremacy, and was known as a godlike man, but in the end, he died at the hands of his good friend, the True Dragon Supreme. The True Dragon Supreme was ranked second among the 10 titled Supremes, and was also one of Xiao's few friends. At that time, both of them had cultivated to the great circle of the supremacy realm, and were looking for opportunities to break through to the supremacy realm. A supremacy could live for 10,000 years, but the legendary immortals were immortal and lived as long as the heavens. Xianxia and the True Dragon Supreme accidentally discovered the Scarlet Dragon War God's inheritance ground, and found the godhead of the Scarlet Dragon War God. The godhead was formed from the essence of a supremacy realm expert, and it contained all the supremacy realm experts' understanding of the laws. As long as one could fuse with the godhead, they could break through to the supremacy realm. Just when Xianxia and Supreme True Dragon had finally arrived at the final inheritance ground after going through numerous trials and tribulations, Supreme True Dragon had sneakily attacked Xianxia while he was unprepared, taking away the Scarlet Dragon War God's godhead. When Xianxia was severely injured and on the verge of death, he detonated his supremacy body, and wanted to perish together with the True Dragon Supreme. But he did not expect that he would be reborn 10,000 years later, in the body of a young man with the same name. True Dragon, I believe you're not dead. You cultivated the ancestral dragon's secret art, the #1 body tempering art in the universe. How could you die so easily? Wait for me to kill you personally. Xianxia sat up on the bed, the anger in his eyes slowly receding. In the end, they became incomparably calm and profound. 10,000 years have passed, everything has changed. Even Supreme Being experts can't resist the erosion of time. Gents, have you broken through to the God realm? Xiao's eyes were filled with longing. Xianxia was the Supreme Longevity, the only woman among the 10 titled Supreme Masters. 10,000 years ago, she and Xiao had promised each other that they would become cultivation partners after they reached the immortal state. Who would have thought that such a big change would occur? If Xianxia hadn't broken through to the deity realm, then no matter how peerlessly beautiful she was, she would probably have turned into a pile of dirt by now, right? However, Xiao suddenly had a kind of expectation in his heart. He hoped that Xianxia would be able to break through to the immortal state and that they would meet again after 10,000 years. Xianxia, I will definitely find you in this life. Even if I have to break the cycle of reincarnation and reverse the heavens, I will find you. Xiao stood up and secretly said in his heart. This body is actually so weak? Xiao frowned as a sense of weakness surged in his heart. He just realized that the cultivation of this body was actually only at the first level of the channel opening realm, with only 3 meridians unblocked. The son of the great barren ancient country's demon monarch is actually in such a miserable state? He vomited blood and died because of a mere woman? Xiao searched through the limited memories in his mind and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The owner of this body, Xiao, was the son of the great barren ancient country's demon monarch. He was 15 years old and was sent to the longevity sect to cultivate 3 years ago. 3 years had passed and he had consumed a large amount of natural treasures, but his cultivation was only at the first level of the channel opening realm. In the longevity sect, he was known as a big waste and was often ridiculed, ostracized, and even suppressed by the other disciples. Just last month, his family had even sent him a precious marrow cleansing elixir to cleanse his marrow and reconstruct his physical body. However, Xianxia was captivated by a female disciple, Louis. Not only did he give the marrow cleansing elixir to Louis, he even gave her all of his savings. Xianxia was filled with joy and thought that Louis would become his Tao companion. However, he did not expect that after receiving the marrow cleansing elixir, Louis would turn her back on him and throw herself into Ling Kuan's embrace. Ling Kuan was the son of an elder in the Ling family and also cultivated in the longevity sect. The difference was that Ling Kuan's talent was extraordinary and he had already broken through the channel opening realm and reached the true energy realm. He was even fancied by an inner sect elder and was accepted as an in-name disciple. Louis and Ling Kuan hooked up and scolded Xianxia for being a waste, a toad that wanted to eat swan meat and a bastard that no one wanted. In the end, the young and hot-blooded Xianxia went to reason with Ling Kuan and was beaten up instead. When he returned, he vomited blood and died from anger. Although you lived a cowardly life in your previous life, don't worry. Since I have taken over your body, I will avenge you. Xianxia muttered to himself as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Even with his 10,000 years of tempering, Louis and Ling Kuan, this adulterous pair, still made him want to kill them. At this moment, a commotion came from outside and caused Xianxia to frown. Young master is resting. You are not allowed to enter. Get out of my way. A young girl's voice rang out with a trace of anger. Hee, Shui Wei, that waste Xianxia is already dead. Young Master Ling Kuan asked us to cremate his body and bring his ashes back to the Demon King's mansion. What future do you have by following this waste? Just follow me from now on. As long as you serve me well, I guarantee that you will have a good life. A wretched laughter rang out with a trace of lust. Get out of my way, don't touch me. Sob sob. You are all bad people. Shui Wei's voice carried a sobbing tone as she struggled. Boom, at this moment, the room door was broken open with a loud bang. Xianxia walked out of the room and his cold gaze landed on the two people outside. Let her go. Ling Zhao's indifferent voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable command. Outside the room stood a young girl in a white dress. Her face was extremely beautiful and her figure was tall. At this moment, her face was filled with tears of anger. She was Ling Zhao's maid, Shui Wei. Shui Wei was currently being held by a young man in blue who was about 20 years old and was struggling violently. You are actually not dead? The young man in blue exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Young master, you're awake? I knew that young master was blessed with great fortune and would definitely be fine. Shui Wei cried out in surprise. Her eyes were filled with joy. Shui Wei, don't be afraid. I'll kill whoever dares to touch you. Ling Zhao's eyes softened. The entire Chongsun sect was his enemy. His previous self had been humiliated and suppressed, but this petite figure had never left him. Yes. Shui Wei's eyes were clear. She wiped her tears and smiled. Hearing Ling Zhao's domineering words, the youth in blue froze. He cursed silently. How could he be frightened by such a good-for-nothing? So what if he didn't die? He would die sooner or later after offending young Master Ling Kuan. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're still alive after being beaten up by young Master Ling Kuan. But a good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. How dare you have delusional thoughts about senior sister Liu? You're just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. The youth in blue laughed sarcastically. Ling Xiao was only at the first level of the meridian opening realm, but he had already opened 24 meridians and reached the 6th level of the meridian opening realm. Ling Xiao, who was usually submissive, was actually acting so domineering today, which made him very unhappy. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said coldly, I don't want to kill anyone today. Let go of Shui Wei, slap yourself 20 times, and I'll spare your life. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, did you take the wrong medicine today? Slap yourself 20 times and spare my life? You're just at the first level of the channel opening realm and you dare to say such arrogant words? I won't let go of Shui Wei. What can you do? Not only will I not let her go, but I'll also touch her and bring her back for training. The youth in blue laughed wildly. His eyes revealed a trace of lust as he reached out to grab Shui Wei's full breasts. You're courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as he moved instantly. The youth in blue's actions had completely infuriated Ling Xiao, and an extremely strong killing intent rose in his heart. Boom, Ling Xiao tapped his feet and charged forward like a cheetah. His gaze was as cold as steel as if he was looking at a dead man. He then punched out. It was a simple punch, but it made the blue-clothed youth's complexion change drastically. From this punch, he felt an unparalleled fist intent. It made him feel as if he was in an endless sea, surrounded by endless waves. In a hurry, the blue-clothed youth threw out a punch. Crack, the two fists collided, and the blue-clothed young man's arm suddenly shook. A crisp sound was heard, and it was clear that his arm was fractured. What? The blue-clothed youth turned pale with fright. Ling Xiao was only at the first layer of the channel opening stage. How could he explode with such terrifying strength? After Ling Xiao punched out, he did not retreat. Instead, he grabbed the arm of the blue-clothed youth and twisted it violently. Puff, in a flash of blood, the arm of the blue-clothed youth was forcefully broken by Ling Xiao. Ah! My hand, the young man in blue howled in agony as he clutched his bleeding arm. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Ling Xiao. He was a whole 5 cultivation levels higher than Ling Xiao, but he could not even last a single round in Ling Xiao's hands. When did this trash become so terrifying? A sense of regret grew in the blue-clothed youth's heart. He regretted provoking this fiend. The miserable state of the blue-clothed youth caused the maidservant Shui Wei to cry out in alarm. Her little face was pale as she hurriedly took the opportunity to run behind Ling Xiao. Don't kill me. Seeing Ling Xiao walk towards him, the blue-clothed youth's eyes were filled with a pleading expression. He actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao with a plop. Go back and tell Ling Kuan and Lui that I will personally settle the score with them. Ling Zhao's icy gaze paused on the blue-clothed youth for a moment before he said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely pass the message. The blue-clothed youth cowed out a few times as if he had been pardoned. He then hugged his broken arm and turned to run away. Young master, how did you become so powerful? Shui Wei's eyes were filled with surprise and even a trace of worship. Shui Wei felt that her young master seemed to be different from before. His temperament had changed greatly. However, this young master made Shui Wei feel very warm. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and dotingly rubbed Shui Wei's little head. He said, Shui Wei, how many spirit stones do we have left? Shui Wei tilted her little head and thought for a moment before saying, Young master, some of our heavenly treasures and precious elixirs have been given away by you. However, we still have quite a few spirit stones. There are about 10,000 mid-level spirit stones. You still have so many? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He had only asked casually. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so rich and still have so many spirit stones. Young master, you used to have more spirit stones. You are the son of the demon lord. Every month, there would be someone from the capital who would send resources to you. However, in the past few months, there has been less and less. Just like this month, there was actually nothing sent over. Shui Wei said proudly. However, her voice became softer towards the end. She secretly glanced at Ling Xiao and saw that her young master's expression was normal. He was not angry. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. The resources are getting less and less? It seems like those old fools in the family have been embezzling them. Ling Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. Shui Wei, bring the spirit stones over. Then, you will stand guard outside the room for me. Don't let anyone in. Ling Xiao said slowly. Yes, young master. Shui Wei said excitedly. She was only a little girl of 13 or 14 years old. She was very cheerful and honest. She seemed to have forgotten the shock and unhappiness from earlier. She began to excitedly put the spirit stones in the room according to her young master's request. More than 10,000 mid-level spirit stones were piled up on the floor like a small mountain. Ling Xiao walked into the room and sat cross-legged on the pile of spirit stones. If I want to seek revenge on the Supreme True Dragon and find Jinsei, I have to quickly increase my cultivation. 10,000 years ago, I was able to break through to the supreme true dragon realm in 100 years. In this life, I will definitely be able to return to the supreme true dragon realm in an even shorter time. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. Heaven-devouring secret skill, devour. A mysterious scripture appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. As he slowly activated it, the majestic spiritual energy in the pile of spirit stones surged towards his limbs and bones at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Ling Zhao's entire body seemed to have turned into a huge black hole. Endless spiritual energy surged towards his body, causing him to emit a bright light. The heaven-devouring secret skill was a supreme skill that Ling Zhao had obtained from an ancient relic 10,000 years ago. When cultivated to the highest level, one could even devour the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Zhao's title of Heaven-Devouring Supreme came from the Heaven-Devouring Secret Skill. There were a total of 9 realms: Meridian Opening Realm, True Energy Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Dragon Tiger Realm, Grandmaster Realm, Celestial Realm, Noble Realm, Monarch Realm, and Supreme Realm. Every realm was divided into 9 levels. When 9 levels were combined into one would be able to break through the pinnacle of humanity and reach the legendary Supreme Realm. In his previous life, Ling Zhao was a peerless expert at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. He was the leader of the 10 titled Supremes and was known as the Heaven-Devouring Supreme. A large part of the credit was due to the Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique. Legend had it that there were a total of 108 secret techniques in the world that contained the secrets of all life. Every secret technique was formed from the laws of heaven and was mysterious and powerful. The Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique was ranked 12th among the 108 secret techniques. The Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique was incomparably mysterious. In Ling Zhao's heart, it even surpassed the Supremes. Even 10,000 years ago, he had not cultivated it to perfection. Now that he was using the Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique again, it was naturally easy. More than 10,000 spirit stones turned into a blazing spirit stone storm that instantly enveloped Ling Zhao. This body is too weak. His meridians are naturally blocked. No wonder he's still at the first level of the Meridian Opening Realm even after consuming so many elixirs. He's indeed an incomparable piece of trash. However, with the Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique, even a piece of trash is nothing. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as spiritual energy surged towards his body. However, once it entered Ling Zhao's body, it became incomparably obedient, showing Ling Zhao's superb control. Those strands of spiritual chi split apart and attacked the blocked meridians in Ling Zhao's body. Rumble, a thunderous sound exploded in Ling Zhao's body. Under the violent impact of the spiritual energy, the meridians in his body suddenly opened up. The 4th meridian, the 5th meridian, the 6th meridian, the 11th meridian, the 12th meridian. There were 9 levels in the Meridian Opening Realm. Every 4 meridians opened up was a level. When all 36 meridians were opened up, true energy would flow through Zhou Tian and he would be able to break through to the true energy realm. Ling Zhao was originally at the first level of the Meridian Opening Realm and had opened up 3 meridians. However, under the effect of the Heaven-Devouring Secret Technique, meridians were opened up one by one and his aura gradually strengthened. Boom! When the 15th meridian was opened, Ling Zhao's cultivation stopped at the 4th level of the Meridian Opening stage. At this moment, all the energy in the spiritual stones had been used up and turned into dust. This physical body is really trash. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones are enough for an ordinary person to break through to the true Qi realm. Ling Zhao laughed bitterly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with the training this time. However, if others were to witness Ling Zhao's frightening cultivation speed, they would probably be scared to death. To be able to open 12 meridians in such a short period of time, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Other people had to be extremely careful when opening a meridian. They would need several days or even more than 10 days to open a meridian. However, for Ling Zhao, breaking through was even easier than drinking water. Whoosh! Ling Zhao stood up, and a foul stench emanated from his body. His body was already stained with a layer of black cuticles, which were all toxins that had been expelled from his body. Ling Zhao jumped into the bathtub that he had prepared beforehand and washed himself clean. Only then did he feel refreshed and changed into a new set of clothes. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Ling Xiao, who was dressed in black, walked out. Shui Wei, I'm going out for a walk. Ling Xiao instructed Shui Wei and walked into the distance. Ling Xiao and Shui Wei lived in a valley. It was the residence of the outer disciples of the longevity sect. As for the inner disciples, true disciples, and various elders, they lived on the towering longevity mountain. Ling Xiao walked up the mountain path of Longevity Mountain. Looking at the misty clouds and lush mountain ranges around him, he sighed with emotion. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. It's been 10,000 years. I didn't expect the longevity sect to still be around. Moreover, it hasn't fallen to such a state, Ling Xiao thought to himself. The longevity sect was the sect of the longevity paragon, Xianxia. 10,000 years ago, it was one of the strongest martial holy lands on the war god continent. There were many experts in the sect, and there were even many supremes. As for the Chongsun sect right now, there were only a few big cats and small cats left. They had already turned into a third-rate sect that was holed up within the Chongsun mountain. Even their grandmaster, Nangong Xian, who had the highest cultivation state, was only of master state cultivation state. 10,000 years ago, although Ling Xiao was the strongest person in the world, he was a loner. He didn't create any sect, but he put in a lot of effort into the longevity sect, grooming many experts for the longevity sect. However, 10,000 years had passed. Those people should have passed away by now, right? Even supremes couldn't live past 10,000 years. No matter how talented you were, how could you fight against the passing of time? Ling Xiao felt a little sad. Not long after, he walked to a square at the top of the mountain. This plaza was the symbol of the Long Life sect. Normally, the martial competition between the disciples would be held here, and the worship of the ancestors would be held here. At this moment, there were only a few disciples in the square, and no one noticed Ling Xiao. That is, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Instantly, he saw two stone statues in the middle of the square. The first stone statue was of a woman in a red dress. Her face was beautiful and peerless. She held an ancient sword in her hand and emitted a sharp sword intent that shot up to the sky. She was extraordinary, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. The second stone statue was of a tall man in black. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He exuded an aura that looked down on the world. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky. His eyes were deep. Longevity Paragon, Sky-Devouring Paragon. Looking at the words carved on the stone statues, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with nostalgia. The first stone statue was of Xianxia, and the second was of him. He didn't expect to see something familiar after 10,000 years. The aura of the longevity sword will. Xianxia, these two stone statues were left behind by you, right? Ling Xiao felt sad. He walked over and touched Xianxia's stone statue. It was warm to the touch, but his heart was filled with bitterness. The longevity sword will within the two statues was so great and pure that it grew and multiplied endlessly. It contained an ethereal and mysterious aura that could envelop all living beings in the world. The only person in the world who could possess such a pure longevity sword that could last for 10,000 years was Xianxia. Two beams of light flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes, and he instantly merged into the two stone statues. Ling Xiao, how dare you blaspheme the statue of the founder? Let's see who can save you now. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Ling Xiao turned around, and two figures came into view. A slender and handsome young man in green walked towards Ling Xiao with his arms around a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure. His eyes were filled with coldness. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he recognized the two of them. The blue-clothed youth, Feng Lei, was Ling Kuan's lackey. When he returned to report to Ling Kuan was both shocked and angry. He was shocked that Ling Xiao, who was only at the first level of channel opening, could actually defeat the 6th level Feng Lei. He was angry that the previously submissive Ling Xiao dared to rebel now. Thus, Ling Kuan angrily brought Lu Yi to settle the score with Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect to see Ling Xiao at the Longevity Plaza. Ling Kuan, Lu Yi? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He felt as if a wave of resentment was rising within his body. Don't worry, since I've taken over your body, I'll take care of these two bastards for you. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. What? My good cousin doesn't recognize me anymore? I didn't expect you to have such guts. You killed a fellow disciple and now you dare to blaspheme the patriarch's statue. This is simply unforgivable. As a disciple of the disciplinary hall, I will cripple your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Do you accept this? Ling Kuan said indifferently. His eyes revealed a trace of hidden killing intent. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you have to be so dignified? I didn't know you had the habit of picking up other people's broken shoes. I don't want a woman, but you still treasure her. Your taste is really unique. Ling Kuan's face instantly darkened. Very good, Ling Xiao. You've successfully angered me. I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being impolite. A strong wave of qi emanated from Ling Kuan's body. His cultivation had already reached the first level of the true energy realm. Lu Yi, who was beside Ling Kuan, was originally waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. She did not expect Ling Xiao to scold her as well. Her face instantly paled and she screamed in a shrill voice. What right does a trash like you have to talk about me? If it wasn't for the marrow-cleansing pill in your hands, do you think I would like you? A little bastard who doesn't even have parents. Do you really think you're a prince? This is the longevity sect, not the Demon King's residence. Brother Ling Kuan, kill him. Ling Xiao, what else do you have to say? Otherwise, you won't have another chance in the future. Ling Kuan took a step forward, his expression becoming somewhat sinister. Bastard couple. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he spat out 3 words. Instantly, Ling Kuan and Lu Yi flew into a rage. Die. Ling Kuan couldn't hold it in any longer. The killing intent in his eyes burned fiercely. His body was as fast as lightning as he punched towards Ling Xiao. Longevity fist, this was the basic fist technique of the longevity sect. When executed, it was simple and unadorned. It was natural and unrestrained like flowing water. It contained a state of endless growth. It was a superior grade yellow rank martial art. Martial arts were divided into yellow rank, black rank, earth rank, heaven rank, supreme rank, and god rank. Each grade was further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and peerless. The longevity fist technique that Ling Kuan displayed was vigorous and majestic. It looked incomparably ferocious. That's not how you use the longevity fist technique. Ling Xiao sneered and threw out a punch as well. Ling Xiao's punch didn't seem to be very fast, and it even seemed like a casual punch. However, there was a natural elegance to it. Boom, when the 2 fists collided, Ling Xiao and Ling Kuan both retreated a few steps. They were actually evenly matched. How is this possible? Ling Kuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the channel opening stage, but there was still a huge gap between them. How was it possible that they were evenly matched? Moreover, Ling Kuan felt a state of endless growth from the longevity fist technique that Ling Xiao displayed, causing him to tremble in fear. Impossible, this little bastard just happened to stumble upon it by accident. Ling Kuan's eyes were gloomy as the killing intent in his heart intensified. He once again charged towards Ling Xiao. Full of openings. Ling Xiao shook his head. He took a step forward and nimbly dodged Ling Kuan's punch. Then, he threw out a slap with the back of his hand. Pa, a crisp sound rang out. Ling Kuan was actually sent spinning a few rounds by Ling Xiao's slap. Half of his face was swollen. That's the big trash Ling Xiao? He actually threw a slap at Ling Kuan? What guts? The battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Kuan instantly attracted the attention of a few Xianxia sect disciples. When they gathered around and saw the 2 of them fighting, their faces were filled with disbelief. When did the big trash Ling Xiao become so powerful? Ling Kuan's cultivation is at the 1st level of the true energy realm. How is he not a match for him? The big trash Ling Xiao definitely can't beat senior brother Ling Kuan. Senior brother Ling Kuan has already been accepted as an in-name disciple by Elder Deng. He's already an inner sect senior brother. However, the big trash Ling Xiao is the son of the Demon King. I think Ling Kuan is just being played by him. The Changsun sect disciples at the side discussed animatedly. Playing for fun. Playing for fun. Playing for fun. When these three words entered Ling Kuan's ears, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ling Kuan's face instantly flushed red. An intense feeling of humiliation surged in his heart. He roared angrily, "Ling Xiao, I want you dead." Clang, Ling Kuan pulled out the green longsword on his back. His entire body's true energy poured into the longsword. The longsword emitted a faint glow as it slashed towards Ling Xiao. Too slow. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. Like before, he took a step forward. Ling Kuan slashed through the air. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Ling Kuan quickly drew his sword. A cold light streaked across the air, leaving behind afterimages. However, Ling Xiao still looked casual. With just a few steps, he completely dodged Ling Kuan's longsword. Then, he threw out another slap. Slap, the other half of Ling Kuan's face also swelled up. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth. He was directly slapped by Ling Xiao and was sent flying dozens of feet away. What Ling Xiao used just now, could it be the longevity footwork? But since when did the longevity footwork become so powerful? The Changsun sect disciples' eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Ling Kuan's longevity sword technique couldn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. This kind of footwork was simply godly. It should be the longevity footwork. An inner sect disciple said with a solemn expression. Although the longevity sword technique, longevity fist technique, and longevity footwork are only the foundation establishment martial arts of the Changsun sect and are only of the yellow class upper grade, they were left behind by the longevity supreme ancestor. If one could comprehend the concept, they would be extremely powerful. I once saw the sect leader use the longevity footwork. Dozens of disciples attacked at the same time, but they couldn't even touch the sect leader's clothes. How is this possible? How could the trash Ling Xiao cultivate the longevity footwork to such a level? Many disciples were still in disbelief. I don't know either. But this battle doesn't look like it's a joke. That inner sect disciple spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Although I don't like to hit women, you're an exception. Ling Xiao walked towards Lu Yi step by step with an indifferent expression. You. Go to hell. A sharp dagger appeared in Lu Yi's hand. She dashed forward and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Although Lu Yi was also at the first level of the true energy realm, her heart was filled with fear as she faced Ling Xiao. Slap, Ling Xiao took a step sideways and the dagger missed. He then slapped Lu Yi's face. Lu Yi's snow-white face swelled up in an instant. She spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed as she fell to the ground. Let's kill him together. Ling Kuan and Lu Yi were about to go crazy. They stared at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. This humiliation made them want to go crazy. At this moment, only by killing Ling Xiao could they wash away this humiliation. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Ling Kuan and Lu Yi slashed at Ling Xiao with their swords. Their swords covered the sky, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. Slap, slap. Another 2 slaps were thrown. Ling Kuan and Lu Yi's faces swelled up even more. Blood spurted out of their mouths and their hair was disheveled. They looked extremely miserable. The best way to vent one's anger was not to defeat one's enemy, but to humiliate him, attack him, and trample on him. Let his heart be forever shrouded in your shadow. After beating up Ling Kuan and Lu Yi, Ling Xiao felt that the resentment in his body had completely dissipated. His soul had also completely merged with his body. It was flawless. Stop. Just as Ling Xiao was beating up Ling Kuan and Lu Yi, a cold voice rang out. A dozen Chongqing sect disciples in black walked over from afar. Each of them had a powerful aura. Their faces were cold and their bodies were emitting powerful true energy waves. They were all true energy realm experts. The leader was a handsome young man with a slender body. He carried an ancient sword on his back. When he saw Ling Xiao beating up Ling Kuan and Lu Yi, his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Ling Xiao, you killed your senior brothers and sisters. According to the sect's rules, your cultivation is crippled and you're expelled from the sect. The handsome young man was Chen Feng, a disciple of the law enforcement hall. He shouted at Ling Xiao. When the surrounding Changsun sect disciples saw the appearance of the people from the law enforcement hall, their eyes were filled with reverence. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were nightmarish existences in their hearts. Usually, if anyone fell into the hands of the law enforcement hall, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. They looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy in their eyes. This time, Ling Xiao was finished. Pa, with a crisp sound, Ling Kuan and Lu Yi were slapped in front of Chen Feng by Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the two of them could no longer be seen. Their heads were swollen like a pig's head, and their teeth were all broken. They coughed up blood repeatedly, and their hair was disheveled. They were in a very miserable state. What are you? Ling Xiao glanced at Chen Feng and said casually. How dare you? Many disciples of the law enforcement hall shouted. Chen Feng's eyes turned gloomy as he felt that his dignity was being challenged. Senior. Brother. Chen. Kill him. Kill him. He blasphemed, the patriarch's statue. Ling Kuan pointed at Ling Xiao with a face full of resentment and said incoherently. I'm Chen Feng, a disciple of the law enforcement hall. You blasphemed the patriarch's statue. You deserve to die. Chen Feng said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body and suppressed Ling Xiao. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was only at the 4th level of the channel opening realm, while he was at the 6th level of the true energy realm. Although he didn't know what method Ling Xiao used to beat up Ling Kuan and Lu Yi, Chen Feng was confident that he could subdue Ling Xiao. Deserve to die? What are you? The two of them teamed up to kill me, and I only retaliated. However, you didn't ask for the reason and didn't distinguish between right and wrong, and you want to punish me? No wonder the Changsun sect is getting worse. With a bunch of people like you who don't know right from wrong and only know how to bully others, it would be strange if the Changsun sect could become stronger. I think this so-called law enforcement hall is better off without it. Ling Xiao sneered as he looked directly at Chen Feng. The aura that Chen Feng emitted had no effect on him. Ling Xiao is finished. He actually dared to scold the law enforcement hall. This time, Chen Feng will definitely not let him off. Although I don't know why Ling Xiao beat up Ling Kuan and Lu Yi, Chen Feng isn't someone those two trash can compare to. That's right. Ling Xiao actually dared to blaspheme the patriarch's statue? This time, the law enforcement hall has even more reason to kill him. Some of the disciples said regretfully. Very well. Since that's the case, then I'll represent the sect to kill a scourge like you. Chen Feng laughed from extreme anger. The ancient sword on his back was unsheathed and emitted a blazing green light. This is the spiritual equipment Azure Edge sword? It's over, it's over. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao's longevity steps is, he's dead for sure. Many disciples were shocked as they looked at the Azure Edge sword in Chen Feng's hand and revealed looks of envy. Vast ocean sword art. Chen Feng shouted as his true energy surged. With a tap of his foot, he leaped into the air and slashed his sword at Ling Xiao. The vast ocean sword art was a black class inferior martial art. It was derived from the sword essence of the boundless sea. With a strike, the sword radiance covered the sky like waves, making it impossible for one to dodge. Previously, Chen Feng had also noticed the strangeness of Ling Xiao's longevity steps, so he used the vast ocean sword art. Boom, the sword radiance in the sky flashed and turned into countless afterimages. Majestic true energy surged out and enveloped Ling Xiao. Vast ocean sword art? It's a pity that you haven't mastered it yet. Ling Xiao raised his head, his eyes revealing the vicissitudes of life. A domineering aura exuded from his body. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be drowned by the sword radiance, Ling Xiao tapped his foot and leaped into the air. Then, he pointed his finger at a spot in the sky. That was the flaw of the vast ocean sword art. It was like the 7 inches of a snake. Clang, the sword light that filled the sky disappeared without a trace at this moment, and Ling Xiao's finger actually pointed directly at the Qingfeng sword. The Qingfeng sword flew out of Chen Feng's hand, accompanied by a look of disbelief on Chen Feng's face as Ling Xiao's fist landed on his face. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao's left and right punches landed on Chen Feng's body like raindrops. Moreover, there was a shock wave that dispersed all the true energy nodes in Chen Feng's body, leaving him no room to fight back. Not long after, Chen Feng was beaten up like a pig's head. Oh my god, is this the longevity fist art? When did the longevity fist art become so powerful that even the vast ocean sword art is no match for it? Could it be that Ling Xiao was pretending to be a good-for-nothing? Even senior brother Chen Feng, who is at LV6 True Energy Realm, is no match for him. How monstrous is he? Many disciples' eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. They had thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. Who would have thought that this would happen? After a moment of shock, many disciples of the law enforcement hall came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with anger. Brothers, let's attack together and kill this little bastard. More than a dozen disciples of the law enforcement hall pounced on Ling Xiao. If one person is a good-for-nothing, then a group of people is also a good-for-nothing. Impudent. A thunderous voice exploded in the void, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point that it hurt. A slender youth walked over from the distance. He was dressed in black with 3 small golden swords embroidered on his sleeves. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He strode over with a majestic gait, and a majestic aura emanated from him, causing everyone to feel a little suffocated. 3 golden swords, that's the symbol of a true disciple. I remember now, he's the new true disciple of the enforcement hall, senior brother Deng Yalan. Someone exclaimed with a hint of awe in their eyes. Senior brother Deng is only 17 years old and has already broken through to the spirit transformation realm to become a true disciple. This kind of terrifying talent is second only to senior sister Nangong in the main sect. So powerful. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. No matter how powerful he is not senior brother Deng's match. The true Qi realm and the spirit transformation realm are not on the same level. Everyone discussed and looked at Ling Xiao with different expressions. Some were mocking, some were sympathetic, some were indifferent, but without exception, they all believed that Ling Xiao was not Deng Yalan's match. Are you talking about me? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and his gaze fell on Deng Yalan with a hint of scrutiny. A 17-year-old spirit transformation realm cultivator, his talent was not bad, but it was only not bad. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had seen countless geniuses. Some powerful races were born at the Grandmaster realm and reached the noble realm in their teens. Deng Yalan's eyes instantly became gloomy. He was one of the brightest geniuses in the Chongsun sect and had been revered since he was young. Ling Xiao's casual attitude made him feel unhappy. You, a lowly servant disciple, actually dared to come to the Chongsun mountain and even injured a senior brother of the enforcement hall. You really have guts. Kneel down and kowtow to admit your guilt, or I'll kill you today. Deng Yalan's voice became cold as he looked down at Ling Xiao with a cold gaze. In the longevity sect, those below the 7th level of channel opening realm were all service disciples. Those above the 7th level of channel opening realm would be promoted to outer disciples. The dirtiest and most tiring missions of the Chongqing sect were almost all completed by the odd job disciples and outer sect disciples. Their status was also the lowest and they did not have the qualifications to live on the Chongqing mountain. They could only live in the valley outside. Once one broke through to the Xinqi realm, one would be promoted to an inner disciple, and their status would be greatly elevated. They would have the right to practice powerful martial arts and cultivation techniques, and would be able to receive resources from the sect on a regular basis. After breaking through to the spirit transformation realm, one would become a core disciple. In the entire long life sect, one would enjoy incomparable glory, second only to the elders and the sect master. After all, out of the thousands of disciples in the entire Chongsun sect, there were only a few dozen true disciples. Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 4th level of the channel opening stage, but he was able to defeat Chen Feng, who was at the 6th level of the true energy realm. This kind of talent could no longer be described as powerful, it was simply monstrous. In the past, Ling Xiao was just a piece of trash at the 1st layer of the channel opening realm. But now, he had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Therefore, Deng Yalan thought that Ling Xiao must have obtained some kind of treasure to allow him to undergo such a shocking transformation. As long as I kill him, that treasure will fall into my hands. At that time, even if I surpass Nangong Qing, it won't be difficult to compete with the geniuses of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. I must obtain it. Deng Yalan looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of murderous intent and greed in his eyes. You want me to kneel? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. If you kneel and kowtow, I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Deng Yalan said arrogantly, but in his heart, he was hoping that Ling Xiao would resist. That way, he would have a reason to kill him. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly, and a mighty aura emanated from his body. After a moment, his laughter stopped, and his sharp gaze landed on Deng Yalan. In this world, who dares to make me kneel and kowtow? Even the heavens don't have the right. Who do you think you are to make me kowtow and apologize? Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably loud, and his face was filled with a wild and unrestrained expression. Good, very good. Deng Yalan was so angry that he laughed and said, You injured your fellow senior brother and disregarded the sect's rules. A lawless bastard like you will definitely be a great threat to the sect in the future. Today, as a true disciple of the law enforcement hall, I sentence you to death. Are you satisfied? Although Deng Yalan was furious, he was even more determined to kill Ling Xiao. Senior brother Deng, kill him. Senior brother Deng, this little bastard must have cultivated an evil technique. He might even be a spy from another sect. Kill him. Chen Feng, Ling Kuan and the rest looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and hatred. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and said, 10,000 years ago, how glorious was the Chongsun sect. Even those peerless paragons have to bow their heads in front of the longevity sect. Now that the longevity sect is so weak, you people who don't know how to make progress only know how to bully your own sect members and suppress your own. If the longevity sect wants to rise, we have to get rid of all of you. Today, I will represent the longevity sect to clean up the sect and kill all of you. The people of the law enforcement hall had provoked Ling Xiao time and time again. Moreover, they were so arrogant, despotic, and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with sorrow and anger. He lamented their misfortune and was angry at their incompetence. Boom, an aura as vast as the sky emanated from Ling Xiao's body. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone brightly. He was like a supreme youth, emitting a radiance as bright as the sun and moon, making it difficult for others to look at him directly. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao walked forward step by step. Every step he took had a strange rhythm to it. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling along with him. That majestic aura pressed down on Deng Yalan, causing his face to suddenly turn pale. This aura, this majesty, he had never felt it from the sect leader, Nangong Xian. How could Ling Xiao have such an aura? It must be the power of that supreme treasure. Deng Yalan's eyes were filled with killing intent and greed. He roared, You are just an ant-like odd job disciple. How dare you talk about cleaning up the sect? Die for me. Deng Yalan's killing intent poured out without any concealment. He instantly made his move. Boom, he punched out, and the mighty Xiantian true qi around him surged. The air seemed to be compressed, and then a golden fist print was formed in the air, pressing down on Ling Xiao. Little Vajra fist, black level upper level martial art, at the spirit transformation realm, one's true qi would give birth to spirituality, and could transform into anything in the world. Deng Yalan's little Vajra fist was full of yang energy, and the fist force was vigorous. The moment he attacked, it covered a radius of 10 feet around Ling Xiao. Little Vajra fist? But the real little Vajra fist isn't used like that. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Facing Deng Yalan's fist, he stomped his foot and punched out. Boom, his fist was fierce and majestic. He actually used the little Vajra fist like Deng Yalan. Moreover, there was a faint layer of fist aura around Ling Xiao's fist. How can Ling Xiao know the little Vajra fist? The little Vajra fist is a martial art that only true disciples can practice. Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing the martial arts that Ling Xiao had used. Humph. So what if he knows the little Vajra fist? With his ant-like cultivation, he can only die in the hands of senior brother Deng if he forcefully uses the little Vajra fist. Ling Kuan glared venomously at Ling Xiao, his face filled with jealousy. He broke through to the true energy realm and became an inner court disciple, but he didn't have the right to practice the little Vajra fist. However, Ling Xiao actually knew it. How could he not be angry and jealous? That's right, Ling Xiao will die without a doubt. A spirit transformation realm expert's body is as strong as Vajra. Ling Xiao didn't choose to dodge but met it head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Someone shook his head, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of sympathy. Bang, the two fists collided and a majestic true energy surged out. The scene of Ling Xiao being sent flying didn't happen. Ling Xiao's punch landed directly on the golden fist mark. With a loud boom, the golden fist mark disintegrated. The powerful punch didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Weak point. How is this possible? Dang Yalan's eyes shook and revealed a look of disbelief. Others didn't know, but he was very clear. He hadn't practiced the little Vajra fist to perfection and there were still weak points. Ling Xiao's punch landed on the weak point of the fist and easily disintegrated the terrifying fist. I said before, you haven't practiced the little Vajra fist to perfection. Ling Xiao looked at Dang Yalan indifferently. I don't believe it. That was just a coincidence. Go to hell. Dang Yalan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread, but his desire to kill Ling Xiao grew stronger and stronger. Boom. He soared through the air, his Xianxia true qi surging around him. His fists were like the wind, enveloping Ling Xiao. Whoosh. Whoosh, Ling Xiao utilized the longevity steps and most of Dang Yalan's punches missed. However, there were still one or two punches that Ling Xiao could not evade. Thus, he had no choice but to take them on. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao's entire body flew back over 100 feet before he managed to resolve the force of Dang Yalan's fist. However, his arm was already numb. This body is still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. Dang Yalan had chosen such a barbaric method of fighting, relying purely on the power of his fleshly body to win. Additionally, an expert at the spirit transformation stage possessed innate primary energy that could transform everything. Thus, even Ling Xiao's longevity footwork was rendered useless. After Dang Yalan's attack succeeded, the light in his eyes became even brighter. He thought that he had figured out Ling Xiao's strength, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Kid, I'll spare your life as long as you hand over that precious treasure in your possession to me. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. Dang Yalan's sinister voice traveled into Ling Xiao's ears. A supreme treasure? Ling Xiao was slightly startled, and then a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. He instantly understood Dang Yalan's intentions. His astonishing performance today had caused Dang Yalan to mistakenly believe that he had obtained some sort of supreme treasure. However, Ling Xiao didn't bother to explain. He coldly smiled and said, "You think you're worthy? You're courting death." Dang Yalan's eyes instantly darkened, and his attacks became even more ruthless. In an instant, a few punches landed on Ling Xiao's body, causing a trace of blood to flow out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. Kill him, kill this little bastard. Senior brother Dang is mighty, senior brother Dang is invincible. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, including Ling Kuan and Chen Feng, saw that Ling Xiao had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position, and all of them began to shout loudly. Some people are always so reckless. Although Ling Xiao's face was somewhat pale, his eyes were incomparably calm. He looked at Dang Yalan as if he was looking at a dead man. Heavens, I order you to send down a bolt of lightning and strike him to death. Ling Xiao pointed at the sky and shouted loudly. Dang Yalan was slightly taken aback, then immediately laughed out loud. Little bastard, don't tell me you've lost your mind? Don't tell me you think you're the son of the heavens? The one who's going to die today is you, not me. Gotcha. Just as Dang Yalan's voice fell, he saw a purple bolt of lightning descend from the sky, directly striking his head. Ah, Dang Yalan cried out miserably, and instantly fell to the ground, twitching all over. #CK $% the expressions on everyone's faces were as if they had eaten feces, incomparably ugly, and the same sentence appeared in their hearts. Originally, everyone was about to laugh at Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect that in broad daylight, a bolt of lightning would really descend, and it just so happened to strike Dang Yalan. This is too much of a coincidence. Someone whispered softly. It must be a coincidence. Ling Xiao is a big piece of trash, how can he summon lightning? Someone said in disbelief, curling his lips. I'm going to kill you, little bastard. Dang Yalan struggled to stand up, and his expression was incomparably ferocious as he suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Heavens, strike him to death! Ling Xiao pointed at Dang Yalan. Gotcha! Instantly, another purple bolt of lightning descended, striking Dang Yalan until he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, twitching all over. However, he no longer dared to scold Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with terror. If the first bolt of lightning was a coincidence, then what about the second one? Everyone also looked at Ling Xiao as if they had seen a ghost. The surroundings were dead silent, and no one dared to say anything else. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would summon a bolt of lightning and strike them to death directly. At this moment, in a simple and unadorned hall at the top of the mountain, a middle-aged Taoist priest enveloped in milky white light suddenly opened his eyes, and two bright rays of light pierced through the void. This is the fluctuation of the protective formation of the sect? Little Ling Xiao, just you wait, my grandfather won't let you off. My grandfather is the disciplinary elder, and you're dead meat. This time, no one can save you. Dang Yalan, who was lying on the ground, looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. Ling Xiao glanced at Dang Yalan from the corner of his eyes, and said something that almost made him collapse. Heavens, strike him to death! Gotcha! The purple bolt of lightning descended once again, striking Dang Yalan until his entire body was charred black. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Even his aura became incomparably weak. Little bastard, you're courting death. Oh no, it's the enforcement elder. Ling Xiao is dead for sure. The enforcement elder dotes on senior brother Deng the most. Ling Xiao has beaten senior brother Deng to this extent. The enforcement elder will not let this matter rest. I don't think it was Ling Xiao who did it. Senior brother Deng was struck by lightning from the heavens. Could it be that senior brother Deng really did something that angered the heavens? No matter what, Ling Xiao is done for. The crowd discussed fervently as they looked at the black-robed old man from afar. Their eyes were filled with respect and fear. The enforcement elder, Deng Tianda, held a high position in the Chongsan sect. He was second only to the sect leader. His cultivation had long reached the dragon-tiger realm and he had the power to subdue dragons and tigers. As soon as he appeared, his aura, which was like the might of the heavens, caused the faces of many disciples to turn pale. What are you? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Deng Tianda's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he walked towards Ling Xiao. His majestic aura was getting stronger and stronger as it pressed down on Ling Xiao. He wanted to use his aura to force Ling Xiao to kneel down and admit his guilt. However, his aura had no effect on Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's expression was normal and he was not affected at all. Little B****, you disrespected your elders and harmed your fellow disciples. You went against the rules of the sect. Today, I'll sentence you to death in the name of the enforcement elder. Are you satisfied? Deng Tianda looked at Ling Xiao coldly as his powerful aura locked onto Ling Xiao. Grandfather, don't kill him so easily. Leave him to me. I want him to beg for death. Dang Yalan, who was lying on the ground, shouted with a ferocious expression. Noisy! God, strike him to death. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect Dang Yalan to be so reckless. He immediately summoned a purple thunderbolt and struck down on Dang Yalan. Little B****, how dare you? Deng Tianda was enraged as he slapped his palm towards the thunderbolt. The inborn true qi around him surged as vast as the sea. A huge palm print was formed as he tried to block the purple thunderbolt. Strike this old B**** too. Ling Xiao said indifferently. In the end, another thunderbolt struck down. This one was even stronger than the previous one. It was flashing with destructive energy. Rumble, two bolts of lightning struck Deng Yalan and Deng Tianda at the same time. Deng Yalan screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Deng Tianda's true qi palm print was instantly destroyed by the lightning, and directly struck his head, making his beard and hair stand on end. His face was charred black, and he looked incomparably miserable. Ling Xiao is so damn valiant. He even dared to strike the law-enforcing elder. This big piece of trash is going against the heavens. Many of the disciples were stunned by Ling Xiao, and they couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Ling Xiao's performance was simply too shocking. Even the disciplinary elder was no match for him. He could summon the lightning and thunder in the sky at will. Could it be that he was really the son of God? It was hard for the crowd to be jealous of him. Ling Kuan, Chen Feng and the other disciples of the law enforcement hall looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with fear. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed had already exceeded their understanding, making them feel a deep sense of reverence. Little B****, I'm going to kill you. Dang Tianda was shocked and furious. Anger surged in his heart, and he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Blazing murderous intent filled the air without any concealment. Who was he? The disciplinary elder of the Xianxia sect could be said to be second only to one person. Which disciple didn't treat him with respect on a daily basis? But now, because of Ling Xiao, he had embarrassed himself in front of so many disciples. Rumble, Dang Tianda's body flashed, and he turned into a blazing light. His palm was like a knife, and the blade radiance was incomparably sharp as it struck towards Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he wash away this humiliation. God, strike him to death. Ling Xiao only had that one simple sentence as usual. Rumble, at this moment, the sky darkened, and countless dark clouds surged. Lightning flashed in the void, as though it had turned into a sea of lightning. Then, densely packed lightning struck down, containing an aura that made one's heart palpitate. What? Dang Tianda was shocked. However, before he could react, he was already enveloped by the lightning. A wave of death surged in his heart. The sky shook, and the blazing lightning was like the might of heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The lightning seemed to have avoided Ling Xiao. He stood in the sea of lightning, his black hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were extremely bright, as though he was a young divine king who could control lightning. Ah, Dang Tianda's miserable howl could be heard from the lightning. It was extremely painful and miserable. The surrounding disciples of the Xianxia sect were all horrified. Enough. At this moment, a calm and clear voice was heard. From the palace at the peak of the mountain, a divine rainbow spread out. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, who looked handsome and carefree, stepped on the rainbow bridge. His aura was vast and pure, as though he was one with the heavens and earth. As soon as he appeared, a white light shot into the sky. Instantly, the lightning in the sky dissipated, and the dark clouds were destroyed. Sunlight shone on the Xianxia mountain once again. Sect leader, the sect leader is here. Someone exclaimed. Instantly, his eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. Sect leader's martial arts are unparalleled. That little bastard Ling Xiao is dead meat. The disciples of the disciplinary hall cheered. A Grandmaster realm expert? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the sect leader, Nangong Xian. Cough cough. Pfft. After the lightning dissipated, Dang Tianda's figure was revealed. However, he looked extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, and his body was charred. His hair was disheveled, and he was coughing up blood. Faint tears were flowing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His aura was extremely weak. Sect leader, this little bastard did not respect his seniors and harmed his fellow disciples. Sect leader, please kill him. Dang Tianda bowed to Nangong Xian. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent as he looked at Ling Xiao. Greetings, sect leader. All the disciples of the Xianxia sect bowed. Their voices were in unison, shaking the clouds. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was the only one who stood there calmly. He had no intention of bowing to Nangong Xian. Ling Xiao, how dare you not bow to the sect leader? I think you're a spy from another sect. You're treacherous and deserve to die. Dang Tianda shouted angrily as he stared at Ling Xiao. Sect leader Nangong, how mighty was the Xianxia sect 10,000 years ago? Once the order was given, no one in the world dared to disobey. Now that the Xianxia sect is in a mess, there are even some bastards who only know how to bully their own sect members. You have to bear a great responsibility. Ling Xiao stared at Nangong Xian and said indifferently. The Xianxia sect was Jin Sei's sect. Back then, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of effort to nurture countless experts for the Xianxia sect. Looking at the current state of the Xianxia sect, he was naturally furious. How dare you? Little bastard, who are you to call sect leader Nangong? Kneel down and accept your death. Dang Tianda and Dang Yalan both yelled as they glared at Ling Xiao with murderous intent. In their eyes, Ling Zhao's cultivation was not worth mentioning. He relied on nothing more than those strange lightning bolts. However, the sect leader's divine power was unparalleled. He could easily destroy the lightning bolts that filled the sky. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Ling Xiao? Nangongxian's gaze also landed on Ling Xiao. It was deep and vast, like a starry sky that could contain everything. It could make people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. However, Ling Zhao's expression was calm and indifferent, as if he was not affected at all. After a while, Nangongxian suddenly laughed bitterly. The corner of his mouth moved slightly and a soft voice entered Ling Zhao's ears. You also know that when the sect is big, there are all kinds of people. Moreover, there is a certain amount of competition in the sect. It is also beneficial for the growth of the disciples. I can't possibly manage everything. I am clear about what happened today. It is indeed the fault of the law enforcement hall. We can put this matter aside for now. However, what I am curious about is, how did you manage to control the Changsan sect protection array? After saying that, Nangongxian stared at Ling Xiao with a hint of anticipation and murderous intent. It was as if he would kill Ling Xiao on the spot if he said anything wrong. Don't be so nervous. Ling Xiao said indifferently, as if he did not see the murderous intent in Nangongxian's eyes. The Longevity Sect's grand protective formation is known as the Longevity God Sealing Formation. It was jointly set up by the Heaven-Devouring Sovereign and the Longevity Sovereign 10,000 years ago. Its might is unparalleled. It is said that it can slay demons and seal gods. Even if a paragon expert falls into it, he will definitely die. 10,000 years have passed, but the Longevity Gate still exists. It must have a lot to do with the Longevity God Sealing Array. After all, the Heaven-Devouring Paragon had offended many people back then. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a bitter smile. However, he didn't notice the increasingly horrified expression on Nangongxian's face. What Ling Xiao said was the secret of the Chongqing sect. Only the sect leader of the Chongqing sect knew about it. How did this young man know about it? As for who I am? I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said faintly, but there was an invincible dominance and majesty in his voice. Ling Xiao? How can you use that name? Who are you? Nangongxian's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. His heart was in turmoil as he became more and more curious about Ling Zhao's identity. To those who knew the history of the Chongqing sect, the name Ling Xiao was a kind of glory, a kind of pride, and also a kind of taboo. That was because the number one person in the world 10,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring paragon, was called Ling Xiao. I am me, I am Ling Xiao. The revival of the Chongqing sect is destined to fall on my shoulders. Your martial talent is not bad. To be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm with an incomplete longevity scripture is already not bad. However, your personality is too soft, and you're not suitable to be the sect leader. When I have time, I'll teach you the real Longevity Supreme Scripture. How do you know about the Longevity Supreme Scripture? Who exactly are you? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Impossible, that person from 10,000 years ago is already dead. What are you trying to do? The shock in Nangongxian's heart grew stronger and stronger. Even as a grandmaster, he found it hard to remain calm. One could see how big of an impact Ling Zhao's words had on him. The Longevity Supreme Scripture was the Longevity Supreme Scripture left behind by the Longevity Supreme Scripture. However, it had become incomplete after the war 10,000 years ago. The complete Longevity Supreme Scripture was a paragon-level skill, and it led directly to the Great Tao of Paragon. Nangongxian had only obtained a small part of the Longevity Supreme Scripture, which only included the Meridian Opening Realm, True Qi Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, and Dragon Tiger Realm cultivation techniques. As for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, he had to explore and cultivate by himself. Sect leader, I only have one request. I want to become the holy son of the Chongqing sect. Please believe me, no one is more suitable than me to become the holy son of the Chongqing sect. Ling Xiao said patiently. The reason why he took the risk to say so much was because he could tell that Nangongxian was a noble man. He was also someone who treated the Chongqing sect as his everything. Such a person could be trusted. Holy son of the Chongqing sect? You even know about this? However, if you want to become the holy son of the Chongqing sect, there will be a lot of resistance. Even if I agree, the elders won't. After all, your cultivation is too weak, and you even caused such a big trouble. Nangongxian laughed bitterly. The holy son of the Xianxia sect was established 10,000 years ago when the Xianxia sect was dominating the world. The holy son was the only successor of the sect leader. His position was only slightly lower than the sect leader, but higher than the elders. However, in the past few thousand years, the Xianxia sect had been getting weaker and weaker, and the holy son had been shelved. Other than the sect leader, almost no one knew about the existence of the holy son. The holy son of the Xianxia sect can only be me. As for the resistance, that's your problem. As the sect leader, you can't even settle such a small matter, right? As for after I become the holy son, you don't have to worry about it. If anyone is dissatisfied, I will teach them a lesson that they will never forget. Ling Xiao grinned, and those white teeth emitted a faint light. Nangongxian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What a monster. Sect leader, how should we deal with this bastard Ling Xiao? Sect leader, please tell us. While Nangongxian and Ling Xiao were conversing, many disciples were confused. Dang Tianda couldn't help but remind them. Elder Dang. Nangongxian's gaze landed on Dang Tianda. It was as though he had seen through Dang Tianda, and Dang Tianda couldn't help but tremble. The law enforcement hall is in charge of the sect's discipline. The most important thing is to be impartial and to distinguish between right and wrong. The law enforcement hall is to protect the dignity of the Xianxia sect, and not the dignity of one person. Do you understand? Nangongxian's voice was incomparably calm, but it contained a hint of coldness. Anger of the masses? Is it the anger of the masses or the anger of the enforcement hall? Nangongxian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Dang Tianda. I've said it before. The enforcement hall belongs to the Xianxia sect, not a single person. Let's forget about this. Do you have any objections? Dang Tianda's body trembled as he felt Nangongxian's imposing aura. Only then did he remember that Nangongxian was the only master in the Xianxia sect. If he really angered him, he would not be able to get away with it. Sect master is right. This old man has no objections. Dang Tianda gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Let it go just like that. Although the enforcement hall's attitude was usually disgusting, Ling Zhao's performance today was extremely arrogant. Yet, the sect master did not pursue the matter. Could it be that Ling Xiao was the illegitimate son of the sect master? Everyone's gaze swept past Ling Xiao and Nangongxian, and they all revealed a strange expression. There's one more thing. Nangongxian looked at everyone and said in a clear voice, Ling Zhao's talent is outstanding. He defeated true energy realm and spirit transformation realm experts with a mere cultivation at the 4th level of the channel opening realm. He can be said to be the #1 genius in the Xianxia sect in 10,000 years. Do you know why he can summon lightning? Everyone raised their heads with doubt in their eyes. The sect master actually praised Ling Xiao. As for how Ling Xiao could summon lightning, everyone was very curious. That's because Ling Xiao received the recognition of the sky-devouring supreme. Everyone exclaimed when they heard Nangongxian's words. What? That's impossible. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This big piece of trash actually received the recognition of the sky-devouring supreme? How was that possible? Sect master, you can't say such things casually. The sky-devouring supreme ancestor has already ascended for 10,000 years. How could he possibly acknowledge a bastard like Ling Xiao? Dang Tianda said with an ugly expression. Nangongxian said calmly, how do you think Ling Xiao, a mere channel-opening realm cultivator, can summon lightning? That purple lightning is the purple heavenly lightning that the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch cultivated 10,000 years ago. That's why the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch statue also has the law of purple heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao was able to summon the purple heavenly lightning because he was recognized by the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch. The sect-protecting formation of the longevity sect was a secret and couldn't be exposed. That was why Nangongxian pushed the responsibility of summoning the lightning onto the heaven-devouring supreme being statue. Ridiculous. That's impossible. Dang Tianda jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. His face was flushed red as he said, "Sect leader, the statue of the sky-devouring supreme patriarch has the law of purple heavenly thunder? How could I not know? I think Ling Xiao must have some kind of lightning attribute treasure to be able to summon lightning." "That's right. What kind of person is the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor? Why would the number one person in the world 10,000 years ago take a fancy to a piece of trash like Ling Xiao? I think Ling Xiao might just be a spy from the other sects who has cultivated a lightning-attributed cultivation method." Cultivating a lightning-attributed cultivation technique? What kind of cultivation technique would allow a fourth-layer channel opening stage martial artist to injure a dragon tiger stage law enforcement elder? Perhaps Ling Xiao has gained the recognition of the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch. Many disciples were discussing fervently. However, most of them had looks of disbelief in their eyes. After all, gaining the recognition of the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch was a little too unbelievable. To the disciples of the longevity sect, the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch and the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch were almost mythical existences. They were revered by countless disciples and viewed as their goals. Sect leader is right. The heaven-devouring supreme patriarch did cultivate the purple heavenly thunder 10,000 years ago. At this moment, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe walked over from afar. He had a faint smile on his face. "Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is here. It's said that the Grand Elder has lived for a few hundred years. He must know." Someone exclaimed as he looked at the Grand Elder who was walking over from afar with respect. "This is the longevity record left behind by a senior a few thousand years ago. It records in detail the grand occasion of the longevity sect 10,000 years ago." The Grand Elder took out a yellowed leather scroll and said slowly, 10,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch was the most powerful person in the world. He was the leader of the 10 titled supremes. The purple heavenly thunder that he cultivated was extremely domineering and swept across the world. His statue contained the laws of the purple heavenly thunder. 1,000 years ago, when the boundless sect invaded the longevity sect, the patriarch's statue displayed its might. The purple heavenly thunder descended upon the longevity mountain and killed 3 grandmasters of the boundless sect. Moreover, 10,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch's real name was Ling Xiao. The Grand Elder's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. It was deep and wise. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This old man's cultivation wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. There's really the purple heavenly thunder? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. He actually has the same name as the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch. Is this really a coincidence? Although the disciples were still shocked, they believed a lot more in their hearts. Ling Xiao's talent is outstanding and he has obtained the recognition of the heaven-devouring supreme patriarch. Therefore, I've decided to promote Ling Xiao to the saint of the longevity sect. From today onwards. Nan Gongxian said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the longevity mountain. As the identity of the saint was revealed, the longevity sect went into an uproar. Surpass the core disciple? The successor of the sect leader? A super elder? This is ridiculous. I don't agree. I don't agree. Deng Tianda was so angry that his body was trembling. He jumped out to object. Saint? What does Ling Xiao do to deserve this? Sect leader, you can't be so biased towards Ling Xiao. This concerns the future of the longevity sect. You can't be so rash. There were also other disciples who stood up and implored. Sect leader, Ling Xiao is a traitor. He must be a spy from another sect. Sect leader, you can't be so ridiculous. He's not worthy of being the saint. Sect leader, please kill Ling Xiao. Hearing Nan Gongxian's decision, Chen Feng and Deng Yalan also shouted. I'm not worthy? Are you guys courting death? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Chen Feng and Deng Yalan. Sect leader, I object. I object too. On the square, voices of opposition could be heard everywhere. No one could accept the fact that a piece of trash like Ling Xiao had suddenly become the holy son of the Chongsun sect. The saint has always been decided by the sect leader. This matter is decided. Nan Gongxian said firmly. He was determined to make Ling Xiao the saint. Sect leader, it's true that the saint is decided by you. However, as long as the other elders object, we can also abolish this saint. This matter is too preposterous. Sect leader, you are sending our longevity sect to its grave. Dang Tianda said with a red face. He didn't hesitate to contradict Nangongxian to object to Ling Xiao being the saint. Dang Tianda looked at the first elder. The first elder laughed bitterly and said, Sect master's decision may be sudden, and the other elders were surprised as well. However, they all agreed with sect master's decision. I don't believe it, and I don't agree. Ling Xiao is not qualified to become the Holy Son. Dang Tianda shouted. What a joke, the Holy Son's position was higher than the elders. Ling Xiao and Dang Tianda had already become enemies. If Ling Xiao became the Holy Son, wouldn't he be riding on his head? Oh? Then what does Elder Dang think is needed to become the Holy Son? Nangongxian asked calmly without any anger. At the very least, his cultivation must surpass all the true disciples. Moreover, he must be respected and loved by all the disciples. Ling Xiao is only at the 4th level of the channel opening realm. If he becomes the Holy Son, our longevity sect will be laughed at by the other sects. Dang Tianda insisted. At the end of the day, strength is everything. Ling Xiao sneered and said, all the disciples of the longevity sect, whoever is not convinced can come at me. I guarantee that I will defeat everyone. And Dang Tianda, if you are not convinced, you can come at me too. I guarantee that I will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. You bastard. Dang Tianda was so angry that he was spitting fire. He shouted, Sect Master, he is already so arrogant before becoming the Holy Son. When he becomes the Holy Son, won't he destroy his own sect? What a joke, Ling Xiao could summon the purple heavenly lightning. Even the Dragon Tiger Realm disciplinary elder was struck half dead. Who would dare to fight him? Dang Yalan suddenly whispered something to Dang Tianda. Dang Tianda's originally furious expression slowly calmed down. Sect Master, since you want Ling Xiao to become the Holy Son, I have a condition. As long as Ling Xiao meets it, I guarantee that I will support him to become the Holy Son of the longevity sect. Dang Tianda's lips curled into a strange smile. What condition? Nangongxian's heart skipped a beat. He felt that Dang Tianda was about to say something bad. Sect Master, to become a disciple of the longevity sect, not only must one's cultivation be exceptional, one must also have unparalleled talent. Ling Xiao's combat strength barely meets the requirement. However, as long as Ling Xiao can pass the 9th level of the longevity tower, I will agree to let him become the Holy Son. Dang Tianda said with a sinister expression. What? The 9th floor of the longevity tower? That's impossible. Someone cried out in surprise. That's right. Even senior sister Nangong, hailed as the #1 genius of our longevity sect in the past 1,000 years, had only managed to pass the trial on the 7th floor of the longevity tower. Ling Xiao cannot possibly do it. That's right. The longevity tower is filled with dangers. The average disciple would not dare to attempt it. There is the danger of dying inside. If Ling Xiao goes to the 9th level, he's dead for sure. Many disciples discussed and instantly understood Dang Tianda's intention. He was forcing Ling Xiao to die. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The 9th floor of the longevity tower? Elder Dang, may I know which level of the trial you passed? Nangongxian's eyes flashed with anger. He instantly understood Dang Tianda's intentions. Sect Master, it doesn't matter how many levels I passed. All the holy sons of our longevity sect have passed the 9th level of the longevity tower. Some of them even passed the 10th level. If Ling Xiao wants to become a holy son, he must pass the 9th level of the trial. Dang Tianda said with a flushed face. He had only passed the 5th level of the longevity tower. If he said that, it would be too embarrassing. You're sending Ling Xiao to his death. He's only at the 4th level of the meridian opening realm. The best chance for him to enter the longevity tower is after the true energy realm. I don't agree. Nangongxian insisted. The longevity tower? I didn't think that after 10,000 years, the longevity tower would still be here. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered, revealing a look of reminiscence. Speaking of which, the Longevity Tower was a treasure left behind by Ling Xiao for the Longevity sect to nurture experts. There were a total of 10 levels. Each level had a monster transformed from a natural treasure. If one could pass through the levels, they would be able to refine those natural treasures, greatly increasing their cultivation. However, entering the Longevity Tower was also dangerous. If one's strength was not enough, there was also the danger of dying. It was laughable that the current Longevity sect's disciples were afraid of the dangers and did not know that the Longevity Tower was a supreme opportunity for the sect. Fine, I'm willing to pass through the levels. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao raised his head and slowly said. Although Nangong Xian could forcefully make Ling Xiao a holy son, there would definitely be many who would not accept it. The Longevity Tower's trial was a good opportunity to shut their mouths. Not to mention, the natural treasures inside the Longevity Tower were what Ling Xiao urgently needed. Perhaps he could break through to a higher level. Ling Xiao, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Your cultivation is still too low. The Longevity Tower is filled with dangers. If you're not careful, you'll die inside. Nangong Xian said anxiously. Ling Xiao's body contained many secrets. He did not want Ling Xiao to die inside the Longevity Tower. Don't worry. A mere Longevity Tower can't stop me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Fine. As long as you can pass through the 9th level, we'll all support you to become a disciple of the Longevity sect. Deng Tianda was overjoyed. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so hot-blooded and take the bait. As long as Ling Xiao died inside the Longevity Tower, everything would be over. Fine, but if you encounter any danger, you must immediately retreat. Don't force yourself. Seeing how determined Ling Xiao was, Nangong Xian could only sigh. The Longevity Tower stood atop the Longevity Mountain, tens of zhang tall and completely black in color. It appeared very ordinary. However, an ancient and vicissitude aura emanated from it. Time passed and the Longevity Tower had witnessed the birth of countless geniuses. It had also witnessed the fall of the Longevity sect from its glory to its decline. 10,000 years ago, the Longevity sect's might shook the world and no one dared to proclaim themselves supreme. 10,000 years later, the rise of the Longevity sect will begin with me, Ling Xiao, standing before the Longevity Tower. Ling Xiao's heart surged with boundless pride. What is it? You don't have the guts to enter? You want to become a holy son with this little bit of courage? Go home and drink your mother's milk. Seeing Ling Xiao standing before the Longevity Tower, Deng Yalan could not stop himself from mocking him. Ling Xiao gave Deng Yalan an indifferent look, causing Deng Yalan's heart to thump. However, Ling Xiao did not do anything. Instead, he stepped into the Longevity Tower. Rumble, after the massive stone doors of the Longevity Tower closed, everyone's eyes fell upon the Longevity Tower. How many levels do you think Ling Xiao will be able to pass? At most, the 3rd level? There is no hope for him to pass the 4th level. After all, he is only at the 4th level of the channel opening stage. That's right. Back then, senior sister Nangong's talent was unparalleled. Even she could only pass the 7th level when she was at the spirit transformation stage. Now, let's see if Ling Xiao will act like a hothead and attempt to break through to a higher level. If that's the case, he will really be courting death. Let's bet on how many levels Ling Xiao will be able to pass. Come, I'll bet 10 primal stones. Grandpa, Ling Xiao's combat power is not weak. What should we do if he really passes the 9th floor? Deng Yalan asked worriedly. Absolutely impossible. Deng Tianda sneered. The monsters in the Longevity Tower may be based on the challenger's cultivation base, but even the monsters on the 1st floor have the strength of the true energy realm. Ling Xiao cannot borrow the power of the Sky Devourer supremacy after entering the Longevity Tower. With his ant-like cultivation base, he will die without a doubt. Letting this little bastard die in the Longevity Tower is letting him off easy. Deng Yalan said coldly. Inside the Longevity Tower, mists and primal chaos filled the air. It was as though before the creation of the heavens and earth, a gigantic tiger-shaped spirit beast suddenly took shape and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Evil creature, you're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he jabbed out with a finger as fast as lightning. Bang, this finger instantly pointed at the vital point of the tiger-shaped spirit beast. The ferocious tiger-shaped spirit beast roared, and instantly exploded. It turned into a bright splendor, and blended into Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, that energy was vast and pure, and Ling Xiao's entire body crackled. Then, a few of his meridians were broken, and a powerful energy spread out. 18 meridians, channel opening stage level 5. Next, Ling Xiao's figure charged into the second floor of the longevity tower. Boom. Boom, second floor, third floor. The spiritual objects in the longevity tower could not stop Ling Xiao at all. They were all destroyed by him, transforming into pure energy that allowed his cultivation base to soar rapidly. In the outside world, Ling Xiao had only just entered the longevity tower when the first floor lit up. Next, the second and third floors lit up as well. This scene shocked everyone. How is this possible? How can Ling Xiao's speed be so fast? Heavens, even the weakest monsters in the longevity tower are at the true energy realm. How can Ling Xiao be so monstrous? Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Sect Master, Ling Xiao must have cheated. How could he pass through so quickly? Dang Tianda jumped up in fright. His face was filled with shock as he shouted with a red face. That's right. Ling Xiao must have cheated. It hasn't been that long, but he's already broken through to the 4th level. No, he's already at the 5th level. Dang Yalan, Chen Feng, and the others also shouted. Cheating? It is not as if you fellows do not know the origin of the longevity tower. Even I cannot cheat? Who has the ability to do so? Nan Gongxian sneered. His words caused Dang Tianda and Dang Yalan to turn red and speechless. Although Nan Gongxian was also shocked, he was more happy. He had not misjudged Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao indeed had an extraordinary background. The 5th floor, the 6th floor, one floor after another of the longevity tower lit up. Not long after that, even Nan Gongqing's record for lighting up the 7th floor was broken. Next was the 8th level, the 9th floor. In less than one jaw stick's worth of time, Ling Xiao had charged into the 9th floor of the longevity tower. Didn't that mean he had met the requirements to become a holy son? Everyone looked at Dang Tianda with a strange expression. However, Dang Tianda was also dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. Inside the longevity tower, Ling Xiao stood on the highest floor, the 10th floor. The 10th floor was a vast expanse of starry space. Countless stars revolved around it, yin and yang interchanged, and the 5 elements circulated. It was as though it contained the profound mysteries of the universe's birth and destruction. Additionally, one powerful illusion after another rushed towards Ling Xiao. Any ordinary person would have been instantly immersed in the endless cycle of reincarnation, incapable of extricating themselves. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a look of vicissitudes. Then, he softly uttered a word. Break! In an instant, the surrounding stars shattered and the universe was destroyed. The light that filled the sky transformed into a vast energy. Pure and holy, it was like an ocean that enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Rumble, as if thunder had exploded, Ling Xiao's entire body emitted the sound of thunder. Strands of black qi were emitted as the impurities in his body were expelled. The 36 meridians in his body were like 36 true dragons, instantly opened up and filled with a jade-like radiance. Channel opening stage 9th layer. In just one incense stick's worth of time, Ling Xiao had broken through from channel opening stage 4th layer to channel opening stage 9th layer. This speed was simply unprecedented, surpassing all geniuses. When Ling Xiao walked out of the longevity tower, he saw many disciples standing in front of the longevity tower, their faces filled with shock. Even Nan Gongxian couldn't hide the joy on his face. I don't believe it. This is impossible. Sect Master, he must have cheated. Even if he didn't, there must be a problem with the longevity tower. I'll go take a look. Dang Tianda was on the verge of going crazy. Not only had Ling Xiao broken through to the 9th floor, he had even reached the 10th floor. Didn't that mean he had to support him in becoming the Holy Son? In the entire history of the longevity sect, the number of people who could break through to the 10th floor could be counted on one hand. In the end, all of them became peerless experts. So, Dang Tianda's figure instantly charged into the longevity tower. Not long after, Dang Tianda rushed out of the longevity tower, his hair disheveled and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with incomparable shock. The longevity tower was intact. He was almost killed by that monster on the 6th floor, not to mention Ling Xiao breaking through to the 10th floor in one go. Dang Tianda was at a loss for words. Elder Dang, I now announce Ling Xiao as the 49th holy son of the longevity sect. You should have no objections, right? Nangong Xian looked at Dang Tianda and smiled faintly. As the sect master, his lifelong wish was to restore the longevity sect to its former glory. Today, when he saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he saw endless hope. Now that Ling Xiao was the holy son, he was even more willing. If Dang Tianda continued to obstruct him, he might even have the heart to kill Dang Tianda. Sect master is wise, I have no objections. Dang Tianda's heart trembled. He understood Nangong Xian's meaning. Although he was unwilling, he knew that the situation was hopeless. Ling Xiao becoming the holy son was already set in stone. He had no way to stop it. Greetings, holy son. Greetings, holy son. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but all the longevity sect's disciples revealed a look of reverence. They bowed deeply towards Ling Xiao, their voices shaking the heavens. Previously, when Ling Xiao defeated Ling Kuan, Chen Feng, Dang Yalan, and even Dang Tianda, it was shocking. However, there were still many who were unconvinced. They believed that he had borrowed external strength. However, when Ling Xiao broke through to the 10th floor of the longevity tower, it shut everyone's mouths. Everyone was convinced. After all, as long as Ling Xiao did not die after breaking through to the 10th floor of the longevity tower, he was destined to become a supreme expert. Everyone, get up. Let's work together and cultivate diligently. The Chongsun sect will definitely regain its glory from 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao smiled. His voice was filled with confidence as if he was stating a fact. Dang Tianda rolled his eyes and chuckled. Yalin, Saint Sun is blessed with martial prowess and is unparalleled in this world. He knows our longevity sect's martial arts like the back of his hand. Haven't you been having a lot of trouble cultivating the small Vajra fist recently? Why aren't you going to ask the saint? Dang Yalan seemed to have woken up from a dream. He quickly looked at Ling Xiao and squeezed out a smile. Ling. Saint, I'm not talented. I've already cultivated the small diamond fist to the initial stage and have become more proficient recently. However, I can't enter the greater stage. The saint's talent is unparalleled. You must know the small diamond fist like the back of your hand, right? The cultivation of martial arts was divided into 4 stages: entry, initial stage, greater stage, and perfection. Dang Yalan had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. This pair of grandfather and grandson had a good plan. Since they couldn't stop Ling Xiao from becoming the saint, they would make him suffer. Although Ling Xiao was talented, how much could a servant disciple come into contact with when it came to the Chongsun sect's martial arts? Not to mention the small diamond fist, which was a high-grade martial art that only inner disciples could cultivate. If Ling Xiao couldn't answer, he would definitely embarrass himself in front of everyone. The two of them would be able to vent their anger. Ling Xiao looked at Dang Yalan indifferently and instantly saw through his wishful thinking. The small diamond fist is only a black-tier upper-grade martial art. You've only cultivated it to the initial stage. You're indeed not talented. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you some pointers. Show me the small diamond fist. Hearing Ling Xiao's indifferent words, Dang Yalan was instantly enraged. He thought to himself, I'll mock you later if you can't give me a reason. He held his breath and didn't say anything. He walked straight to the center of the square and displayed the small diamond fist. Boom, Dang Yalan's small diamond fist was ferocious. Coupled with his cultivation at the spirit transformation realm, it was as though a diamond had descended to the mortal world. The disciples of the law enforcement hall applauded and praised loudly. The faces of the other disciples also revealed looks of amazement. Even in Ling Xiao's eyes, Dang Yalan's aptitude was considered pretty good. After all, he was very clear about the origin of the lesser Vajra fist. It was originally an earth-class peerless martial art, the Vajra subduing devil fist. The lesser Vajra fist was only an introductory martial art to the Vajra subduing devil fist. the Vajra subduing devil fist had probably been lost a long time ago. This fist technique was very difficult to practice, and Deng Yalan was able to practice it to the small success stage at this age. After all, with Ling Zhao's experience, what kind of peerless genius had he not seen before? Saint, how is my little Vajra fist? Deng Yalan looked at Ling Xiao triumphantly after he was done with the little Vajra fist. Trash will always be trash. The little Vajra fist was beaten so badly by you. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao said indifferently, showing no mercy at all. Deng Yalan was furious and said coldly, if that's the case, then please teach me the real little Vajra fist. Deng Yalan had a belly full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. He was waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Everyone also revealed looks of disbelief. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. How was he going to deal with this later? Nan Gongxian's expression was indifferent, and Deng Tianda smiled but didn't say anything. They were all looking at Ling Xiao. Look, the real little Vajra fist is like this. With that, Ling Xiao leaped into the longevity square. At the summit of the longevity square, the clouds were drifting, and the mountain wind was blowing. Ling Xiao stood on the square. His face was like jade, and his black hair was flying. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and a majestic aura spread out. After a while, he moved. Ling Xiao threw out a punch. It looked light, but it instantly caused the clouds to surge toward him. His fist was dazzling, and it started to emit the sound of thunder. Rumble, punch after punch, Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster. In the end, the sky was filled with fist shadows like lightning. His fists were powerful and unparalleled, like a Vajra. They carried an aura of invincibility and subduing demons. The sky changed color, and the sun and moon were covered. Ling Zhao's fists were like a divine hammer, smashing on a heavenly drum. The impact caused the blood of many disciples to surge. They were shocked. Without true qi, his fists can cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This is the little Vajra fist at the perfect level. How is this possible? Deng Yalan was shocked beyond words. His face was full of shock. This little brat, he actually knows the little Vajra fist? Deng Tianda's face was also full of bitterness. This is not just the perfect level of the little Vajra fist, this is the concept of fist Dao. Ha 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 ha. God bless my longevity sect. Nan Gongxian suddenly laughed out loud, and his face was full of excitement. That's right, this is not a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This is the power of heaven and earth. A person's strength is sometimes limited, but the power of heaven and earth is endless. Using a person's strength to trigger the power of heaven and earth is called a concept. To comprehend fist intent at the meridian opening realm, this is unprecedented. Congratulations, sect leader. This is the sign of the longevity sect's prosperity. The great elder was also very excited, and his white beard was trembling. Concept. Even I have not comprehended the concept. Nan Gongqing is known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the longevity sect, but she is only at the edge of comprehending sword intent. How is it possible for this brat? Deng Tianda's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Boom, when Ling Zhao's last fist landed, the clouds in the sky actually rushed up neatly, forming a huge fist in the sky. Under the sunlight, it was as bright as gold, and suddenly exploded, shaking the sky. This is the real little Vajra fist. Did you see it clearly? The little Vajra fist is not only fierce. Softness is the body, strength is the soul, and toughness is the concept. The concept is in the fist, and the combination of toughness and softness can transform into an angry Vajra to subdue demons. Ling Xiao walked in front of the dazed Deng Yalan and said calmly. Softness is the body, strength is the soul, and toughness is the concept. The concept is in the fist, and the combination of toughness and softness. Deng Yalan's face was pale as he muttered to himself, as if he had entered a state of madness. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. I understand. Deng Yalan laughed loudly, jumped up, and began to use the little Vajra fist. The strength of the fist became much gentler, but it was continuous, like a river. The power of the fist had increased by more than one level. The little Vajra fist had reached the realm of great success, following that, Deng Yalan actually made a decision that shocked many people. He quickly walked in front of Ling Xiao, and with a plop, he knelt down. Saint, I am inexperienced and arrogant. I did not know that there is always someone better than me. Furthermore, I should not have bullied my junior brother. Saint, you did not care about the past and taught me the little Vajra fist. I am very ashamed. In the future, I will work hard to cultivate and assist you, Saint, to bring the longevity sect to greater heights. Deng Yalan looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of fanaticism, and his voice was incomparably sincere. Yalan, you bastard. Deng Tianda was also dumbfounded. He pointed at Deng Yalan and scolded him, his face red. Junior brother Deng, it is rare for Yalan to admit his mistakes and change. You should be happy for him. Nan Gongxian smiled slightly. Ling Xiao was surprised by Deng Yalan's reaction. That's right. Since you've realized your mistake, let's see how you perform. If you're truly remorseful, I don't mind teaching you the Vajra exorcism fist. What? Vajra exorcism fist? Deng Yalan got excited and asked, the Vajra exorcism fist is an ancient martial art. It's a peerless earth-grade martial art that has been lost for a long time. Our longevity sect's strongest martial art is only the earth-level low-tier 7 stars transforming moon sword. Others don't have it, but I do. If you perform well, I'll consider teaching it to you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Thank you, Saint. From today onwards, I, Deng Yalan, will follow your lead. Deng Yalan was overjoyed and knelt down to show his loyalty. Ling Xiao could tell that although Deng Yalan was young and arrogant, he wasn't a bad person. He was just spoiled. Moreover, he was a martial arts fanatic. If he performed well in the future, Ling Xiao wouldn't mind teaching him the Vajra exorcism fist to increase the strength of Chongsun sect. Seeing that Deng Yalan had submitted to Ling Xiao, the rest of the Chongsun sect disciples were in awe. Ling Xiao's ability to create clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with another flip of his hand made them start to submit to him. Deng Tianda and Deng Yalan wanted to intimidate Ling Xiao. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to win over the hearts of the disciples. What Ling Xiao didn't realize was that Ling Kuan was looking at him with a venomous gaze. In the end, the crowd dispersed. Ling Xiao followed Nan Gongxian to the scripture depository of Chongsun sect. Looking at the scripture depository, Ling Xiao frowned. 10,000 years ago, the scripture depository of Chongsun sect had 9 floors. There were millions of scriptures, ranging from basic martial arts to paragon martial arts. It was the holy land of martial arts. I didn't expect it to only have 4 floors left. Only the 7 stars crescent sword was passed down. What a pity. There was a hint of loneliness in Ling Xiao's voice. That's right. Since 10,000 years ago, when the 2 ancestors, Sky-Devouring Supreme and Longevity Supreme, suddenly disappeared, the longevity sect experienced a few great changes and started to deteriorate from generation to generation. Many of the martial arts in the scripture depository were also divided by the other sections. We can only blame ourselves for being useless and unable to restore the glory of the ancient times. Nan Gongxian sighed. It doesn't matter. Although there are only 4 levels left, some things still exist. That's enough. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as if he had sensed something. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing in the scripture depository? If you want to cultivate the 7 stars transforming moon sword, I can teach it to you now. With your talent, you might really be able to lead the longevity sect to greatness, no matter how difficult it is. Nan Gongxian was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. I came to the scripture depository to teach you the supreme longevity scripture. The complete longevity supreme scripture is in the scripture depository. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The longevity supreme sutra is in the sutra depository? How could this be? The Supreme Longevity Supreme Sutra was originally on the 9th level of the scripture depository and only the faction leader could enter. Now that the 9th level is gone, how can the Supreme Longevity Supreme Sutra be there? Nan Gongxian's face was filled with disbelief. If I say it's here, it's here. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and his voice was filled with unquestionable dominance. Wait for me outside. With that, Ling Xiao walked into the scripture depository. The first level of the scripture depository was filled with basic lower yellow class martial arts, medicine, and miscellaneous books from the 100 schools of thought. Any disciple could enter. The second level was filled with peerless yellow class martial arts and below. Only inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who had made significant contributions could enter. The third level was filled with peerless black class martial arts and below. Only true disciples and inner sect disciples who had made significant contributions could enter. The fourth level was filled with the most powerful martial arts of the longevity sect, the 7 stars transforming moon sword and the longevity scripture. Without the permission of the faction leader and the elders, no one could cultivate these 2 martial arts. Ling Xiao walked into the scripture depository and went straight to the 4th level without stopping. On the north side of the 4th level, there was a painting. It was a handsome man dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back. His eyebrows pierced the sky and his eyes shone brightly. He had an aura of supremacy. This was just an ordinary painting. It did not seem to have any spiritual energy. There was only a small poem at the bottom right corner. The zither has 50 strings without cause, and each string is a yearning for the past. Xianxia dreams of butterflies, gazing at the emperor's love and yearning for the cuckoo. The moon in the vast sea has tears, the sun in the blue field gives rise to smoke. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time, it was already lost. Ha ha ha. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time, it was already lost. Xianxia, I'm sorry, I'm late. Ling Zhao's face was filled with bitterness. How could he not understand the meaning of this poem? Back then, he had gone to explore the Scarlet Dragon War God's tomb with the Supreme True Dragon. He did not expect that this would be an eternal farewell. Now that 10,000 years had passed, where was Xianxia? Even a Supreme True Warrior could not live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps Xianxia had already turned into a skeleton and turned into dust. Ling Xiao seemed to see a beautiful woman with a haggard face. She was filled with longing for the person in the painting and wrote this poem. What kind of situation was that? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but feel a dull pain in his heart. Gents, I will definitely find you. Even if God took you away from me, I will take you back from him. Wait for me to reach the peak and ascend to the divine realm. I will definitely find you. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His eyes became even sharper. Finally, he pointed his finger in the air, and a bright light shot out from the painting, and a door of light appeared. Ling Xiao stepped in. This was a misty space. The surroundings were chaotic. In front of Ling Xiao floated 2 ancient books that shone with golden light. The heaven-devouring secret skill, the supreme longevity scripture. If people from 10,000 years ago saw them, they would definitely go crazy and fight for them. These 2 ancient books were the peerless martial arts of the sky-devouring supreme and the longevity supreme who had shaken the world 10,000 years ago. The supreme longevity scripture was a supreme martial art that surpassed the heaven class. It was even comparable to the legendary deity class martial arts. As for the devouring sky secret skill, it was even more mysterious and unfathomable. It was even more powerful than the supreme martial arts. This ancient painting was originally drawn by Xianxia for Ling Xiao. In the end, it was refined into a secret treasure by Ling Xiao. It contained the supreme martial arts of the 2 and was waiting for the fated person. Although Ling Xiao had just casually drawn it, even a supreme true warrior would not be able to discover the peculiarity of the ancient painting. They would automatically ignore it and treat it as an ordinary painting. Ling Xiao waved his hand. The 2 ancient books turned into 2 streams of light and merged into Ling Xiao's mind. The supreme martial arts contained the laws of heaven and earth. It could only be successfully cultivated by the true inheritance of a supreme true warrior. Therefore, it was difficult to be stored in an object. It was unlike martial arts below the heaven class that could be recorded in books. The heaven-devouring secret technique is my foundation. I need to condense the heaven-devouring spirit seed as soon as possible to protect myself. My current cultivation is still lacking. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Although he had reached the 9th level of the channel opening realm, his victory over Dang Yalan and Dang Tianda was all due to the purple heaven divine lightning. With Ling Zhao's current battle prowess, he could easily defeat true energy realm experts. However, he was still lacking in the face of spirit transformation realm experts. This Longevity Supreme Sutra is very suitable for Shuiwei's physique. I can pass it on to her. Nangongxian's aptitude is also not bad. If he cultivates the Longevity Supreme Sutra, he should be able to break through to the heaven realm quickly. At that time I will have a powerful ally. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. Although he had the memories of his previous life, it would not be easy for him to return to the peak. He did not underestimate the experts of this world. The road had to be walked step by step. He had to strengthen his foundation in order to go further. The 9th level of the channel opening realm only has 36 meridians connected. The true peak of the ancient era was 360 meridians connected, which is the number of Zhou Tian. If I can obtain the 5-element spiritual bell, not only can I break through to the peak of the channel opening realm, I can also condense the heaven-devouring spirit seed. At that time I will be able to use the various techniques of the heaven-devouring secret technique. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He turned around and left the space, carefully keeping the ancient painting. Although the ancient painting did not have much offensive power, the space inside was very large. It could be used as a storage treasure. Most importantly, it was the only thing left behind by Jin Sei. Walking out of the scripture depository, Ling Xiao threw the Longevity Supreme Sutra to Nangongxian. This is the Longevity Supreme Sutra. It contains the true meaning of the Supreme Sutra's inheritance. I have used it once, but I can still pass it on 3 more times. As for who to pass it on to, I will leave it to the sect leader to decide. Ling Xiao said casually. This is the Longevity Supreme Sutra? Nangongxian received it and was shocked by Ling Xiao's words. His hands trembled and he almost threw the ancient scroll to the ground. He quickly looked around vigilantly and kept it like a treasure. His face was full of shock. It seemed like Ling Xiao had indeed obtained the inheritance of the heaven-devouring supreme. Otherwise, how could he have retrieved the Longevity Supreme Scripture from the scripture depository? Nangongxian didn't feel jealous at all. Instead, he became even more excited and happy. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that in Ling Xiao's hands, the more glorious the Changsun sect would be. It's embarrassing that the leader of the Changsun sect is only at the master realm. Cultivate the Longevity Supreme Scripture well. I believe it won't be long before you reach the celestial realm or even the noble realm. Ling Xiao said. Ha ha ha, with the Longevity Supreme Scripture, I am confident that I can break through to the sky human stage within a year. Ling Xiao, you have performed a great service this time. The sect will reward you greatly. Tell me, what do you want? As long as the sect has it, I will give it all to you. Nangongxian waved his sleeves and laughed heartily. Alright then. Give me 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones for my cultivation, Ling Xiao said casually. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones? Isn't that a little too much? Nangongxian's face was filled with pain. Ling Xiao, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones is the sect's expenditure for a few years. You are only at the channel opening realm. You don't need so many high-grade spirit stones. How about I give you 100,000 high-grade spirit stones first? Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, stingy. 10,000 years ago, the Changsun sect's disciples used spiritual crystals to cultivate. Who still uses spirit stones? Alright, give me 100,000 high-grade spirit stones first. Also, I need the 5 elemental spirit seeds. Do you have any of them? Nangongxian took out 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The ancient painting in Ling Xiao's hand flashed and the spirit stones were stored in it. Nangongxian was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a spatial treasure. 5 elemental spirit seeds, and they are of the highest grade? You are really asking for a lot. Nangongxian said, there are many low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. As for the highest-grade spirit stones, the sect only has 1 drop of Xianyuan heavy water. We don't have any of the other 4. Only 1 drop of Xianyuan heavy water? Although Ling Xiao had expected it, he couldn't help but be disappointed. In order to condense the heaven-devouring spirit seed, he needed the highest-grade spirit stones of all 5 elements. Only then could he use the heaven-devouring secret skill to condense them. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to collect all of them. However, I know that there is news of a chaos golden lotus flame in the Demon Beast Mountain range. Xian said. Chaos golden lotus flame? That is the highest grade spirit fire of heaven and earth. Very good, tell me where it is. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He was a little excited. The primordial chaos golden lotus flame is in the demonic beast mountain range. It's extremely dangerous. If you go alone, your cultivation is still too weak. How about I get an elder to help you get it? Xian said worriedly. It's okay. I can go to the demon beast mountain range to train. I don't need anyone to accompany me. You just need to tell me where it is. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so insistent, Xian could only tell him the location. After leaving the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, a deacon led Ling Xiao to the residence of the saint. As the saint of the Xianxia sect, his status was higher than the elders. The place he lived in was naturally extraordinary. However, Ling Xiao didn't like those tall palaces. Instead, he chose a place with a waterfall, a lake, and a bamboo forest in the Xianxia sect to build a bamboo house. The deacon of the Xianxia sect didn't dare to delay. In just half a day, the bamboo house was completed. The bamboo house was named Jin's Pavilion by Ling Xiao. Other than Ling Xiao himself, no one else knew the meaning of Jin's Pavilion. The confused servant girl, Shui Wei, still couldn't believe that her young master had become the saint of the Xianxia sect in such a short time. Young master, am I dreaming? Shui Wei looked at the beautiful bamboo house in front of her. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her big eyes were filled with disbelief. This isn't a dream, Shui Wei. From now on, I am the saint of the Xianxia sect. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Ling Xiao patted Shui Wei's head lovingly. Young master is so amazing. Shui Wei's eyes were filled with admiration. Young master, I want to cultivate too. This way, I will be able to protect young master in the future. I won't be like before when young master was bullied and couldn't do anything. The little girl stretched out her tender little fist and said in a low voice. Shui Wei, cultivating requires a lot of suffering. It might even be life-threatening. The cruelty of this world is beyond your imagination. Are you still willing to cultivate? Ling Xiao smiled. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of suffering or danger. As long as I can protect young master, I'm not afraid of anything. Shui Wei's eyes revealed a trace of determination. Alright, since that's the case, I'll impart the Longevity Supreme Sutra to you. After Ling Xiao imparted the Longevity Supreme Scripture to Shui Wei, he took out 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array for Shui Wei to increase her cultivation speed by 10 times. Then, he left Jin's pavilion and prepared to go to the demonic beast mountain range to look for the chaos golden lotus fire. Shui Wei's talent was unexpectedly good, and it seemed to contain some kind of strange bloodline. However, Shui Wei was not cultivating now, so Ling Xiao could not tell. Ling Xiao felt that Shui Wei's bloodline was not ordinary. Perhaps when he returned from the demonic beast mountain range, Shui Wei's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. Greetings, Saint. Greetings, Saint. On the way down the mountain, many disciples bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao when they saw him, their faces filled with reverence. Ling Xiao also smiled and nodded. He left Longevity Mountain and headed towards the demonic beast mountain range in the north. The demonic beast mountain range was located at the back of the Longevity Mountain. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was a wild forest. The mountains were majestic and towered into the clouds. There were many powerful demonic beasts and many natural treasures. Many martial artists liked to come here to temper themselves. In fact, 10,000 years ago, the demonic beast mountain range was called the Longevity Mountain Range. The land within 10,000 miles was the Longevity sect's mountain gate. At that time, the sect had millions of disciples and experts. There were floating mountains, palaces, and pavilions everywhere. It was covered by thousands of auspicious lights. However, 10,000 years had passed and everything had changed. The Longevity sect was so weak that they could only hide on a mountain. The Longevity Mountain Range had become a paradise for demonic beasts. Of the 3 spiritual mountains that were filled with spiritual energy, only the Longevity Mountain was still in the hands of the Longevity sect. The other two spiritual mountains were occupied by the all-pleasure sect and the demonic palace. When I reach the peak, I will take back everything that the longevity sect has lost. Ling Xiao strolled forward with a sharp glint in his eyes. I wonder if the Purple Moon Lake is still there. Back then, Jin's loved that place the most. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. There seemed to be traces of purple energy lingering there. After so many years, Ling Xiao could not be sure if the Purple Moon Lake was still there. Let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao increased his speed. With a tap of his foot, he took a few steps forward and headed in the direction of his memory. The surrounding forest became denser and denser, and a faint sense of danger came. Roar, a whistling sound suddenly rang out, followed by a violent gale. A huge black shadow rushed out from the forest, opening its bloody mouth to swallow Ling Xiao. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he abruptly threw out a punch. The ferocious fist force produced an explosive sound in the void. Boom, with a muffled sound, Ling Xiao's figure did not move, but that huge black shadow was sent flying by Ling Xiao. It was a demonic beast that was as tall as a human. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and it had a tiger-like head with sharp horns. Its bloodthirsty eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. First-rank demonic beast, armored tiger. A rank 1 demonic beast was comparable to a meridian opening stage demonic beast. Furthermore, from the aura of this armored tiger, it had already reached the peak of rank 1. It was only a sliver away from breaking through to rank 2. Furthermore, the iron-armored tiger's armor was extremely sturdy. Even a true Qi realm expert would find it difficult to break through its defense, let alone a meridian opening realm expert. It had thought that Ling Xiao was a soft persimmon, but it did not expect to kick an iron plate. The armored tiger seemed to have sensed that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. After glaring at Ling Xiao for a moment, it actually turned around to flee. Want to run? Die for me. Ling Xiao chuckled. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind the armored tiger. Then, he threw out another ferocious punch at it. This was the small Vajra fist, but in Ling Xiao's hands, it displayed an incomparably powerful strength. Rumble, Ling Xiao's fists rained down upon the iron tiger's body, each punch containing explosive power. With the longevity steps, Ling Xiao's figure became like a ghost and the iron tiger simply had nowhere to run. In the end, Ling Xiao smashed apart all the scales on its body and killed it on the spot. This feeling of punching flesh is really good. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Although he had the memories of his previous life, this body was still too weak. If he wanted to recover his powerful combat strength, he would need to temper himself through actual combat. This demonic beast mountain range was an excellent training ground. Just like that, Ling Xiao swaggered forward through the demonic beast mountain range. In the dozens of miles, he had killed a large number of level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts, and his body was gradually filled with killing intent. When Ling Xiao gradually walked out of the dense forest, a beautiful valley appeared in front of him. In the middle of the valley, there was a small purple lake that looked like a purple crescent moon. It was very beautiful. The Purple Moon Lake is still here? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. The Purple Moon Lake was located between 3 mountain peaks, and its location was very hidden. Ordinary people would have a hard time discovering it, but the scenery in the valley was very beautiful. Around the Purple Moon Lake was a sea of lavender flowers, emitting a rich fragrance. In the distance, there was a waterfall, and the flowing water gathered in the Purple Moon Lake. It was very clear. The reason why the Purple Moon Lake's water was purple was because there was a type of purple blood spirit stone at the bottom of the Purple Moon Lake. It emitted dense purple qi, and was very precious. Moreover, it could improve one's physique, cleanse one's meridians, and transform one's bones. Ling Xiao did not expect the Purple Moon Lake to be so well preserved after 10,000 years. Today's people do not see the ancient moon, but today's moon shines on the ancient people. Xianxia, are you okay? Ling Xiao stood by the Purple Moon Lake, looking at the surrounding lavender flowers, and a faint sadness appeared in his eyes. Splash, suddenly, the lake water splashed, and a naked woman rushed out. Her perfect body was as white as mutton fat, and it emitted a bright luster under the sun. Ling Xiao was stunned. He had to admit that this woman was very perfect. Her beautiful black hair was like satin, and her face was incomparably exquisite. Cherry lips, beautiful big eyes, and a flawless face, she was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The most important thing was that she was completely naked. Her chest was tall and straight, and her figure was graceful. Her slender waist was small, and her legs were straight and slender. A black forest could be faintly seen. The woman was also stunned, but she reacted in an instant. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes were filled with anger. A light flashed in her hand, and a red dress appeared on her body, blocking the limitless scenery. "Have you seen enough?" A voice suppressed with anger sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Xiao subconsciously said, "No." However, he immediately realized that something was wrong. When he raised his head, the woman's face was covered with a layer of murderous intent. "Pervert, I'll kill you." What a fierce girl, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He let out a bitter laugh, but he didn't dare to be careless. He executed the longevity steps and moved a few feet to the side. Boom! At Ling Zhao's original position, a huge mountain rock mixed with a patch of lavender was smashed into pieces by the sword light. A strong gust of wind surged, its power unparalleled. "She's already at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm? This chick is really talented." Ling Xiao praised in his heart. The girl before him was only 17 or 18 years old, but she was already half a step into the Dragon Tiger realm. One had to know that the elders of the longevity sect were only at the Dragon Tiger realm. "Miss, I didn't know there was someone in the Purple Moon Lake." "I didn't see anything." "Why must you be so aggressive?" Ling Xiao let out a bitter laugh. He knew that he was in the wrong, but he still tried to explain himself. "The Purple Moon Lake is so hidden." "How did you find this place?" "You saw something you shouldn't have." "I can let you live, but you have to leave your eyes behind," the girl in red said with a fierce expression. Swish, a blue longsword appeared in the hand of the woman in the red dress. It emitted a dense spiritual light and shot towards Ling Zhao's eyes like a stream of light. The sword light was resplendent like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. A bright star flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was originally furious. He thought that this girl was so unreasonable. But after seeing her sword, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but blurt out. 7 stars transforming moonsword? You're from the longevity sect? The girl in red's eyes flashed and the sword in her hand paused. She coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You know about the 7 stars transforming moonsword? You're also from the longevity sect?" "That's right, I'm also a disciple of the longevity sect." Ling Zhao's eyes lit up and he quickly said. The girl in red was about to go berserk. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. She wasn't someone that Ling Xiao could resist. So if he could save himself some trouble, he wasn't willing to make a move. "A disciple of the longevity sect? What are you trying to do by following me here? I won't let you off." He didn't expect the girl in red to be even angrier. She raised her sword and chased after Ling Xiao, but her killing intent had weakened a lot. Holy shit, Ling Xiao felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping through his heart. He didn't expect that after he introduced himself, this little girl would become even more unreasonable and firmly believe that Ling Xiao had ulterior motives. Ling Xiao's feet moved, and his entire body flew backward at high speed. "Where are you going?" The red-dressed woman's eyes flashed, and she raised her sword to chase after him. Longevity sect's disciple? And he even knew the 7 stars transform moonsword? To reach the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm at such a young age, she should be Nangong Xian's daughter, the eldest senior sister of the longevity sect, Nangong Qing. Ling Xiao had already guessed the identity of the woman in the red dress as he dashed forward. The 7 stars transforming moon sword technique was an earth-grade lower-grade martial art. Furthermore, Nan Gongqing's attainments in it were not shallow. If it was in his previous life, Ling Xiao would not have cared. However, he was only in the channel opening realm now. Naturally, he was not Nan Gongqing's opponent. Since he couldn't win, he could only run. Although the longevity steps was only a high-grade yellow-tier martial art, the longevity steps, longevity sword and longevity fist were the foundational martial arts of the longevity sect. If one could comprehend the concept of longevity, they would be able to unleash a great deal of power. Ling Xiao was naturally familiar with these three martial arts, and he easily comprehended the concept of longevity. His longevity steps were displayed to the extreme, and each step he took covered dozens of feet. He was elegant and unrestrained, like flowing clouds. Soon, the distance between him and Nangongqing was widened. Nangongqing's face was originally filled with shame and anger, but the more she chased after him, the more shocked she became. She could tell that Ling Xiao had comprehended the concept of longevity and that his longevity steps had reached the peak of perfection. Even her peerless profound grade martial art, flowing cloud arrow steps, could not catch up to him. Who was this person? When did such a genius appear in the longevity sect? Stop right there. Nangongqing gritted her teeth and shouted. Her heart was filled with curiosity, and she wanted to know Ling Xiao's origin. However, Ling Xiao did not stop after she shouted. He quickly widened the distance between them, and only a shadow could be seen as he escaped from the valley. Bastard, I will definitely catch you. As long as you are still in the longevity sect, you will not be able to escape from this great ant's palm. Nangongqing stomped her feet, and her face was filled with hatred. Only then did she unwillingly stop. Ling Xiao escaped from the valley and ran for dozens of miles into the demonic beast mountain range before he stopped to catch his breath. What a valiant little girl, but this little girl's figure is really good. It's better to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get beaten up by Nangongqing, how can I continue to live in this sect? Ling Xiao smacked his lips and shook his head with a wry smile. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already hundreds of miles into the demonic beast mountain range. He could be considered to have walked out of the outer area, and this place had become even quieter. However, Ling Xiao could feel a faint sense of danger from the surrounding forest. In this area, rank 2 demonic beasts were already very common. There were also rank 3 demonic beasts that were comparable to the spirit transformation realm appearing. If it was an early rank 3 demonic beast, Ling Xiao could barely deal with it. However, if it was a mid or late rank 3 demonic beast, or even a peak rank 3 demonic beast, Ling Xiao could only run away. Fortunately, according to the map given by Nangongxian, the area where the primordial chaos golden lotus fire is located is not far from here. It's only a few dozen miles away. Ling Xiao took out the map, looked at the surrounding terrain, and continued to move forward. Roar, a dull roar came from the forest in front of him. Ling Xiao's ears twitched as he heard a faint sound of fighting. This is the breath of the Xianmu red snake? And judging from the breath, it is only a rank 2 demonic beast. It should be a young snake. Ling Xiao sniffed with his nose and suddenly his eyes lit up. The Xianmu red snake was not an ordinary demonic beast. It was an ancient variant. An adult Xianmu red snake was comparable to a noble realm expert. It was very terrifying. The most important thing was that the snake gall in the body of the Xianmu red snake was a supreme spiritual item. With some spiritual medicine, it could be refined into the Xianmu pill. The Xianmu pill was a top-grade spiritual pill. It contained a trace of Xianmu qi and could expand the dantian by 10 times. It was very precious. 10,000 years ago, every time the Xianmu pill appeared, it would be auctioned for a sky-high price. It was fought over by the major families and holy lands to cultivate the younger generation of genius disciples. It was precisely because of the preciousness of the Xianmu pill that the Xianmu red snake was almost extinct 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao did not expect to encounter one today. This was a great opportunity, he must get it. When I break through to the Zhenqi realm, I will take the Xianmu pill and I will definitely open up the most perfect dantian qi si. Boom, a huge ancient tree was smashed in half. Leaves and branches flew in all directions. A 3-foot-long red snake slithered out and whipped out its huge tail, sending a black-clothed young man flying. The black-clothed young man was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura became extremely weak. The red snake's body was covered with strange patterns. There was a sarcoma on the top of its head. Its eyes were like blood moons, and it opened its bloody mouth to devour. Big brother! Not far away, an honest-looking young man and a beautiful woman in a red dress suddenly had red eyes. They roared and rushed toward the red snake without caring about anything else. Leave quickly, don't worry about me. The black-clothed young man roared. He stood up and picked up the long sword on the ground. Xiantian true chi erupted from his body and suddenly stabbed toward the red snake's eyes. This sword was filled with a tragic aura. Even if the red snake's eyes were blinded, the black-clothed young man would not be able to survive. The red snake's eyes actually revealed a trace of human-like playfulness. Then, it spat out a red light from its mouth, which suddenly hit the long sword. Crack, the long sword actually exploded. The black-clothed young man spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was filled with despair. Boom, at this moment, an unparalleled fierce fist aura came across the sky and directly hit the red snake's head like a meteor. The red snake hissed miserably. Its huge body was actually blasted dozens of feet away by this punch. It suddenly smashed into a huge mountain rock in the distance. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." The black-clothed young man originally thought that he was going to die. He did not expect that a savior would come at the critical moment. He opened his eyes and saw a handsome young man in front of him. He hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. "Thank you, young master." The honest-looking young man and the beautiful woman also thanked Ling Xiao with a face full of gratitude. However, when the black-clothed young man saw through Ling Xiao's cultivation, his expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Young master, let's leave this place quickly. Although this beast seems to be only a rank 2 demonic beast, it's harder to deal with than a rank 2 demonic beast." The black-clothed youth was at the 6th level of the true energy realm, while the simple and honest youth and the pretty girl were at the 3rd level of the true energy realm. Even if the three of them worked together, they would still not be a match for the Dark Mother Scarlet Snake. Ling Xiao, who was only at the 9th level of the channel opening stage, would only be throwing his life away. The black-clothed youth estimated that only a spirit transformation stage cultivator would be able to kill this Xianmu Scarlet Snake. "It's too late." Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the Xianmu Scarlet Snake had already stood up. Her ferocious snake head was held high, and her eyes were blood red. Her entire body was emitting a cold baleful qi, completely locking onto Ling Xiao and the other three. Feeling this despairing aura, the black-clothed young man and the other two instantly turned pale. "We're done for. This red snake is extremely fast. If we had a chance to escape just now, I'm afraid we'll all be buried in the snake's belly. We've implicated the young master," the black-clothed youth said in a daze. His entire body was devoid of battle intent. "Damn it, how can this snake demon be so terrifying? It's only a rank 2 demonic beast, but it has the battle prowess of a rank 2 demonic beast." The simple and honest youth's face was filled with unwillingness. "It's not an ordinary snake demon. However, I'm afraid this evil beast doesn't have the appetite to be buried in the snake's belly," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from his eyes. Boom, facing the Xianmu Scarlet Snake, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. He executed the longevity steps, and his entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he punched towards the Xianmu Scarlet Snake. "Young master, don't!" the black-clothed youth exclaimed. He wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but it was too late. His face revealed an incomparably anxious expression. "This red snake is too powerful. I'm afraid the young master is no match for it. Why don't we attack together and save the young master?" Although the pretty girl's face was pale, she still spoke with determination. "All right. Wait for my command, let's attack together." The black-clothed youth gritted his teeth, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. A powerful battle intent began to emanate from his body. The Xianmu Scarlet Snake seemed to be prepared for Ling Xiao's attack. Suddenly, a black ray of light shot out from its mouth towards Ling Xiao. This was the venom of the Xianmu Scarlet Snake. If one was hit by it, they would turn into pus in a short time. The speed of the poisonous arrow was extremely fast. Seeing that it was about to hit Ling Xiao's expression did not change. His body suddenly twisted in the void, and in an incredible angle, he moved one foot in the air. Then, an unparalleled fist radiance landed on the Xianmu Scarlet Snake's body. Boom, Ling Xiao's fist seemed to have condensed the void into one, and an incomparably terrifying force erupted, and directly blasted the Xianmu Scarlet Snake away. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Now that he had succeeded, he did not hesitate at all. He displayed a set of small King Kong fists, which was fierce and overbearing. The fist radiance was resplendent, shaking the air, and left behind a series of afterimages in the void. All of the attacks landed on the Xianmu scarlet snake's body, causing it to hiss miserably. Boom, the Xianmu scarlet snake's huge tail slammed down, but Ling Xiao easily dodged it. A huge mountain rock was smashed into pieces by the tail. The Xianmu scarlet snake seemed to have gone mad, attacking everywhere, spitting venom from its mouth, and lashing out its tail in all directions. However, there was no way for it to catch Ling Xiao's figure. Rumble, the earth trembled, and the surrounding branches and leaves of the ancient trees flew in all directions. The black-clothed youth and the other two were stunned. How is this possible? The honest-looking youth's face was filled with disbelief. Young Master is only at level 9 of the channel opening realm, but he is able to erupt with such terrifying combat strength. Could it be that he is a genius disciple of a big sect? The black-clothed youth's eyes were filled with excitement, and his originally worried heart gradually calmed down. Big brother, he is from the Xianxia sect. The pretty girl's beautiful eyes glowed, and she said softly. What? The black-clothed youth and the honest-looking youth were shocked, revealing a look of shock. This young master cultivates the lesser Vajra fist, a black-level upper-level martial art. Only true disciples can cultivate it. I have seen senior brother Deng Yalan of the Law Enforcement Hall use the lesser Vajra fist. In terms of power, he is slightly stronger than young master, but in terms of subtlety, he is inferior. The pretty girl explained. True disciple? But he is only at the channel opening realm, how could he be a true disciple? Moreover, we know the dozens of true disciples in the Xianxia sect, but we have never seen this young master before. The black-clothed youth's eyes revealed a look of doubt. Just as the three of them were talking, the Xianmu scarlet snake had already shown signs of defeat in the hands of Ling Xiao. Its attacks had also weakened, and even its blood-red eyes revealed a trace of fear. It seemed to know how terrifying Ling Xiao was, and it turned its head, wanting to escape into the depths of the forest. Want to leave? It's better for you to stay. Ling Xiao's feet shook, and the broken sword that was stuck in the ground fell into his hands. Then, a bright sword light flashed, and the broken sword flew towards the Xianmu scarlet snake like a meteor. This sword was like a flying immortal, stunning beyond compare, and made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Puff, a blood light flashed, and the broken sword directly pierced through the Xianmu scarlet snake's head, ruthlessly nailing it to a tree in the distance. That giant red snake is dead, just like that? The honest-looking young man could not believe his eyes and was dumbfounded. The black-clothed young man's eyes were also filled with shock, and his gaze towards Ling Xiao revealed a trace of reverence. This kind of talent was simply abnormal. Being able to kill a second-stage peak demonic beast that was comparable to the 9th stage of the true energy realm at the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm, even Nangong Qing, who had the strongest talent in the longevity sect, had not achieved such a feat when she was at the meridian opening realm. Who was this mysterious young man who knew the Vajra fist? Big brother, the last move that the young man used seemed to be the Xianxia swordsmanship. The pretty girl said with bright eyes. Xianxia swordsmanship? How is that possible? The black-clothed young man's face revealed a trace of disbelief. The longevity swordsmanship is only a basic martial art. Even if it is cultivated to perfection, it will only have the power of a superior grade yellow class martial art. The sword technique that this young master used just now was like a meteor from outer space. It was unstoppable. I think it is at least a superior grade black class martial art, or even a superior grade black class martial art. Big brother, it is the Xianxia swordsmanship. Because the young man has cultivated sword essence. The pretty girl was so excited that her face was red, but she said firmly. Sword essence? The young man in black and the honest-looking young man looked at each other. They were shocked and numb. After all, they had suffered a huge blow today. Artistic conception was the domain of the top geniuses. Ordinary people could only dream of it. When Ling Xiao heard the conversation between the three of them, he smiled. From the moment he saved the three of them, he could tell that the three of them were disciples of the longevity sect. Otherwise, he could have waited for the Dark Mother Scarlet Snake to kill the three of them before he made his move. May I ask if the young man is a disciple of Xianxia sect? The pretty girl asked carefully. That's right. Ling Xiao smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Are you really a disciple of Xianxia sect? Senior brother, with your talent, you must be a pro-disciple, right? We are grateful for your help. This is my big brother, Lu Chuanxiong. This is my little brother, Gu Zhong. I am Wang Han. Nice to meet you, senior brother. The pretty girl pointed at the young man in black and the honest-looking young man. The three of them were surprised and bowed to Ling Xiao. My name is Ling Xiao. As for my identity, you will know when you return to Xianxia sect. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not explain further. I only need the gallbladder of this big snake. The other things are useless to me. You can take them all. Wang Chuanxiong was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand and said, if it weren't for senior brother, the three of us would have been buried in the snake's stomach long ago. How could we dare to have extravagant hopes for this demonic beast? This demonic beast is senior brother's prey. We are willing to help senior brother carry it back to the longevity sect. Ling Xiao took a closer look at Wang Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han. He found that their eyes were pure, without any distracting thoughts. He nodded in his heart. Ling Xiao took out a dagger and cut open the Xianmu scarlet snake's abdomen. From within, he took out a shiny golden snake gall. Not only did it not have the smell of a snake, it even emitted a faint fragrance. Ling Xiao carefully placed the snake gallbladder into a jade box and put it away. You guys can take the dark mother scarlet snake back, I don't need it. The three of you are very good. I see that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. If you want to break through and become a true disciple, then come to the Jin's Pavilion to find me. Remember, you only have one chance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his intention to recruit them was obvious. Wang Chuanxiong and the other two knew how to be grateful. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their performance in front of the treasure, and their aptitude was not bad. Ling Xiao was alone now, so he had the intention to recruit the three of them. However, it was up to the three of them to decide. Wang Chuanxiong and the other two were also stunned. They understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Although Ling Xiao's talent was shocking, he was only at the 9th level of the channel opening realm. It was hard for them to accept submitting to him. Thank you senior brother for your generous gift, we will consider it carefully. Wang Chuanxiong said respectfully. Ling Xiao nodded. His gaze swept across the three of them, then he turned and left. Big brother, did senior brother Ling Xiao want to recruit us? Why didn't you agree? Gu Zhong was simple and honest, but he was not stupid. After Ling Xiao left, he asked doubtfully. Wang Han sighed and explained, Big brother is still too cautious. If we immediately expressed our submission just now, senior brother Ling Xiao would have a lot more points in his heart. However, Big brother did the right thing. After all, we still don't know him. Well. Wang Chuanxiong also nodded and said, that's right. If he wants us to submit, just this alone is not enough. This senior brother Ling Xiao's identity is too mysterious. Wait until we return to the sect to inquire before making a decision. It wasn't easy for the three of us to support him all the way until now. Even if we want to submit, we have to submit to someone who is truly worth following. The three of them discussed for a while, then carried the huge profound mother scarlet snake and left this place. After obtaining the profound mother scarlet snake gallbladder, Ling Xiao's heart finally settled down. Without further delay, he headed towards the direction of the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire. Although he encountered many Tier 2 and even Tier 3 demonic beasts along the way, Ling Xiao carefully avoided all of them. After all, obtaining the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire was the top priority. A few hours later, when Ling Xiao passed through this dense forest and over a mountain peak, he arrived at a very ordinary-looking valley. This valley was mostly bare large rocks. There were only a few dozen trees that looked charred black. There were no leaves, only bare branches. But it was such a valley. After Ling Xiao walked in, he very keenly sensed that the temperature in the valley started to rise. This is the aura of a heaven and earth spirit fire? Ling Xiao's nose sniffed lightly, and his eyes lit up. But heaven and earth spirit fires are generally guarded by powerful demonic beasts. I wonder what demonic beast is here? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. If it was an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast, he could still deal with it. If it exceeded early-stage Tier 3, he could only flee at the sight of it. Lingxiao carefully walked into the valley. His footsteps were light and did not make the slightest sound. When he circled around a large blue stone and stealthily looked into the depths of the valley, Lingxiao's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light. In the depths of the valley, a toad-like demonic beast that was completely red all over and covered in red bumps was lying on a rock. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was wide open. On top of its head was a flame that resembled a golden lotus. It was swallowing and spitting out the golden lotus. Wisps of golden mist were swallowed into its stomach, and the surroundings were filled with dense mist. It was very mysterious. Thousand-year scarlet toad. After seeing the toad, Lingxiao immediately recognized its origin. Lingxiao's brows furrowed slightly. The vermilion toad was a very strange demonic beast. Its cultivation was very slow. Just like this thousand-year vermilion toad in front of him, it was only an early-stage Tier 3 demonic beast. However, the vermilion toad was a treasure-seeking spirit beast. It could investigate the earth, mountains, spirit stone veins, natural treasures, and ancient tombs. It was very magical and its speed was extremely fast. Even a Grandmaster Realm expert would find it difficult to catch an early-stage Tier 3000-year vermilion toad. This Chaos Golden Lotus flame had obviously become the thousand-year vermilion toad's stomach. The thousand-year vermilion toad was absorbing the pure elemental energy of the Chaos Golden Lotus flame to cultivate. If they were to act rashly and alert the thousand-year vermilion toad and let it escape, it would be difficult to capture it again. It will take some effort to catch this thousand-year vermilion toad. Lingxiao's eyes shone brightly as he slowly retreated from the valley. Soul-anchoring grass, withered tree fruit, bewildering flower, Lingxiao easily found a few types of spirit herbs that he needed around the valley. These spirit herbs were the thousand-year vermilion toad's favorite and were also its half-grown spirit herbs. As long as the thousand-year vermilion toad was around, these spirit herbs would exist. Lingxiao found a small swamp not far away from the valley. After fiddling for a while, he set up a trap and restored the swamp to its original state. Finally, those spirit herbs were mashed into medicinal paste by Lingxiao with a special technique and then dried to make a few dark gold incense sticks. Everything is ready. Only the thousand-year vermilion toad is left. Lingxiao heaved a sigh of relief as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. These dark gold incense sticks were called golden dragon saliva. They were refined by Lingxiao with a special technique and had a fatal attraction to the vermilion toad. If things went smoothly, Lingxiao would be able to capture the vermilion toad alive when it entered the swamp. The swamp was about 5 miles away from the valley. Lingxiao buried the golden dragon saliva evenly along the way and lit them all up. The golden dragon saliva gave off a faint fragrance that made one feel refreshed. Lingxiao hid beside the swamp and stared fixedly in the direction of the golden dragon saliva. This time, not only did he want to obtain the Chaos Golden Lotus flame, but he also wanted to capture this thousand-year vermilion toad. As expected, there was some movement after half the time it took for an incense stick to burn. In the distance, the thousand-year scarlet toad appeared. Like a red lightning bolt, it swallowed the golden dragon saliva in an instant. Its blood-red eyes revealed a trace of human-like intoxication. Finally, it stared at the golden dragon saliva in the swamp. The golden dragon saliva exuded a strange fragrance that glistened under the sunlight, as if it had a fatal attraction to the thousand-year red toad. He's here. Lingxiao thought to himself, his eyes unblinking. Whoosh, an afterimage flashed by, and a 1,000-year vermilion toad instantly rushed to the center of the swamp, and then it coiled its long tongue in an attempt to swallow the golden dragon saliva. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, the golden dragon saliva suddenly exploded and splashed black sludge all over the thousand-year scarlet toad's body. The thousand-year scarlet toad quivered and wanted to escape. But it was too late. In the mud, there seemed to be many fine threads that tightly wrapped around the thousand-year scarlet toad. The more it struggled, the tighter the threads became. Boom, the thousand-year scarlet toad seemed to be enraged and suddenly spat out a golden flame from its mouth. The surrounding mud floated down, and the threads on its body also showed signs of melting. As expected of the thousand-year scarlet toad, its natal true fire is truly terrifying. Ling Xiao praised in his heart, but he did not panic. A black net of vines flew out of the swamp and directly enveloped the scarlet toad. Rumble, the 1,000-year scarlet toad completely went berserk. A golden lotus flower spat out of its mouth and burned the net of vines around it. Although the net of vines was made by Ling Xiao using an extremely sturdy fireproof spirit wood, it actually began to break under the burning of the chaos golden lotus fire at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let's see where you can escape to now. Ling Xiao laughed. He was only one step away from the 1,000-year scarlet toad and a chaos golden lotus fire becoming his. Whoosh, several more black vine webs shot out from the mud. Like wrapping dumplings, they tightly bound the 1,000-year red toad. Ling Xiao came across the sky, and a spiritual light flickered on his finger as if there were countless runes flickering. In an instant, the chaos golden lotus fire was pulled over. Ling Xiao's move was the treasure-collecting technique of the heaven-devouring mystic skill. He snatched the chaos golden lotus fire from the 1,000-year scarlet toad's mouth and succeeded in an instant. Croak, the 1,000-year scarlet toad saw the chaos golden lotus fire in Ling Xiao's hands, and its eyes were filled with anger. It let out a loud cry and glared at Ling Xiao. However, the more it struggled, the tighter it was bound. Without the chaos golden lotus fire, there was no way it could break the black vines with just the flame in its mouth. Be obedient and float around me, so that you won't suffer more physical pain. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 1,000-year scarlet toad seemed to understand Ling Xiao's words, and the hatred in its eyes became more intense as it croaked non-stop. It's actually a heaven and earth spirit fire? I've struck it rich this time. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out. A few figures walked out from the dense forest in the distance. The one in the lead was a young man with an arrogant face. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and had a handsome face. At this moment, he was staring at the chaos golden lotus fire in Ling Xiao's hands with glowing eyes. Kid, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit fire in your hands to me, then kneel down and break one of your arms. I can spare your life. The young man's gaze lingered on the chaos golden lotus fire for a long time before he reluctantly retracted it and stared at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly. Who are you? Are you trying to take it by force? Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain the chaos golden lotus fire, and in the blink of an eye, someone had come knocking on his door. Kid, our young master is Ma Jun, the son of the 7th elder of the Hehuan sect. If you know what's good for you, quickly hand it over. Otherwise, if you make our young master unhappy, you will die without a burial ground. The few youths beside the young man also looked at Ling Xiao with arrogance. They could all see that Ling Xiao was only at the channel opening realm, while they were all at the true energy realm. They were all inner disciples of the Hehuan sect. Ma Jun had reached the 9th level of the true energy realm and was a genius of the Hehuan sect. This time, he was looking for an opportunity to enter the spirit transformation realm. If Ma Jun could refine the chaos golden lotus fire, he might be able to enter the spirit transformation realm and become a true disciple. Thinking of this, the greed on Ma Jun's face became even stronger. A disciple of the Hehuan sect? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. The Hehuan sect, the demonic palace, and the everlasting sect were the same. They were the 3 big sects within 1,000 miles. The Hehuan sect had a good relationship with the demonic palace. Normally, they would suppress the everlasting sect and kill many of their disciples. When the disciples of the 2 sects met, they would almost always draw their swords. In recent years, there were signs that the situation had become more and more intense. However, the everlasting sect was at the bottom of the 3 big sections. Many of their disciples had died at the hands of the Hehuan sect's disciples. In the eyes of the Hehuan sect's disciples, Ling Xiao was stunned. They all thought that Ling Xiao was afraid, and the arrogance in their eyes became even stronger. Kid, are you afraid? Looking at your aura, you shouldn't be from the demonic palace. Could it be that you're from the everlasting sect? Hee, young master, capture this kid and make him a medicine slave like the disciples of the everlasting sect. The elders will definitely like him. Medicine slaves? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Medicine slaves were slaves used to test medicine. Not only did they have no status, but they also had a miserable ending. Most of the time, they would beg for death. Ling Xiao was furious when he heard that the disciples of the Xianxia sect were captured and sent to the Hehuan sect to be medicine slaves. He smiled faintly and said, "So you are the disciples of the Hehuan sect? If that's the case, then please die." Boom, as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he struck out like a thunderclap. The energy around him exploded like thunder, and the Vajra fist immediately enveloped the Hehuan sect disciples. This move was like a thunderclap that shook the 9 heavens. The void was filled with the sound of thunder. "Brat, you're courting death." The Hehuan sect disciples' faces changed. They did not expect Ling Xiao, a mere channel-opening realm martial artist, to attack them. Immediately, a disciple of the 3rd level of the true energy realm struck out with his palm. The other disciples also looked at Ling Xiao with sneers on their faces, as if they were looking at a dead man. Crack, the fist and palm collided. Ling Xiao's body did not move an inch, like a mountain. On the other hand, the Hehuan sect disciple on the other side cried out miserably as his arm was shattered by Ling Xiao. How could a disciple of the 3rd level of the true energy realm withstand Ling Xiao, who had already cultivated fist intent? In just one round, the Hehuan sect disciple was severely injured. "How dare you?" Ma Jun was shocked and angry. He pulled out a long sword from his back and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Wishful sword technique, a low-grade profound level martial art. Ma Jun had already cultivated this sword technique to the minor accomplishment realm. When he used it, cold light flashed, and the sword chi moved unhindered. It was quite powerful. However, Ling Xiao could tell that there were at least 5 or 6 flaws in this sword technique. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's feet moved. His entire body was like a true immortal, free and at ease. He easily dodged Ma Jun's attack. His casual palm landed on the longsword. Several layers of hidden energy vibrated, causing Ma Jun's arm to go numb. The longsword almost fell to the ground. Ma Jun was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the channel opening realm. There was a huge gap between them, but their exchange made Ma Jun feel extremely sullen. "Die, brat." Ma Jun's sword flashed, and actually changed into a sword technique. Shwa, 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 cold light flashed, and like a violent storm, it enveloped Ling Xiao. It was the Tempest Sword formula, a mid-grade profound tier martial technique. With the support of Ma Jun's formidable primary energy, it enveloped a radius of several zhang, completely cutting off the space available for the longevity steps. "Let's see how you're going to dodge," Ma Jun thought viciously. The disciples of the Hehuan sect have a decent cultivation base, but their martial Dao is simply stupid. Ling Xiao shook his head. Ma Jun's sword Spell of the Gale was just a beginner's level, and there were more flaws in it. It was even worse than the wishful sword art. Bang, Ling Xiao found an opening and knocked the sword out of Ma Jun's hand with a palm strike. Then, he kicked Ma Jun's abdomen, sending him flying over 100 feet and crashing into the ground in the distance. Puff, Ma Jun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ling Xiao with resentment and roared, "Everyone, kill this brat." Hearing this, the other disciples of the Hehuan sect roared and charged at Ling Xiao. They could all see that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with, so they did not dare to relax. All of them exerted their full strength and charged at Ling Xiao. The martial techniques of the Hehuan sect tended to be small, exquisite, and elegant. However, these disciples did not cultivate them to perfection, so they were full of flaws. Ling Xiao did not spend much effort to severely injure them. Boom, at that moment, a white powder in Ma Jun's hand suddenly scattered toward Ling Xiao. It contained a strange fragrance that made people feel dizzy. Poison? Cold light glinted across Ling Xiao's eyes and he utilized the longevity steps to instantly dodge the attack. At the same time, he sent a slap at Ma Jun's face, causing half of his face to swell up. Blood and teeth flew out. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao was really angry. He charged at Ma Junyu. "Don't come over. My father is elder chi of the Hehuan sect. If you kill me, my father will not let you go." Looking at Ling Xiao's murderous eyes, Ma Jun's heart trembled. His eyes were filled with fear, and he shouted fiercely. "So what if you're elder chi of the Hehuan sect? It won't be long before I have the whole Hehuan sect accompany you." Ling Xiao said coldly. He directly crushed Ma Jun's neck. Ma Jun's eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and regret. His spirit gradually faded, and he fell to the ground, dead. You killed young Master Ma Jun? The seventh elder will not let you go. Go back and report to the seventh elder. The remaining disciples of the Hehuan sect showed disbelief in their eyes. They were all scared out of their wits, and they scrambled to escape. You guys go accompany him. Ling Xiao knew the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. He did not intend to let these people go. His figure flashed, and a few screams came from afar. Not long after, the disciples of the Hehuan sect all died in Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao found several thousand medium-grade spirit stones from Ma Jun and the other disciples of the Hehuan sect. There were also several ordinary martial arts books, but Ling Xiao did not care about them. What Ling Xiao cared about the most was that Ma Jun had a medicinal cauldron. Although it had not reached the level of a spiritual weapon, it was still a good medicinal cauldron. There were also many spiritual herbs in it. I didn't know that this trash was an alchemist, but only a low-grade alchemist. These spiritual herbs are not bad. The spiritual herbs for the mysterious mother pill are finally collected. Ling Xiao said with satisfaction. This was an unexpected surprise. The profound mother pill's herbs, the profound mother scarlet snake's gallbladder, was the most difficult to obtain. The other herbs were very common, but it still required time to collect them. Obtaining the cauldron and herbs from Ma Jun could be regarded as solving Ling Xiao's urgent need. Croak, as if it felt the evil spirit on Ling Xiao's body, the 1,000-year-old red toad's eyes revealed a trace of human-like flattery. It began to be obedient, as if it was afraid that Ling Xiao would kill it. Follow me in the future. I guarantee you will eat and drink well. If you are not obedient, I will kill you and make a stew. Ling Xiao glared at the 1,000-year-old red toad. This 1,000-year-old red toad was so intelligent that it surprised him. The 1,000-year-old red toad's big head nodded again and again. It even opened its big mouth and smiled. Ling Xiao grabbed the trussed-up 1,000-year scarlet toad and left the place. With the mysterious origin heavy water and the mixed yuan golden lotus fire, I can use them to condense the heaven-devouring spirit seed. Moreover, this majestic energy may allow me to open 360 meridians in one fell swoop and reach the peak of the channel opening realm. I may even have enough energy to break through to the true Qi realm. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. In his left hand was a golden lotus, and in his right hand was a pitch-black ball of light. They looked very mysterious. These were the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire and Xianyuan Heavy Water. These two supreme-grade 5-element spiritual seeds were extremely precious. They were fire attribute and water attribute treasures. The first step of the heaven-devouring secret skill was to condense the heaven-devouring spiritual seed. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the heaven-devouring secret skill. Ling Xiao was preparing to use the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire and Xianyuan Heavy Water to condense the semi-finished heaven-devouring spiritual seed. Primal Chaos Chicken, shapeless, boundless, devouring as the master, 1 point on the spiritual altar, the spirit fuses with the firmament. In Ling Xiao's heart, the profound meaning of the heaven-devouring secret skill slowly emerged. The heaven-devouring secret skill was the secret that allowed him to dominate the world in his previous life. It was also his hope to return to the peak in this life. Ling Xiao believed that whether it was 10,000 years ago or now, the name of the heaven-devouring supreme would still resound in this world. As Ling Xiao circulated the profound meaning of the heaven-devouring secret skill, his body became blurry. The surrounding void seemed to ripple, and traces of chaotic fog spread out, making him look even more mysterious. Boom! The Chaos Golden Lotus Fire and Xianyuan Heavy Water in his left and right hands shone brightly at this moment. Then, as if they were extremely intelligent, they merged into his arms and moved along his meridians toward his dantian. An extremely hot and cold aura suddenly erupted, wreaking havoc in Ling Xiao's meridians. Waves of intense pain surged, causing Ling Xiao to groan. His face instantly became extremely pale. Water and fire were incompatible. Even a Master Realm or Heaven Realm expert would not dare to casually merge the two opposing spiritual energies, let alone Ling Xiao who was only in the channel opening realm. Therefore, his weak meridians were instantly torn apart. The pain of the meridians being torn apart, and the extreme heat and extreme cold intertwined, almost tearing Ling Xiao's soul apart. However, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm as he concentrated on circulating the heaven-devouring secret skill. A spiritual light lit up his heart. His meridians were torn apart, but a milky white light spread out in Ling Xiao's body, repairing the damaged meridians. Just like that, the mixed yuan golden lotus fire and Xianyuan heavy water gradually gathered in Ling Xiao's dantian, turning his body half gold and half black. It was very strange. Seeing that the chaotic golden lotus flame and the mysterious origin heavy water had already entered his dantian, Ling Xiao's gaze turned solemn. The success or failure of the heaven-devouring spirit seed lies in this moment. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as a crazed look appeared on his face. Then, the mixed yuan golden lotus fire and Xianyuan heavy water collided violently. Rumble, it was as if a small sun had exploded, and as dazzling as a meteor. Words could not describe the brilliance of that moment. In Ling Xiao's dantian, the mixed yuan golden lotus flame and Xianyuan heavy water collided. Then, boundless energy suddenly gushed out. It was violent and blazing as it surged towards Ling Xiao's limbs and bones. All meridians, break open for me! Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Under the impact of this violent energy, the meridians in his body instantly broke apart. However, the strange energy from the heaven-devouring secret technique quickly mended his meridians. Just like this, a meridian was instantly opened up. 37th meridian, 38th meridian, 50th meridian, 81st meridian, all the meridians in Ling Xiao's body were torn apart by this violent energy. After being broken, they were reconstructed. After being broken, the meridians that were connected became even stronger, and even emitted a jade-like luster. 108th meridian, 130th meridian, 199th meridian, just like that, the violent energy directly opened up nearly 200 meridians in Ling Xiao's body before it slowly began to weaken. This is not enough. I want all your meridians open. Heaven and earth are boundless, devouring is the master. Devour. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. A large amount of high-grade spirit stones flew out from the ancient painting on his body and buried him like a small mountain. Then, a powerful devouring force emerged from his dantian like a whirlpool. The majestic spiritual energy from the spirit stones also surged towards Ling Xiao's body. Puff, blood spurted out. Ling Xiao's meridians were torn apart and his body was severely injured. However, he still persevered. This was a rare opportunity. If he wanted to break through to the great circle of the channel opening stage, which was extremely rare in ancient times, he needed to have extraordinary perseverance and luck. He already had enough luck. Now, it was up to Ling Xiao to persevere. Rumble, within Ling Xiao's body, there seemed to be a sudden explosion of thunder. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated. Every meridian was like a huge dragon, torn apart and repaired. 201 meridians. 202 meridians. 280 meridians. 300 meridians. 336 meridians. 359 meridians, 360 meridians. When the last meridian was opened, tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, as well as the chaotic golden lotus fire and mysterious origin heavy water, all disappeared without a trace. In Ling Xiao's dantian, a spirit seed with red and black intertwined slowly rotated. The surrounding spiritual energy was like the center of a galaxy, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the heaven-devouring spirit seed, Shua. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Two rays of light, one black and one red, shot out from his eyes, causing electricity to appear in the air. It was very strange. At this moment, Ling Xiao was covered in blood. His entire body was covered in filthy blood, but a powerful and unparalleled strength filled his entire body. The strength in his meridians was like a great river. His body was incomparably sturdy. Ling Xiao's current strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, Ling Xiao felt that as long as he willed it, he could immediately open up a qi si in his dantian, cultivate Xiantian true qi, and enter the realm of true qi. However, Ling Xiao temporarily resisted this temptation. After all, the mysterious mother pellet had not been refined. His goal was to perfect the qi si. Naturally, he could not easily break through. I can be considered to be in the 10th layer of the Meridian opening stage, right? I wonder what level my battle strength has reached. Xiao thought in his heart. He left the cave and washed the filthy blood off his body in the stream outside. His skin was sparkling and translucent like jade, just like a baby's. At this moment, all the meridians in Xiao's body were opened, and his pores were all open. As he breathed in and out, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a storm. Xiao's figure moved, and in an instant, he arrived in front of a huge green rock that was several people's height. Then, his arms suddenly exerted strength, and this green rock that weighed tens of thousands of jin was lifted up by him. The strength of my physical body has already reached about 30,000 jin. It has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Normally, only Dragon Tiger Realm experts can reach such a powerful strength. Xiao stood on the peak of a mountain. His robes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bright and radiant, and he had an aura of looking down on the world. The heaven-devouring spirit seed formed from the chaos golden lotus fire and mysterious origin heavy water was only a half-finished product, but it was already able to display the terrifying power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. Xiao's body was shrouded in clouds and spiritual light. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him. After forming the heaven-devouring spirit seed, Xiao had been cultivating it every moment. Moreover, it had various uses in battle. It could be said that Xiao, who had condensed the heaven-devouring spirit seed, and Xiao, who had yet to condense the heaven-devouring spirit seed, had the battle prowess of the heavens and the battle prowess of the earth. Boom, the energy in Xiao's body surged like a raging river. All the meridians in his body were opened, and his aura was as pure as a baby's. Moreover, everything in the world around him seemed to have a trace of vitality. This was the gift of creation, and it made Xiao feel the vastness of heaven and earth. An incomparably pure aura surged, and Xiao's glabella shone brightly. An incomparably pure mental strength spread out. I actually activated my mental strength at this time. Xiao's heart was filled with joy. If one followed the prescribed path of martial cultivation, they would only be able to awaken their mental strength when they reached the Grandmaster realm. It would then be able to affect the power of heaven and earth. However, there were also some people with extraordinary talent who had awakened their mental energy early on. These people were regarded as treasures by countless alchemists, artifact refiners, and array refiners, who fought over them and took them in as disciples. To become an alchemist, blacksmiths, or array master, knowledge was secondary. The most important thing was mental strength. Many alchemists and blacksmiths were already very proficient in the art of refining pills, but because their mental strength was insufficient, they were unable to advance to a higher level. I didn't expect that breaking through to the great circle of the channel opening realm would have such benefits. My mental strength should have reached the level of a high-grade alchemist. Xiao thought to himself. He was very satisfied with this result. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to awaken his mental strength after reaching the true Qi realm. At most, he would only be able to reach the level of a low-grade or middle-grade alchemist. He didn't expect that he would directly awaken the mental strength of a high-grade alchemist. A high-grade alchemist could already refine high-grade spirit pills. Even the great elder of the longevity sect was only a high-grade alchemist. In the space between Xiao's eyebrows, mental energy was dense and drifting like mist. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and an incomparably simple scroll abruptly appeared between Xiao's eyebrows. What's this? Xiao's heart skipped a beat as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. No. This is the scripture scarlet in the war god's tomb. How did it run scripture? Xiao's eyes flashed. This ancient book looked a little familiar, and he quickly recalled where he had seen it. 10,000 years ago, Xiao and Supreme True Dragon explored the Scarlet Dragon War God's land of inheritance together, and after many difficulties and dangers, they finally found the Scarlet Dragon War God's godhead, which was placed in this ancient book. However, this ancient book looked very ordinary at that time. Xiao and the Supreme True Dragon's attention was attracted by the godhead, so why would they notice this ancient book? Later on, the True Dragon ambushed Xiao and stole the godhead. Xiao detonated his body and was reborn 10,000 years later. And this ancient scroll followed him to 10,000 years later. Could it be that my rebirth has something to do with this ancient scroll? Ling Xiao guessed. He used his mental strength to touch the ancient scroll. Whoosh, 9 colors flashed. The ancient scroll was slowly flipped open, but there was not a single word on it. A total of 108 pages were empty. It shone with a dense light and was very mysterious. Strange, what is this ancient scroll? Ling Xiao was very confused. No matter whether he used his mental strength or his internal force, the ancient scroll did not move at all. It just floated calmly in the space between his eyebrows. However, when he used the sky-devouring secret technique, Ling Xiao found that the ancient scroll actually moved a little. There's hope. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The profound of the heaven-devouring secret skill began to revolve. The scripture slowly flowed in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao saw the ancient book begin to shine brightly. Then, the scripture of the heaven-devouring secret skill appeared on the ancient book like a stream of light. It appeared on the 14th page of the ancient scroll. There was a small line of words under the sky-devouring secret technique. 14th Heavenly Star Border. 14th Heavenly Star Border? Could it be the ranking of the sky-devouring secret technique? This ancient scroll is a book that records the ranking of the secret techniques? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He thought about the origin of this ancient scroll. I'll call it the wordless heavenly book in the future. I wonder if the secret technique that the true dragon obtained will appear on this scroll. Ling Xiao's heart moved. He had exchanged secret techniques with the true dragon. The secret technique that the true dragon cultivated was called the ancestral dragon secret technique. However, it was a little incomplete. After being framed by the true dragon, Ling Xiao did not dare to cultivate it recklessly. However, although the true dragon was ranked second among the 10 titled supremes, his physical body was unparalleled. He had already cultivated the true dragon body. Just the strength of his physical body alone could destroy stars and overturn rivers and seas. It was extremely terrifying. Even Ling Xiao felt inferior. If he could successfully cultivate the ancestral dragon secret technique, with the sky-devouring secret technique and the ancestral dragon secret technique, Ling Xiao would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was extremely tempted. Heaven and earth, the birth of chaos, the birth of a dragon, the ruler of all living beings, swallowing the sun and moon, changing yin and yang, the 5 elements wind and thunder, Ling Xiao's heart moved. He began to recite the ancestral dragon secret technique's incantation. Boom, as expected, after Ling Xiao recited the ancestral dragon secret technique, a bright light fell on the wordless heavenly book. The ancestral dragon secret technique was listed first in the earth emanations. Just as Ling Xiao expected, the ancestral dragon secret technique's ranking also appeared on the wordless heavenly book. Heavenly spirits and earth emanations? 36 celestial spirits, 72 earthly fiends, a total of 108. It just so happens to correspond with the pages on the wordless heavenly book. Could it be that there are 108 secret techniques in this world? Ling Xiao guessed. Then, he looked at the page of the ancestral dragon secret technique eagerly. It's really been completed. Ling Xiao's face was filled with joy. This ancestral dragon secret technique was mysterious and unfathomable. It was as if a primordial ancestral dragon that was 1,000,000 miles long was floating on the wordless heavenly book, creating all kinds of strange and unpredictable scenes. There were a total of 7 realms in the ancestral dragon secret technique: water dragon physique, earth dragon physique, flying dragon physique, heavenly dragon physique, true dragon physique, divine dragon physique, and ancestral dragon physique. For every realm that was successfully cultivated, one's physical strength would increase by 100 times. 10,000 years ago, the ancestral dragon secret technique that Supreme True Dragon obtained only had 5 realms. That was why he was called Supreme True Dragon and not Supreme Ancestral Dragon. Looking at the description of the ancestral dragon secret technique, Ling Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. His current physical strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If he were to cultivate the ancestral dragon's secret skill to perfection, how terrifying would that be? However, the amount of resources required to cultivate the ancestral dragon's secret technique is truly terrifying. No wonder 10,000 years ago, the supreme true dragon went on a crusade all over the world, fighting for territory and resources. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Although the ancestral dragon's secret technique was extremely terrifying, the amount of resources required to cultivate each level was 100 times more than the previous one. For example, if one wanted to cultivate the first level of the Jiao dragon body, not only would they need 100,000 upper spiritual stones, they would also need various spiritual herbs to refine a dragon transformation pill. I can ask Nangong Xian for upper spiritual stones when I return to the sect. The dragon transformation pill is only a upper spiritual pill, so it's not difficult to refine. However, there are a few spiritual herbs that are harder to refine. It seems like I have to make a trip to Longevity City. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Longevity City had a deep relationship with the Longevity sect. A few thousand years ago, the Longevity City was still in the hands of the Longevity sect. However, as the Longevity sect gradually declined, the Longevity City also changed owners. Now, it had become one of the main cities of the Grand Desolation ancient country. Longevity City was the largest city within a few thousand miles. It represented the Great Barren ancient country. Therefore, even the three major sects did not dare to be disrespectful in front of Longevity City. Longevity City was also the largest trading city. It was very prosperous and should have the spiritual herbs that Ling Xiao needed to refine the dragon transformation pill. Ling Xiao left the fearsome Beast Mountain range and headed towards Longevity City. Not long after Ling Xiao left the fearsome Beast Mountain range, an uninvited guest came to the swamp where he caught the 1,000-year scarlet toad. Who is it? Who killed young Master Ma Jun? The visitor was a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose. He wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression. When he saw the corpses of Ma Jun and the other He-Huan sect disciples, his eyes were filled with shock and anger. These injuries were caused by the small Vajra fist. Small Vajra fist? Are you from Longevity sect? How dare you kill young Master Ma Jun? I think you're tired of living. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Ma Jun's father was elder chi of He-Huan sect. He was also the only upper alchemist in He-Huan sect. Thinking of his terrifying methods, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. Bring them back and let the seventh elder deal with them. The middle-aged man made a grabbing motion in the air, and a huge hand made out of real chi fell down, grabbing Ma Jun and all the other disciples of the all-pleasure sect. Then, the middle-aged man leaped into the air and dashed out of the forest. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already swaggering towards Longevity City. He didn't know that He-Huan sect had already begun to investigate Ma Jun's murderer. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Long Life City occupied an area of over 100 miles. The city walls were tall, and it was extremely prosperous. Ling Xiao entered the city and made some inquiries. Then, he headed towards the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The Spirit Medicines Pavilion was the largest medicinal pill store in the entire Lifelong City. They had all sorts of spirit pills and spirit medicines. It was rumored that there were even powerful alchemists in charge of the store. They should have the spirit medicines that Ling Xiao needed. The Spiritual Medicine Division was a 3-story shop that faced the street. It looked very imposing. As soon as Ling Xiao walked in, a pretty girl immediately came forward to greet him. Is this the first time you've come to our Spiritual Medicine Pavilion? What do you need? We have all kinds of spirit pills and spirit herbs here, and the quality is guaranteed. The pretty girl introduced them in a very familiar manner. Everything you want? Alright, I need Dragon Transformation Grass, Level 5 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, Boundless Flower, Yin Yang Vine. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and casually listed the names of more than a dozen spirit medicines. The pretty girl was stunned. This young man who looked about the same age as her had never heard of any of the spirit medicines that he listed. And Level 5 Demonic Beast Blood Essence? Level 5 demonic beasts were already comparable to Grandmasters. They were extremely powerful, and their blood essence was naturally extremely precious. But what the hell were the other spirit medicines? Seeing the pretty girl's reaction, Ling Xiao understood. Although these spirit medicines weren't very precious, they weren't common either. Most likely, only alchemists would know about them. Ling Xiao didn't make things difficult for her. He smiled faintly and said, "Go and invite the strongest alchemist here. He will definitely know." The young girl was a little troubled. Who knew if the spirit medicines that this young man listed were real or not? If it was a prank, she would definitely scold him. However, if it was real, then this young man's background was very unusual. Just as the young girl was hesitating, a clear voice suddenly sounded. "What a big tone. Even I have never heard of the spirit medicines that you listed. Could it be that you're here to cause trouble? You dare to cause trouble in the spiritual medicine pavilion? You've got guts." A young girl in a red dress walked down from the second floor. Her figure was very hot, and her face was also very beautiful. At this moment, she was staring at Ling Xiao with a face full of disbelief. "Miss Liu, you're here." When the pretty girl saw the young girl in the red dress, her face immediately showed an extremely respectful expression. The appearance of the young girl in the red dress also caused a commotion on the first floor. Through the discussion of the surrounding people, Ling Xiao also knew the identity of the young girl in the red dress. She was the daughter of the Longevity City's Lu Xiongfei, Lu Piapiao. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that these spirit medicines don't exist. You're just a low-level alchemist. Ask that old man behind you to come out. If he can't recognize them, then your spiritual medicine pavilion signboard can be removed." Ling Xiao said casually. Lu Piapiao's talent was indeed good. Cultivation of level 9 true energy realm, low-level alchemist, and only 17 years old. She would be considered a genius anywhere. What's more, alchemists were a mysterious group of people who were sought after everywhere. What an arrogant boy. Who the hell are you? Although there are many spirit medicines in this world that I don't know, it doesn't mean that you know. I think you must be a spy from other pharmacies who deliberately came to cause trouble. Lu Piapiao stared at Ling Xiao with a face full of disdain. "You're a frog in a well." Ling Xiao sneered and was too lazy to argue with her. But this sentence made Lu Piapiao angry. She screamed and said, "Who are you calling a frog in a well? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how powerful I am." After saying that, Lu Piapiao rolled up her sleeves and released her genuine qi. She was about to charge at Ling Xiao. This little girl's temper was really hot. Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue with her. He glanced in the direction of the spiritual medicine pavilion and a smile appeared on his face. He shouted loudly. "The furnace is going to explode. The furnace is going to explode. The furnace is going to explode." Ling Xiao's voice was very clear. He shouted 3 times in a row, resounding throughout the spiritual medicine pavilion. Boom, only a moment later, a loud bang was heard. The ground shook, and the whole spiritual medicine pavilion began to shake. An old man with white hair and beard ran out of the inner courtyard of the spiritual medicine pavilion. His clothes were burnt black, and even his hair and beard emitted a burnt smell. He looked flustered and exasperated. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they revealed excitement and reverence. "Master Jiao Mu!" someone exclaimed. His voice was filled with excitement. They recognized this old man. Master Jiao Mu was a low-grade alchemy master. He was the most powerful alchemy master in the entire Longevity City. He was usually elusive, and countless experts were respectful to him. This was because Master Jiao Mu could refine treasured pills, spirit pills, treasured pills, and Dao pills respectively corresponded to alchemists, alchemy masters, and alchemy grandmasters. Alchemy masters were influential figures even in the Great Desolation ancient kingdom. They didn't even need to bow to the king. The appearance of such an important figure in Longevity City had stirred the hearts of countless experts. Before Lu Piapiao could react, she saw Master Jiao Mu standing in front of her in an extremely sorry state. She immediately revealed a respectful expression. "Master." Master Jiao Mu waved his hand and asked anxiously, "Piapiao, there's no need to be so polite. Who was the one who shouted for the furnace to explode?" As he spoke, his eyes searched the crowd. "Master, it's this kid." Could it be that his shout interrupted Master's refinement? "I'll kill him now to vent your anger for you." Lu Piapiao pointed at Ling Xiao and sneered. She was about to attack. "Wait." Master Jiao Mu stopped Lu Piapiao. His old and wise eyes sized up Ling Xiao. He said, "Little brother, how did you know that the furnace was going to explode? Lu Piapiao was dumbfounded. She knew very well how arrogant her master was. Even her father, Lu Mingchen, was the city lord of Longevity City. Master Jiao Mu didn't mince his words. Now, he actually called this detestable kid little brother. Ling Xiao glanced at Master Jiao Mu indifferently and said, "You were refining the 7 profound treasure pill just now, right? As an alchemy master, don't you know that the flowing fire copper can't be used casually? I know that you want to use the flowing fire copper to replace the yin-yang grass. Unfortunately, although the flowing fire copper contains the power of water and fire and can neutralize the energy of extreme yin and yang pills, it also contains a trace of golden energy. According to your refining method, the furnace will explode even if you refine it 100 times. You actually know about the 7 profound pellet?" Master Jiaomu exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, realization dawned on him and he began to dance with joy. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Although more than half of the Gangjin Qi in the flowing fire copper has been melted by me, there are still remnants. At the critical moment, it will cause the Dan to be unstable and the risk of directly exploding." "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." The old man danced with joy, and the way he looked at Ling Xiao became more respectful. One had to know that the 7 profound pellet was a type of pellet from ancient times. It was refined with 7 main spiritual herbs and hundreds of supplementary herbs. It could help a dragon tiger realm expert to break through, comprehend the connection between heaven and man, comprehend the realm of heaven's will, and break through to the master realm. It was extremely miraculous. Although the 7 profound treasure pill was only a low-grade treasure pill, it was much more precious than an ordinary mid-grade treasure pill. Master Jiao Mu had inadvertently obtained a fragment of the 7 profound treasure pill and deduced more than half of it. Until now, he still hadn't deduced the complete 7 profound treasure pill. Formula. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to say this ancient pellet formula. "Young friend, may I ask how to solve the problem of the flowing fire copper?" The old man's expression was fervent, like a disciple seeking guidance from his teacher. His expression was very respectful, and the surrounding people's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Is this brat really that powerful? He must be a liar. He's just a meridian opening stage brat. How dare he talk about Dan Dao here? I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Lu Piapiao's face was full of unwillingness, and her gaze towards Ling Xiao became colder. "You're using the flowing fire copper to solve the conflict between the cinnabar wood and the heartless flower, right? But you went astray from the beginning. You thought that the cinnabar wood was a fire spirit medicine, and the heartless flower was a water spirit medicine. But you didn't know that the cinnabar wood contains a trace of wood spirit, and the heartless flower can produce a trace of fire spirit. Both of them are negative yin and embrace yang. There's no need to do anything. You only need to use the rootless water to stimulate the spiritual qi in them. As an alchemy master, you actually don't know such a simple problem?" Ling Xiao looked at Master Jiao Mu as if he was looking at an idiot. The old man's face was red, but the admiration in his eyes grew stronger. Looks like too many things have changed in the past 10,000 years. Even the 7 profound treasure pill formula has been lost. Ling Xiao sighed and thought to himself. "Young friend, you're really a genius in Dan Dao. Now that I've heard you say it, it's more than a few years of my hard work. Young friend, please have some tea in the back hall. This old man still has much to learn from you." Master Jiaomu was impatient. Ling Xiao's words seemed to have opened up a new world for him. He immediately pulled Ling Xiao towards the back hall of the spiritual medicine hall. "I'm afraid I really don't have time," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I still have some spirit herbs to buy. I don't have time to waste here." "Spirit herbs? What spirit herbs?" "Young friend, the spiritual medicine hall will take care of all the spirit herbs you need. Piapiao, quickly go and get the spirit herbs he needs," Master Jiaomu said very casually. For an alchemy master like him, his value was very high. Any spirit herbs he took out were just a drop in the bucket. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Ling Xiao chuckled. That was exactly what he wanted. After saying that, he handed the list he had prepared long ago to Lu Piapiao. Lu Piapiao pursed her lips. Although she didn't like Ling Xiao, she had no choice but to obey her master's orders. But when she saw the spirit herbs listed by Ling Xiao, her face turned green. Dragon grass, level 5 demonic beast blood essence, boundless flower, yin yang vine. Young man, I think you're here to take advantage of me, right? Lu Piapiao said through gritted teeth. The spirit herbs listed by Ling Xiao were all precious and were worth hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. She originally thought that Ling Xiao only needed spirit herbs for Meridian opening realm cultivation. She didn't expect this young man to demand so much. Even if Master Jiaomu was rich, he couldn't be so generous. Dragon grass, level 5 demonic beast blood essence? Young friend, could this be? Master Jiaomu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes immediately revealed an extremely excited expression. When he saw Ling Zhao's gesture for him to keep quiet, he immediately shut his mouth. Piao, why aren't you going? These spiritual herbs are all on me. Hurry up and bring them over. Master Jiaomu instructed impatiently. Yes. Lu Piao replied with grievance, but she also found Ling Xiao more and more unpleasant to the eye. Young friend, please. Master, after you. Ling Xiao saw that Jiaomu, this old man, was very considerate and had settled all the spirit herbs needed for the dragon grass pill. He also laughed and followed Master Jiaomu to the back hall. In an antique quiet room, incense rose in spirals. Many spirit herbs and books were scattered around. In the center was a red pill cauldron, with a faint medicinal fragrance spreading out. Little friend, please have a seat. May I know who your master is? Jiaomu invited Ling Xiao to sit and asked with a smile. Ling Xiao's words just now showed his extraordinary alchemy talent, making Jiaomu guess that perhaps Ling Xiao was a disciple of those large sects or sacred grounds. Otherwise, how could he have such monstrous talent? I don't belong to any sect. This alchemy knowledge is merely something I blindly pondered about myself. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Little friend, you're too humble. How about we discuss alchemy? Jiaomu only thought that Ling Xiao did not want to reveal his background. But when he heard Ling Xiao mention the 7 profound treasure pill, he was already impatient and could not help but invite. Then, all right. Ling Xiao frowned but still agreed. After all, the spirit herbs needed to make the dragon transformation pill were not cheap. On account of this old man providing him with spirit herbs, Ling Xiao decided to reluctantly give him some pointers. In the quiet room, Ling Xiao and Jiaomu began to discuss alchemy. Who was Ling Xiao? The alchemy supreme from 10,000 years ago. Even if he did not have any cultivation now, casually revealing a bit of alchemy was enough to shock Jiaomu. At the beginning, Jiaomu could still chime in a sentence or two. But the more it went on, the more shocked and respectful Jiaomu's face became. In the end, he simply sat on the ground like a student listening to a lecture, listening to Ling Xiao talk about alchemy. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao's last sentence landed, Jiaomu's body trembled. He then took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. Listening to Master's words today is better than 10 years of my hard work. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I'm willing to be at your beck and call and serve you. Jiaomu was already completely convinced by Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with fanatical worship. From Ling Xiao's words just now, he even felt that the bottleneck that had been stagnant for many years was actually showing signs of loosening. Perhaps it would not be long before he could break through to middle-grade alchemy master. I'm not some master. My name is Ling Xiao. You want to be my disciple? With your talent, forget it. Ling Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Jiaomu and shook his head. What a joke. Which of Ling Xiao's disciples in his previous life didn't have exceptional talent? They might break through to the noble plane at a young age and have unparalleled combat strength, or they might become supreme alchemists and become renowned throughout the world. Jiaomu was almost 100 years old and had only become an alchemy grandmaster. This talent was naturally extremely ordinary in Ling Xiao's eyes. Young Master Ling, if you don't promise me, I won't get up. Jiaomu was extremely thick-skinned. He actually knelt on the ground directly, as if he wouldn't get up if Ling Xiao didn't agree. If an outsider saw this, their eyeballs would probably fall out. Who was Jiaomu? He was a famous alchemist in the Great Desolation ancient kingdom, and even the monarch would treat him with respect. Yet, he was crying and fighting to be the disciple of a young man? Master, I've already prepared the elixirs that Brad asked for. Master, what are you doing? At this moment, Lu Piapiao pushed the door open and entered. She pouted and looked unwilling. However, when she saw Jiaomu kneeling in front of Ling Xiao, her expression changed instantly. Brat, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my master? I'll kill you. Lu Piapiao's violent temper immediately flared up. She unsheathed her sky-blue sword behind her back and stabbed it towards Ling Xiao like a ray of light. Piapiao, how dare you? Jiaomu's expression changed. He immediately grabbed with his hand, and the void seemed to condense. A powerful aura spread out, and a transparent wall of air seemed to appear in front of Lu Piapiao, making it difficult for her sword to move forward. Grandmaster? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that this rather wretched old man in front of him was actually a grandmaster. He was even weaker than Nangong Xian. Young Master Ling, please forgive me. Piapiao is young and doesn't know any better. Please don't lower yourself to her level. These are the elixirs that my master needs, and these 1 million upper-grade spirit stones are my pocket money to show my respect to my master. Jiaomu took the jade box filled with elixirs from Lu Piapiao's hands, then took out a storage bag and respectfully presented it to Ling Xiao. What? Take this brat as my master? Master, have you gone senile? Lu Piapiao exclaimed when she heard Jiaomu's words. Her face was full of disbelief. This old man is quite sensible. Ling Xiao said in his heart. The dragon transformation elixirs and elixirs that he needed were all prepared. Moreover, this old man looked quite rich. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones would make Nangong Xian's heart ache, but this old man took it out without batting an eye. Moreover, Ling Xiao only saw fanaticism and purity for alchemy in Jiaomu's eyes. There were no other impurities. For some reason, Ling Xiao's heart softened. All right. Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly take you in as a registered disciple. Whether you can become an official disciple in the future depends on your luck. Ling Xiao frowned. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Lu Piapiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Jiaomu gave Ling Xiao elixirs and spirit stones to take him in as his master, but Ling Xiao looked reluctant and only took him in as a registered disciple. Where did this brat get his confidence from? However, Jiaomu was overjoyed. He knelt 3 times and bowed 9 times to Ling Xiao respectfully. Disciple Jiaomu greets master. He did not have the slightest bit of shyness or embarrassment to take a young man as his master. With this kind of fanaticism and belief in alchemy, even if he was not talented enough, he would definitely be able to reach the peak in the end. Get up. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and his attitude towards Jiaomu was much better. May I ask, master, are you taking these elixirs to refine the legendary dragon transformation elixir? Jiaomu asked with some anticipation. Legendary? Could it be that even the dragon transformation elixir has been lost? Ling Xiao frowned. Looking at Jiaomu's fanatical and expectant gaze, he knew that the dragon transformation elixir's formula had probably been lost as well. He did not expect that after 10,000 years, the world's alchemy standards would actually wither to such an extent. Master, you don't know, but legend has it that the tiger subduing elixir and the dragon transformation elixir are the 2 most suitable elixirs for early-stage martial artists. They can refine one's marrow and allow one to be reborn and improve one's aptitude. It's very miraculous. The tiger subduing elixir can allow one to have tough tiger bones, and the dragon transformation elixir can allow one to have diamond dragon bones. However, the dragon transformation elixir's formula has long been lost. Only the tiger subduing elixir's formula is still being passed down. However, it is also incomparably precious. In the Great Desolation ancient kingdom, it is said that only the protector has the tiger subduing elixir's formula. Normally, a single tiger subduing elixir is worth tens of thousands of gold. So that's how it is. You have a good eye. Just from the dragon transformation grass and the rank 5 demonic beast's blood essence, you can infer that I'm refining the dragon transformation pill. Since that's the case, you can watch from the side when I'm refining the dragon transformation pill. Ling Xiao smiled and admitted that he was going to refine the dragon transformation pill. Although Jiaomu had already guessed it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed at this moment. Thank you, master. I wonder if Pia Piao. Jiaomu glanced at Lu Pia Piao. She can also stay. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't lower himself to this little girl's level. Humph. Lu Pia Piao snorted and turned her head. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this despicable brat would become her grandmaster. She couldn't accept this no matter what. Lu Pia Piao's eyes widened, waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. You can even refine a lost pill like the dragon transformation pill? Who are you kidding? Refining pills was a real battle. She didn't think that a meridian opening realm brat like Ling Xiao could have high attainments in alchemy. When Ling Xiao failed in refining the pill, she would definitely mock this despicable brat. It's actually a peerless spiritual weapon? And it's powered by earth fire. This pill furnace is not bad. Ling Xiao walked to the center of the quiet room and touched the red pill furnace in the center with a smile. Master, I obtained this red cloud furnace from an ancient ruin. It said that it's a pill furnace from ancient times and can increase the success rate of refining pills by 10%. However, although I used earth fire to build the array, one needs to be at least a high-grade alchemist to activate the red cloud furnace. Jiaomu said hesitantly. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's attainments in alchemy were extremely high, Ling Xiao was only at the meridian opening realm. Even if he was a genius, he would only be a low-grade alchemist at most. It would be beyond his ability to refine an ancient pill like the dragon transformation pill. Generally speaking, the improvement of mental strength could only rely on the breakthrough of the realm. The true Qi realm corresponded to low-grade alchemists, the spirit transformation realm corresponded to mid-grade alchemists, and the dragon tiger realm corresponded to high-grade and peerless alchemists. The grandmaster realm corresponded to low-grade and mid-grade alchemists. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao was only in the meridian opening realm and had not even touched the door of alchemy. However, Ling Xiao said confidently that he was going to refine the superior grade dragon transformation pill. How could Jiaomu not be suspicious? T. Even I can barely refine low-grade spirit pills. This brat is really boasting shamelessly. Lu Pia Piao sneered in her heart. Ling Xiao seemed to have seen through Jiaomu and Lu Pia Piao's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said nothing. He stood in front of the red glow cauldron. Bang! Ling Xiao's palm landed on the red dawn cauldron, emitting a crisp sound. Sparks flew in all directions, and a ball of blazing flames shot out from the cauldron. Master, I haven't activated the formation yet. Before Jiaomu could finish his sentence, an incomparably horrified expression appeared in his eyes. This was because Ling Xiao had already activated the earth fire array and started to heat up the crimson dawn cauldron. Jiaomu's eyes lit up as he stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao's hand. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's expression was calm. His palms moved like the wind, forming a series of hand seals. In the end, they formed a series of afterimages in the void, hitting different parts of the crimson dawn cauldron. Every time Ling Xiao struck, the crimson dawn cauldron would flicker with a trace of light. In the end, the crimson dawn cauldron was enveloped by endless crimson dawn cauldron. The temperature in the quiet room rose abruptly. This kind of preheating technique is unheard of. Jiaomu's eyes began to glow with excitement. Ordinary alchemists used the earth fire to preheat the cauldron. It was very slow and difficult to preheat the cauldron evenly. But now, the crimson dawn cauldron in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Every part of the cauldron emitted blazing waves of heat. What a charlatan! Lu Pia Piao pursed her lips, but there was a trace of shock in her eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Xiao slapped the jade box. Hundreds of spiritual herbs turned into streams of light and entered the crimson dawn cauldron. Is he extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs? Jiaomu's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Ordinary alchemists would extract the essence of the spiritual herbs one by one. But Ling Xiao actually put hundreds of spiritual herbs into the crimson dawn cauldron directly, extracting the essence of hundreds of spiritual herbs at the same time. Jiaomu's first reaction was that it was impossible. Master, this brat is finished. Let's stay away from him in case the cauldron explodes. Hundreds of spiritual herbs with different attributes. This brat is playing with fire. Who does he think he is? Alchemy Grandmaster or Supreme Alchemy Master? What a waste of these spiritual herbs. Lu Piapiao sneered. Don't talk nonsense. Maybe Master has a way to extract hundreds of spiritual herbs at the same time. Jiaomu felt that he couldn't believe his own words. Master, even alchemy grandmasters have to be extremely cautious when extracting so many spiritual herbs at the same time. Moreover, those methods have long been lost. Ling Xiao definitely doesn't know how to do it. Let's hurry up and leave before the cauldron explodes. Lu Piapiao pulled Jiaomu and wanted to leave. Wait. Jiaomu's eyes suddenly lit up. Flames flickered in Ling Xiao's hands. The entire crimson glow cauldron buzzed and trembled. Then, two flames rose and turned into two dragons, wrapping around the crimson glow cauldron. The crimson glow cauldron was filled with a medicinal fragrance. This level of medicinal fragrance means that the purest spiritual herb essence has been extracted. How is this possible? Jiaomu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at Ling Xiao with wide eyes, not daring to miss a single detail. This brat actually did it. Lu Piapiao's mouth was also wide open. She looked at Ling Xiao as if she was looking at a monster. The two dragons, one red and one black, circled around each other, inhaling and exhaling clouds. The flames were dazzling and the entire crimson glow cauldron was gushing with auspicious air. It was very magical. In the end, the spiritual herb essence in the crimson glow cauldron seemed to have turned into a colorful cloud brocade. It floated out and appeared in the middle of the two dragons. Buzz, the spiritual herb essence was round and bright, as if it was made by heaven. It was like a colorful spiritual pearl. It was very beautiful. The two dragons circled around each other like two dragons playing with a pearl, causing the colorful spiritual pearl to become even hotter. This is the legendary two dragons playing with a pearl? Jiaomu's voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Jiaomu recalled an ancient record he had read in an ancient book. 10,000 years ago, the sky-devouring supreme was unparalleled in the Tao of alchemy. His best fire control technique was the 9 dragons playing with a pearl. It was said that the 9 dragons playing with a pearl was able to refine a transcendent divine pill that could allow one to become a god in a single step. It was said that the sky-devouring supreme was punished by the heavens because he refined a transcendent divine pill. The 2 dragons playing with a pearl was the simplified version of the 9 dragons playing with a pearl. Although it was not as refined as the 9 dragons playing with a pearl, it was still very magical. Is this kid really so powerful? Lu Piapiao looked at the 2 lifelike fire dragons. Although she couldn't see Ling Xiao's technique clearly, she still felt that he was very powerful. That kind of fire-controlling technique that was like moving clouds and flowing water, polishing the unformed elixir into a primordial chaos rui, had a strange rhythm. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's young face, Lu Piapiao would have thought that an alchemy master was refining pills. The pill is about to be formed. Jiaomu was shocked when he saw that the fire dragons were changing again. Boom, the 2 fire dragons, one red and one black, spewed out 2 rays of light at the same time. The essence of the pill in the center suddenly swelled up. Then, the 2 fire dragons instantly merged with the essence of the pill, and a faint dragon mark spread out. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face turned pale, but his eyes were still incomparably calm. The speed of his hand seals also became faster and faster. Buzz, in the end, the red cloud cauldron began to buzz and tremble. The essence of the pill was like a nebula, flowing with colorful lights. In an instant, it split into 9 rays of light and directly shot into the sky. Whoosh, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of white gas, and the jade bottle in his hand that he had prepared beforehand accurately collected the 9 streaks of light. Success! Ling Xiao's face revealed a trace of joy. With the dragon transformation pill and the spirit stones that Jiaomu gave him, he could completely cultivate the body of a flood dragon. Thinking about the description of the body of a flood dragon, Ling Xiao's heart was burning with excitement. This was the first time he refined a pill after 10,000 years. Although Ling Xiao's mental strength was very strong now, comparable to that of a superior alchemist, his cultivation was still too low. Forcefully using his mental strength to activate the red cloud cauldron and the earth fire array was still a great burden to him. After successfully refining the dragon transformation pill, Ling Xiao's mental strength was almost exhausted. Is this the dragon transformation pill? Jiaomu came up and looked at the dazzling pill in Ling Xiao's hand with an extremely excited expression. The dragon transformation pill was a faint gold. There were strange patterns on the surface like dragon scales, and a fragrance assailed the nose. How could Jiaomu not be excited when he saw the long-lost dragon transformation pill today? He actually refined it? Lu Piapiao's face was also filled with disbelief. This hateful brat had actually refined the legendary dragon transformation pill? Where did he come from? Lu Piapiao became more curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Moreover, to her dismay, she discovered that Jiaomu had taken Ling Xiao as his master. Then wouldn't she have to call Ling Xiao ancestor? Thinking of this, Lu Piapiao's gaze on Ling Xiao became increasingly unfriendly. Prepare a quiet room for me. I want to go into seclusion. After the dragon transformation pill was successfully refined, Ling Xiao could not wait to cultivate the ancestral dragon's secret skill. In his previous life, the ancestral dragon's secret technique had created the legend of the supreme true dragon's unparalleled physical body. What kind of power would it unleash on Ling Xiao now? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Good. Master, the secret room next door is where I usually cultivate. I've even set up a spirit gathering formation inside. It's perfect for Master to cultivate. Jiaomu respectfully opened the door to a secret room at the side. Very good. Yumu's lips curled into a smile. He walked in front of Lu Piapiao and said in a teasing tone, Piapiao, let me hear you call me ancestor. If you do well, I'll reward you. You're dreaming. Lu Piapiao snorted coldly and turned her head away angrily. Piapiao, don't be presumptuous. Young Master Ling is my master, so he's your ancestor. Hurry up. And greet your ancestor. Jiaomu was instantly unhappy. He looked sternly at Lu Piapiao and said. Master, you're bullying me. I won't call you that. I won't call you that. Lu Piapiao stomped her feet. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she felt greatly wronged. This little girl, she's rebelling against you? Jiaomu immediately shouted. His face was filled with a bitter smile. All right. I'm just teasing you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to walk into the secret room. Two rays of light flew out from his hands and landed in Jiaomu's and Lu Piapiao's hands. In Jiaomu's hand was a pill formula, and in Lu Piapiao's hand was a dragon transformation pill. Since you're my disciple, these two items are a greeting gift. Guard the door and don't let anyone in to disturb me. Ling Xiao's voice floated out, and the door of the secret room slammed shut. This is the 7 profound treasure pill formula? After looking at the pill formula in his hand, Jiaomu's entire body began to tremble. His eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Thank you, Master. Jiaomu respectfully kowtowed to the door of the secret room. His face was filled with gratitude. The 7 profound treasure pill was the pill formula that he had been dreaming of for a long time. He had deduced the pill formula for a long time but could not succeed. However, Ling Xiao took it out so easily. In addition, after seeing Ling Xiao's superb alchemy skills, Jiaomu's last bit of discomfort disappeared. On the contrary, his heart was filled with joy. He gave me the dragon transformation pill just like that? Lu Piapiao's eyes widened. Her face was filled with disbelief. Her eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor as she stood there in a daze. In the secret room, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. He took out the cauldron he had seized from the Hehuan sect disciples, as well as the Dark Mother Scarlet Snake Gallbladder and other spiritual herbs. It was better for fewer people to know about refining a heaven-defying spiritual pill like the Dark Mother pill. Moreover, the Dark Mother pill was only a middle-grade spiritual pill. It was 1 grade lower than the Dragon Transformation pill. For Ling Xiao, who had just finished refining the Dragon Transformation pill, it was not difficult at all. Moreover, Ling Xiao had also refined the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire. Using the Chaos Golden Lotus Fire to refine pills was much better than using the Earth Fire. Ling Xiao first spent a few hours to recover the mental strength that he had expended. Then, he used the Dark Mother Scarlet Snake Gallbladder and other spiritual herbs to refine the Dark Mother Pill. Not long after, when the Chaos Golden Lotus fire slowly dissipated, 9 dazzling Dark Mother Pills fell into Ling Zhao's hands. Now, everything is ready. After I break through to the genuine Qi realm, it should be easier to practice the Flood Dragon body. Ling Zhao secretly thought in his heart. A powerful aura spread out from his body. After opening 360 meridians in his body and reaching the great circle of the channel opening realm, Ling Zhao had suppressed his cultivation. Now that he had let go of the suppression, the inner strength in his meridians flowed like a huge river towards his energy center. Boom, endless energy surged, as if it was splitting the sky and earth. The powerful internal strength around Ling Zhao's body rushed over, making a muffled sound in his dantian. Then, a strange space was instantly pierced through. Now. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. 3 Dark Mother Pills were instantly swallowed into his stomach. P.S. Muyu's new book, Eternal Great Emperor, has been released. During the release of the book, Muyu pleads with his brothers to vote, collect, click, and tip, and help our Eternal Great Emperor to enter the list. Thank you. The mysterious Mother Pill melted in his mouth, and 3 streams of dense energy flowed through his limbs and bones, finally rushing into his dantian qi si. It was like thunder in the void, constantly expanding his qi si. Kacha, like a thunderclap, a blazing golden light filled the void, and a stream of innate clear qi was born from his qi si, dense and pervasive, accompanied by a strong sense of power that filled Ling Zhao's entire body. Ling Zhao's dantian qi si was like a small world, slowly wriggling, and a majestic energy was poured into it, instantly opening up a space of 490 feet. When an ordinary martial artist broke through to the true qi realm, they would have at least a 90 feet qi si. Some geniuses could even reach a qi si of over 200 feet or even 300 feet. Ling Zhao's qi si of 490 feet was already considered a peerless genius, but the main reason was because he was at the great circle of the meridian opening realm. After all, Ling Zhao's body in this life was very ordinary, and did not have any special constitution. 490 feet qi si? It's only comparable to my previous life. This body is really bad. But this is still not enough. Ling Zhao felt his qi si, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. Mysterious Mother Pill, it's up to you. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of expectation, and he instantly activated the medicinal power of the mysterious Mother Pill. In his previous life, when Ling Zhao broke through to the true qi realm, he did not take the mysterious Mother Pill, but a qi si of 490 feet was already abnormal enough. In this life, every step he took was extremely solid, and he wanted to achieve perfection in every realm. Boom, the medicinal efficacies of the mysterious Mother Pill erupted, and swept through Ling Zhao's dantian qi si like a storm. 3 dense purple clouds overflowed from it, and slowly pushed Ling Zhao's qi si, continuing to expand in all directions. 50 feet. 510 feet. 550 feet. 650 feet, Ling Zhao's qi si slowly expanded, and when it finally became 990 feet, the 3 streams of dense purple qi were completely exhausted. Qi si of 990 feet? It seems that my dantian sea of qi has reached its limit. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Based on the density of his true energy, Ling Zhao believed that even a martial artist at the 9th level of the true energy realm would not be his match. However, although the perfect sea of qi is powerful, every breakthrough in the future will be more difficult and will require more resources. Ling Zhao thought to himself as a storm of energy surged around him. The sky-devouring secret technique was activated automatically, and the surrounding spiritual stones turned into majestic spiritual energy that surged into his limbs and bones. When Ling Zhao's qi si was completely filled with true qi, the most central qi vortex appeared. It was incomparably resplendent, like a galaxy of stars. Ling Zhao's cultivation was now standing at the peak of the first stage of the true energy realm. Just a little bit more and he would be able to condense the second cyclone and break through to the second tier of the true energy realm. Very good, after cultivating true qi, I will be able to use many powerful martial arts. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. This body of mine is too useless. Otherwise, it would not have been unable to open a single meridian after a few years. However, with the ancestral dragon's secret technique, everything will not be a problem. Ling Xiao thought of Supreme True Dragon. Although Supreme True Dragon had betrayed him, he had to admit that Supreme True Dragon's talent was unparalleled. He was able to become one of the top 10 titled Supremes in the War God continent mostly because of the ancestral dragon's secret technique. Supreme True Dragon's aptitude was originally extremely ordinary. However, he cultivated the ancestral dragon's secret technique, from the Jiao dragon body to the earth dragon body, the flying dragon body, the sky dragon body, and the true dragon body. It could be said that with every breakthrough in the ancestral dragon's secret technique, Supreme True Dragon's aptitude would increase tremendously, and his physical body would become even tougher. After attaining the true dragon body, Supreme True Dragon could even contend with supreme weapons with his physical body. He was extremely powerful and unparalleled. He could carry the 5 great mountains on his shoulders, move mountains and overturn seas, pluck the stars and grab the moon, and his blood chi could shatter heaven and earth. The true dragon body was even more perverse than those powerful bloodlines and physiques in the legends. Now that I have the dragon transformation pill and the top-grade spiritual stones, I can use this to break through the Jiao dragon body. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he made a decision in his heart. The spirit-gathering formation in the secret chamber seemed very inferior to Ling Xiao. It could only increase his cultivation speed by 30%. He modified the spirit-gathering formation and took out 500,000 top-grade spiritual stones to set up the formation. The spiritual energy in the spirit-gathering formation was more than 10 times thicker than the outside world. Finally, Ling Xiao entered the spirit-gathering formation. The Jiao dragon body changes the heaven and earth, gathers the essence of the sun and moon, develops the secrets of the 5 elements, develops the god of flesh and blood, transforms the chi of the 5 viscera, nurtures the congenital flower, and strengthens the Jiao dragon body. The cultivation technique of the Jiao dragon body appeared in Ling Xiao's mind and he began to cultivate it. Boom! The Jiao dragon body was a supreme cultivation technique that channeled the chi and blood in one's body to forge a peerless Tao foundation and be reborn. It involved the secret realm of the human body and was extremely mysterious. As Ling Xiao cultivated it, the chi and blood in his body began to flow and boil. The acupoints all over his body were like stars in the sky, slowly opening mysterious doors. Then, the dense spiritual energy from the outside surged wildly into his acupoints and transformed into a majestic chi and blood force. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth. Roar! Traces of mysterious dragon power spread out from Ling Xiao's body. His body began to squirm and tremble unconsciously, and some black impurities were expelled. Boom! Blazing flames burned from within Ling Xiao's body. This was the fire of the 5 viscera of the human body. Triggered by the cultivation technique of the Jiao dragon body, it began to burn Ling Xiao's body and forge a strong physique. As Ling Xiao breathed, a pale golden dragonization pill began to float. Traces of dense golden air flowed from Ling Xiao's mouth and nose and surged towards his body. The pale golden air seemed to have turned into tiny Jiao dragons. It was very mysterious. So painful. The fire of the 5 viscera burned, as if even his soul was burning. Waves of tearing pain attacked Ling Xiao's body and kept him awake at all times. If it was an ordinary person, they would have fainted from the intense pain. However, Ling Xiao's face was pale, but his eyes were shining brighter. He could faintly feel that the impurities in his body that had been tainted by the mortal world were being expelled and burned into nothingness by the fire of the 5 viscera. Ling Xiao's flesh and blood began to emit a jade-like luster. The meridians in his body were as thick and strong as dragons. All the meridians in his body were open, and they were as flawless as glass. His bones were as white as jade, and his entire temperament changed. He became more ethereal and otherworldly. The Jiao dragon body not only required the dragon chi and the dragon soul, but also the dragon bloodline. The symbol of successfully cultivating the Jiao dragon body was to condense the Jiao dragon blood in the body. Boom! Waves of blood surged into the sea. Countless tiny golden Jiao dragons swam in Ling Xiao's blood vessels. In the end, they converged together like a dazzling golden sun. Rumble, rumble. 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 All the blood and chi gathered at Ling Xiao's chest, forming a sparkling and resplendent blood bead that emitted traces of golden luster. The flood dragon's blood, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. As the flood dragon's blood flowed throughout his body, Ling Xiao's bones, flesh, and tendons seemed to have been dyed with a faint layer of gold. Furthermore, faint dragon patterns formed on the surface of Ling Xiao's body. Countless spiritual qi gushed towards Ling Xiao and enveloped him, forming a milky white shell. Thump. Thump. Thump, it was like a huge heart was beating. Every time it beat, it would sweep away the endless spiritual energy. Ling Xiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a chicken in the primal chaos, getting rid of all the mortal aura and returning to the flawless Xiantian realm. Just like that, after 3 days and 3 nights, the energy of 500,000 upper-grade spiritual stones was completely consumed. The giant white shell also began to crack. Crack, Ling Xiao walked out of it, his entire body filled with an incomparably powerful aura. His body exuded an explosive power. Ling Xiao gently clenched his fist, and an explosive sound rang out in the void. 129,600 jin. 1 yuan is equivalent to the strength of 1 dragon and 1 tiger. Now, with the strength of my body alone, I'm not any weaker than a dragon-tiger realm expert. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a trace of brilliance. He was very satisfied with the results of this cultivation. Furthermore, after refining 500,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, Ling Xiao not only cultivated the flood dragon's body, but his cultivation had also reached the 3rd level of the true energy realm. This consumption is still too terrifying. Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. 500,000 upper-grade spiritual stones was enough for a martial artist to cultivate from the channel opening stage to the Grandmaster realm. However, the harvest was also huge. In the 999-foot Qi Sea, 3 dazzling golden cyclones spun slowly, constantly devouring the surrounding spiritual qi. The flood dragon's body allowed Ling Xiao's physical strength to reach an extremely abnormal level, although he was only at the 3rd level of the true energy realm, with his 99 zhang Qi Si, his flood dragon body, and Ling Xiao, it could be said that he could sweep through the entire spirit transformation realm. Even when facing a dragon-tiger realm elite, Ling Xiao had the ability to fight. At the location of Ling Xiao's heart, there were 9 drops of golden blood that resembled 9 tiny flood dragons. This was the flood dragon's blood. When all the blood in Ling Xiao's body transformed into the flood dragon's blood, he would be able to break through to the 2nd stage of the ancestral dragon's secret skill. Creak, the door to the secret room opened, and Ling Xiao walked out. Outside, Jiaomu and Lu Piapiao's faces were originally filled with anxiety, but when they saw Yu Mu, their eyes revealed pleasant surprise. You actually broke through to the 3rd level of the true energy realm? Lu Piapiao exclaimed. Her face was full of shock. 3 days ago, when Ling Xiao entered the secret room, he was still at the 9th level of the channel opening realm. In just 3 days, he had broken through 3 small realms. It was easier than eating or drinking. How could Lu Piapiao not be shocked? One had to know that Lu Piapiao took 7 days to break through from the 9th level of the channel opening realm to the true energy realm. She was already known as a genius. And from the 1st level of the true energy realm to the 3rd level of the true energy realm, Lu Piapiao took nearly half a year. Compared to Ling Xiao, Lu Piapiao suddenly felt that her worldview had collapsed. He was really a monster. Master's cultivation has improved greatly. It's really worthy of celebration. Jiaomu also noticed this and laughed out loud. Thank you, Master, for passing on the 7 profound treasure pill formula to me. In these 3 days, I finally succeeded in refining a cauldron of 7 profound treasure pills. Jiaomu changed his tone and took out a jade box as if he was presenting a treasure. He poured out 3 treasure pills the size of a longan fruit. The medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils, and they were perfectly round and resplendent. What was even more strange was that there were 7 strange patterns on the treasure pills. It really is a 7 profound treasure pill. But this 7 profound treasure pill is only a low-grade treasure pill. You actually managed to refine a medium-grade one? Ling Xiao took a closer look and frowned. Jiaomu's face suddenly turned red. He said, Master, you are right. I am incompetent. This kind of ancient treasure pill involves too many spiritual herbs, and I am not proficient in it yet. However, although these 7 profound treasure pills are only medium grade, It is enough for a Dragon Tiger Realm warrior to break through to the Grandmaster Realm. Ling Xiao did not speak. Instead, he pointed directly at Jiaomu's glabella. Although Jiaomu was a little surprised, he did not dodge and calmly accepted Ling Xiao's finger. A wave of mental strength merged into Jiaomu's glabella. This is the fire control method of two dragons playing with a pearl? Jiaomu exclaimed. His whole body trembled, and he could not speak clearly. His eyes were full of gratitude and fanaticism. As my disciple, even if you are a registered disciple, you can't be too weak. Comprehend the fire control method of two dragons playing with a pearl well. I hope that next time, you can refine a high-grade 7 profound treasure pill. Ling Xiao said lightly. Thank you, Master, for giving me the method. Jiaomu bowed deeply toward Ling Xiao and impatiently ran toward the alchemy room. He was probably going to try to cultivate the fire control method of two dragons playing with a pearl. Ice skin and jade bones, a genius physique. You actually broke through to the spirit transformation realm. It looks like the effect of the dragon transformation pill is not bad. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao and said with some surprise. Lu Piapiao had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true energy realm. After obtaining Ling Xiao's dragon transformation pill, not only had she been reborn, but she had also broken through to the 1st layer of the spirit transformation realm. However, Lu Piapiao did not have the secret method of the ancestral dragon, so the effect of the dragon transformation pill was not as abnormal as Ling Xiao's. Lu Piapiao's face turned red. She was extremely curious about this youth who had given her the dragon transformation pill and made Jiaomu willingly acknowledge him as his teacher. What kind of sect could produce such a monstrous disciple? I have nothing to do. Master told me to follow you and protect you. Lu Piapiao said softly. Her snow-white neck turned red. She could not say the words Grandmaster no matter what. Protect me? Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily. He suddenly smiled and raised Lu Piapiao's chin with a mischievous finger. This little appearance is really not bad. Jiaomu wants you to follow me and serve me. Be obedient and I won't treat you badly. Rogue. Lu Piapiao exclaimed and hurriedly dodged Ling Xiao's hand. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao laughed and walked out with his hands behind his back. Lu Piapiao stomped her feet and helplessly followed. I should go back to the Changsun sect to take a look. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao left Longevity City without stopping. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Longevity Mountain. Lu Piapiao was stunned when she saw the words Longevity Sect on a huge rock in front of her. You're a disciple of Longevity Sect? Lu Piapiao's voice was filled with shock. That's right. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao looked at the verdant Longevity Mountain and sighed. But, Lu Piapiao didn't know what to say. Longevity Sect was ranked last among the 3 sects within 1,000 miles. It was much weaker than Hehuan Sect and Demonic Palace. How could such a sect nurture such a monstrous disciple like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He naturally understood Lu Piapiao's thoughts. However, he didn't have any intention to explain. He walked towards Longevity Mountain. What a strange guy. Lu Piapiao felt that Ling Xiao was shrouded in a layer of fog. This made her even more curious. She quickly chased after him. I wonder how Shui Wei's cultivation has been in the past few days. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In this life, things remained the same but people had changed. Time had reversed. However, he felt a trace of warmth from this little girl. Moreover, Ling Xiao could faintly feel that Shui Wei's bloodline was very unusual. It seemed to be hiding some kind of secret. What's going on? Ling Xiao's brows suddenly furrowed as a bad premonition arose in his heart. As he walked up the mountain, the disciples of Longevity Sect that he encountered were like birds that were startled by the twing of a bough. They kept dodging, afraid that they wouldn't be able to avoid Ling Xiao in time. Just a few days ago, when Ling Xiao went down the mountain, all the disciples were still greeting him respectfully. But now, such a change had actually happened. Something happened. Ling Xiao's eyes darkened. He clearly saw a trace of schadenfreude and sympathy in the disciples' eyes. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to lower himself to their level. He sped up, covering more than 100 feet with each step. It was as if the ground had shrunk into an inch. He flew in the direction of Jin's pavilion. When Ling Xiao returned to Jin's pavilion and saw the scene in front of him, his expression became extremely gloomy. The bamboo forest was still bamboo forest and the waterfall was still flowing. However, Jin's pavilion was gone. Or rather, Jin's pavilion had turned into ruins. There were still traces of fire on the ground. Shui Wei! Shui Wei, where are you? Ling Xiao raised his voice and shouted. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. Although he was furious that Jin's pavilion had been burned down, he was more worried about Shui Wei's whereabouts. Ling Xiao's voice spread in all directions, causing the bamboo forest to tremble slightly. However, the figure of the white-clothed girl still did not appear. Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly, and a burning killing intent flashed in his eyes. Who is it? Who had the guts to burn down Jin's pavilion and capture Shui Wei? Could it be Dang Yalan? I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to do that. Ling Xiao's thoughts spun rapidly, and he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Lu Piapiao's eyes revealed a trace of shock and curiosity. She was shocked by the evil spirit emanating from Ling Xiao. He was like a peerless god of death walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. She could not help but turn pale. What he was curious about was, who was Shui Wei? To actually make Ling Xiao so worried and angry, whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, 3 figures shot out from the bamboo forest in the distance. Greetings, Saint. The 3 of them bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he recognized the 3 people in front of him. They were Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han, whom he had rescued from the mouth of the Dark Mother Scarlet Snake. In Fearsome Beast Mountain. However, at this moment, Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong's faces were bruised and swollen. Wang Han's face was pale, and the 3 of them had chaotic breaths. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Tell me what's going on. Ling Xiao said expressionlessly. However, the coldness in his voice made Lu Chuanxiong and the other 2 shudder. Saint, all of this was done by Lin Haoyu. Lu Chuanxiong looked at Ling Xiao's cold face and gritted his teeth. Lin Haoyu? Ling Xiao frowned. This was an unfamiliar name. It was not done by Dang Yalan as he had imagined. After all, in the entire Xianxia sect, only Dang Yalan had some grudges with him. However, he had already expressed his allegiance to Ling Xiao. Lin Haoyu is the grandson of Lin Shan, the Grand Elder. He is ranked 2nd among the pro-disciples, 2nd only to senior sister Nangong. With Lu Chuanxiong's explanation, Ling Xiao also understood what had happened. Other than the sect leader, Nangong Xian, who was a master realm expert, the Xianxia sect also had a grand elder, Lin Shan. It was said that his cultivation was even higher than Nangong Xian's, and he was the number 1 person in the Xianxia sect. Lin Shan's most beloved grandson was Lin Haoyu. He was 22 years old and was at the 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, 2nd only to Nangong Qing. Normally, Lin Haoyu was arrogant and domineering, bullying his fellow disciples. With Lin Shan as his backing, even Nangong Xian had a headache when dealing with him. Moreover, Lin Haoyu was especially proud and had always treated Nangong Qing as his exclusive property. He even wanted to become the saint of the Xianxia sect, but Nangong Xian had never relented. This time, when Lin Haoyu came out of seclusion, his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. He had also mastered the Xianxia sect's 7 stars moon sword. He was in high spirits and his cultivation was on par with Nangong Qing. However, when he came out of seclusion, he heard that a servant disciple, Ling Xiao, had appeared in the Xianxia sect. Not only had he passed the 9th level of the Longevity Tower, he had also defeated Dang Yalan, who was at the spirit transformation realm. His talent was peerless and he was recognized by Nangong Xian as the saint of the Xianxia sect. The position of saint was equivalent to the position of the young sect master of the Xianxia sect. Lin Haoyu had long regarded the position of the future sect master as his. Now that it had been taken by a servant disciple, wouldn't he have to salute this servant disciple in the future? How could Lin Haoyu tolerate this? Lin Haoyu was furious. He immediately led his people to the Jin's pavilion. Not only did he burn the Jin's pavilion, but he also captured Shui Wei. Saint, our cultivation was too weak and we couldn't stop Lin Haoyu. After being injured by him, we could only watch him capture Miss Shui Wei. Lu Chuanxiong said with red eyes. What about Nangong Xian and Nangong Qing? Didn't they stop him? Ling Xiao became calmer, but those who were familiar with him knew that he was furious to the extreme. Sect Master and Senior Sister Nangong are cultivating in seclusion. They don't know about this at all. After Senior Brother Deng Yalan found out, he also went to Lin Haoyu to ask for Nangong Qing. However, he was beaten up by Lin Haoyu. In the end, the Grand Elder and the Enforcement Elder stepped forward, but they were also suppressed by Lin Shan. Lu Chuanxiong and the other two's faces were filled with bitterness. Lin Shan had stepped forward and protected Lin Haoyu without any hesitation. So what if Ling Xiao was angry? Even if Nangong Xian came out of seclusion, he wouldn't fall out with Lin Shan over a maid, right? Are they in seclusion? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He already knew that Nangong Xian and Nangong Qing had probably started cultivating the Longevity Supreme Scripture after obtaining it. However, he was rather surprised that Deng Yalan would stand up for Ling Xiao. It seemed like that kid's nature wasn't bad. Whoosh, Ling Xiao flicked his finger and 3 spiritual pills flew into the hands of Lu Chuanxiong and the other 2. Take it and heal your injuries. You guys have done well. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao's gaze towards Lu Chuanxiong and the other 2 was slightly gentler. Ling Xiao would remember that Lu Chuanxiong and the other 2 were willing to stand up for Shui Wei despite Lin Haoyu's strength. This is the Great Recovery Pill? Lu Chuanxiong was shocked when he saw the spiritual pill in his hand. He immediately recognized it. The Great Recovery Pill was a spiritual pill that could allow an expert of the spirit transformation realm to break through and heal their injuries. It was extremely precious and was a high-grade spiritual pill that was worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to take it out so easily. Lu Piapiao curled her lips when she saw it. She naturally knew that these Great Recovery Pills were refined by Master Jiao Mu and were used by Ling Xiao as a favor. Thank you, Holy Son. However, Lin Haoyu is powerful and has the support of Grand Elder Lin Shan. Holy Son, you must not be rash. Lu Chuanxiong said sincerely. Don't worry. There are probably not many people in the Longevity sect who are worthy of me being rash. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked away. Lu Piapiao naturally followed closely behind. She was also very curious. Lin Haoyu's cultivation was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Although Ling Xiao was a genius, he was only at the 3rd level of the true energy realm. The difference between the two was more than 10 levels. Furthermore, Lin Haoyu had a master behind him. Where did Ling Xiao's confidence come from? Moreover, she had some expectations in her heart. Perhaps this mysterious young man who could make the proud Jiao Mu willingly acknowledge him as his master could really create a miracle. Lu Chuanxiong and the other 2 looked at the Great Recovery Pills in their hands and were slightly absent-minded. Big brother, do you think the Holy Sun is a match for Lin Haoyu? Gu Zhong asked. Hard to say. Lu Chuanxiong bitterly smiled and said, although the Holy Sun defeated Deng Yalan is only at the 1st level of the spirit transformation realm while Lin Haoyu is at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. Furthermore, he has mastered the 7 stars transforming moon sword, a low-grade earth tier martial art. Deng Yalan cannot compare to him. Big brother probably thinks that the Holy Sun is going to lose. Wang Han said softly. So what if the Holy Sun wins? Don't forget, Lin Haoyu still has a Grandmaster realm powerhouse behind him. Lu Chuanxiong shook his head. He felt his scalp go numb when he thought of the terror of a Grandmaster realm expert. However, big brother, did you notice? It is said that when the Holy Sun defeated Deng Yalan a few days ago and cleared the 9th level of the Longevity Tower, he was only at level 4 of the Meridian opening stage. Just now, I saw that the Holy Sun's cultivation base was 3rd stage of the true energy realm. Wang Han pursed her lips and smiled, a strange light flashing in her eyes. What? Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong shuddered, their eyes filled with horror. Perhaps, the saint will be able to create another miracle this time. Wang Han looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had left, her eyes filled with anticipation. Nine-Yang Peak. There was a fire vein at the bottom of the peak. The fire attribute spiritual qi was incomparably abundant, which was extremely beneficial for practicing fire attribute martial arts. This was Lin Haoyu's residence. Before Ling Xiao became the Holy Sun, only Nam Gongqing and Lin Haoyu could monopolize a peak among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Longevity sect. When Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao arrived at Nianyang Peak, they were stopped by two disciples holding swords. Who are you? This is Senior Brother Lin's cave abode. Get lost. The two white-clothed youths looked arrogant and cold. They held Qingfeng swords in their hands and concealed their true energy. They had already reached third stage of the true energy realm. Lin Haoyu's dominance was evident by the fact that two inner disciples were guarding the mountain gate. Get Lin Haoyu out here to see me. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. How dare you call Senior Brother Lin's name when you're merely at third stage of the true energy realm? You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the two white-clothed youths as they stabbed their swords toward Ling Xiao. True energy surged like waves. Under the flickering of the swords, it was as if there were three huge waves rolling toward Ling Xiao. The two youths were using a black lower-grade martial art, vast ocean sword art. Get lost. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He did not expect Lin Haoyu's two disciples to be so arrogant. They wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Boom! Ling Xiao stomped his feet and the ground shook. A faint golden true energy enveloped his hand as he threw a punch toward the two youths. How dare you catch my sword with your bare hands? You're courting death. The two youths laughed sinisterly. The swords in their hands flashed and fell toward Ling Xiao's arms, intending to cut them off. But they soon realized they were wrong. The ferocious fist radiance swept over, exuding a Vajra immortal aura that could destroy the void. It instantly blasted on the two fine steel longswords. Crack! The complexions of the two white-robed youths changed drastically. They felt their arms go numb, and the steel swords in their hands were broken into several pieces. Then, a tremendous force hit them, and sent them flying hundreds of feet away. Puff! The two youths smashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their sword-wielding arms were broken at the same time. Who are you? The white-clothed youth's expression changed greatly. They were both at the third stage of the true energy realm, but Ling Xiao was able to heavily injure both of them with a single punch. That kind of ferocious and unparalleled fist intent that seemed capable of shattering the void made both of them tremble uncontrollably. I remember now. He's Ling Xiao. Not good. Let's report to Senior Brother Lin. The other youth's face suddenly changed as if he had thought of something and said with a trembling voice. The two youths ignored their injuries and ran toward Lin Haoyu's palace. What a freakish body. Lu Piapiao secretly clicked her tongue. This was the first time she saw Ling Xiao fight. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao not only had high attainments in alchemy, but his combat strength was also very strong. Ling Xiao continued to walk toward the Nianyang Peak as if he didn't see the two youths running away. That punch just now was just a casual punch. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength of his fled dragon body, one punch would have been enough to turn the two youths into ashes. A huge palace stood at the top of the Nianyang Peak. When Ling Xiao walked to the entrance of the palace, many disciples rushed out and stared at Ling Xiao as if they were facing a great enemy. Ling Xiao, how dare you behave so atrociously here? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe Senior Brother Lin will spare your worthless life. In the middle of the crowd, Ling Kuan stared at Ling Xiao and sneered. His eyes were filled with hatred. Massacre the Nianyang Peak? What arrogance! At this moment, the door of the palace opened and three young men wearing white robes with three golden swords embroidered on their sleeves walked out. Each of them had a dignified appearance and were tall and handsome. The young man on the left had a long sword on his back and a sharp gaze. His entire body exuded a fierce aura, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. The young man on the right looked extremely burly with bulging muscles. He was an expert at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Ling Xiao only glanced at the two of them before his gaze landed on the person in the middle. He had a handsome face and a slender figure, but his lips were very thin and revealed a trace of arrogance. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, emitting a cold light. The most important thing was that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. He only needed a sliver of yin and yang to reach the dragon tiger realm. Lin Haoyu, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he recognized his identity. Kid, didn't you hear me talking to you? A mere third level of the channel opening realm, an ant-like cultivation, dares to call yourself the Holy Sun? The one who spoke was the burly young man on the right. When he saw that Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him, his eyes instantly turned cold. Senior brother Zhua, this kid's cultivation isn't worth mentioning, but he can activate the sect-protecting formation. Be careful not to fall into his trap. Ling Kuan ran in front of Zhuozhen and whispered. Sect-protecting formation? Hee, with this kid? Get out of my way. Today, I'll teach him what it means to respect his senior brother. Zhuozhen obviously didn't believe it. Although many people said that Ling Xiao could activate the sect-protecting formation, he had never seen it before. He only thought that Ling Xiao used some treasure to defeat that trash Deng Yalan. Who are you? If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and coldly looked at Zhuozhen. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Haoyu and coldly said, hand over Shui Wei and I won't kill you today. Kill me? Lin Haoyu was stunned. As if he had heard a joke, he laughed loudly. Ling Xiao, I don't know how an ant like you managed to gain Nangong Xian's favor and obtain the position of Holy Sun. However, if you want Shui Wei, then give up the position of Holy Sun and kneel in front of me to beg for mercy. Perhaps I can spare her life. Otherwise, I'll have to enjoy the taste of that little girl first. Lin Haoyu laughed arrogantly, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. You're playing with fire. Ling Xiao didn't get angry, but the cold light in his eyes became even brighter. Kid, cut the crap. If you want senior brother Lin to release him, you'll have to get past me first. Zhuozhen had long been furious after being ignored by Ling Xiao. At this moment, he couldn't help but jump out. Powerful genuine qi spread out from his body and oppressed Ling Xiao. That's right. If you want me to release Shui Wei, you have to defeat Zhuozhen first. Although Lin Haoyu was arrogant, he was also quite scheming. It just so happened that Zhuozhen jumped out. He was prepared to let Zhuozhen test Ling Xiao's background first. Kid, have a taste of my Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist. Zhuozhen rushed up with a hideous smile. He didn't give Ling Xiao the slightest chance to react and threw a punch. Roar, the sound of a tiger roaring in the forest rang out. This punch was wrapped in the pride of the king of beasts. It vaguely seemed to form the shadow of a fierce tiger behind Zhuozhen, looking very domineering. It's actually the Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist? A profound-level ultimate martial art, even more powerful than the small Vajra fist. Looks like the Holy Sun is going to lose this time. Bah, what Holy Sun? He's only at the third level of the true energy realm, a whole realm lower than senior brother Zhua. Previously, the few true disciples weren't here. So he was arrogant for so long. I think he'll be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. That's right. Senior brother Zhua is mighty. Many disciples shouted excitedly as their mocking and ridiculing voices rang in Ling Zhao's ears. However, Ling Zhao's expression didn't change. He was extremely calm. He waited until Zhuozhen's overbearing punch was about to hit him before he made his move. Roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out, as if the Tiger King was patrolling the mountains, overlooking the rivers and mountains. Ling Zhao's punch made everyone feel as if the Tiger King was pouncing on Zhuozhen. If Zhuozhen was a fierce tiger, then Ling Xiao was the king of 10,000 tigers, with an insufferably arrogant aura. Boom, the two fists collided. Ling Zhao's body didn't move, but Zhuozhen's arm went numb. He was directly sent flying by a huge force. How is this possible? Zhuozhen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. What made him feel disbelief was not only because of Ling Zhao's terrifying physical strength, but also because of Ling Zhao's attainments in the Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist. The Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist was a martial art given to him by the sect when he was promoted to a true disciple a year ago. It was second only to the legendary 7 Stars transforming moonsword. With the Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist, he was confident that even those who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him were no match for him. The Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist only had 3 styles, Tiger Fist, Dragon Fist, and Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist. However, Ling Zhao's Tiger Fist actually had a kind of aura that made him feel terrified, as if he was facing the true form of a Tiger King. This is fist intent? The young man carrying a sword on his back on Lin Haoyu's left seemed to have thought of something. His whole body trembled as he exclaimed. What? Fist intent? Impossible. Lin Haoyu's expression changed, and a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. The way he looked at Ling Xiao also became gloomy. However, when he recalled Ling Xiao's punch just now, Ling Xiao seemed to have really turned into the king of 10,000 tigers, suppressing people with the force of heaven and earth. Only those who had comprehended fist intent could release such a terrifying blow. Intent was the comprehension of the force of heaven and earth, and it belonged to the strong in the Guru realm. Every strong in the Guru realm had their own unique martial arts intent. Those who could comprehend intent before the Guru realm were all geniuses. If there were no accidents in the future, they would definitely be promoted to the Guru realm. However, Ling Xiao was only in the genuine Qi realm, and he had already comprehended intent. This kind of talent was simply terrifying. This kid must not be left alive. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Lin Haoyu's eyes. I don't believe that your Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist is stronger than mine. Go to hell. Sui Zhan, who was sent flying by Ling Xiao, had a hint of madness in his eyes. The majestic vital energy in his body surged as if it had a mind of its own. Clouds and mist drifted around his body, forming a dragon-shaped shadow. Roar, following a high-pitched dragon roar, the dragon fist exploded and blasted towards Ling Xiao. The Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist is not used like that. Ling Xiao sighed softly, but his eyes became sharper. Roar, roar, the dragon and tiger collided. A shadow of a tiger and a shadow of a dragon formed on Ling Xiao's fists at the same time. They intertwined with each other as if they were attracting the power of the heavens and the earth. The void trembled. No one could describe the sharpness of this punch. It was as if the void was destroyed by this punch. There was only this golden fist between heaven and earth. Boom, Sui Zhan's spirit transformation realm Qi couldn't even withstand a single blow from this punch and collapsed. With a crisp crack, Sui Zhan's arm was instantly broken and Ling Xiao's punch arrived in front of Sui Zhan. Am I going to die? Sui Zhan's eyes flashed with incomparable fear. The shadow of death shrouded his heart, but facing Ling Xiao's punch, he was like a small boat in the sea. There was no room for resistance. Just when everyone's eyes widened and thought that Sui Zhan's head would be smashed by Ling Xiao's punch, Ling Xiao's fist stopped in front of Sui Zhan, but that bright fist was like a blade that scraped his face painfully. Seeing that you inherited this fist technique, I won't kill you today. Scram. Ling Xiao said indifferently. There was a hint of a meeting in his eyes. No one was more familiar with this Dragon Tiger space-breaking fist than Ling Xiao, because this was a fist technique that Ling Xiao had created when he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Although it was only a profound-level peerless martial art, the Dragon Tiger sky-shattering fist could explode with an attack comparable to the Dragon Tiger realm. It was incomparably powerful. Sui Zhan looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. He felt that his whole body was drenched as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. He cupped his hands toward Ling Xiao and didn't say anything. He didn't look at Lin Haoyu and just turned to leave. Seeing Sui Zhan's desolate back, the other disciples couldn't bear to see him leave. They knew that Sui Zhan had been badly beaten by Ling Xiao. A true Qi realm cultivator against a spirit transformation realm cultivator, a whole realm lower, but the result was a complete victory in 2 moves. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao. Even Lin Haoyu's subordinates revealed reverence in their eyes. How did he become so strong? Why him? Ling Kuan's eyes were filled with fear and jealousy. He could feel that the current Ling Xiao was more than 10 times stronger than a few days ago. No, he must die. If he doesn't die, then I will. Ling Kuan's eyes flashed with resentment. The holy son of the longevity sect? Comprehending fist intent? An alchemy genius? How many more secrets does he have? Lu Piapiao, who was standing in the distance, became more and more curious about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was like the mouth of a spring. The more he explored, the more he realized that there was an unfathomable ocean below. Sui Zhan has been defeated. Hand over Shui Wei. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Haoyu, his voice indifferent. Sui Zhan has lost. But I didn't say that as long as you defeat Sui Zhan, I will give Shui Wei to you. This junior brother Xianxia is a genius in the way of the sword. If you can defeat him, I might consider it. A murderous look flashed across Lin Haoyu's eyes, but he quickly regained his smile. Junior brother Wuk, kill him and we will be even. Lin Haoyu's murderous voice entered the ears of the young man on the left. The young man with the sword on his back, Jian Wuk, nodded his head and walked out. It's senior brother Jian. It is said that senior brother Jian's 7 flowing light swords has reached the Great Circle. He is only one step away from comprehending sword intent. Ling Xiao will definitely lose if he makes a move. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Although senior brother Jian is only at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm, it is said that his battle prowess is second only to senior sister Nangong and senior brother Lin. The 7 flowing light swords is also a peerless profound martial art. Although Ling Xiao's dragon tiger breaks the sky is amazing, it is still inferior to the 7 flowing light swords. I also think highly of senior brother Jian. Many disciples discussed. It was obvious that Jian Wuk's move had given them confidence. Jian Wuk? Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The young man in front of him looked no more than 20 years old, but he had already produced a trace of sword intent. Although it was weak, it was extremely pure. Jian Wuk stood there like a peerless divine sword, emitting a sharp aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. Great circle of sword arts, half-step sword intent. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of sharpness. He felt a trace of threat from Jian Wuk, which stimulated the battle intent in his heart. Although Ling Xiao was only at the 3rd level of the true energy realm, he had the consciousness of a sovereign, the sky-devouring secret technique, and the ancestral dragon secret technique. Moreover, he knew the martial arts of the Changshan sect like the back of his hand. Other than the dragon tiger realm experts, he should be able to defeat everyone in the spirit transformation realm. However, Jian Wuk made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. Greetings to the saint. The dragon tiger breaks the sky was amazing. I only used one move. If the saint can withstand it, it will be my loss. Jian Wuk said indifferently, as if he did not see Lin Haoyu's gloomy face. Calling Ling Xiao the saint? Then what about Lin Haoyu? You are different from him. Why did you make a move? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wuk and asked indifferently. It's just that some people have no choice but to return the favor. Today, I can use this opportunity to kill him with one move. Jian Wuk said slowly, but his eyes burned with passion. Whoosh, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and an incomparably pure sword aura spread out. When Jian Wuk's gaze landed on Ling Xiao, his entire body seemed to have turned into a divine sword overflowing with cold light. Innate sword bone? Good. Very good. You can use your sword. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, as if he felt the sword aura around him, and he smiled slightly. Clang, the long sword was unsheathed, and cold light overflowed. Jian Wuk's eyes became incomparably resplendent in an instant. The true energy around him spread out, as if it had turned into transparent swords, and lifted the long sword up. The majestic aura was as vast as the sea, and it pressed down on Ling Xiao. This was a clash of sword intents. Although Jian Wuk had not fully comprehended the sword intent, the sudden flash of light had made him attack unconsciously. Ling Xiao stood there, looking very casual, and there was a faint smile on his face. However, Jian Wuk felt very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao looked very loose, as if there were openings all over his body, but there was not a single one. The aura that Jian Wuk had accumulated was like a wave meeting a boulder. There was not a single gap to be found. The surrounding wind seemed to have stopped. Although the disciples did not know why Jian Wuk and Ling Xiao were standing there without moving, the oppressive atmosphere in the air made them feel suffocated. I can't continue like this. If this goes on, I will lose before I even use my sword. Swoosh, the sword shone brightly and pierced through the air like a shooting star. It flew at lightning speed towards Ling Xiao. No one could see the trajectory of this sword and no one could describe the style of this sword. One sword light chilled 19 provinces. The crowd only saw white light and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's concentration was also at its peak. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Ling Xiao stretched out 2 fingers. Bang, as if it had hit a wall of air, Jian Wuk felt that his sword could no longer move forward. The tip of his sword had been caught by Ling Xiao's 2 fingers. The tip of the sword was only half an inch away from Ling Xiao's throat. I've lost. Jianwuk was a little sad, but he quickly regained his composure. That's right, you've lost. But you almost won. Ling Xiao said slowly as drops of blood dripped from his fingers. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. When he looked at Jianwuk, his eyes revealed a trace of admiration. No one understood the terror of Jianwuk's sword better than him. The 7 Swords of Flowing Light was known for its speed, and Jianwuk had already comprehended the 7th sword to the extreme. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. After Ling Xiao's flood dragon body was refined, his physical body had reached an extremely sturdy state. However, the sharp sword qi still cut Ling Xiao's finger. If Jianwuk had comprehended sword intent, it would not have been so easy for Ling Xiao to receive this sword. He would have had to pay a huge price. Senior brother Lin, I've lost. You and I are even now. Jianwuk looked at Lin Haoyu indifferently and turned to leave, ignoring Lin Haoyu's gloomy expression. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Jianwuk seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. His entire person had become much purer, and a pure sword intent was emitted, causing his back to straighten even more. Not bad. He's a good seedling. Ling Xiao nodded. He could predict that Jianwuk would be able to comprehend his own sword intent soon. When that time came, Jianwuk's combat strength would become extremely terrifying. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Lin Haoyu was so angry that he laughed. His heart was filled with fear for Ling Xiao, but at the same time, his killing intent became even more intense. Not only had Ling Xiao defeated Zhuo Zhen and Jianwuk, but he had also made them betray him in the blink of an eye. This kind of scheming made Lin Haoyu shocked and angry. Let her go. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Haoyu coldly and spat out 2 words. If you want me to let her go, as long as you can defeat me. Lin Haoyu took a step forward, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was like the waves of the sea, wave after wave, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Make your move. Ling Xiao said coldly, a murderous look flashing across his eyes. As the saying goes, family members should not be implicated. No matter how much Lin Haoyu disliked Ling Xiao, he should not have taken Shui Wei away. It could be seen that Lin Haoyu was an unscrupulous person. Ling. So, whether Lin Haoyu let Shui Wei go or not, his fate was already sealed. At the same time, Ling Xiao sent a secret message to Lu Piapiao. When I make my move, you will rush into the palace to save Shui Wei. These are a bunch of true energy realm trash. They probably won't be able to stop you. Lu Piapiao was stunned and nodded. Indeed, with her cultivation at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, it was enough to rush in and save Shui Wei. Brat, I have to say that you are very arrogant. You want to be the holy son of my Chongqing sect with your cultivation at the 3rd level of the true energy realm? Then you will have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. Lin Haoyu sneered. A blue sword was unsheathed. It shone with a dazzling light and emitted a threatening cold light. It's the Azure Ice Sword. With this spiritual weapon, senior brother Lin will win without a doubt. Ling Kuan's eyes flashed and he suddenly became excited. This blue ice sword was Lin Shan's personal sword when he was young. It was refined from 1,000-year chilling ice iron and blue copper liquid. It could cut through iron like mud and release a powerful cold air. With this blue ice sword in hand, Lin Haoyu's strength could increase by more than 30%. Even if he faced a dragon tiger realm expert, he would still have the strength to fight. No wonder you are so confident. So you have a spiritual weapon in hand. However, weapons are dead and people are alive. Even if you have a spiritual weapon, it won't change your fate today. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and he sneered. With Ling Zhao's sharp eyes, he could tell that the blue sword in Lin Haoyu's hand was a spiritual weapon. Furthermore, it was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Coupled with his cultivation. At the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, it could naturally erupt with a powerful force. Moreover, Lin Haoyu cultivated the 7 stars transforming moon sword, a low-grade earth-level martial art. It was also the Chongqing sect's most powerful martial art. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Ling Xiao was. Ever since the heaven-devouring spiritual seed was formed and the flood dragon body was refined, Ling Xiao wanted to test how strong his battle strength was. And Lin Haoyu in front of him was the best sparring partner. "Brat, don't flaunt your mouth." Lin Haoyu's eyes flashed coldly. The blue eye sword hummed and a ray of sword energy shot towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's feet moved and he instantly moved 3 meters to the side. The blue sword energy pierced through a huge rock in the distance and left behind blue ice shards. Swish! Swish, swish! Lin Haoyu's sword fell a few more times. With the support of his dense true qi, the blue ice sword shone brightly. The sword energy swept through the void and flickered with a cold light. However, Ling Xiao moved with the Chongqing steps. His entire person was incomparably elegant and at ease. Lin Haoyu's sword energy had no way of landing on his body. "Your sword skills are far inferior to Jian Wux's. Use the 7 stars transforming moon sword. Otherwise, you won't have any chance." Ling Xiao sneered and didn't hide his sarcasm. "Brat, you're courting death." Lin Haoyu seemed to be really enraged. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the majestic Xianxia around his body spread out. The azure ice sword was dazzling, and it buzzed and trembled. Tiny sword lights intertwined in the void and surrounded the azure ice sword, as if forming a bright star. Swoosh, Lin Haoyu charged forward with sword in hand. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a meteor, moving at an extreme speed. Additionally, he also exuded a sharp light that could pierce through everything. A single star was just the beginning level of the 7 stars transforming moon sword. When this low-grade earthen tier martial art was cultivated to the great circle, the 7 stars would transform into a full moon and one could temporarily form a full moon sword domain. It was invincible and terrifying. However, this single star was also very powerful. In terms of speed, it was only slightly inferior to Jian Wux's 7th sword of flowing light. Very good. A light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. That sharp sword light made his skin feel slightly cold, creating a trace of pressure. However, the more it was like this, the more it stimulated Ling Xiao's will to fight. Rumble. Lesser Vajra Fist. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a Vajra Fist of destruction. His fists were powerful and majestic. Lesser Vajra Fist? This is only a black class upper grade martial art. It's not even comparable to the Dragon Tiger space-shattering fist. Ling Xiao is really courting death. Delight flashed across Ling Kuan's eyes. He couldn't wait for Lin Haoyu to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. But in Lin Haoyu's eyes, this fist was extremely different. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have dimmed. Only Ling Xiao's fist shone brightly. The golden light was resplendent, as if it was going to shatter the void. Vajra descends, world-destroying fist. This was fist intent. Only by comprehending the concept of fist would one be able to display the lesser Vajra fist to such a terrifying level. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's timing was excellent. He saw the vital energy node of Lin Haoyu's sword and ruthlessly smashed it. Bang, the star shattered. Lin Haoyu's vital energy was instantly defeated. Ling Xiao's Vajra fist landed on the ice blue sword. Wang, the ice blue sword suffered a heavy blow and suddenly trembled. Lin Haoyu felt a huge force coming towards him. The ice blue sword in his hand was almost sent flying. He suddenly retreated a dozen steps and felt his vital energy and blood surge. What? Ling Kuan and the other disciples trembled. Their eyes revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? The 7 stars transforming moon sword was actually no match for the lesser Vajra fist, and Ling Xiao was actually able to defeat Lin Haoyu, who was wielding a high-grade spiritual weapon, with his bare hands. With their eyesight, they naturally couldn't see that Ling Xiao had comprehended fist intent. But their gazes towards Ling Xiao were filled with reverence. Fist intent? So what if it's fist intent? With your cultivation at the 3rd level of the true energy realm, I want to see how many punches you can throw. Lin Haoyu's expression was gloomy. His heart was filled with jealousy. Why couldn't he comprehend fist intent? And Ling Xiao, a servant disciple, actually comprehended fist intent. The more it was like this, the more his killing intent towards Ling Xiao burned. In the end, it was already extremely dense. Even though fist intent was strong, it required the user's cultivation to support it. With Ling Xiao's meridian opening stage cultivation, he would probably exhaust his vital energy after a few moves. Swish. Swish, Lin Haoyu held his sword and rushed towards Ling Xiao, trying to use his powerful Xiantian qi to suppress Ling Xiao. You want to fight a war of attrition? I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he instantly understood Lin Haoyu's plan. However, how could Ling Xiao be afraid of such a tactic? The pores all over his body opened up, and the heaven-devouring spirit seed was like a whirlpool, madly devouring the surrounding spirit qi. In an instant, the true qi in his qi sea was filled again. It could be said that with the heaven-devouring secret technique, even if Ling Xiao was only at the true energy realm, he would not fear anyone in a battle of attrition. Although the 7 stars transforming moon sword technique was an earth-level lower-level martial skill, if Lin Haoyu used it against someone with a lower cultivation level than him, he would be at a disadvantage. But to Ling Xiao, he knew all the martial arts of the Chongsun sect like the back of his hand. Furthermore, Lin Haoyu had only just learned the basics of the 7 stars transforming moon sword technique. He had not even reached the small success stage. Ling Xiao could easily find many flaws. The only thing that could threaten Ling Xiao was the azure ice sword in Lin Haoyu's hand. Rumble, Ling Xiao and Lin Haoyu's figures crossed each other at an extremely fast speed. After images appeared in the void. Ling Xiao used the small Vajra fist to resist the 7 stars transforming moon sword technique, and the Vajra world-destroying fist intent allowed Ling Xiao to fight to his heart's content. Every punch of Ling Xiao's landed on the flaws of the 7 stars transforming moon sword. The seemingly sharp sword qi would often collapse upon contact, and in the end, the majestic and unparalleled power would all crash onto the azure ice sword. Lin Haoyu's arm was getting more and more numb, and his blood was surging. However, the shock on his face was getting more and more intense. How is this possible? Your true qi is not depleted at all? Lin Haoyu could not help but exclaim. Ling Xiao had been attacking with his fist intent for so long, but his true qi was not depleted at all. This made Lin Haoyu even more terrified. Boom, at this moment, while Lin Haoyu was distracted, Ling Xiao's fist landed on the azure ice sword. Lin Haoyu's arm went numb, and the azure ice sword flew out of his hand and stabbed into a huge rock in the distance. Then Ling Xiao's foot landed on Lin Haoyu's chest, and he ruthlessly kicked him into a huge rock in the distance, smashing it into pieces. Puff, Lin Haoyu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Ling Xiao and Lin Haoyu. No one noticed that a beautiful figure had flashed into the palace. Vajra fist intent? Unparalleled body? How is this possible? You're only at the true qi realm, how can you be so strong? Lin Haoyu was about to go crazy. His face was filled with a ferocious expression. He originally thought that although Ling Xiao had comprehended fist intent and defeated Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk, he was still at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. With the 7 stars transforming moon sword and a high-grade spirit weapon, he would be able to easily defeat Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao's fist intent would not only restrain his 7 stars transforming moon sword, but also have an endless supply of true qi. Finally, the terrifying power of Ling Xiao's physical body had sent him into the abyss. I'll ask you one last time. Hand over Shui Wei, and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Lin Haoyu as he spoke indifferently. Kill me? Ha ha ha. Lin Haoyu laughed crazily. My grandfather is Grand Elder Lin Shan, and he's even stronger than Nangong Xian. Even Nangong Xian doesn't dare to say that he'll kill me. Who do you think you are? Lin Haoyu stood up and said with a sinister smile, now I've changed my mind. Ling Xiao, a piece of trash like you actually broke through to such a realm in such a short time. You must have obtained some treasure, right? Hand over your treasure, then kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Perhaps I'll spare your worthless life. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Ling Xiao sighed softly, and a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Brat, your maidservant originally had no cultivation at all, but you actually set up a spirit-gathering formation for her, allowing her to break through to the 6th level of the meridian opening realm in just a few days. This cultivation technique was also a fortuitous encounter of yours, right? She actually refused to let go of the item that I wanted. she's simply courting death. However, she's really stubborn, refusing to let go even after using so much torture. Have you thought it through? If you wait for my grandfather to make a move, no one in the entire Xianxia sect will be able to save you. Lin Haoyu looked down at Ling Xiao and spoke with incomparable arrogance. In his opinion, although Ling Xiao's talent was unparalleled, how could he overturn the heavens in the Xianxia sect? Lin Shan was the strongest in the entire Xianxia sect, and he doted on Lin Haoyu the most. As long as he made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Torture? Ling Xiao's expression changed and became extremely cold. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. His heart was filled with monstrous anger. He looked at Lin Haoyu as if he was looking at a dead man. Shui Wei cultivated the longevity supreme scripture. Coupled with the spirit-gathering array set up by Ling Xiao, she naturally made rapid progress. However, she did not expect to be targeted by Lin Haoyu. Moreover, he actually tortured a weak little girl. Whoosh, at this moment, a red figure flashed out of the palace and instantly landed beside Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao came out with a weak girl in a white dress in her arms. However, the white dress was stained with blood. Shui Wei was covered in wounds. Her face was very pale and her eyes were tightly shut. However, the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of heart-wrenching determination. Her snow-white wrists and ankles were full of bruises. Her body was covered in whip marks. It was a shocking sight. Ling Xiao, kill him. This bastard really deserves to die. How could he do this to such a weak girl? He's not human, he's a bastard. Lu Piapiao's eyes were also red. She looked at Lin Haoyu in the distance with murderous intent. When she entered the palace, Shui Wei was hung up with wounds all over her body. It was obvious that she had been tortured to extort a confession. Her breath was weak and she had already fallen into a coma. Lu Piapiao had never hated anyone as much as she did at this moment. You're courting death. Lin Haoyu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Ling Xiao to secretly send people to rescue Shui Wei when he was not paying attention. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly became bone-chilling. His body emitted a murderous aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was as if he was a demon god who walked out of hell. Lu Piapiao, who was beside him, could not help but shiver. Ling Xiao did not say a word. He carefully took out a few elixirs and fed them to Shui Wei. Then, he said, take care of Shui Wei and bring her back to Jin's pavilion. After speaking, Ling Xiao's sharp eyes suddenly fell on Lin Haoyu. His murderous intent was almost tangible. You're the one courting death. Ling Xiao's fury erupted like a volcano. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and his entire body shot up like a cannonball, charging towards Lin Haoyu. The heaven-devouring secret technique erupted, the flood dragon's body erupted, the Vajra fist intent erupted, his 990 Zhang Qi Si erupted. At this moment, Ling Xiao used all his trump cards just to kill Lin Haoyu. At this moment, whoever dared to stop Ling Xiao would be his mortal enemy. Rumble, dazzling golden light burst forth, and Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have turned into a glaring Vajra. The qi and blood in his body condensed, and a vast amount of Xiantian true qi gathered on his fist. Like a small sun, it pierced through the void and charged towards Lin Haoyu. This wasn't the small Vajra fist, but a peerless earth-class martial art, the Vajra subduing devil fist. At this moment, if Ling Xiao unleashed his full power, even a dragon tiger realm elite would be blasted into smithereens, let alone Lin Haoyu. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Lin Haoyu was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Ling Xiao's aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. This meant that Ling Xiao was still holding back his battle strength. He was angry because Ling Xiao dared to attack him for a maid. Was he not afraid of his grandfather? Grand Elder Lin Shan was the #1 person in the Xianxia sect. If Ling Xiao dared to touch him, no matter how strong his talent was, he would definitely die. The moment you touched Shui Wei, you should have thought of today's outcome. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as the Grim Reaper's. He was extremely angry, and his fist was like a meteor from outer space, about to smash everything into smithereens. No. You can't kill me. Lin Haoyu roared, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death. Boom, as if his potential was stimulated by death, Lin Haoyu's majestic true qi exploded. The white robe on his body suddenly shattered, revealing a black chainmail. It was shining with spiritual light, and it was obviously a powerful spiritual weapon. He also threw a punch. Demonic qi surged, as if all the essence and blood in his body had fused into this punch. It was the most powerful attack in his life. Crack, the two fists collided, and the black demonic qi was swept away. An unparalleled force attacked, and directly shattered Lin Haoyu's arm, causing a bloody mist to fill the air. Bang, Ling Zhao's expression was cold. His body moved like a ghost, and he arrived at Lin Haoyu's side. Then, he threw a punch at his lower abdomen. The Vajra fist intent exploded, and the unparalleled true qi instantly destroyed Lin Haoyu's Dantian sea of qi, shattering all the meridians in his body. Pfft, Lin Haoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with incomparable madness and fear as he roared. You destroyed my cultivation? I want you to die. I want you to die. Lin Haoyu's hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone crazy as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Slap, a crisp sound was heard, and Ling Xiao slapped Lin Haoyu's face. Immediately, his teeth flew out, mixed with blood, and his entire body smashed onto the ground like a dead dog. You crippled my cultivation. Ling Xiao, my grandfather will definitely not let you off. You're dead meat, and no one can save you. Lin Haoyu was completely deranged. With his cultivation destroyed, he would be a cripple in the future. Being knocked down from the clouds to the ground was simply worse than being killed. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme, and he hated that he could not eat his flesh and drink his blood. I don't know what your grandfather is like, but what I know is that I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until that day. Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent as he walked over. His entire body emitted a monstrous aura, shocking everyone in the surroundings. How dare he destroy senior brother Lin? Many disciples were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Kuan's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Good, very good. This time, Ling Xiao and Grand Elder Lin Shan will definitely not rest until one of them is dead. I'd like to see how you can survive this time. Ling Kuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the thought of retreating emerged in his heart. He slowly wanted to leave this place. Did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and immediately, two rays of light flew over at an extremely fast speed, shooting directly at Ling Kuan's knees, smashing his legs into pieces. Ling Kuan instantly cried out miserably as he knelt on the ground, and his gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with hatred. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued walking towards Lin Haoyu. Looking at Ling Xiao's cold eyes, Lin Haoyu shuddered and immediately woke up from his anger. Don't come over, Lin Haoyu's voice began to tremble. He suddenly understood that even if Lin Shan could avenge him, everything would be for naught if he lost his life. Lord Holy Sun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made an enemy of you. I shouldn't have hurt Miss Shuewei. I'm not human, please spare me. Lin Haoyu's legs suddenly went soft, and he knelt at Ling Zhao's feet. He started to cry loudly with snot and tears, and he even slapped himself, shocking all the surrounding disciples. Was this still the arrogant senior brother Lin Haoyu? Looking at Lin Haoyu's current appearance, the disciples couldn't help but feel disdain in their hearts. Lord Holy Sun, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to go against you in the future. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Lin Haoyu knelt at Ling Zhao's feet and begged endlessly. However, there was a trace of hatred and killing intent hidden in his eyes. Whoosh, a silver cylinder appeared in Lin Haoyu's hand, and he suddenly shot it at Ling Xiao. Go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Lin Haoyu sneered and activated the mechanism in his hand. Dozens of silver rays shot forward at an extremely fast speed. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. Where was Ling Zhao's shadow? Pear blossom storm needles? It's even dipped in poison. Even a dragon tiger realm expert will die in your hands if he's not careful. You're really good at scheming. Ling Zhao's slightly mocking voice rang in Lin Haoyu's ears, and Lin Haoyu instantly shuddered. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him. Lin Haoyu thought that he had successfully concealed his killing intent, but he didn't know that Ling Xiao already knew that he was up to no good. When he took out the pear blossom storm needles, Ling Xiao had already used the longevity steps to appear behind him. Ling Xiao, my grandfather will definitely not let you off. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. Lin Haoyu's face turned pale when his sneak attack failed. He knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't let him off no matter what. He immediately threw caution to the wind and looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable hatred. Slap, Ling Xiao didn't say anything and just slapped him. Immediately, the other half of Lin Haoyu's face swelled up as well. He was sent flying over 100 feet away, spitting out blood from his mouth. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he slapped Lin Haoyu a few more times. In the end, Lin Haoyu couldn't even curse anymore. He lay on the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth, and his breath was extremely weak. In the end, Ling Xiao walked up to Lin Haoyu and grabbed his neck with one hand. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. At this moment, Lin Haoyu truly felt the threat of death, but he couldn't say anything. He could only look at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. Ling Xiao, stop. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, and a beautiful figure shot over from afar. Ling Xiao, Lin Haoyu is Grand Elder Lin Shan's grandson. If you kill him, you'll get into big trouble. Let him go first, and we can talk about it slowly. That beautiful figure was Nangong Qing. At this moment, she was wearing a fluttering white dress and carrying a long sword on her back. She looked elegant and refined, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. However, her face was filled with anxiety, afraid that Ling Xiao would kill Lin Haoyu out of anger. You guys are afraid of Lin Shan, but I'm not. He hurt Xue Wei, so he can only die. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at Nangong Qing, then exerted force in his hand and instantly broke Lin Haoyu's throat. How dare you? Lin Haoyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to kill him even when Nangong Qing came. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he fell to the ground dead. You really killed him? Sigh. Nangong Qing stomped her feet in anger, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of resentment. Nangong Qing had just come out of seclusion when she heard that Ling Xiao had killed his way to Ninyang Peak. Therefore, she rushed over without stopping, wanting to stop Ling Xiao's impulse. However, she was still a step too late. You've already crippled his cultivation, why do you still want to kill him? Grand Elder Lin Shan will come out of seclusion in 3 days. When he comes out and finds out that Lin Haoyu was killed by you, he will definitely not let you off. Why are you so impulsive? Nangong Qing said as if she expected better from him. What's the difference between crippling his cultivation and killing him? Even if I let him off, do you think that Lin Shan won't find trouble with me after he comes out of seclusion? I don't like trouble, so I might as well kill this trouble directly. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. But you. Sigh, there's no room for negotiation now. I'll go find father and see if there's a solution. Behave yourself. Nangong Qing glared hatefully at Ling Xiao, stomped her feet, turned around, and hurriedly left. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling that something was wrong. This little girl looked like she wanted to kill him when they were at the fearsome Beast Mountain range. Why did she change her attitude when they met this time? Ling Xiao shook his head, then unceremoniously took away Lin Haoyu's azure ice sword, his chain mail, and his storage bag. He then grabbed Ling Kuan and swaggered down Ninyang Peak, returning to Jin's pavilion. The disciples of Ninyang Peak were all silent, and none of them dared to stop Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left, the disciples immediately dispersed in a hubbub. Jin's pavilion. During this period of time, Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han had already cleaned up the dilapidated pavilion and repaired it. It could barely be moved in. Lu Piapiao also brought Xue Wei back to Jin's pavilion. After feeding Xue Wei a healing elixir, Xue Wei fell into a deep sleep. How is Xue Wei? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Piapiao as he returned to Jin's pavilion and moved Ling Kuan to the side. She's fine. It's all superficial wounds. She fell asleep after taking the healing elixir. That Lin Haoyu, Lu Piapiao's eyes flashed with a trace of pity as she spoke softly. He's already been killed. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good job. This kind of scum deserves to die. Lu Piapiao said hatefully. Obviously, she also hated Lin Haoyu. What? Saint, you killed Lin Haoyu? Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han also heard Ling Zhao's words, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Saint, I didn't expect your combat strength to be so terrifying. Even Lin Haoyu died in your hands. However, Saint, you're in big trouble this time. Grand Elder Lin Shan is the strongest person in the Xianxia sect. When he comes out of seclusion and finds out about this, he will definitely not let you off. Saint, why don't you run away? If you run far away, Lin Shan won't be able to find you. Gu Zhong said hurriedly. That's right. Saint, you're a genius. You'll be able to break through to the Master Realm in a few years. When you return to the sect, I'm sure Lin Shan won't dare to do anything to you. Wang Han said worriedly. I've killed Lin Haoyu. I'm already the target of public criticism in the Xianxia sect. Are you still willing to stay here? If you report this to Lin Shan, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as his sharp gaze landed on Lu Chuanxiong and the other two. Saint, what are you talking about? Lu Chuanxiong said seriously, the three of us siblings were saved by the Holy Sun. The debt of saving our lives is greater than the heavens. How can the three of us do something so ungrateful as to be worse than pigs and dogs? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Chuanxiong and the other two. Seeing the sincerity on their faces, he nodded in his heart. The three of them had a good temperament and could be used. Don't worry. Lin Shan may be strong, but he can't kill me in the Xianxia sect. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind letting the Xianxia sect lose a grand elder. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a strong sense of confidence. Lu Chuanxiong and the other two were affected by Ling Zhao's confidence. They started to believe him and their restless hearts gradually calmed down. Piapiao, look after him. The three of you, follow me. Ling Xiao asked Lu Piapiao to look after Ling Kuan as he led Lu Chuanxiong and the other two into the bamboo forest. Tell me all the martial arts that the three of you are practicing. I want all the details. Ling Xiao said faintly. Lu Chuanxiong and the other two looked at each other. Although they were confused, they still told Ling Xiao the martial arts that they were practicing. Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han were all orphans with no background. After joining the Xianxia sect, they were supported all the way until they reached the true energy realm and became inner disciples. The highest martial art that Lu Chuanxiong cultivated was the middle-grade black-rank iron sword technique. Gu Zhong cultivated the low-grade black-rank reckless bull strength. Wang Han cultivated the low-grade black-rank vast ocean sword technique. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Lu Chuanxiong, your attainments in the iron sword art are not bad, but this martial art is too weak. I will teach you the great sky sword art, which is a peerless earth-level martial art. When cultivated to the extreme, it will not be weaker than a heaven-level martial art. What? A peerless earth-class martial art? Lu Chuanxiong's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. Ling Zhao's words set off a huge wave in his heart. One must know that the strongest martial art in the Xianxia sect was only the 7 stars transforming moon sword art, and Ling Xiao actually said that he was going to teach him a peerless earth-grade martial art. Looking at Lu Chuanxiong's look of disbelief, Ling Xiao did not explain. Instead, he pointed at Lu Chuanxiong's glabella, and an extremely profound great sky sword technique was integrated into his mind. Of course, Ling Xiao only taught him the first part. Whether he could obtain the second part would depend on Lu Chuanxiong's performance. Feeling the profound martial art that appeared in his mind, Lu Chuanxiong seemed to be in a daze. Instantly, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the martial art in his mind. Gu Zhong and Wang Han's faces were also filled with astonishment. Then, they looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely fervent gaze. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Gu Zhong, you were born with divine strength and are suitable for body-refining martial arts. I will teach you a peerless earth-class demon ox fist. Wang Han, you have a quiet personality and your sword is ethereal. It suits your temperament very well, but the vast sea sword art is not suitable for you. I will teach you a peerless earth-class 13 Jade Girl sword. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also pointed at Gu Zhong and Wang Han's glabella and taught them the first part of these 2 martial arts. Great Sky Sword Art, Demon Ox Fist, and 13 Jade Girl's Sword. These 3 martial arts were all peerless Earth-class martial arts. Moreover, they all had a set of Qi refinement mental cultivation techniques. After Ling Zhao's test, Lu Chuanxiong and the other two's temperament and aptitude were the best. Thus, Ling Xiao taught them. In the future, if he wanted to revitalize the Chongsun sect, it would not be enough to rely on Ling Xiao alone. He had to nurture some strong disciples. Seeing Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han going wild with joy and entering into a state of cultivation, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to leave the bamboo forest. Ling Xiao went to the loft to take a look at Xue Wei. Seeing that Xue Wei was still in a deep sleep, but her breathing had stabilized, Ling Xiao left at ease. Bang! Ling Kuan was thrown to the ground and fell flat on his face. A burst of dust flew up and he coughed continuously. Speak, who asked you to deal with me? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Kuan indifferently and said. What do you mean? I don't know. Ling Kuan looked at Ling Xiao in horror and said. You are still not honest here? Forget it, I am just wasting a little more mental energy anyway. Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, 2 black vortexes shot out from his eyes. Ling Kuan's body trembled and his expression became sluggish. Ling Zhao's mental energy was very strong now. He just casually used a few secret techniques to intimidate the mind and Ling Kuan obediently submitted. Who asked you to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked. It was the Grand Elder. Ling Kuan said sluggishly, 3 years ago, after the disappearance of the Demon Lord, you were sent to the Chongsun sect. Originally, the Grand Elder only asked me to keep an eye on you. However, he did not expect that your cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, causing the Grand Elder to feel uneasy. The Grand Elder had long planned to let his grandson inherit the title of Demon Lord. If you were to return to the capital, his plan would definitely fail. Therefore, the Grand Elder asked me to contact the Chongsun sect to eliminate you. Grand Elder Lin Shan and the Grand Elder are old friends, so I found Lin Shan and Lin Haoyu. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He knew that this physical body was the only son of the Demon Lord in the Great Desolation ancient country. However, 3 years ago, the Demon Lord went missing and Ling Xiao was sent to the Chongsun sect in the name of protection. In these 3 years, although Ling Xiao did not have any cultivation talent and was very useless, under the care of the Chongsun sect, he passed his days peacefully. However, who knew that Lu Yi and Ling Kuan would conspire to kill Ling Xiao and allow the heaven-devouring Supreme Ling Xiao to be reborn? However, those people in the capital were still lingering around. He did not expect them to reach out to the Chongsun sect. Grand Elder Ling Yunxiang? And his grandson Ling Tianxi? Since they have taken over your physical body, I will help you kill these 2 people. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. There is another reason why the Grand Elder wants to kill you. That is because the Demon Lord and the King had arranged a marriage for you when you were young and the King had bestowed the King's little princess to you as your wife. However, after the Demon Lord went missing, your reputation as a useless person spread to the capital and the royal family gave up on the idea of you marrying the little princess. Furthermore, the Grand Young Master Ling Tianxi also likes the little princess. Only by killing you will your marriage with the little princess be annulled and he will have the chance to marry the little princess. Marriage contract? Ling Zhao's eyes showed a trace of strangeness. It was said that the little princess was born in the same year, month, and day as him. Not only was her martial arts talent extraordinary, but she was also an outstanding beauty. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, the royal family naturally would not allow the little princess to marry Ling Xiao. Well, I know. Who is Lu Yi? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He took note of everything Ling Kuan said and then changed the topic to Lu Yi. The previous Ling Xiao did not notice it, but now Ling Xiao could feel that Lu Yi was very unusual. Moreover, she did not seem to be cultivating the martial arts of the Chongsun sect. Lu Yi is said to be the niece of the Chongsun city lord, Lu Xiongfei. She is also related to the Hehuan sect. A few days ago, the son of the 7th elder of the All-Pleasure sect, Ma Jun, died in the ferocious Beast Mountain range. The people of the All-Pleasure sect suspected that it was done by the people of the Longevity sect. All in all, it seemed that only you had entered the ferocious Beast Mountain range during that period. Lu Yi and I both want to get rid of you. I found Lin Haoyu, and Lu Yi went to the Hehuan sect to inform. Perhaps it won't be long before the Hahuan sect comes to punish you. Ling Kuan said word by word with a dull expression. Ma Jun? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered the people of the Hahuan sect that he killed in the fearsome Beast Mountain range. Lu Yi is actually Lu Xiongfei's niece. It seems that Lu Piapiao should know her. I should be able to know her identity when I ask Lu Piapiao later. But it seems that Lu Yi is very likely to be a spy of the Hahuan sect. Ling Zhao's thoughts turned and he thought of many things in an instant. At the same time, he also released the mental control on Ling Kuan. Ling Kuan shuddered and suddenly woke up. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror and said, "You, what did you do to me?" Ling Xiao smirked coldly and struck him on the neck, knocking him out. Ling Xiao, it's not good. At this moment, Lu Piapiao ran over in a panic. Her eyes were full of anxiety. What's wrong? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and asked in a deep voice. Shui Wei, something happened to Shui Wei. Go and see. Lu Piapiao said hurriedly. Shui Wei. Ling Zhao's heart sank. His feet moved, and he flew towards Jin's pavilion. Just as he approached the Jin's pavilion, Ling Xiao felt an icy aura. The entire Jin's pavilion seemed to have turned into a land of ice, completely sealed in ice. I don't know what's going on. It was fine just now. Who would have thought that a gust of cold air would suddenly come out of the building and freeze the area within 1,000 feet? Lu Piapiao explained. This is 9 nether chi? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He dashed into the pavilion and said, "Don't come in. Stand guard outside." Boom, as soon as Ling Xiao entered Jin's pavilion, he felt a terrifying chill coming towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. That cold air was bone-piercing, as if it was cold to the soul. Moreover, it also emitted a gloomy aura of darkness and the netherworld. This should be the 9 nether chi, but why would it appear here? Ling Zhao's gaze fell on Shui Wei, who was in the pavilion. At that moment, Shui Wei seemed to be sealed in a transparent ice block. The majestic cold air was emitted from her body. Could it be that this little girl has the 9 nether bloodline? Ling Zhao's eyes trembled as he thought of a possibility. 10,000 years ago, the 9 nether sovereign, who was ranked third among the 10 titled supremes, had the 9 nether bloodline. His battle strength was monstrous, and he reigned supreme. Even Ling Xiao couldn't say for sure that he could defeat the 9 nether sovereign. The 9 nether bloodline was one of the top bloodlines in the world. Anyone who had the 9 nether bloodline would eventually become the strongest in the world. If Shui Wei really had the 9 nether bloodline, then her origin was probably not ordinary. However, Ling Xiao still needed to confirm what kind of bloodline it was. Boom, Ling Zhao's body emitted a mysterious aura. The heaven-devouring spiritual seed in his energy reserve began to rotate. The terrifying cold air around him was devoured and refined by him, increasing his cultivation. Ling Xiao strode into the Jin's pavilion. It is indeed the mysterious ice of the 9 nether formed by the cold air of the 9 nether. Perhaps the injury this time allowed this little girl to awaken the 9 nether bloodline by chance. However, the 9 nether bloodline is too perverse. If there is no one to protect her, I'm afraid she won't be able to survive. She will eventually die in this endless cold air. Ling Xiao sighed and confirmed his thoughts. However, Shui Wei's current state was also very dangerous. The awakening of the 9 nether bloodline had caused a large amount of 9 nether cold air to erupt from Shui Wei's body. It had reached a point where she couldn't withstand it at all. At that moment, her life force was already very weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to delay and immediately placed a palm on the 9 nether cold ice. Heaven-devouring secret skill, devour. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The heaven-devouring secret skill was fully unleashed. The heaven-devouring spiritual seed in his energy reserve suddenly trembled. Then, a huge devouring force completely erupted. Boom, Ling Zhao's entire body seemed to have turned into a whirlpool. A large amount of 9 nether cold air was refined by the heaven-devouring spiritual seed and turned into boundless true qi that began to surge within Ling Zhao's body. Originally, the space within Ling Zhao's energy reserve was very large. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, the difficulty would be tens or even hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. However, although this 9 nether cold air had a bone-piercing chill, it contained the purest essence of spiritual energy. Coupled with the refinement of the heaven-devouring spiritual seed, it directly turned into pure Xiantian true qi and integrated into his energy reserve. Ling Zhao's Xiantian true qi carried a faint golden glow. It was dense in his energy reserve. Soon, under this boundless devouring force, his energy reserve was filled with Xiantian true qi. The fourth true qi whirlpool slowly formed. Boom! Ling Zhao's cultivation also broke through to the fourth level of the true energy realm in an instant. However, this cold air was just a drop in the ocean compared to the boundless nine nether cold air. More and more nine nether cold air began to be devoured and refined by Ling Xiao. Kacha, the nine nether cold ice on Shui Wei's body shattered, and Ling Zhao's qi was also rapidly increasing. The fifth true qi whirlpool, the sixth true qi whirlpool, the seventh true qi whirlpool, the eighth true qi whirlpool. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, when the temperature of the entire Xianxia pavilion slowly dropped, Ling Zhao's body exuded a powerful and unparalleled aura. Ripples spread out and directly shattered the surrounding tables and chairs. The ninth true qi whirlpool formed in an instant. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He didn't have time to check the situation within his body. He hurriedly looked at Shui Wei, who was lying on the bed. At this moment, although Shui Wei's face was still very pale, her life fluctuations had stabilized. Under Ling Zhao's perception, the nine nether cold air had all retreated back into Shui Wei's body. It gradually circulated within her body and strengthened her qi bit by bit. Comparisons are odious. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. His little maidservant was truly extraordinary. She possessed the bloodline of the netherworld and a peerless physique. She had easily reached the peak of the channel opening realm. As long as Shui Wei was willing, she would be able to open her Dantian Sea of Qi and enter the true energy realm the moment she woke up. Ling Zhao's fleshly body, on the other hand, was incomparably useless. After so many rounds of tempering, utilizing the spiritual energy essence within the longevity tower, profound origin heavy water and primordial golden lotus flame, he had only managed to break through to the great circle of the meridian opening stage after much difficulty. However, when Ling Xiao sensed the situation in his body, he was very satisfied. Helping Shui Wei suppress the cold energy of the netherworld was a great fortune for Ling Xiao. The extremely pure cold energy of the netherworld had actually helped him break through to the ninth level of the true energy realm. If others were to know that he had broken through 6 minor realms in a day, they would probably be scared half to death. No matter how monstrous a genius was, it was impossible for them to break through as freely as Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid. He was already a supreme being. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could easily break through to the next realm. Moreover, the channel opening realm and the true energy realm were both foundational realms. It was easy for Ling Xiao to break through. However, it would not be so easy once he reached the spirit transformation realm. The spirit transformation realm involved the polishing of the true energy and the tempering of the body. If he broke through too quickly, it would be easy for the realm to become unstable. If others see my cultivation speed, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The aura on his body changed slowly and finally stabilized at the 4th level of the true energy realm. This was a secret technique to conceal one's aura. It was also a magical effect of the heaven-devouring secret technique. Even a Grandmaster realm expert would not be able to see through Ling Zhao's hidden cultivation. Ling Xiao gave Shui Wei a few more calming elixirs before he left with peace of mind. When Ling Xiao left the Jin's pavilion, he found that Lu Piapiao had disappeared. Lu Piapiao left a letter for Ling Xiao outside the Jin's pavilion. Urgent matters at home. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Piapiao. Seeing Lu Piapiao leave without saying goodbye, Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that Lu Piapiao saw that he had offended Lin Shan and was about to face a disaster? However, Ling Xiao subconsciously felt that Lu Piapiao was not such a person. He didn't think too much about it and just let her be. Ling Zhao's gaze landed on the bamboo forest, and he saw a woman in white standing there. She carried a long sword on her back, her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her appearance was elegant and refined. Her entire being emitted an otherworldly temperament, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens. Why are you here? I offended Grand Elder Lin Shan, and you still dare to get involved with me? Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Ling Xiao smiled lazily. The woman in front of him was Nan Gongqing. you can still laugh at this point? Nan Gongqing slowly walked over and looked at Ling Xiao with a headache. Do you know that Grand Elder Lin Shan is about to come out of seclusion? His cultivation is slightly higher than my father's. You killed his only grandson. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid even my father won't be able to control him. Ling Xiao smiled nonchalantly. Nan Gongxian should be cultivating the longevity supreme scripture, right? If he can't even deal with Lin Shan, then even a pig would be stronger than him in cultivating the longevity supreme scripture. Nan Gongqing was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, how did you get the longevity supreme scripture? Nan Gongqing still asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. When she returned from the fearsome beast mountain range, she couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. However, when she heard Nan Gongxian say that Ling Xiao found the longevity supreme scripture and became the sage of the longevity sect, she didn't believe it. However, when she really received the true inheritance of the longevity supreme scripture, she felt as if she was in a dream and was filled with curiosity about Ling Xiao. Oh, you didn't take revenge on me for the fearsome beast mountain range because I found the longevity supreme scripture, right? Ling Xiao walked in front of Nan Gongqing and lifted her chin with a finger. His voice was filled with teasing. He didn't know why, but when he saw Nan Gongqing's fairy-like temperament, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to tease her. You bastard! Nan Gongqing was stunned and her face turned red. Her snow-white neck was covered with a layer of pink. Her entire body trembled as she gritted her teeth. The incident at the fearsome beast mountain range was a nightmare for Nan Gongqing. This bastard in front of her actually looked at her body from head to toe. Every time she thought of this, she couldn't help but want to kill Ling Xiao. Nan Gongqing was about to go berserk. She might even draw her sword and slash at Ling Xiao in the next moment. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I advise you not to make a move. You're not my opponent now. As for how I got the longevity supreme scripture, it's naturally because I'm Ling Xiao. The heaven-devouring supreme scripture admires me and he told me about it. Nan Gongqing almost couldn't help but draw her sword and slash at Ling Xiao's bright smile. However, after thinking about it, she was afraid that she really wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. Although she obtained the longevity supreme scripture, she had just started cultivating it. Her cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, which was the same as Lin Haoyu's. Even if her cultivation was a little stronger than Lin Haoyu's, it was still limited. Ling Xiao killed Lin Haoyu with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the true energy realm. And now, Ling Xiao had broken through to the 4th level of the true energy realm in such a short period of time. Wait until I break through to the Dragon Tiger realm and cultivate the martial arts of the longevity supreme scripture. I'll definitely teach this brat a good lesson. Thinking of this, Nan Gongqing still endured it. She gritted her teeth and said, You little bastard, did the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor tell you about it? It would be strange if he took a fancy to you. I think you're just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Ling Xiao gave a noncommittal smile. His casual attitude made Nan Gongqing extremely unhappy. You didn't come here just to ask me how I got the longevity supreme scripture, right? Ling Xiao smiled and asked the main question. Of course not. At this point, no matter how unhappy Nan Gongqing was with Ling Xiao, she still said seriously, You killed Lin Haoyu and caused a big trouble. I've already informed my father and he should be coming out soon. When the time comes, he will stop Lin Shan. However, you can't stay in the longevity sect. This is for you, quickly leave. The further you go, the better. Don't come back until you reach the Grandmaster realm. Nan Gongqing threw a storage pouch to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took it and found that there were over 1 million high-grade spirit stones and all kinds of spirit pills and spirit medicines. It seemed that old man Nan Gongxian was really good to him. He was willing to go against Lin Shan for him and even took out so many resources. Ling Xiao weighed it and threw it to Nan Gongqing, saying with a smile, I won't leave Chongsun sect. A mere grandmaster can't make me, Ling Xiao, afraid. You can tell that Lin Shan, if he's not afraid of death, feel free to come and find me. You are really unreasonable. Nan Gongqing saw that no matter what, Ling Xiao was unwilling to leave. In the end, she stomped her feet angrily and turned to leave. Looking at Nan Gongqing's departing back view, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of vicissitudes. Changsun sect is my and Jin Sei's painstaking effort. I won't tolerate anyone destroying it. Forget about a mere Lin Shan, even if a heavenly man or noble came, so what? These malignant tumors of Changsun sect, it's time to clean them up properly. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a domineering aura that looked down on the world. His eyes were incomparably sharp, like a peerless divine sword, emitting an incomparably resplendent light. Not long later, Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han all woke up from their cultivation state, looking at Ling Xiao with eyes full of gratitude and respect. Many thanks for saints' bestowment. In the future, the three of us siblings' lives will be saints. Lu Chuanxiong and the other two knelt down towards Ling Xiao and bowed respectfully, thoroughly expressing their intention to submit to him. Only when they finished digesting the great Sky Sword Art, Demon Ox Fist, and Jade 13 Swords, these three martial arts, did they know what a great opportunity Ling Xiao had given them. It could be said that as long as there were no accidents, just relying on these three martial arts, they would definitely be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm or even the Heavenly Man realm. This was something that they did not even dare to think about in the past. One had to know that within a radius of 1,000 miles under the jurisdiction of Changsun City, the strongest martial arts of the three major sects, Demonic Palace, Hehuan sect, and Changsun sect, were merely Earth-class low-grade martial arts. Therefore, they became more and more respectful towards Ling Xiao. You guys are very good. Cultivate well. You're not only loyal to me, but also to Changsun sect. In the future, as long as you work hard and do your best for the sect, what is an Earth-class peerless martial art? Even a Heaven-class martial art is not impossible for you guys. Ling Xiao glanced at the three of them and revealed a trace of satisfaction. The three great martial arts that Ling Xiao had chosen for them were the most suitable for their physiques. Although Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han did not have a peerless bloodline like Xue Wei, they still had superior aptitude. Relying on the comprehension of martial arts, Lu Chuanxiong had already broken through to the 7th level of the true energy realm. Gu Zhong and Wang Han had also broken through to the 4th level of the true energy realm. Yes. Lu Chuanxiong and the other two looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Previously, they were extremely worried that Lin Shan would come out of seclusion. But now, they were filled with confidence in Ling Xiao. Would a person who could casually take out 3 peerless Earth-class martial arts die so easily at the hands of Lin Shan? Next, I will set up a spirit gathering array in the Jin's pavilion. You should cultivate as fast as possible. After all, your current cultivation is still too weak. Ling Xiao said slowly. Then, Ling Xiao took out 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and set up a super-large spirit gathering array in the Jin's pavilion. The entire Jin's pavilion was shrouded in clouds and spiritual energy. It was like a fairyland. Ling Xiao also bestowed some spirit pills to the three of them, allowing them to cultivate well in the Jin's pavilion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the back of the Longevity Mountain, in a beautiful valley, a huge stone door suddenly opened. An old man in a black robe with a ruddy complexion walked out. He looked like a child with white hair and a pair of eyes like lightning. His entire body exuded an unparalleled aura. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through. The old man in the black robe laughed loudly. He saw 3 white-robed disciples kneeling in the valley, trembling. What are you doing here? Quickly call Hao Yu over. I want to see if his cultivation has improved. The old man in the black robe was the Longevity sect's Grand Elder, Lin Shan. He recognized that the people kneeling in front of him were Lin Haoyu's subordinates. He suddenly laughed loudly and said. Reporting. Reporting to Grand Elder. Senior Brother Lin. He's dead. One of the disciples mustered up his courage and stuttered. His face was incomparably pale. What? This sentence was like a thunderclap that exploded in Lin Shan's heart, causing his entire body to tremble. His eyes suddenly revealed an incomparably fierce expression, like a mad lion. Hao Yu's dead? Impossible. How could Hao Yu be dead? Tell me clearly, what's going on? Lin Shan seemed to have gone mad. His eyes were red as he reached out and grabbed the disciple's neck, instantly sucking him over. Grand Elder, please spare my life. Senior Brother Lin was killed by Ling Xiao, just 3 days ago. The disciple's soul almost left his body. He repeatedly begged for mercy and stuttered as he recounted what had happened. How you, my grandson? After hearing the disciple's words, Lin Shan cried out miserably. His face was filled with incomparable grief and indignation. Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! I'm going to crush your bones inch by inch, pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. I'm going to make you suffer all kinds of torture to pay tribute to how you soul in heaven. Lin Shan's eyes revealed an incomparable flame of hatred and fury. His hair was disheveled as he roared loudly. The energy in his body surged and shot out in all directions like a sharp sword, shattering the surrounding rocks and trees into dust. Run! Seeing Lin Shan so deranged, the 3 disciples were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They roared loudly and fled into the distance. How you's dead, why aren't you dead yet? All of you, go down and accompany him. Lin Shan suddenly turned his head. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. His eyes were incomparably blood-red. His entire body was like a ghost as he instantly appeared behind the 3 disciples and crushed their necks. Junior Master Lin? Why did you kill our disciples? A clear voice with traces of anger rang out. Nangong Xian, dressed in white, flew over from afar. When he saw the corpses of the 3 disciples on the ground, his expression became incomparably unsightly. They didn't protect Hao Yu well. They deserve to be killed. Not only do I want to kill them, but I also want to kill that little bastard Ling Xiao. I won't let anyone related to Ling Xiao go. Lin Shan said with a face full of murderous intent. His eyes were incomparably cold. Junior Master Lin, you can't kill Ling Xiao. Nangong Xian sighed slightly as he stood in front of Lin Shan and said resolutely. What? So, Sect Master, you're here to stop me? Lin Shan's eyes turned cold as his voice revealed a trace of murderous intent. Sect Master, you must know that your cultivation is inferior to mine. If I want to kill Ling Xiao, you can't stop me. Moreover, Ling Xiao killed his fellow disciples. According to our Chongsun sect's rules, he should be executed. I'm going to kill him for revenge. Sect Master, I'm afraid you have no reason to stop me, right? I don't care. I only know that Hao Yu died in the hands of that little bastard, Ling Xiao. I'm going to kill him now. Sect leader, are you going to make an enemy out of me because of this little bastard? Lin Shan's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he exuded a powerful aura. It was as if he would attack as soon as Nangong Xian said no. Uncle Master Lin, I can't let you kill Ling Xiao. He's the hope of the Chongsun sect. Nangong Xian sighed, but he stood firmly in front of Lin Shan. Ha ha ha. All right. Lin Shan laughed out of anger. He suddenly raised his head, and his sharp eyes landed on Nangong Xian's face. He said coldly, looks like sect leader is determined to protect this little bastard. Since that's the case, let me see if sect leader's cultivation has improved. If sect leader can defeat me, I'll never mention the word revenge again. Boom, Lin Shan's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His blood flowed rapidly, and a red light flashed. His palms were as clear as jade, emitting a red glow. It was as if they were the fiery palms of a god. They carried the power of heaven and earth as they slammed toward Nangong Xian. This was the power of the Grandmaster realm. He had a good grasp of every bit of his strength, and he had a preliminary understanding of the power of heaven and earth. He could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to suppress his opponent. If that's the case, Uncle Master Lin, please excuse me. Nangong Xian's eyes flashed, and the aura around him soared into the sky. A powerful sword intent spread out, shaking the void. The surrounding mountains and trees seemed to tremble. Nangong Xian used his fingers as a sword, and a blazing stream of light flew toward Lin Shan like a meteor. It was extremely sharp. The void shook, and the earth trembled. The battle between the 2 Grandmaster realm experts was on the verge of breaking out. In the Ling Xiao pavilion, Ling Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the direction of the valley where Lin Shan and Nangong Xian were fighting. Great mastery of sword intent, endless growth, and a trace of the aura of longevity. Is this Nangong Xian's attack? The other one's palm force is vigorous, and he actually comprehended the fist intent of the fire attribute. He has also reached the mastery stage, and his aura is rather similar to Lin Haoyu's. This is that supreme elder Lin Shan, right? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. With his extremely sharp spiritual energy, he instantly sensed the auras of the two powerful grandmasters and easily guessed their identities. Is Nangong Xian trying to stop Lin Shan from going crazy? However, as long as Lin Shan is not eliminated, the longevity sect will never be united. If he doesn't find trouble with me, I really don't have any reason to kill him. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a look of pity flashed across his face. As of this moment, Ling Xiao's body was as translucent as jade, and faint golden strands of pre-heaven true energy flowed through him, eventually converging in his sea of energy. In the middle of his sea of energy were 9 dazzling cyclones, as resplendent as a river of stars. At the very center of them all was a black and white seed, which emanated an aura of propitious prowess. It contained a mysterious aura, as well as fluctuations of yin and yang, of life and death. Naturally, this was the heaven-devouring spirit seed. It's too bad the heaven-devouring secret skill is too difficult to cultivate. I haven't even reached the first level yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to kill Lin Shan. Ling Xiao sighed. Although the heaven-devouring secret skill was terrifying beyond compare, it didn't have any offensive power in the early stages. All it did was devour spiritual energy to increase the speed of cultivation. The heaven-devouring secret skill was divided into 5 levels: the heaven-devouring spirit seed, the heaven-devouring golden lotus, the heaven-devouring cauldron, the heaven-devouring god sea, and the heaven-devouring world. In his previous life, he had only obtained an incomplete version of the heaven-devouring secret skill, and had cultivated it to the 3rd level, the heaven-devouring cauldron. Once the heaven-devouring cauldron appeared, the legion of gods would be destroyed, and all magic would be invincible. However, the heaven-devouring secret skill was too difficult to cultivate. For example, the first level of the heaven-devouring spirit seed required top-grade spirit seeds of the 5 elements to form. As of now, Ling Zhao's heaven-devouring spirit seed was only half complete. It only had 2 types of spirit seeds, water and fire. Only when the true heaven-devouring spirit seed was fully formed would it possess unparalleled offensive power. This secret skill of the ancestral dragon is truly terrifying. The mere thought of the secret skill of the ancestral dragon excited Ling Xiao. After cultivating the flood dragon body, Ling Xiao had awakened an innate divine ability of the secret skill of the ancestral dragon, Berserk Dragon. According to the records of the secret skill of the ancestral dragon, the Berserk Dragon divine ability was a top-grade innate divine ability. Even among the true dragons of legend, only those with top-grade bloodlines could awaken this ability. With the flood dragon body, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could unleash twice the battle prowess of the main body. With the earth dragon body, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could unleash 4 times the battle prowess of the main body. With the flying dragon body, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could increase one's battle prowess by 8 times. With the sky dragon body, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could increase one's battle prowess by 16 times. With the true dragon body, the Berserk Dragon divine ability could increase one's battle prowess by 32 times. Most importantly, the Berserk Dragon divine ability's battle prowess could be stacked. For example, if Ling Zhao's battle prowess was 1, after cultivating the Vajra subduing Devil Fist, his battle prowess would be 2, and with a top-grade spirit weapon, his battle prowess would be 4. If he used the Berserk Dragon divine ability, his battle prowess would reach a terrifying 8. In his previous life, if Ling Xiao hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring cauldron, he wouldn't have been a match for the Supreme True Dragon. After all, the Supreme True Dragon's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the Supreme True Dragon realm. He was slightly weaker than Ling Xiao, but not by much. If he used the 32 times battle prowess of the True Dragon body, even if he wasn't the strongest person in the world, he wouldn't be far from it. That was why Ling Xiao was severely injured when the Supreme True Dragon divine ability ambushed him. This was the shocking power of 32 times battle prowess. The ancestral dragon secret technique didn't just give Ling Xiao a strong physical body, it also gave him unparalleled explosive power. Even the heaven-devouring secret technique couldn't compare to this explosive power. The Berserk Dragon divine ability was Ling Zhao's trump card. With his current battle prowess and the Berserk Dragon divine ability, he was able to cross 2 levels and kill a Dragon Tiger realm expert. Of course, these weren't just Ling Zhao's trump cards. The Meridian Opening Realm and the True Energy Realm were just the beginning of the martial path. Only when he reached the Spirit Transformation Realm and the Dragon Tiger Realm would Ling Xiao be able to use some of his powerful techniques. In the valley, Lin Shan and Nangong Xian's battle quickly came to an end. Although it was impossible to tell who had won, Lin Shan's expression was very ugly. The sect master really hid his strength well. To be able to fight me to a draw, it seems like I've underestimated you. This time, Lin Shan had broken through to the 4th level of the Grandmaster realm after coming out of seclusion. He thought that the gap between him and Nangong Xian had widened. However, he did not expect that Nangong Xian, who was only at the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm, would be able to tie with him and even show signs of suppressing him. Although the battle between the two of them was more of a test and not a battle of life and death, Lin Shan could not guarantee that Nangong Xian did not have a powerful trump card. This time, Nangong Xian's combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds, which shocked and angered Lin Shan. It was slightly out of his control. After all, in the Grandmaster realm, the gap between each level was huge, and every level was a small bottleneck. Logically speaking, Lin Shan, who was at the 4th level of the Grandmaster realm, should be able to suppress Nangong Xian, who was at the 2nd level of the Grandmaster realm. However, the result was unexpected. Masters Junior Lin, thank you for letting me win. In that case, can you calm down for now? Don't worry, I'll definitely punish Ling Xiao and give you an explanation. Nangong Xian smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was a little excited to be able to tie with Lin Shan. It seemed that the Longevity Supreme Scripture was indeed a supreme-level technique. He had only comprehended it for a few days, but he had already achieved such amazing results. Let him go? How is that possible? However, Lin Shan's answer was beyond Nangong Xian's expectations. Lin Shan sneered and said, Sect Master, I admit that your cultivation is good, but Haoyu is my only grandson. This hatred is irreconcilable. I swear I won't stop until I kill Ling Xiao. However, for the sect master's sake, I won't kill him now. However, I'll call for an Elders Adjudication Conference to judge him. Elders Adjudication Conference? Nangong Xian's expression changed and became a little ugly. This Elder Adjudication Conference was a matter that concerned the life and death of the Longevity sect. For example, if an important person in the sect committed a heinous crime, or if there was no way to convict someone of a crime, the Elder Adjudication Conference would be held, and the elders of the sect would be the judge. However, the Elders Adjudication Conference was terrifying. Historically, those who were judged by the Elders Adjudication Conference all had miserable endings. Among them were 2 sect leaders, 3 holy sons, and dozens of sect elders and true disciples. Even if the sect leader had committed a grave crime, the Elders Adjudication Council had the right to judge him. The sect leader and grand elder had the right to initiate an elder ruling conference. It could be said that as long as Ling Xiao went to the Elder Adjudication Council, he would definitely die. I don't agree. Junior Master Ling Xiao did not commit any heinous crimes. Why are you being so overbearing? Ling Xiao is a rare genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in our Xianxia sect. He is also the hope for our Xianxia sect to rise again. I don't agree to calling for an elders meeting. Nangong Xian said coldly. His eyes turned sharp. He never imagined that this Lin Shan actually disregarded the rise and fall of the sect and wholeheartedly wanted to put Ling Xiao to death. To entrust the rise of the Longevity sect to such an ant-like little bastard, what a joke. You don't have the final say in convening the elders meeting. I advise you not to let Ling Xiao escape. Otherwise, I don't mind killing him with my own hands. Lin Shan sneered, flicked his sleeves, and left the valley. Nangong Xian's face turned extremely ugly. This was the tragedy of the Xianxia sect. They only knew how to be unreasonable. As the sect leader, he was also very incompetent. The appearance of a grand elder who could threaten the sect leader was definitely not a good thing. But what should he do now? Could he just watch as Ling Xiao was judged by the Elders Adjudication Council? With Lin Shan's prestige, he was even more prestigious than Nangong Xian. If he spoke, most of the elders would probably support him. In other words, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Dang. Dang. Dang, the crisp sound of the bell rang, filling the entire Xianxia mountain. The sound of the bell was simple and heavy, giving off a lingering charm. It also had an indescribable majesty, causing many of the Xianxia sect's disciples to tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock. The bell chimed exactly 9 times. The Xianxia bell rang 9 times. Is this the legendary bell that only rings during the Elders' Adjudication Council? Oh no, looks like something big is going to happen in the sect. A disciple cried out in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. That's right. The Xianxia bell rang 9 times. According to the sect's records, it only rings during the Elders' Adjudication Council. However, the Elders' Adjudication Council hasn't been held for hundreds of years. Why would it be held today? Who are they trying to judge? The Holy Sun, it must be the Holy Sun. That's right. Today, Grand Elder Lin Shan came out of seclusion. Ling Xiao killed senior brother Lin. It would be strange if Grand Elder Lin Shan didn't go crazy. However, Grand Elder Lin Shan didn't kill Ling Xiao directly. Instead, he called for the Elders' Adjudication Council. How strange. What's so strange about it? Once he enters the Elders' Adjudication Council, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This also shows that Grand Elder Lin Shan isn't taking revenge. This is called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Poor Ling Xiao. I'm afraid he's the one who has been the Holy Sun for the shortest time in the history of our Xianxia sect. Many of the disciples were discussing. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were indifferent. Everyone had different thoughts. However, without exception, they all headed towards the Xianxia Plaza at the peak of the Xianxia mountain. This was a rare occasion in 100 years. Naturally, many disciples wanted to join in the fun. At the same time, 2 uninvited guests appeared in Jin's pavilion. Ling Xiao, get out here. A cold voice came from a handsome young man. He had a long sword on his back and was wearing a white robe. However, his face was cold. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. The other person was a pretty girl. She had a graceful figure and jade-like skin. Her cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. However, she held her head high and her face was full of arrogance. The 2 of them appeared in the Jin's pavilion. Looking at the dilapidated pavilion in front of them, a cold sneer appeared in their eyes. Who dares to behave so atrociously in the Holy Sun's residence? A loud shout came. Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong rushed out of Jin's pavilion. Their faces were full of vigilance. Get Ling Xiao out here. Otherwise, if the time is delayed, all of you will die. The handsome young man looked at Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong with disdain and sneered. A mere true energy realm cultivator was nothing but an ant in his eyes. It's senior brother Qi and senior sister Lu? Lu Chuanxiong's expression changed. He recognized the 2 people in front of him. The handsome young man was called Qi Yuanhua and the pretty girl was called LV Lishan. They were both direct disciples. Moreover, they had another identity. They were the disciples of Grand Elder Lin Shan. Normally, the 2 of them were arrogant people. This time, they were here to capture Ling Xiao and bring him to the Elders' Adjudication Council. Although Lu Chuanxiong knew their identities, he was already one of Ling Xiao's men. How could he tolerate them insulting Ling Xiao? Senior brother Qi, senior sister Lu. The Holy Sun is cultivating in seclusion. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll pass on the message. Lu Chuanxiong said indifferently as he stood in front of Qi Yuanhua and LV Lishan. That's right. You can't go in. Gu Zhong said in a muffled voice. How dare you? Qi Yuanhua's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect these 2 insignificant inner disciples to dare to stop him. One had to know that with their status, they would be surrounded wherever they went in the Xianxia sect. Who would dare to not listen to them? Get out of my way. How arrogant was Qi Yuanhua? He wasn't willing to explain to Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't know what was good for them, he directly attacked. Boom, Qi Yuanhua's palm shot out. The surrounding wind and clouds seemed to have merged into his palm as it shot towards Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong. Wind cloud palm? Lu Chuanxiong's expression changed. He recognized that this was a profound level peerless martial art. Under the support of Qi Yuanhua's spirit transformation realm cultivation, It exploded with an extremely powerful force. Clang, Lu Chuanxiong didn't dare to be careless. He instantly pulled out a heavy sword from his back and condensed Xiantian true qi around him. Rays of sword light gathered together and slashed across the sky. The aura of this sword was extraordinary. The sword light shrouded the void and actually carried an aura that could lift the sky and destroy the stars. This was the great sky sword art that Ling Xiao had passed on to him. Although Lu Chuanxiong had only comprehended a little, it was still countless times stronger than the iron sword art that he had cultivated before. Boom, the wind and clouds condensed by Qi Yuanhua were actually scattered by Lu Chuanxiong's sword. The aura emitted by the heavy sword made Qi Yuanhua somewhat fearful. Bang, however, Qi Yuanhua was still at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm. There was a huge gap between him and Lu Chuanxiong. The powerful force of the wind cloud palm finally shattered the countless rays of sword light and ruthlessly slapped on the heavy sword. A huge force attacked, causing Lu Chuanxiong to retreat a dozen steps. To be able to withstand my palm strike, what kind of sword technique is this? Qi Yuanhua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of martial arts Lu Chuanxiong practiced, he still had a bit of insight. Just from this exchange, he felt that this sword technique was extraordinary. Even the 7 stars transform moon sword could not compare to the energy waves that supported the heavens and destroyed the stars. It must be an earth-grade martial art. It might even be a middle-grade earth-grade martial art. Qi Yuanhua's eyes suddenly revealed a look of greed. If he could obtain this martial art, he would be able to move unhindered in the world. Where could he not go? Although these thoughts were running through his mind, Qi Yuanhua's expression was righteous as he shouted, "How dare you? You actually dared to attack senior brother. Looks like senior brother will have to teach you a lesson today." Murderous intent flashed in Qi Yuanhua's eyes. He had already decided to kidnap this Lu Chuanxiong first, and then slowly interrogate him about martial arts. Rumble, Qi Yuanhua went all out. The wind and clouds surged, and the majestic innate true qi spread out. The sky was filled with huge palm shadows, slamming down on Lu Chuanxiong. Lu Chuanxiong only resisted a few moves and soon fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, his cultivation was still a bit too weak. Boom, in the end, Qi Yuanhua's palms landed on Lu Chuanxiong's body, and directly sent him flying back while vomiting blood. "Big brother!" Gu Zhong shouted and hurriedly ran over to help Lu Chuanxiong up. His eyes were full of hatred as he looked at Qi Yuanhua. "I'll fight it out with you!" Gu Zhong roared. Blood qi surged all over his body, and his muscles bulged. A crazy demonic aura spread out. He leaped into the air like a demonic bull and punched out forcefully with an indomitable will, heading straight for Qi Yuanhua. "Gu Zhong, come back quickly!" Lu Chuanxiong ignored the blood in his mouth and shouted anxiously. Even he was not a match for Qi Yuanhua. What was the use of Gu Zhong? Moreover, seeing Qi Yuanhua's ruthless attack, Lu Chuanxiong was even more worried for Gu Zhong. "You're courting death." Qi Yuanhua's eyes flashed and sent out a wind cloud palm. His spirit transformation realm cultivation erupted and directly sent Gu Zhong flying into the bamboo forest in the distance. It was unknown whether Gu Zhong was dead or alive. This fight had also awakened Ling Xiao, who was meditating. When he sensed the situation outside, his eyes became incomparably cold. "You dare to behave atrociously in the Jin's pavilion? You really have guts." Ling Xiao shouted and flew out of the Jin's pavilion. When he saw Qi Yuanhua, he immediately threw out a punch. "Ling Xiao?" Qi Yuanhua's expression changed when he saw Ling Xiao appear. He knew that this was not good. This was a fiend who could kill Lin Haoyu. Thinking of this, his heart weakened a bit. However, he had no choice but to block Ling Xiao's attack. The wind cloud palm erupted, boom, when the fist and palm collided, Qi Yuanhua immediately knew that he was wrong. An incomparably vigorous tremendous force directly shattered Qi Yuanhua's genuine qi defense and brazenly blasted into his body. The force of the fist was vast and strong. It carried a trace of the Vajra subduing demon aura and instantly sent Qi Yuanhua flying. Kacha, with a slight sound, Qi Yuanhua's arm was instantly broken. Intense pain assaulted him. Qi Yuanhua couldn't help but cry out miserably and fiercely hit the ground. Crippling one of your arms is a small punishment. If you dare to behave atrociously in my Jin's pavilion again, I'll kill you without mercy. Ling Xiao said with a cold expression. He didn't expect that after killing Lin Haoyu, there would still be people who dared to come here to court death. However, he vaguely guessed that these two people were probably Lin Shan's subordinates. Ling Xiao, you're too presumptuous. LV Lishan, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped out and pointed at Ling Xiao. We're under the orders of the Supreme Elder to take you to the Elder's adjudication meeting. How dare you injure senior brother Qi? Are you trying to rebel? Elder's adjudication meeting? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. At this moment, 9 melodious bell sounds rang, shaking the entire Changsun sect. That's right. Ling Xiao, you've committed a heinous crime by killing senior brother Lin. The Supreme Elder has called for the Elder's adjudication meeting to punish you. Why don't you surrender now? Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Qi Yuanhua stood up with a pale face. He held one of his arms and looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of resentment. Noisy. Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. Another slap was sent out. Smack, the speed of this slap was as fast as lightning. Qi Yuanhua didn't even have time to react. He was instantly sent flying with a scream. Saint, you can't go. In the history of Changsun sect, those who were judged by the Elder's adjudication meeting all had extremely miserable endings. Hurry up and run, the further the better. Lu Chuanxiong and Gu Zhong's expressions were solemn. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the Elder adjudication meeting was. Trying to escape? Ling Xiao, if you dare to escape, you will die without a burial ground. I advise you to follow us obediently so that you won't suffer any physical pain. LV Lishan shouted at Ling Xiao. Although she had the support of Lin Shan, it was inevitable that Ling Xiao would act out of desperation. Don't worry. The Elder adjudication meeting? It's been a long time. I want to see how they are going to judge me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly without the slightest hint of worry on his face. Qi Yuanhua and LV Lishan no longer dared to speak arrogantly. Seeing that Ling Xiao was willing to cooperate, they obediently led the way and brought Ling Xiao to the peak of the Longevity Mountain. Let's go and take a look. When the time comes, we will mobilize all the disciples to petition to save the Holy Sun. Lu Chuanxiong's face revealed a trace of determination. Gu Zhong and Wang Han also nodded solemnly. Ling Zhao's expression was calm as he walked towards the peak of the Longevity Mountain. The Elder adjudication meeting was held in the Longevity Hall at the peak of the mountain. Most of the elders were already present and only Ling Xiao was missing. Along the way, many disciples pointed at Ling Xiao with different expressions when they saw him. This Holy Sun, who had appeared out of nowhere, had done so many shocking things in such a short period of time. It had to be said that although many disciples were jealous and envious, in the hearts of some low-level disciples, this Holy Sun Ling Xiao had become their spiritual idol. There were also some who faintly saw Ling Xiao as the hope of the Longevity sect. Killing Lin Haoyu, who was at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, with his cultivation at the true energy realm. This kind of peerless talent amazed everyone. Not to mention, Lin Haoyu was extremely arrogant and had bullied many ordinary disciples. Ling Xiao killing Lin Haoyu could be considered as getting rid of an evil for them. However, when they thought of Lin Haoyu's grandfather, the strongest person in the Longevity sect, Lin Shan, a trace of sympathy and pity appeared in everyone's eyes. In this world, the strong were still respected. Only the strong had the right to speak. Only the strong could make the rules. In other words, the strong were the rules. Seeing that this rising star was about to fall, even the jealous disciples felt a faint sorrow in their hearts. Ling Zhao's footsteps were light but powerful. Step by step, he walked up the mountain path towards the top of the mountain. The sunlight shone through the clouds and onto his body, illuminating his delicate and calm face. By the time Ling Xiao reached the peak of Longevity Mountain, the surroundings were filled with clouds and the Longevity Square was already filled with people. When the disciples saw Ling Xiao walking over, they all consciously opened up a path for him and saluted him with their eyes. At the end of the Longevity Square was a simple and ancient palace. It was the Longevity Hall. The palace gates opened and Ling Xiao walked into the Longevity Hall. At that very moment, tens of formidable figures were seated within the Longevity Hall. The formidable auras they emanated intertwined within the longevity hall to form a wondrous domain. Anyone who entered the domain would subconsciously kneel down. At the top was a handsome middle-aged man in a white robe. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He was the sect leader of longevity sect, Xianxia. The 2 rows below were also filled with the elders of longevity sect. The leader on the left was a burly old man with a head of silver hair. His eyes were majestic and he exuded a domineering aura. He was not any weaker than Xianxia. When he saw Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Ling Xiao only glanced at him indifferently and confirmed the identity of this old man. He was the Grand Elder, Lin Shan. The leader on the right was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He had a sage-like demeanor. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of worry. He was the Great Elder. Nan Gongqing was standing on top of the Great Elder. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao from the start. Ling Xiao also saw the enforcement elder, Deng Tianda, sitting below the Great Elder. Behind him stood Deng Yalan. When they saw Ling Xiao, Nan Gongqing and Deng Yalan revealed a slightly anxious expression. As for the other elders, Ling Xiao basically did not recognize them. However, looking at their cultivation, he could tell that they were at least in the Dragon-Tiger realm. When everyone saw Ling Xiao enter, their scrutinizing eyes fell on Ling Xiao. If an ordinary disciple was scrutinized by so many elders, he would have knelt on the ground with a thud. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He calmly scanned the crowd. Reporting to the Grand Elder, sect leader, the criminal Ling Xiao is here. After Qi Yuanhua and LV Lishan entered the longevity hall, they quickly knelt down and reported. All right, you may leave. Lin Shan stood up and waved his hand. When he saw the injuries on Qi Yuanhua's body, his eyes instantly turned cold. However, he slowly regained his composure. In the end, his dignified gaze turned and landed on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? His thunderous voice exploded, causing the ears of many disciples to ring. Their faces turned pale. Lin Shan's shout contained a trace of the spiritual pressure of the Grandmaster realm. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would have knelt down trembling in fear. His original intention was to intimidate Ling Xiao mentally before convicting him of his crimes. However, he was still disappointed. Ling Xiao's gaze was calm as if he was not affected at all. He said calmly, "Oh? What crime did I commit?" Many elders nodded slightly to be able to remain so calm under the pressure of the Grand Elder. Obviously, they could tell that Ling Xiao's temperament was extraordinary. At the same time, they also saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the true energy realm. At the 4th level of the true energy realm, he was able to kill Lin Haoyu, who was more than 10 levels higher than him. Such monstrous talent might really lead the longevity sect to glory. However, it was a pity, he had offended Grand Elder Lin Shan. Although many elders secretly felt that it was a pity, none of them dared to go against Lin Shan. When they thought of the consequences of offending Lin Shan, they could not help but shudder. This monstrous disciple was very likely to fall in today's Elders' Adjudication Conference. What did the Elders' Adjudication Conference mean? It meant that a layer of skin would be peeled off even if he was innocent, let alone if Ling Xiao really killed Lin Haoyu. Killing fellow disciples was a big taboo in the sect. Even now, you still refuse to admit your crime? Lin Shan's gaze was cold as he said coldly, as a disciple of the longevity sect, you disrespected your elders and entered the longevity hall without bowing. You are disloyal and unfilial. Qi Yuanhua and LV Lishan from my sect summoned you here today, but you entered them and disregarded the rules of the longevity sect. This is disrespectful. Most importantly, as a disciple of the longevity sect, you killed senior brother Lin Haoyu. You betrayed your master and betrayed your ancestors. This is unrighteous. A disloyal, unfilial, disrespectful, heartless animal like you still dare not admit to your crimes? Kneel down. Lin Shan's aura grew stronger and stronger. When he finished his last sentence, his aura had reached its peak. The Grandmaster's aura pressed down on Ling Xiao, trying to force him to kneel down. The energy dispersed in all directions, and the faces of the surrounding disciples turned pale. They were in a daze, as if Lin Shan's words had taken away their minds. However, Ling Xiao was not affected at all. Ha ha ha, looking at Lin Shan's cold gaze, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a reason. Could it be that the Supreme Elder wants to force me to admit to my crimes before the Elders' Conference has even begun? Nangong Xian's face darkened. Junior Uncle Lin, this is the Elders' Conference. I'm afraid what you're doing isn't right. I don't want to see this happen again. The Great Elder stood up and said slowly, Supreme Elder, are you trying to force a confession out of him? Ling Xiao is the holy son of the longevity sect. His status is not inferior to yours. He has the right to speak. Aren't you being too overbearing? However, an elder on the left stood up and said, Great Elder, you're wrong. Ling Xiao has committed many sins. He betrayed his master and betrayed his ancestors. How can someone like him be the holy son of the longevity sect? Ling Xiao, I advise you to admit to your crimes. Perhaps you can be punished lightly. Otherwise, you'll definitely die. That's right. Ling Xiao has committed many sins. He must be punished severely. He's not fit to be the holy son of the longevity sect for killing his fellow disciples. Kill Ling Xiao. Immediately, a few more elders stood up. Their eyes were gloomy and filled with coldness and mockery. Clearly, they were all on Lin Shan's side. Moreover, due to Lin Shan's prestige, apart from the first elder and a few elders who supported Nangong Xian, the majority of the people actually stood on Lin Shan's side. The trial of Ling Xiao by the Elders' Adjudication Council had somehow turned into a confrontation between Nangong Xian and Lin Shan. Master, you have to uphold justice for me. Junior sister Lu and I were ordered by the elders to go to the Jin's pavilion to invite Ling Xiao to participate in the elders' ruling conference, but we didn't expect that he would injure me and even break my arm, humiliating me in every possible way, extremely arrogant. Qi Yuanhua also took the opportunity to run out, kneeling in the main hall and complaining tearfully. Combined with his bloody arm, he looked rather pitiful. Even Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. What great acting skills! Too arrogant. Ling Xiao has no respect for his elders, offending his superiors, bullying his fellow disciples, and harming his senior brothers. His crimes deserve death. That's right. This child may be talented, but his heart is not right. He will definitely be a huge threat to our Chongsun sect in the future. Why not kill him in the cradle? I think he's a spy from the other sections. His cultivation has risen so quickly. He must have cultivated some kind of demonic cultivation method. The elders on Lin Shan's side all stood up and said with righteous indignation. Seeing that most of the elders were on his side, Lin Shan looked at Nangong Xian with disdain and let out a cold smile. Ling Xiao, what else do you have to say? Hearing the words of the elders, Ling Xiao's expression did not change, but the coldness in his eyes grew thicker. Very good. I've finally seen the true colors of you elders. No wonder Chongsun sect is getting worse and worse. You people only know how to bully your own people and suppress your own people. You don't care about Chongsun sect's external enemies at all. If this goes on, I think the Chongsun sect will not be far from destruction. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. How dare you? Little bastard, you are courting death. Instantly, a few elders stood up and said coldly to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stared at Lin Shan and said coldly, You said that I am disloyal, unfilial, disrespectful, heartless and unrighteous? I think you are the one who deceives your master and ancestors. You can't differentiate between right and wrong. You are the old bastard who uses your power to seek revenge. Ling Xiao took a step forward and a domineering aura exuded from his body. It stunned the elders who were scolding him. Firstly, I am the holy son of the Chongsun sect. I am the sect leader. This is the rule set by the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor 10,000 years ago. How dare you ask me to bow to you? Are you looking down on the ancestor? I think you are the one who does not follow the rules and deceives your master. Secondly, Qi Yuanhua and LV Lishan are only direct disciples. But when they saw me, they spoke rudely. Not only did they not bow to greet me, they even said vulgar words. Do they still respect me, the Holy Son? Do they still follow the rules of the sect? How dare you say that I do not follow the rules? Do you have eyes or not? You are the one who can't differentiate between right and wrong, Thirdly, Lin Haoyu used the fact that he is a direct disciple to kidnap my maidservant and burn down my Jin's pavilion. After he was defeated by me, he even tried to kill me with the pearflower storm needles. It is only right that I kill him. Who dares to question me? It is only because Lin Haoyu is your grandson that you want to accuse me of the crime. You are clearly using your power to seek revenge. Ling Xiao took a step forward with every sentence. His eyes were wide open and his voice was impassioned. His entire body exuded an inviolable righteousness. It made people feel as if an ancient saint was cursing evil and evil. Every word was the truth, every word was righteous. This pressing interrogation actually caused many of the elders to tremble in fear, and even Lin Shan's expression changed abruptly. How can an old bastard like you, who deceives your master and ancestors, who can't differentiate between right and wrong, and who uses your power to seek revenge, still have the face to stand in the Chongsun Hall? You are not fit to be the grand elder of the Chongsun sect. You are not fit to interrogate me. The Chongsun sect has you. It is the shame of the Chongsun sect. It is the shame of all the ancestors. Ling Zhao's words were like arrows that shot straight into Lin Shan's heart. Moreover, with the addition of the power of heaven and earth, Ling Zhao's figure became incomparably tall. His aura even surpassed Lin Shan's. You little bastard. You are infuriating me. Lin Shan's entire body trembled. His face was green and white and his eyes were filled with anger. He pointed at Ling Xiao and roared in the end. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually angered to the point of vomiting blood by Ling Xiao's words. The elders in the Chongsun Hall looked at Ling Xiao as if they had seen a ghost. They did not expect Ling Xiao to not only be talented in martial arts, but also have such a sharp tongue. Not only did he refute Lin Shan, he even slapped Lin Shan's face. None of the disciples dared to speak, but they all looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao actually made Grand Elder Lin Shan so angry that he vomited blood with just a few words. Ling Xiao's eloquence and courage were really something that they could not match. Furthermore, for a moment just now, everyone seemed to really think that Lin Shan was that bastard who betrayed his master and ancestors, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and used his power to avenge private wrongs. It could be seen how sharp Ling Xiao's words were. Ling Xiao already had the knowledge and experience of a supreme being, so he naturally had a domineering aura about him. In addition, he had used a little spiritual mystic technique to achieve this effect. What? The Grand Elder was rendered speechless by my words. Are you trying to silence me? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Shan's murderous eyes without a trace of fear. Humph. Little bastard, you insulted the elders of the sect. So what if you're the son of God? Can a son of God look down on the sect rules and insult his elders? No matter what you say, the 3 crimes you committed are all based on evidence. If you want to refute, is there anyone who can testify for you? Lin Shan was practically roaring, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he almost couldn't hold himself back from killing Ling Xiao with his palm. This little bastard is too despicable. Ling Xiao fell silent, but the mockery in his eyes became even more intense, causing Lin Shan to almost go crazy again. There's no evidence, right? Since there's no evidence, there's no point in your exaggeration. Elders, I think that Ling Xiao should be executed immediately. What do you think? Lin Shan's threatening gaze swept across the elders. The Grand Elder is right. Ling Xiao has committed a heinous crime and should be executed immediately. I agree to execute this little bastard. Ling Xiao is not fit to be the son of God. The elders who were loyal to Lin Shan jumped out immediately. At this moment, Deng Yalan, who was standing behind Deng Tianda, gritted his teeth and stood out. I'm willing to testify for the son of God. Deng Yalan's words immediately silenced the noisy longevity hall. Everyone's eyes fell upon him. Some of the disciples even had strange looks in their eyes. Wasn't Deng Yalan taught Ling Xiao a lesson? Logically speaking, he should hate Ling Xiao. Why would he testify for him? Lin Shan's expression instantly darkened. His cold gaze landed on Deng Yalan and Deng Tianda as he said coldly, Junior brother Deng, keep your grandson in check. This is not a place where anyone can interrupt. Deng Tianda was also anxious. he shouted at Dang Yalan, "Yalan, get back here." At this moment, Dang Tianda's feelings were complicated. He hated Ling Xiao for using the heavenly thunder of purple cloud to embarrass him, but he was also grateful for Ling Xiao's guidance to Dang Yalan. Combined, he did not say a word at the elders' adjudication meeting today. He just wanted to remain neutral. After all, Grand Elder Lin was not someone he could offend. But who would have thought that Dang Yalan, this brat, would actually run out at this time, even clamoring to testify for Ling Xiao? Dang Yalan's face turned red under everyone's gaze. However, he said firmly, "No, I want to testify for the Son of God." He walked to the center of the hall and ignored the shocked gazes of the others. He said to Lin Shan, reporting to Grand Elder, "Senior brother Ling Xiao passed the 9th level of the Longevity Tower in front of all the disciples and was conferred the title of Holy Son by the sect master. All of us are sincerely convinced. Moreover, my father and the Grand Elder are witnesses. Since senior brother Ling Xiao has become the Son of God, his position and status are high. Naturally, he does not need to bow in front of the elders' meeting. The first crime is not valid." "That's right. I can testify for that." Nan Gongxian smiled. "I can testify for that too." The Grand Elder smiled like an old fox. He was delighted to see someone stroking Lin Shan's beard. Everyone's gaze fell on Dang Tianda. Dang Tianda sighed in his heart. He knew that he could no longer remain silent. He nodded and said, "That's right. Ling Xiao is indeed the son of Longevity sect." The words of these three influential people naturally had a different effect. It was equivalent to confirming Ling Xiao's identity as the Son of God. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Especially Dang Tianda. As the enforcement elder, he could be said to be the fourth most powerful person after Nan Gongxian, Lin Shan, and the Grand Elder. He had a high position and authority. Seeing that even he supported Ling Xiao, the other elders felt a chill in their hearts. They hesitated to make the decision they wanted to make. Good, good, good. Lin Shan laughed in anger. His cold gaze swept across Dang Yalan and Dang Tianda. A trace of killing intent spread out. In the past, Dang Tianda was on his side. Now that he had sided with Nan Gongxian, he was naturally furious. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Even if you can avoid the first crime, the fact that you injured Qi Yuanhua and killed Lin Haoyu is irrefutable evidence. No matter what, you must die. Grand Elder, we are willing to testify for the Son of God." At this moment, three people walked in from outside the Longevity Hall. They directly knelt in front of Nan Gongxian and the other elders. They were Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han. "Grand Elder, although Qi Yuanhua is a true disciple, after he came to the Jin's pavilion, he cursed the Son of God. He said that the Son of God was a little bastard. I tried to stop him, but he even injured me. I still have the mark of the wind cloud palm on my body. The Son of God injured me completely in self-defense. According to the sect's rules, if he insulted the Son of God, not to mention injuring him, it wouldn't be too much to even cripple his cultivation." Lu Chuanxiong said boldly. He even tore open the clothes in front of his chest, revealing a huge palm print on his chest. The wind and clouds turned into mist, and the spirit turned into reality. "This is indeed the wind cloud palm." Immediately, an elder on Nan Gongxian's side walked over, checked it, and nodded. The Grand Elder also smiled and said, "The 37th rule of the Longevity sect states that those who disrespect and insult the Son of God will be punished by the Law Enforcement Hall. In the worst case, their cultivation will be crippled and they will be expelled from the sect. Qi Yuanhua deserved it." With the righteousness of the Son of God, all the accusations against Ling Xiao were no longer valid. Lin Shan's eyes were gloomy. Looking at Ling Xiao's incomparably calm expression, he felt even more displeased. Moreover, he felt that this elder's adjudication meeting was vaguely out of his control. "Then it's still a fact that you injured Lin Haoyu, right? There are witnesses and evidence. The evidence is irrefutable. Why aren't you kneeling down and pleading guilty?" Ling Xiao had killed Lin Haoyu in front of everyone. There were many disciples who could testify, so this point could be said to be irrefutable. Lin Shan's thinking was very simple. As long as this crime was confirmed, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Nan Gongqing's face revealed a trace of worry and anxiety. Everything else was fine, but no one could exonerate Ling Xiao from this point. After all, Lin Haoyu had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Nan Gongxian and the Great Elder looked at each other and revealed a trace of worry in their eyes. At this moment, two young figures walked into the longevity hall. One of them was burly and had a violent aura, like a Vajra. The other was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. His figure was straight and his entire body was like a divine sword that pierced the heavens, exuding an incomparably sharp sword light. These two people were Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk. The two of them bowed to the elders and said, reporting to the sect leader, Grand Elder, and elders, we can testify for the Holy Sun. What? Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Weren't Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk Lin Haoyu's subordinates? Furthermore, they had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Why would they testify for Ling Xiao? Lin Shan's expression instantly darkened. Zhuo Zhan, Jian Wuk, you better think carefully. This is the Elders' Adjudication Conference. If there is any falsehood, not only will Ling Xiao die, but you will also not be able to walk out of the longevity hall alive. Lin Shan's voice was cold, but it carried an unconcealable anger and killing intent. Even Lin Shan did not expect Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk to jump out at this moment to testify for Ling Xiao. Good. Zhuo Zhan, Jian Wuk, what do you know? Quickly tell us. Nan Gongxian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk. Reporting to the sect leader, when Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk were defeated by the Holy Sun, they did not leave the Nine-Yang Peak. Instead, they observed the battle between the Holy Sun and Lin Haoyu from afar. We did not expect the Holy Sun to be such a genius. He was able to suppress senior brother Lin to such an extent with his true energy realm cultivation. Zhuo Zhan's eyes revealed a trace of emotion and admiration. The conflict between the Holy Sun and senior brother Lin started because senior brother Lin burned down the Jin's pavilion and kidnapped the Holy Sun's maidservant. That was why the Holy Sun went to the Nine-Yang Peak to ask for her. Senior brother Lin and the Holy Sun had an agreement. As long as the Holy Sun could defeat senior brother Lin, he would release the maidservant. However, he did not expect that senior brother Lin would be defeated by the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was prepared to spare his life, but not only did senior brother Lin not release the Holy Sun's maidservant, he even used the pear blossom storm needles in an attempt to kill the Holy Sun. In the end, he died at the hands of the Holy Sun. We can testify that the Holy Sun acted in self-defense and did not intend to kill senior brother Lin. Zhuo Zhan said solemnly. His eyes were extremely clear. It's just as junior brothers was said. Jian Wuk was a man of few words. He nodded in agreement with Zhuo Zhan's words. Therefore, we believe that even if senior brother Lin died at the hands of the Holy Sun, senior brother Lin only has himself to blame and has nothing to do with the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has done nothing wrong. Zhuo Zhan glanced at the elders and said slowly. What? So senior brother Lin was killed because he attacked the Holy Sun? If that's the case, then Lin Haoyu deserved to die. He burned down the Jin's pavilion and was disrespectful to the Holy Sun. According to the sect's rules, he should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. However, he actually tried to kill the Holy Sun. He really deserved to die. I think senior brother Zhuo and senior brother Jian are speaking the truth. They have a good relationship with senior brother Lin. They shouldn't be lying. Many disciples spoke one after another. Most of them believed Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk's words. Ling Xiao also glanced at Zhuo Zhan and Jian Wuk with some surprise. He had not expected these two to stand out and testify. Originally, to Ling Xiao, this so-called elders' adjudication meeting was just a farce. He did not expect to be able to wash away the crimes that Lin Shan had forced on him. However, in this way, the 3 crimes that Lin Shan had accused him of had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Even Nan Gongqing and Deng Yalan were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Very good. Zhuo Zhan, Jian Wuk, you can speak the truth and prove the Holy Sun's innocence. You are indeed the true disciples of our Xianxia sect. Elders, in this way, the 3 crimes against the Holy Sun are not valid. I think the elders' adjudication meeting should have a conclusion, right? Nan Gongxian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His expression also relaxed. Many elders also hesitated. Even those who were loyal to Lin Shan found it difficult to continue speaking. They subconsciously looked at Lin Shan. At this moment, Lin Shan's expression became uglier and uglier. The anger in his eyes seemed to be about to spew out. The killing intent was almost tangible. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, do you think you can escape death like this? Lin Shan's entire body emitted a violent aura. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, "You killed Hao Yu. If I say you are guilty, you are guilty. If I say you deserve to die, you deserve to die." Everyone's expression changed. Was Lin Shan going to shed all pretense of cordiality? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and said, "As expected, you are the same as Lin Haoyu. Using public office to avenge private grudges, deceiving your master and ancestors. How can an old bastard like you be worthy of being the supreme elder of the Xianxia sect? I am standing right here. I want to see how you are going to kill me. Little bastard, die for me." Lin Shan couldn't hold it in any longer. His eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was overflowing. His mighty master's aura filled the Hall of Eternal Life, and the void seemed to have condensed in his palm. A huge palm print suddenly slammed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and a trace of golden light flickered in his eyes. A dangerous fluctuation spread out. However, before Ling Xiao could do anything, Nangong Xian, who was already prepared, rushed over and blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Boom! Nangong Xian and Lin Shan's palms collided. It was like a muffled explosion. Blazing rays of light shot out. The surrounding people felt a burst of white light in front of their eyes. It was deafening. Even their blood and qi were somewhat unstable. Lin Shan, how dare you attack Ling Xiao without permission? Do you still have me in your eyes? Do you still have the Xianxia sect? Nangong Xian shouted loudly. There was a murderous aura in his eyes. It had to be said that Lin Shan attacking Ling Xiao in front of Nangong Xian was no different from slapping Nangong Xian's face hard. It made Nangong Xian a little angry. He must die today. Whoever dares to stop me will be my mortal enemy. You are not surprised. Lin Shan's eyes were scarlet red. An extremely violent aura spread out and formed a confrontation with Nangong Xian. Boom, waves of air rolled and the ground shook. Report. At this moment, a panicked voice was heard. 2 disciples with blood all over their bodies rushed into the longevity hall and knelt down. Sect leader, the people from the Hehuan sect have barged in. We couldn't stop them at all. They even injured a few of our disciples. Nangong Xian and Lin Shan's expressions changed as they released their auras. What are the people from the Hehuan sect doing here? Nangong Xian asked coldly with a hint of anger in his eyes. The Hehuan sect dared to barge into the longevity sect and even injured their disciples. They were too arrogant. However, Nangong Xian knew that the Hehuan sect was the strongest within 1,000 miles radius, followed by the Sky Demon Palace and the longevity sect. This time, the people from the Hehuan sect seemed to have ill intentions. Lin Shan and Nangong Xian had no choice but to give up on the confrontation. No matter what, the longevity sect was facing an external enemy. If they were to fight internally, the longevity sect would be finished. Sect leader, the people from the Hehuan sect said, they said they are here to punish us. They said that the saint killed the son of the 7th elder and want us to hand over the saint. The disciple stole a glance at Ling Xiao as he spoke slowly. What? This is ridiculous. What does the saint of our longevity sect have to do with the Hehuan sect? The Hehuan sect is too much. Nangong Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Nangong, we came uninvited. I hope you don't blame us. Suddenly, a burst of deep laughter rang out from outside the longevity hall, causing the faces of Nangong Xian and the other elders to abruptly change. As they walked out of the longevity hall, they saw a group of experts in purple robes walking towards them from the longevity square. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He looked extremely handsome and dignified. His entire body exuded the majesty of a superior. Moreover, his aura was not any weaker than Nangong Xian's. This purple-robed middle-aged man was actually a Grandmaster realm expert. The dozen people behind him were old and young. All of them had cold expressions and powerful auras. Lu Guanjie? Nangong Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately recognized the purple-robed middle-aged man in front of him. He was the vice-lord of the all-pleasure sect, Lu Guanjie. Moreover, Lu Guanjie was at LV3 of the Grandmaster realm, which was one level higher than Namgong Xian. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He recalled Ma Jun, whom he had killed in the fearsome Beast Mountain range, and what Ling Kuan had said. Most likely, these people were here for him. Ling Xiao also saw a familiar face in the group of people from the all-pleasure sect. Lu Piapiao seemed to have seen Ling Xiao as well. A trace of cold hatred appeared in her eyes. So it's Vice Sect Leader Lu. I wonder why Vice Sect Leader Lu has come to my longevity sect. He even injured a few of my longevity gate's disciples. Namgong Xian said indifferently. I'm really sorry, Sect Leader Namgong. Due to the urgency of the situation and the fact that your sect's disciples did not allow us to enter, we had no choice but to act. But don't worry, Sect Master Namgong, those disciples didn't suffer any serious injuries. Lu Guanjie smiled. As for coming to the longevity sect, it's naturally because of an important matter. I hope Sect Leader Namgong can cooperate. What's the matter? Namgong Xian said indifferently. May I ask who is your sect's saint, Ling Xiao? Lu Guanjie glanced at the crowd and asked. I am. Ling Xiao walked out and looked at Lu Guanjie indifferently. Since the all-pleasure sect had come knocking on his door, Ling Xiao naturally would not back down. True Energy Realm Level 4? Is there no one else in your sect? You actually let such a young brat be your saint? Lu Guanjie laughed. He obviously did not believe it. Ling Xiao is our longevity sect saint. Vice Sect Leader Lu, if you have something to say, please speak. If not, we'll have to see you out. Namgong Xian said coldly. The relationship between the longevity sect and the all-pleasure sect was not good. They were even hostile. Moreover, Lu Guanjie and his group had injured the longevity sect's disciples. Namgong Xian naturally would not be nice to them since they were so arrogant. You're really the longevity sect's saint? That's disrespectful of me. To be able to kill 9 of our all-pleasure sect's disciples in one go, your combat strength is not bad. Lu Guanjie's gaze landed on Ling Xiao and revealed a strange look. Namgong Xian's expression changed. He said coldly, Vice Sect Leader Lu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Since you said that Ling Xiao killed 9 of our all-pleasure sect's disciples, then show us the evidence. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Many of the longevity sect's disciples were also glaring at Lu Guanjie and his group. Their eyes were filled with anger. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao killed the all-pleasure sect's disciples or not, the fact that the all-pleasure sect had come to accuse them so openly. Did they really think that the longevity sect had no one? Little bastard, are you still not going to admit it? You're the one who killed my grandson. A skinny old man in a Taoist robe jumped out from behind Lu Guanjie. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes as he stared at Ling Xiao. This old man is called Ma Yan, the 7th elder of the all-pleasure sect. He's also the only upper-grade alchemist in the all-pleasure sect. At this moment, Namgong Xian's voice traveled into Ling Xiao's ears. A upper-grade alchemist? Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. It seemed like Ma Yan's position was similar to the Great Elder's position in the longevity sect. A upper-grade alchemist was the foundation of a sect. His position was not something that ordinary elders could compare to. It was no wonder that Ma Yan could make Vice Sect Leader Lu Guanjie come to the longevity sect to accuse Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Ma Yan and sneered, Old man, you'd better watch your mouth. I don't even know who your grandson is. How could I have killed him? This is the longevity sect, not your all-pleasure sect. Little bastard, I knew that you wouldn't admit it so easily. But today, I have gathered evidence and witnesses. I'll make you give up completely. Ma Yan looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Then, he patted the storage bag on his waist. Instantly, an ice coffin appeared in front of everyone. Inside the ice coffin was the corpse of a young man. His face was pale and he was no longer breathing. With just a glance, Ling Xiao could already confirm that it was Ma Jun, the one he had killed. This is my grandson, Ma Jun. He died in the fearsome Beast Mountain range. His neck was crushed by someone. However, his body is filled with the marks of the little King Kong fist. If you don't believe me, you can come and check. Myriad's eyes were filled with grief. The hatred in his eyes intensified as he looked at Ling Xiao. Little King Kong fist? I'll do it. Lin Shan's eyes flashed and he walked forward with a sneer. He placed one hand on the ice coffin and his Grandmaster Realm primary energy flowed out from his body, spreading towards Ma Jun's corpse. A Grandmaster Realm powerhouse could control their own power to the finest detail. They could even begin to touch the mysterious spiritual realm. Naturally, they could easily sense the situation inside the ice coffin with their own primary energy. The power of the fist was vigorous and carried a trace of Vajra annihilation intent. This is indeed an injury caused by the lesser Vajra fist. Moreover, he had practiced the lesser Vajra fist to perfection. He had even touched upon the concept of fist Dao. Lin Shan opened his eyes and said slowly. Grand Elder, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The lesser Vajra fist may only be a high-grade profound class martial art, but it is difficult to understand. There aren't many disciples in the longevity sect who practice the lesser Vajra fist. Moreover, most of them are at the entry level. Only Deng Yalan has reached the major completion level. The Grand Elder said coldly. However, his heart skipped a beat. When Ling Xiao displayed the lesser Vajra fist, there were many people present. Back then, Ling Xiao had even displayed the Vajra fist intent. If Ma Jun had really died under the lesser Vajra fist, then it was very likely that Ling Xiao had killed him. But even so, he was determined not to admit it. The all-pleasure sect had come in such a menacing manner. They had come with ill intentions. He couldn't let them have any more evidence against him. How could I have seen wrongly? Grand Elder, don't you remember? I heard that when Ling Xiao passed the 9th level of the longevity tower, he displayed the lesser Vajra fist to perfection in front of everyone. Moreover, he even displayed the Vajra fist intent. The Holy Sun is truly a genius. Lin Shan smiled faintly as his gaze fell upon Ling Xiao. Not good, Nangong Xian and the Grand Elder's expressions changed. They looked at Lin Shan with a trace of anger. Was Lin Shan trying to force Ling Xiao into a corner? Ling Xiao had passed the 9th level of the longevity tower and displayed the Vajra fist intent. If the people from All Pleasure Sect and Demonic Palace were to find out about this, they would do everything they could to kill Ling Xiao. Such a monstrous genius was simply too big of a threat to the future of their two sections. Nangong Xian had already issued a gag order long ago, but Lin Shan had leaked it at this time. His intentions were clear. As expected, Lu Guanjia and Ma Yan's expressions changed when they heard Lin Shan's words. They looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent. What did clearing the 9th floor of the longevity tower mean? If he didn't die in the future, he would at least become a peerless expert, and to comprehend the concept of fist while still in the true energy realm, this made them even more restless. If this kind of threat cannot be used by me, then I must eliminate it as soon as possible. Little bastard, what else do you have to say? Even your Grand Elder Lin Shan has spoken. You killed my grandson, so you must pay with your life. Ma Yan's eyes revealed a trace of deep-seated hatred. Lin Shan also shouted, Ling Xiao, you actually dared to kill Elder Mayan's grandson. Are you trying to start a war between our longevity sect and All Pleasure sect? I see that you have ulterior motives and have already fallen into the demonic path. Why don't you kneel down and admit your sins? Ling Xiao looked at the faces of the people in front of him and sneered, just based on the fact that this person was killed by the small Vajra fist, you are certain that I am the murderer? As the saying goes, catch an adulterer with a pear, catch a thief with the stolen goods. Did any of you see me kill the all-pleasure sect's disciple? The small Vajra fist does not belong to our sect. As far as I know, the demonic palace also has a martial art similar to the small Vajra fist. Why don't you go to the demonic palace and ask for the person? Do you think that our longevity sect is easy to bully? Nangong Xian also said coldly, Ling Xiao is right. The demonic palace's lesser demon subduing fist and my sect's lesser Vajra fist are of the same origin. The damage caused is also very similar. You want to punish my sect's holy son with just a corpse? Isn't that too laughable? By Sect Master Liu, if you can't produce any evidence, I will have to send you off. Nangong Xian's heart was also filled with anger. Logically speaking, everyone should be united against outsiders. However, he did not expect Lin Shan to be a traitor. He probably really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, we have more evidence than this. Ma Yan sneered and said, "Today, I will make you give up." Although the demonic palace's small Vajra fist and the small Vajra fist are of the same origin, we have also gone to the demonic palace to understand. There is no one in the demonic palace who has cultivated the small Vajra fist to the greater mastery stage. Therefore, other than Ling Xiao, who else could it be? Furthermore, we have a witness. Just as Ma Yan finished speaking, Lu Piapiao walked out. "Piapiao, don't be afraid. Tell us everything you know," Ma Yan said slowly. "Lu Piapiao?" Nangong Xian's eyes flashed. He had some impression of Lu Piapiao. Wasn't she an inner disciple of the longevity sect? Why was she on the side of the all-pleasure sect? "Greetings to sect master Nangong and all the elders," Lu Piapiao said in a crisp voice. She had a weak temperament on her face. Young Master Ma Jun died 7 days ago. At that time, Ling Xiao entered the fearsome beast mountain range to train. I believe that I am not the only one who saw this. Many disciples of the longevity sect saw this. Moreover, some people saw Ling Xiao killing a giant snake not far from where Senior Ma Jun died and saving 3 disciples of the longevity sect. Therefore, based on the time, location and martial arts skills, the murderer is Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao pointed at Ling Xiao with a trace of hatred in her eyes. "Good, very good." Nangong Xian was so angry that he laughed and said, "The all-pleasure sect is really capable. They actually managed to subdue the inner disciples of the longevity sect and even turned around to accuse the holy son of the longevity sect. However, I can tell you clearly that this is only indirect evidence. Although Ling Xiao is a suspect, you do not have any clear evidence to prove that he killed Ma Jun. Sect Master Nangong, you flatter me. Lu Piapiao is just abandoning the darkness for the light." Lu Guanjia smiled slightly. However, this sentence made all the disciples of the longevity sect angry. Abandoning the darkness for the light? Who is the darkness? Who is the light? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Piapiao was not subdued by them. Instead, Lu Piapiao was a spy that they had planted in the longevity sect. "Sect Master Nangong, there is one more thing that I want to tell you. Lu Piapiao is the niece of the longevity city's City Lord Lu. When City Lord Lu knows that such a huge murder case happened in his jurisdiction, he placed great importance on it. I'm afraid that he will come to the longevity sect very soon." Lu Guanjia did not seem to notice the gazes of the people around him as he threw out another piece of heavy news. "What? The City Lord of the longevity city, Lu Xiongfei?" At the mention of this person, Nangong Xian and the Great Elder looked at each other and revealed a trace of shock. Their faces turned ugly. Although the 3 great sects were very powerful and could be said to be the overlords of this area, the longevity city was the true ruler. The longevity city represented the prestige of the Great Desolation ancient kingdom. Even the sect masters of the 3 great sects had to lower their heads when they saw Lu Xiongfei. If the all-pleasure sect had the backing of the longevity city, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. "The City Lord of the longevity city is coming?" Lu Guanjia had a faint smile on his face, as though victory was already in his hands. Longevity city not only represented the prestige of the Great Desolation ancient country, but more importantly, the longevity city lord, Lu Xiongfei, was the strongest person within 1,000 miles. Lu Xiongfei and his flying bear army had exterminated countless sects and bandits that disobeyed orders. Even the 3 sects were extremely wary of them. If it was the all-pleasure sect, although they were slightly stronger than the longevity sect, Nangong Xian was naturally not afraid. However, if Lu Xiongfei was added, he would feel immense pressure. How about it? Sect leader Nangong, have you thought about it? As long as you hand Ling Xiao over to us, everything will be fine. However, if we wait until City Lord Lu arrives, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Lu Guanjia said indifferently. Sect leader, didn't I say that this brat is a scourge? Not only did he harm his fellow sect members, but he also killed the disciples of the all-pleasure sect. He has caused so much trouble for the longevity sect. Sect leader, are you still going to protect him? Lin Shan said coldly. The all-pleasure sect's arrival had given him the best opportunity to get rid of Ling Xiao. He naturally would not let it go. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Lin Shan, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his heart. No matter what, Ling Xiao's matter was an internal matter of the longevity sect. However, Lin Shan actually stood on the side of the all-pleasure sect for revenge. Such a person was simply a traitor and deserved to be killed. Nangongxian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Deputy Sect Leader Liu, forgive me for not agreeing. Even if City Lord Liu comes, he cannot interfere with the matters of the longevity sect. Ling Xiao is the holy son of the longevity sect. We cannot hand him over to you." At the end, Nangongxian's voice carried a trace of decisiveness. Nangongqing also heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she thought of Lu Xiongfei who was about to arrive, her heart sank again. Facing the City Lord Liu, could Nangongxian really withstand such great pressure? Almost as soon as Nangongxian finished speaking, a disciple rushed in to report. "Sect leader, the City Lord of the Longevity Sect and Master Jiao Mu have come to visit. They have already arrived at the foot of the Longevity Mountain." The Great Elder was slightly taken aback, as if he thought of something. He said with a slightly red face, "Master Jiao Mu? Which Master Jiao Mu is it?" The guarding disciple said respectfully, "It's Longevity City's Grandmaster Jiao Mu. I have a visiting card as proof." When the Great Elder took the invitation from the guarding disciple, his eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Nangongxian and said, "Sect Master, it's Master Jiao Mu from the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion." What? It wasn't just Nangongxian. Even Liu, Guanjia and Ma Yan from the Joyful Union sect were shocked. Why is Grandmaster Jiao Mu here? Didn't he also not care about worldly affairs, and only hid in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion to refine pills? Even the sect leaders of the three major sects went to the Spiritual Potions Pavilion several times, but they all refused to let us in. Nangongxian's expression was somewhat gloomy. He didn't know why Grandmaster Jiao Mu had come. If Lu Xiongfei made him feel fear, then Master Jiao Mu made him feel reverence. It was not only Master Jiao Mu's Grandmaster realm cultivation that made people revere him, but also his identity as an alchemy master. In the entire Great Desolation ancient kingdom, alchemists were very rare, and alchemy masters were even rarer. Even if they went to the capital, they would be treated with respect by the king. The most powerful people in the three major sects were only high-grade alchemists, including the Longevity sect's Great Elder and the Joyful Union sect's Ma Yan. As for Grandmaster Jiao Mu, it was said that this low-grade alchemy master came from the capital. His identity was incomparably noble, and the power behind him was unfathomable. In the face of such a big figure, not only Lu Xiongfei, but the three major sects also naturally treated him like an ancestor. The three sect leaders even went to visit him several times, but they were all refused. Now, Grandmaster Jiao Mu actually took the initiative to come to the Longevity sect. How could it not be shocking? Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Jiao Mu was naturally invited by City Lord Liu. You don't know, right? Lu Piapiao's cousin, City Lord Liu's daughter, is Grandmaster Jiao Mu's personal disciple. The relationship between City Lord Liu and Grandmaster Jiao Mu is not something you can imagine. Moreover, my grandson, Ma Jun, was very talented in alchemy. He was almost taken in as Grandmaster Jiao Mu's disciple. Ling Xiao, this little bastard, killed my grandson. Grandmaster Jiao Mu is here to punish you. Ling Xiao, are you still not going to surrender? Ma Yan laughed incomparably happily. Finally, his cold gaze landed on Ling Xiao as he shouted loudly. What? Grandmaster Jiao Mu wants to take Ma Jun as his disciple? This way, Ling Xiao killed Ma Jun. Grandmaster Jiao Mu will definitely not let this matter rest. One City Lord of the Longevity sect is one thing, but now there's Grandmaster Jiao Mu. This Ling Xiao is really a troublemaker. Why don't we just hand him over? If we offend City Lord Liu, especially Grandmaster Jiao Mu, our Longevity sect will be in danger. Many of the Longevity sect's disciples were scared silly. Grandmaster Jiao Mu was like a huge mountain that pressed down on their hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Lian Shan's face was filled with fear and panic. Sect leader, are you still not going to wake up at this time? If Ling Xiao doesn't die, our Longevity sect will be finished. Lin Shan said fiercely. That's right. Ling Xiao, this little bastard, is not suitable to be the holy son of our longevity sect. Hand him over. Kill him. You must kill this scourge. Sect leader, you can't ignore the safety of the longevity sect. Many of the elders in Lin Shan's faction said one after another. This way, the pressure on Nangongxian's body was even greater. Nangongxian looked at Ling Xiao and laughed bitterly. It was as if he was saying, you really know how to cause trouble. Even so, Nangongxian could not hand Ling Xiao over. Not to mention the fact that Ling Xiao had found the longevity supreme scripture for the Chongsun sect. Just based on Ling Xiao's monstrous talent, the Chongsun sect would probably be able to rise up rapidly and surpass the other two sects within a few years. It was even possible to restore the glory of their ancestors. The reason why the all-pleasure sect insisted on killing Ling Xiao was probably because Ling Xiao killed Ma Jun. The more important reason was that they felt threatened by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not die, the all-pleasure sect and the demonic palace would not be able to sit still. That's enough. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Looking at Lin Shan and the elders behind him, he said, our longevity sect reigned supreme in the war god continent 10,000 years ago. No one dared to call themselves supreme in this world. How proud and majestic were the sky-devouring supreme patriarch and the longevity sect patriarch? At that time, not to mention the alchemy grandmasters, even the alchemy grandmasters and alchemy grandmasters had to bow in front of our longevity sect. But now, look at you. How did the longevity sect produce such spineless things? A mere longevity city lord and an alchemy grandmaster can scare you to this extent. If the patriarchs in the underworld knew, they would be so angry that they would come back to life and strangle you to death. Ling Xiao, how dare you? You're the one who caused this trouble and you still have the cheek to blame us? 10,000 years ago, our Chongsun sect was very strong. However, the situation is different now. If we were like you, our Chongsun sect would have been destroyed long ago. Why don't you accept your death? Consider it a contribution to our Chongsun sect. Lin Shan jumped up in anger and pointed at Ling Zhao's nose as he scolded. As for Lu Guanjie, Ma Yan and the others from Yihuan's sect, when they saw that the Chongsun sect was already in a mess before Lu Xiongfei and the others had arrived, they let out a faint smile and stood at the side, looking as though they were watching a good show. What do you mean by I caused this trouble? We haven't even seen Lu Xiongfei and Jiao Mu. Do you really think he's here to cause trouble for us? Ling Xiao sneered as he stared at Lin Shan without any fear. What? Do you think that City Lord Lu and Master Jiao Mu aren't here to settle the score with you but to have tea with you? Lin Shan sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Of course I know why they're here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I don't know why City Lord Lu is here, but Master Jiao Mu is here to give me a gift. Ling Zhao's words stunned Lin Shan, Ma Yan, and the rest. Then, a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, are you scared silly? If Master Jiao Mu is here to give you a gift, I'll eat this rock. Lin Shan pointed at a huge blue stone not far away and said with a mocking expression. Elder Lin, I think this kid is scared silly by Master Jiao Mu. He's starting to talk nonsense. However, when Master Jiao Mu arrives, he'll be in for a treat. Ma Yan said with a cold laugh. Nangongxian and the great elder smiled bitterly at Ling Xiao. This kid was really troublesome. Even they didn't believe that Master Jiao Mu was here to give Ling Xiao a gift. They naturally knew Ling Zhao's identity. Although he was the son of the Demon King of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom, the Demon King had gone missing. Ling Xiao was an abandoned child, even worse than a side disciple. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Shan indifferently and said, All right, I'll wait for you to eat it. Little bastard, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I hope you can still be so stubborn when Grandmaster Jiao Mu and City Lord Lu arrive. Lin Shan said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly, a commotion broke out within the longevity square and the many disciples automatically parted to form a path. Several figures slowly walked over from afar. Nangongxian, the first elder, Lu Guanjie, Ma Yan, and the others were shocked when they saw those figures. They quickly went forward to greet them. 3 figures walked out of the longevity square. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard. He had a ruddy complexion and a faint smile on his face. His eyes were deep and filled with vicissitudes of life, flickering with the light of wisdom. He wore a red robe, and a small golden cauldron was embroidered on his chest using golden thread. There were 5 flaming golden stars in the cauldron. 5 blazing golden stars, a low-grade alchemy grandmaster. This was a rule set by the alchemy guild that covered the entire war god continent. Anyone who dared to impersonate an alchemy master would be hunted down by the entire alchemy guild. The golden cauldron and the blazing golden stars represented the identity of an alchemy master. A low-grade alchemy master would have 1 blazing golden star, and the highest-grade alchemy grandmaster would have 12 blazing golden stars. It was rumored that above the alchemy grandmaster was the supreme alchemy master. The symbol of the supreme alchemy master was a cauldron, a sun, and a moon. A golden cauldron swallowing the sun and moon was the supreme alchemy master. It was hard to say if there were any supreme alchemy masters on the war god continent. That level of existence was not something ordinary people could imagine. Needless to say, everyone understood that this old man was Grandmaster Jiao Mu. Beside the old man was a middle-aged man in brocade robes. His robes were embroidered with the image of a giant bear, looking luxurious and extraordinary. The middle-aged man's skin was fair and clean, and 3 strands of beard fluttered under his chin. He looked extremely elegant, and his eyes shone brightly. He looked very dignified. Nangong Xian, Lu Guanjia, and the others had all seen him before. This middle-aged man was naturally the city lord of Eternal Life City, Lu Xiongfei. Behind Grandmaster Jiao Mu and Lu Xiongfei stood a beautiful girl in a red dress. Her face was beautiful and her figure was graceful. More importantly, she looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old, but her cultivation had already reached the first level of the spirit transformation realm. After seeing this girl, many of the longevity sect's disciples couldn't help but shift their gazes to Nangong Qing. Compared to Nangong Qing's cold and refined temperament, this girl in red dress wasn't any weaker. It gave people the illusion that they were 2 beauties competing for beauty. Ling Xiao naturally recognized the girl in red. She was Grandmaster Jiao Mu's disciple, Lu Piapiao. When Ling Xiao heard that Grandmaster Jiao Mu and Lu Xiongfei were coming, he understood why Lu Piapiao had left without saying goodbye. Lu Piapiao also noticed Ling Xiao and winked at him playfully. "Greetings Grandmaster Jiao Mu, greetings City Lord Lu." Nangong Xian, the elders, and disciples of the Eternal Life sect, Lu Guanjia, Ma Yan, and the others all bowed. Only Ling Xiao stood there with a calm expression. He didn't have any intention of bowing. "Ling Xiao, how dare you? How dare you not bow when you see Grandmaster Jiao Mu and City Lord Lu? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your guilt." Lin Shan saw that Ling Xiao didn't have any luggage. His eyes flashed coldly as he shouted. It's fine, it's fine. You don't have to be so polite." Grandmaster Jiao Mu said with a smile. "City Lord Lu and I came uninvited. We were rash. We hope Sect Master Nangong won't blame us." Nangong Xian hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. It's the Eternal Life Sect's blessing that Grandmaster Jiao Mu can come." The Great Elder and Ma Yan were the most excited. Both of them were high-grade alchemists. When they saw Jiao Mu, an alchemy grandmaster, their eyes were filled with fervor. They followed Jiao Mu step by step, as respectful as a disciple. Everyone smiled and exchanged greetings. However, their hearts were pounding. They were guessing the purpose of Grandmaster Jiao Mu and Lu Xiongfei's visit. Lu Chuanxiong, Gu Zhong, and Wang Han were originally worried about Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Lu Piapiao behind Grandmaster Jiao Mu, their eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, they finally understood what Ling Xiao had said and heaved a sigh of relief. "Grandmaster Jiao Mu, City Lord Lu, he's Ling Xiao. He's the one who killed my grandson, Ma Jun, and your future disciple. This little bastard deserves to die. However, the Eternal Life sect is protecting him and won't hand him over. Please help me." After exchanging greetings, Ma Yan couldn't help but jump out. He pointed at Ling Xiao and said with a murderous look. Nangong Xian and the elders of the Eternal Life sect were shocked. Master Jiao Mu and Lu Xiongfei looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. They were here today because of Lu Piapiao, especially Jiao Mu. When he heard that Ling Xiao was from the Chongsun sect and that Lin Shan, the Grand Elder, wanted to harm Ling Xiao, he was shocked and angry. He rushed over in a hurry. Lu Xiongfei was also very interested in Ling Xiao. Jiao Mu, who had been instructed by Ling Xiao, didn't immediately greet Ling Xiao as his master. Instead, he looked at Ma Yan as if he was watching a good show. Oh? What crime did Ling Xiao commit? Ma Yan secretly looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded slightly and walked out to bow to Lu Xiongfei and Master Jiao Mu. Reporting to uncle and master, Ling Xiao has committed a heinous crime. He killed the innocent in the longevity sect and harmed his fellow sect members. Even Elder Lin Shan's grandson, Lin Haoyu, died in his hands. Moreover, 7 days ago, Ling Xiao killed Elder Maiyan's grandson, Ma Jun, and 8 other disciples of the Joyful Union sect at the fearsome Beast Mountain Range. Such a murderer has committed a heinous crime. Uncle and Grandmaster, please uphold justice. Lu Yi looked very weak and pitiful. When she spoke, her eyes were red as if Ling Xiao was really a bad person who committed all kinds of crimes. Everyone couldn't help but sympathize with her. City Lord Lu and Master, please uphold justice for me. Ma Yan bowed and looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. Miss Yi and Elder Ma are right. Ling Xiao deserves to die. Such a person is a black sheep. Our Chongsun sect doesn't have such a disciple. Master, please uphold justice for us. Lin Shan also stood out and said righteously. Ling Xiao, Master Jiaomu and City Lord Lu are here. You have committed too many heinous crimes to be recorded. Kneel down and surrender. Ma Yan's cold gaze landed on Ling Xiao as he roared. Noisy. Ling Xiao said coldly, feeling a sense of boredom in his heart. He had seen the ugly faces of these people and couldn't be bothered to pretend to be polite with them. He immediately looked at Master Jiao Mu. Jiao Mu, did you successfully refine the elixir? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jiao Mu's face instantly bloomed into a smile. He jogged all the way to Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. Mas. Young Master Ling, I've successfully refined the 7 profound treasure pill, and it's of superior quality. Young Master Ling, please take a look. Jiao Mu respectfully handed over a jade box. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't they say that Master Jiao Mu and City Lord Lu were here to punish Ling Xiao? Why did Jiao Mu run over to Ling Xiao just because of one sentence? Everyone felt that their brains couldn't process what was happening, and they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao opened the jade box. Inside were 3 treasured pills the size of a longan fruit. Radiance overflowed, and a medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Moreover, 7 resplendent patterns lingered around the pills. They were extremely mysterious. The patterns are clear, and the medicinal fragrance is pure. This is indeed a high-quality 7 profound treasure pill. However, this success rate is a bit too low. You still need to continue working hard. Alright, I'll take these 3 pills. Ling Xiao frowned and finally accepted the 3 7 profound treasured pills. 7 profound treasure. Pill? Great Elder's ears twitched as he suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed in shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be the 7 profound treasure pill from the ancient times? A supreme treasure pill that can help a dragon tiger realm powerhouse comprehend the connection between heaven and man, the power of heaven and earth, and break through to the Grandmaster realm? Rumor has it that only fragments of the 7 profound treasure pill are left now, but Master Jiao Mu actually restored the 7 profound treasure pill. This is really too amazing. Great Elder's voice was a little excited. That's right, it's the 7 profound treasure pill. However, this wasn't restored by me. This was restored by young Master Ling, an elder who restored it and gave it to me. Jiao Mu coughed dryly and was stopped by Ling Zhao's gaze. He instantly chuckled. Young Master Ling? Young Master Ling's elder? The eyes of Great Elder, Nangong Xian, and the rest lit up. Judging from Master Jiao Mu's words, it seemed that he had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. In that case, who would dare to touch Ling Xiao? No wonder this kid wasn't afraid at all when he heard that Master Jiao Mu was coming. It turned out that he had something to rely on. We were worried for nothing. Putting aside Nangong Xian and Great Elder's slander, Hahuan Sec's Lu Guanjia, Ma Yan, and Grand Elder Lin Shan's expressions changed drastically. Master Jiao Mu actually had such a close relationship with Ling Xiao? How could they touch him now, the name of the 7 profound treasure pill made Ma Yan pale with fright. This supreme treasure pill that could help a Dragon Tiger Realm powerhouse break through to the Grandmaster Realm would definitely shock the entire Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. After all, the barrier between the Dragon Tiger Realm and the Grandmaster Realm was like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. If one could rely on a treasure pill to break through, it would definitely make countless powerhouses scramble like ducks. One could imagine that Master Jiao Mu's status in the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom would definitely become extremely respected with the 7 profound treasure pill. At this time, who would dare to touch Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao glanced at the ugly Ma Yan and said indifferently, Jiao Mu, I heard that you want to take Ma Jun as your disciple? Jiao Mu naturally knew what Ling Xiao meant. He sneered and said, Young Master Ling, aren't you looking down on me? I, Jiao Mu, won't accept just anyone. I've seen Ma Jun once. His aptitude is mediocre and he can't be trained. He has no talent in alchemy. Jiao Mu's words made Ma Yan's face turn red with shame and anger. He had just announced that Master Jiao Mu wanted to take his grandson as his disciple. In the blink of an eye, he had been slapped in the face. However, he didn't dare to be angry in front of Master Jiao Mu. Instead, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Who was the one who said that he wanted to eat that big blue stone? Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Shan. The corner of Lin Shan's mouth twitched. He simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't know anything, but his heart was exploding with anger. Who would have thought that Master Jiao Mu had really come to give Ling Xiao a gift? Elder Meng, Elder Wang, Elder Li, you're all very good. You're able to maintain your strength of character and not wallow in the mire with despicable people. It's very rare. These 7 profound treasure pills are for you. I hope you can break through to the Grandmaster Realm as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 3 streams of light fell into the hands of the 3 elders who were close to Nangong Xian. The 3 elders were stunned for a moment. Then, they revealed an expression of incomparable ecstasy. Many thanks to the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's talent is unparalleled. Sooner or later, your name will spread throughout the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. From today onwards, I, Old Wang, will be a hardcore supporter of the Holy Sun. That's right. I, Old Li, also support the Holy Sun. That old thing Lin Shan is nothing compared to the Holy Sun. The elders on Lin Shan's side were also tempted. They looked at the 7 profound treasure pill with longing in their eyes. Seeing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This was the effect he wanted. Lu Yi's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. She originally looked down on Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that Ling Xiao would grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time? The more it was like this, the more panicked she felt and the more she wanted to destroy Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was to hide the regret in her heart. However, Master Jiao Mu and Ling Xiao looked at each other. What else could she do? No, there was still Lu Xiongfei. She could only beg this uncle now. Uncle, Ling Xiao is despicable and shameless. Not only did he harm his fellow disciples, but he also once molested me. Please help me. Lu Yi was about to cry. Her innocent big eyes were red and teary, giving people a feeling of pity. Lu Xiongfei's eyes flashed, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Before he could speak, Lu Piapiao walked out and looked at Lu Yi. She asked with a smile, Oh? Ling Xiao is actually so shameless? He even dares to touch my Lu family's people? Cousin, tell me, when did he take advantage of you? Did he succeed? Lu Yi looked at her cousin in front of her. A trace of jealousy flashed across her face, but she still said respectfully, Cousin, it's just a while ago, but I tried my best to break free. He didn't succeed. Uncle and cousin, please uphold justice for me. Lu Yi's performance was so touching that almost some disciples were jealous and wanted to question Ling Xiao. However, Lu Piapiao's next words made Lu Yi feel as if she had fallen into an ice abyss. If it's as you said, Ling Xiao is really shameless. Lu Piapiao glanced at Ling Xiao with a faint smile and continued, but there's one thing you don't know. Senior Sister Nangong and I from Chongqing sect are both little handmaidens of Ling Xiao. He didn't molest us but molested you. Do you think he's out of his mind? Senior Sister Nangong. Lu Piapiao's gaze finally landed on Nangong Qing. What? Lu Piapiao and Nan Gongqing are actually Ling Zhao's maids? This news was earth-shattering, shocking everyone to the point that they were dumbstruck. It had to be said that this news was too explosive. Who were Lu Piapiao and Nan Gongqing? Lu Piapiao was the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples and was faintly regarded as the two most beautiful fairies. However, Lu Piapiao actually admitted that she was Ling Zhao's maidservant? Nan Gongqing frowned. Looking at Lu Piapiao's playful expression, she did not refute. In the eyes of many disciples, this expression was equivalent to tacit agreement. Immediately, countless disciples began to wail in their hearts. They looked at Ling Xiao with anger in their eyes. Lu Piapiao's face instantly turned pale. She realized that she was completely wrong. It turned out that Lu Piapiao and Lu Xiongfei did not come because of her reputation. It was because they were here for Ling Xiao. Master Jiamu had come for Ling Xiao. Lu Piapiao and Lu Xiongfei also came for Ling Xiao. At the thought of this, Lu Guanjia, Ma Yan, and the others' eyes revealed a trace of shock. Who was this Ling Xiao? How could he have such powerful energy? At this moment, Lu Xiongfei spoke up. He looked at Lu Piapiao helplessly and smiled slightly. Fellow cultivators from Changsun sect and Hehuan sect, logically speaking, this is your sect's internal affairs. I shouldn't interfere. However, I feel that it's better to clarify some things. 7 days ago, Ling Xiao did not go to Beast Mountain Range. Instead, he went to Longevity City. He is my daughter's good friend. He has been with my daughter and Master Jiamu. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Jiamu. Therefore, it's impossible for Ling Xiao to have the time to kill Ma Jun. Master Jiamu also smiled slightly. City Lord Lu is right. Young Master Ling has been with me all this time. There's no time for him to commit the crime. Lu Guanjia and Ma Yan immediately extinguished their anger. Lu Xiongfei and Master Jiamu had both testified for Ling Xiao. Even if they had 10,000 reasons to doubt Ling Xiao, they did not dare to continue questioning Ling Xiao at this moment. Lu Guanjia revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, since City Lord Lu and Grandmaster Jiaomu have said so, then it looks like we've really misunderstood. Martial nephew Ma Jun wasn't killed by Ling, young friend. What do you think, Elder Ma? Lu Xiongfei smiled slightly. I must have remembered it wrongly. My grandson Ma Jun was indeed not killed by Ling Xiao. Ma Yan lowered his head and said. He felt that his heart was bleeding. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy, but he did not dare to vent his anger. Seeing the dejected look on the faces of the all-pleasure sect's disciples, the longevity sect's disciples were filled with excitement and excitement. The other thing is that Ling Xiao killed Lin Haoyu. Although I don't know what happened, I believe in Ling Zhao's character. However, I still trust Ling Zhao's character. I believe that he wouldn't kill Lin Haoyu for no reason. Perhaps when the two of them were competing, the sword has no eyes and the death or injury is up to fate. What do you think, Elder Lin? Lu Xiongfei asked with a smile. When Lin Shan heard this, his body twitched. He almost cursed in his heart. You don't know, but you still say that you believe in Ling Zhao's character? If I continue to say that Ling Xiao is Haoyu's murderer, won't I be humiliating you? Lin Shan could only pinch his nose and say, City Lord Lu is right. It should be that when Ling Xiao and Haoyu were competing, the sword has no eyes and he accidentally killed Haoyu. It's Haoyu's own bad luck. Lin Shan's words were squeezed out from between his teeth. However, the killing intent in his eyes was getting more and more intense. Alright, since that's the case, then Changsun sect and Hehuan sect will bury the hatchet. From now on, don't cause any more trouble because of this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Xiongfei smiled slightly, but his voice became stern towards the end. There was even a trace of an unparalleled aura that spread out. Nan Gongxian and Lu Guanjia shivered. They could feel Lu Xiongfei's unfathomable cultivation. They bowed and answered at the same time. Seeing that Lu Xiongfei and Jiaomu were on Ling Zhao's side, the people from Hehuan sect naturally wouldn't continue to stay and look for trouble. They all left Changsun sect dejectedly. When they left, they also brought along the dazed Lu Yi. Thank you for today's matter. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Piapiao and smiled slightly. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything. However, I believe that even if we didn't come, you would definitely have a way to deal with today's situation, right? Lu Piapiao smiled with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Perhaps? The arrival of Lu Xiongfei and Master Jiao Mu naturally made the entire Chongsun sect feel flattered. In addition, Ling Zhao's incident had passed without any mishap. Many disciples were even more elated and honored. Nangong Xian ordered the disciples of Chongsun sect to set up a banquet to invite Lu Xiongfei, Master Jiao Mu, and the rest. At the banquet, everyone toasted each other and enjoyed themselves. After it was over, Lu Xiongfei and Ling Xiao went to the bamboo forest behind Jin's pavilion. "Greetings, young master." Lu Xiongfei bowed deeply to Ling Xiao with a respectful expression. "Rise," Ling Xiao said plainly. Ling Xiao had long known Lu Xiongfei's identity. He was an old subordinate of the Demon Lord and could be said to be the Demon Lord's loyal follower. Ling Zhao's monthly resources were also sent to Lu Xiongfei by the Demon Lord's residence in the royal capital. Then, Lu Xiongfei would send them to Chongsun Mountain. However, Ling Xiao was too useless in the past, and no one could see any hope. Therefore, other than sending resources to Ling Xiao every month and secretly protecting him, Lu Xiongfei did not have much interaction with Ling Xiao. Young master's talent is unparalleled. You have cultivated to such a level in such a short time. If His Highness knew, he would be overjoyed. Lu Xiongfei stood up with a hint of excitement and shame on his face. He was excited because not only was Ling Xiao not a good-for-nothing, he was actually a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. He was ashamed because he had neglected the young master too much all these years. After all, Ling Zhao's talent had disappointed him greatly. "Do you know where my father is now? Why did he suddenly disappear 3 years ago?" Ling Xiao asked. No matter what, if Lu Xiongfei had not secretly taken care of him all these years, he would have been killed countless times. Therefore, he did not blame Lu Xiongfei. Since he had taken over Ling Zhao's physical body, Ling Zhao's matters naturally became his own. The main reason why Ling Xiao was exiled here was because of the Demon Lord's sudden disappearance 3 years ago. "I'm not sure either." Lu Xiongfei smiled bitterly. However, he hesitated and continued, "Although I'm not sure, it might be related to your mother." "My mother?" Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. In the memories of Ling Zhao's original body, didn't his mother pass away long ago? That's right. Young master must be related to the princess consort. Back then, when Wang Fei and Wang Yi met, I happened to know that Wang Fei's identity was very mysterious. Once, when Wang Yi led the army out, he accidentally saved Wang Fei. At that time, Wang Fei seemed to be being pursued. If it wasn't for Wang Yi, Wang Fei would not have been able to escape that calamity. After that, His Highness and Her Highness got to know each other and finally got married and gave birth to you. Lu Xiongfei's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as he continued, "She disappeared before you were even a month old." At that time, His Highness seemed to have gone mad. He searched the entire Great Desolation ancient kingdom but couldn't find her. Since then, His Highness had been depressed. Until 3 years ago, His Highness suddenly left the Demon King's residence and no one knew where he went, but I heard that before His Highness left, he received a letter which made him very excited. He hid in his room for 3 days and 3 nights and then left the palace. Ling Xiao was slightly taken aback. He already had some guesses in his heart. His mother, whom he had never met, might be a disciple of a large sect. She only appeared in the Great Desolation ancient kingdom by chance and got together with Demon King Zhenren. Something must have happened that caused his mother to leave without saying goodbye. If Demon King Zhenren really received a letter when he left 3 years ago, the contents of the letter should be related to his mother. After all, the Great Desolation ancient kingdom was too small. Compared to the vast war god continent, the Great Desolation ancient kingdom was like a drop of water in a river. It was incomparably small. After Demon King Zhenren left, it was easy to understand what happened next. Those elders of the family naturally racked their brains to let their descendants inherit the title of Demon King Zhenren. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally became a thorn in everyone's side. If it wasn't for Lu Xiongfei secretly protecting Ling Xiao would have died silently long ago. "What is my mother's name?" Ling Xiao asked. "Her Highness's name is Mu Han Yen." Lu Xiongfei replied. Mu Hanyan? Ling Xiao made a mental note of this name and nodded. Thank you for today's matter, Uncle Lu. Lu Xiongfei was flattered and hurriedly said, Young lord is too polite. This is my duty. Young lord, I have another matter to tell you this time. What is it? In 3 months, young lord will be 16 years old. In the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom, 16 years old is considered an adult. Back then, Lord Shinran arranged a marriage for young lord to the king's little princess. Young lord must marry the little princess after reaching adulthood. Moreover, 3 months later is the day of the Demon King Shinran's mansion's grand competition. I have already received news that the Great Elder has decided to choose the most outstanding disciple of the family on the day of the competition and invite the king to inherit the title of Demon King Shinran. Lu Xiongfei said solemnly. Marry the little princess? I have no interest in that. Although I have no interest in the title of Demon King Shinran, my father's things are not something they can touch as they wish. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and a trace of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Young lord, it is indeed impossible to marry the little princess. Young lord's performance in the past 3 years. Everyone in the royal family has seen it. Naturally, they will not let the little princess marry you. They are just waiting for you to reach adulthood or wait for you to die. Naturally, they will be able to annul the engagement. Moreover, I have heard that the little princess has a purine body and has been accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Sun Moon Star sect. Lu Xiongfei said with a bitter smile. Although the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom was strong, it was naturally nothing compared to a martial holy land like the Sun Moon Star sect. The Sun Moon Star sect is still around? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He did not expect to hear a familiar name from Lu Xiongfei. He naturally knew about the Sun Moon Star sect. Speaking of which, he had a deep relationship with it. In that case, it would be interesting. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, and he said, All right, I got it. After I settle the matters of the Changsun sect, I will return to the royal capital. I will not miss the competition in 3 months. Lu Xiongfei kept looking at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to be affected by the engagement at all. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, his admiration for Ling Xiao increased. Young people were full of vigor. Who could endure the humiliation of having an engagement annulled? However, looking at Ling Xiao's expression, whether he really did not care or suppressed his anger in the bottom of his heart, it showed that Ling Xiao was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Bold but not wise, he was an ignorant man. Young master, I'll be returning to the capital in 2 days. Do you want to come with me? If you go back alone, I'm afraid you'll encounter some mishaps. Lu Xiongfei said sincerely. No need. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I don't care about those useless people. After I'm done with the Changsun sect, I'll naturally return. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Seeing that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, Lu Xiongfei didn't try to persuade him anymore. He smiled and said, Young master, I'll be returning to the capital to report. Pia Piao will follow you. She's been pampered since she was young. If she doesn't serve you well, please forgive her. Lu Pia Piao? Her aptitude is not bad. Don't worry, I'll guide her. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This made Lu Xiongfei feel a little awkward. It was as if he had been seen through. Although Lu Xiongfei didn't know where Ling Xiao had learned such shocking alchemy knowledge, since Master Jiaomu was willing to take Ling Xiao as his master, it meant that Ling Xiao was indeed extraordinary. Lu Xiongfei naturally had some thoughts of letting Lu Piapiao follow Ling Xiao and learn from him. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to see through him at a glance. Lu Xiongfei chuckled and said, Thank you, young master. Young master, do you need me to destroy the Hehuan sect before I leave to prevent future trouble? At the end of his sentence, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Lu Xiongfei's eyes. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, it was as if he reminded people that Lu Xiongfei was the strongest person in the Longevity City. No need. If they don't open their eyes, I'll naturally teach them an unforgettable lesson. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Seeing how confident Ling Xiao was, Lu Xiongfei knew that it was useless to persuade him anymore. He smiled bitterly and nodded. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lu Xiongfei took his leave. Not long after, Master Jiaomu also came over. "Greetings, Master." Jiaomu bowed respectfully. "You're full of energy and have reached the critical point. It won't be long before you can break through to the mid-grade alchemy master." "Not bad, not bad. Get up." Ling Xiao nodded and said indifferently. Jiaomu's heart trembled. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to tell that his mental strength had reached the peak of the inferior grade alchemy grandmaster with just a glance. Ling Xiao's eyesight was simply unfathomable, causing him to revere Ling Xiao even more. "It's all thanks to the 7 profound treasure pill recipe that master gave me. I'm confident that when I can refine the best 7 profound treasure pill, I'll be able to break through to the middle grade alchemy grandmaster." Jiaomu chuckled. Only now did he realize how lucky he was to have been able to swallow his pride and acknowledge Ling Xiao as his master. Once he broke through to become a mid-grade alchemy grandmaster, Jiaomu's status would immediately change. One had to know that there were only 2 superior alchemists in the entire Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. One was the current imperial advisor, and the other was the mysterious pavilion master of the Spirit Potions Pavilion. Stepping into the ranks of intermediate alchemy grandmasters meant that Jiaomu truly stood among the highest echelons of the Great Desolation Ancient Kingdom. "That's right. You should be returning to the royal city with Lu Xiongfei, right? Since that's the case, I have a few things to tell you." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "That's right. Something has happened in the royal city, so I have to rush back." "Master, please give me your orders," Jiaomu respectfully said. "After you return to the royal city, I'll give you the authority to operate the 7 profound treasure pill independently. In addition, I'll give you 2 pill recipes. Try to sell these 3 pills for as much resources as possible. Do your best to collect these things for me." 2 pill formulas and a piece of paper filled with ingredients appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. He passed them to Jiaomu. "This is the 5 profound spirit pill and the 6 profound spirit pill?" Jiaomu was shocked and immediately put them away like they were priceless treasures. The 5 profound spirit pill is a superior spirit pill. 1 pill can allow an expert below the spirit transformation realm to unconditionally increase their cultivation by 3 levels. However, each person can only take 1 pill at most. The 6 profound spirit pill can allow an expert at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm to break through to the dragon tiger realm. I believe that with these 3 pills, you will have a place in the royal city's low-end, mid-end, and high-end pill markets. Only then can you help me find these things." Ling Xiao said indifferently. These 3 pills were nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes, but they were priceless treasures in Jiaomu's eyes. The 5 profound spirit pill and the 6 profound spirit pill could be said to be simplified versions of the 7 profound treasure pill. However, their effects were very strange and would be very useful to ordinary cultivators. However, when Jiaomu saw the list of materials Ling Xiao handed over, he sucked in a breath of cold air and bitterly smiled. "Master, I'm afraid that even if I search the entire Great Desolation Ancient Country, I might not be able to find all of these heavenly treasures. However, I'll do my best to collect them. Master, please rest assured." The list Ling Xiao gave him contained the best of the 5 element spirit seeds, the treasures needed to cultivate the 2nd level of the earth dragon body, and some alchemy materials. However, they were all heavenly treasures and would be very difficult to collect. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Just do your best to collect them. If you can find all of these heavenly treasures, I'll teach you a secret technique to cultivate the mind." "A secret technique to cultivate the mind?" Jiaomu exclaimed as his eyes revealed an incredulous look of ecstasy. One had to know that the greatest limiting factor for alchemists was mind power. However, mind power could only be improved by increasing one's cultivation base. It was said that there were some secret techniques to cultivate mind power, but those secret techniques were extremely precious and rare. They were simply unheard of in the Great Desolation Ancient Country. If Jiaomu could obtain a secret technique to cultivate mind power, perhaps becoming a superior alchemy master or even a peerless alchemy master would not be a dream. "Master, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my old life, I'll find all of these materials for you." Jiaomu's eyes surged with excitement as he patted his chest and said resolutely. Ling Xiao, your little maid is awake. At this moment, Lu Piapiao ran over from afar and shouted excitedly. Shui Wei is awake. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he moved his feet. His entire body was like a stream of light as he flew towards the Jin's pavilion. In the Jin's pavilion, Shui Wei was wearing a white dress. Her face had a trace of confusion and a faint black light flickered all over her body, causing her to emit a dark aura. Shui Wei, you're awake? Ling Xiao flew into the Jin's pavilion. After seeing Ling Xiao, her face revealed a happy expression. Young master. I almost thought that I wouldn't be able to see you again. After seeing Ling Xiao, Shui Wei's eyes suddenly became misty. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. The grievances she had suffered for the past few days could no longer be held back. They turned into sparkling tears and dripped down. Shui Wei, be good. It's all right now. The people who hurt you were all killed by me. Ling Xiao stroked Shui Wei's hair and comforted her softly. Young master, you killed Lin Haoyu? Shui Wei's face paled instantly, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Naturally, he knew what Shui Wei was worried about. He comforted her, don't worry. I'm the holy son of the longevity sect. Even if I kill Lin Haoyu, that Lin Shan won't dare to do anything to me. Shui Wei nodded as if she understood, and the worry in her eyes subsided. First level of true energy realm? Not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao checked Shui Wei's body again and realized that Shui Wei had already opened her dantian, officially stepping into the true energy realm. Although Shui Wei's dantian wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's, it was still around 400 feet wide, which was considered abnormal. It's a pity that I don't have the 9 Nether Scripture. Only the 9 Nether Scripture can unleash the full potential of the 9 Nether bloodline. However, the Longevity Supreme Scripture is peaceful, so Shui Wei should cultivate it first. If there's a chance to find the 9 Nether Scripture in the future, it won't be too late to cultivate it again. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. After awakening the 9 Nether bloodline, Shui Wei's cultivation would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time even Ling Xiao would be inferior to her. After comforting Shui Wei for a while, she fell into a deep sleep. Ling Xiao walked out of the Ling Xiao pavilion. Nan Gongqing stood in the bamboo forest in a white dress. Her temperament was cold and extraordinary. How does the sect leader plan to deal with Lin Shan? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. City Lord Lu and Master Jiao Mu came to Chongsun sect this time and let everyone see the power behind you. Therefore, the elders who sided with Lin Shan all expressed their loyalty to my father. However, Lin Shan is a grand elder after all, and his cultivation is very high. If we push him too far, it'll be easy for him to do something desperate. My father only suspended his position and let him reflect on his mistakes in seclusion for 3 months. Nan Gongqing said slowly. She looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that the matter that threatened the entire Chongsun sect would be resolved so easily by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seemed to be becoming more and more mysterious, making her more and more curious. Just reflecting on his mistakes in seclusion? Forget it, if he knows his place, then forget it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao said indifferently, with a sharp glint of light in his eyes. Forget about Lin Shan. Now that he doesn't have anyone to support him, he can't do it alone. You, on the other hand, have been in the limelight this time. Moreover, everyone in the All-Pleasure sect has seen your talent. They don't dare to touch you openly for fear that they will use some underhanded means to harm you. Therefore, Father told me to tell you to stay in the sect as much as possible and not go out. Nan Gongqing said slowly. Underhanded means? If they want to die, I will teach them an unforgettable lesson. Ling Xiao sneered, exuding a proud and aloof aura. You should restrain yourself a little. Your talent is indeed very high, but you must know that there is always someone better than you. There are countless geniuses in this world, and your cultivation is still too low. Nan Gongqing rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but remind Ling Xiao when she saw how arrogant he was. My cultivation is low, but your cultivation isn't low at all. As my maid, you have to fulfill your duty. My safety will be in your hands from now on. Ling Xiao's unbridled gaze landed on Nan Gongqing as he teased. Who is your maid? Don't talk nonsense. Nan Gongqing's face immediately turned red, somewhat flustered and exasperated. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Why? Going back on your word?" When Lu Piapiao spoke, you tacitly agreed. Who? Who tacitly agreed? I was too embarrassed to expose you and gave you face. Nan Gongqing retorted somewhat stutteringly. She didn't know why, but when she saw Ling Xiao, her clear and pure heart would ripple. In the end, she was angered by Ling Xiao until her teeth itched. Being my maid, you will discover that this is your honor. When I step onto the peak, you will discover that you can see the scenery that you can't see in your life. Ling Xiao said meaningfully, his eyes revealing a trace of vicissitudes and heroism. In a daze, Nan Gongqing seemed to feel that the youth in front of her had become a supreme powerhouse who looked down on the world. That kind of natural aura made her somewhat waver. Perhaps, being his maid wasn't something that was hard to accept. Bah, what am I thinking? Nan Gongqing shook her head, and her face revealed a trace of shyness. You are now at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, and you cultivate the 7 stars transform moon sword. If you can cultivate the 7 stars transform moon sword to perfection, then when you break through to the dragon tiger realm, you will be able to comprehend sword intent with the combination of yin and yang. So, don't break through to the dragon tiger realm so quickly. Ling Xiao looked at Nan Gongqing and smiled slightly. Sword intent? Nan Gongqing's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. She smiled bitterly and said, how can it be so easy? I have cultivated the 7 stars transform moon sword for 3 years, and I have only reached the small success stage of 1 sword with 3 stars. I don't know how long it will take to reach the large success stage, let alone the legendary perfection stage of 1 sword with 7 stars. The 7 stars transform moon sword was a low-grade earth-level martial art, and it was very difficult to comprehend. 1 sword with 1 star was the entry level, 1 sword with 3 stars was the small success stage, 1 sword with 6 stars was the large success stage, and 1 sword with 7 stars was the perfection stage. This martial art used true qi to transform into the power of the stars. It had the extreme speed of the stars, but also the weight of the stars. A sword strike was like a meteor, and its power was unparalleled. When the 7 stars transform moon sword was cultivated to the extreme, 7 stars would turn into a full moon. This was the legendary full moon sword intent. Once the full moon sword intent was used, it would be invincible and kill everything in its path. People like Nan Gongqing and Lin Haoyu were very talented, and their cultivation was also very strong, but they could only be considered as geniuses. Only by comprehending the concept would they be invincible among their peers. Concept was a domain that belonged to the Grandmaster realm. The terrifying battle power it could unleash was not something that ordinary people could imagine. With your current cultivation, it will be difficult for you to comprehend sword intent before the Dragon Tiger realm, but if you want to cultivate the 7 stars transform moon sword to perfection, it is not impossible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Really? Nan Gongqing's eyes lit up. Of course, let me borrow your sword. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand, and the silver sword behind Nan Gongqing was suddenly unsheathed. It fell into Ling Xiao's hand like a flowing light. Buzz, Ling Xiao held the sword in one hand, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He looked very handsome. He flicked his finger, and the long sword emitted a crisp sound. The sound of the sword is crisp, and the spiritual qi is in harmony. It is indeed a good sword. Ling Xiao praised. In his opinion, the silver moon sword was considered a top-grade spiritual weapon. Most importantly, it was faintly compatible with the sword intent of the 7 stars transform moon sword. It was very rare. Watch carefully, Ling Xiao said, and his aura changed drastically. Boom, unparalleled sword intent shot up to the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword king. The starlight in the sky shone down, and it was like the purest sword radiance, forming a sword realm. Clear sword will. Grass, trees, mountains, and rocks can all be used as swords. This is the realm of sword will? Nan Gongqing's heart trembled. Although she had long heard that Ling Xiao had already comprehended the concept of fist, she was even more shocked when she saw that even Ling Xiao's sword technique had reached the realm of sword intent. Ling Xiao moved, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sword radiances flashed. The silver moon sword in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have a life of its own. Sword shadows filled the sky, overflowing with cold light. Starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Ling Xiao's innate true qi filled the air and turned into sharp sword radiances, condensing on the silver moon sword. Buzz, the silver moon sword buzzed and trembled. The tip of the sword was dazzling. A star appeared, increasing the power of the silver moon sword. The formless sword realm seemed to expand. But this was just the beginning. As the sword radiances in Ling Xiao's hand became faster and faster, the stars condensed on the silver moon sword. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to be holding 7 stars in his hand. His figure was elegant, like a divine dragon. Boom, when the 7 stars appeared at the same time, Ling Xiao's aura also rose to the extreme. A bright full moon appeared behind Ling Xiao. He stood with the sword in his hand. The sword radiance in his eyes seemed to pierce through the void. A dazzling sword radiance shot towards the mountain wall in the distance. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become Nangong Xian in Nangong Qing's eyes. As he moved, he had an invincible aura. The mountain wall in the distance exploded. A sword mark that was dozens of feet long and a few feet deep appeared on the mountain wall. It did not look like a sword from the mortal world. Full moon sword will. This is the full moon sword will. Nangong Qing murmured to herself. Her eyes were full of splendor. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao's 7 stars transformed moon sword was not as powerful as Nangong Xian's, the pure sword will was even more powerful than Nangong Xian's. She faintly felt as if she was being pulled into the sword realm. 7 stars transform moon sword. The intent comes first, the qi comes second, the heart comes first, the sword comes second, the star comes first, the full moon comes last. The heart contains the grand intent of the sun and the moon. Naturally, the changes of the stars will. 7 stars transform moon sword. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword. His face was rosy, as if he had not expended any energy at all. This caused Nangong Qing to be shocked. The 7-star transforming moon sword was an earth-level low-grade martial art. Even if Nangong Qing used it once, her true qi would be almost completely depleted. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. Naturally, she didn't know how terrifying the sky-swallowing secret technique was. The true qi that the 7 stars transforming moon sword consumed was replenished almost instantly by Ling Xiao. Nangong Qing's mind was completely immersed in Ling Xiao's words. Intention comes first, qi comes second, heart comes first, sword comes second, Nangong Qing muttered to herself. Her eyes glowed brighter and brighter. In the end, she leaped up and the silver moon sword in Ling Xiao's hand began to dance in the bamboo forest. Nangong Qing was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword. The sword was unstoppable, like a shooting star from outer space. It was unstoppable. He was like a peerless sword god, emitting an unparalleled sharpness. On the other hand, Nangong Qing's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her face was beautiful, like a fairy from the moon palace. The sword light was elegant and peerless, overflowing with cold light. It was like dense starlight that contained murderous intent. The appearance of Nangong Qing seemed to have undergone a baptism. The sword light became more exquisite and the sword light converged. In the end, the 4th star was formed outside the 3rd star, 4 stars in one sword. Nangong Qing's sword aura also became sharper. In the end, when she kept her sword, the cold aura on her body became even more intense. It was as if her entire person had merged with the starlight. Not bad, not bad. 4 stars in one sword. At this rate, it won't be long before you can reach the perfection stage of 7 stars in one sword. Ling Xiao smiled. Nangong Qing's comprehension was higher than he had imagined. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. I really don't know how a freak like you cultivates. Nangong Qing laughed. She was naturally very happy that the 7 stars transforming moon sword had improved. Naturally, it's because I'm invincible. Those so-called geniuses compared to me are like fireflies to the moon. They can't be compared to me. Ling Xiao laughed. His voice was incomparably confident. You're not modest at all. Nangong Qing shook her head and chuckled while covering her mouth. Cultivate well. If you are able to comprehend the full moon sword essence when you break through to the dragon tiger realm, I will teach you a heaven-class sword Dao martial art. Being my maid, an earth-class lower-class martial art is too shabby, your highness. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Heaven-class sword Dao martial art? You're bragging. Nan Gongqing teased. The entire Great Desolation ancient kingdom might not even have a heaven-class martial art. Even in a martial Dao holy land like the Sun Moon Star sect, a heaven-class martial art was a treasure of the sect. Although she felt that it was ridiculous, Nan Gongqing's heart actually gave birth to a kind of expectation. After all, this young man had created too many miracles. He could even find the longevity supreme scripture. Perhaps a heaven-class martial art was really not a dream. Ling Xiao imparted some of the cultivation insights of the 7 stars transforming moonsword. Nan Gongqing returned as if she had received a treasure. Ling Xiao spent the rest of the time leisurely. His cultivation had reached true energy realm level 9, but he was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he polished his true energy while cultivating his martial arts. In his spare time, he would guide Lu Chuanxiong and the rest in their cultivation. The true energy realm was the foundation of martial arts. Ling Xiao naturally would not be in a hurry to break through. The stronger the foundation, the more profound the accumulation, the further he could go in the future. In terms of martial arts, Ling Xiao chose 3 martial arts for himself. The ultimate earth-class Vajra Demon Fist, the ultimate earth-class Immeasurable Light and Darkness Sword, and the ultimate earth-class martial art, Cloud Dragon's 9 Changes. Although these 3 martial arts were only earth-grade peerless martial arts, they were the most suitable for Ling Xiao to cultivate. Moreover, these 3 martial arts all had subsequent martial arts, which were enough for Ling Xiao to cultivate to the Grandmaster realm or even the Celestial Being realm. The Vajra Demon Fist was a Buddhist martial art. It used the Vajra fist intent to suppress demons. When cultivated to the extreme, one's fists could shatter mountains and rivers, and one's feet could split the earth. The Immeasurable Light and Darkness Sword was actually 2 sets of sword techniques, the Immeasurable Light Sword and the Immeasurable Darkness Sword. The combination of light and darkness was not weaker than a normal heaven-class martial art. The Cloud Dragon's 9 Changes was a top-class martial art. When cultivated to the extreme, one could transform into a cloud dragon and move unhindered between heaven and earth. Not only was one's speed extremely fast, one could also borrow the power of heaven and earth to hide in the clouds. It was very mysterious. During this half a month, the longevity sect was very peaceful. Ling Xiao's cultivation was still at true energy realm level 9, but it had been polished to perfection. Faint golden true energy flowed in his GC, and it was dense with multicolored light. He could break through to the spirit transformation realm at any time. As for the Vajra Demon Fist, the Immeasurable Light and Darkness Sword, and the Cloud Dragon's 9 Changes, Ling Xiao had also cultivated to the initial stage. After all, Ling Xiao had already comprehended the power of concept. Even if the cultivation of earth-class martial arts was incomparably difficult, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was still at true energy realm level 9, his combat strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. 3 ultimate earth-class martial arts, Flood Dragon's Body, Sky-Devouring Spirit Seed, and the Violent Dragon Divine ability that could double the explosive power. Even if he faced a Dragon Tiger realm expert, Ling Xiao was confident that he could win. On this day, Ling Xiao had just woken up from his cultivation state when he heard that Nan Gongxian was looking for him. The sky was just beginning to brighten and the longevity hall was brightly lit. The atmosphere was heavy. When Ling Xiao arrived at the longevity hall, he saw many familiar figures. Nan Gongxian, the first elder, the enforcement elder, and Deng Tianda were all present. Nan Gongqing, Jian Wuk, Sui Zhen, Deng Yalan, and the other core disciples were also present. What's wrong? Ling Xiao's gaze shifted as he asked softly. Looking at everyone's expressions, could it be that something big had happened that concerned the survival of the longevity sect? Nan Gongqing explained, Ling Xiao, something has happened to our longevity sect's spiritual stone mine. Spiritual stone mine? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. No wonder everyone's expressions were so heavy. The reason why the 3 great sects were called the 3 great sects was because each of them had a spiritual stone mine. They could produce spiritual stones endlessly for their disciples to cultivate. It could be said that the spiritual stone mine was their lifeblood. If something happened to the mine, the longevity sect would be in real danger. What's the situation? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Our longevity sect spiritual stone mine is located in a valley in the fearsome Beast Mountain range. It's only a few hundred miles away from the sect. Usually, there would be 2 elders stationed at the mine to escort the spiritual stones back to the sect once every 3 days. However, no one came back 3 days ago. The sect leader sent out 3 batches of people but none of them returned. The first elder sighed and said with a solemn expression. After the first elder obtained Ling Zhao's 7 profound treasure pill, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. It could be said that he had given the longevity sect a huge boost in strength. Could it be the all-pleasure sect's doing? Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold and murderous. If it was really the all-pleasure sect's doing, then they really deserved to die. City Lord Lu and Grandmaster Jiao Mu have already rushed back to the capital yesterday. Nan Gongxian said indifferently. It didn't seem to have anything to do with this, but it caused everyone's expression to turn cold. 3 days ago, the Hehuan sect had admitted defeat because Lu Xiongfei and Grandmaster Jiao Mu were standing behind Ling Xiao. If these two had left Longevity City, then everyone could faintly feel that there was a conspiracy behind the matter of the Spirit Stone Mine. Could it be that All Pleasure sect wanted to make a move on Longevity sect? At the thought of this, the faces of the disciples turned ugly. The most important thing now is to determine what happened to the Spirit Stone Mine. It might not be Hehuan sect's doing. What plans does the sect leader have? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Nan Gongxian. Nan Gongxian nodded and said, Ling Xiao is right. This matter might not have been done by the Hehuan sect. I'd decided to have the Great Elder take some disciples to investigate. If it has nothing to do with the Hehuan sect, then we'll find a way to solve the crisis of the Spirit Stone Mine. If it was really done by the Hehuan sect, then we won't rest until we're dead. A murderous look flashed across Nan Gongxian's face, and lightning seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Sect leader is right. In order to prevent the all-pleasure sect from luring the tiger away from the mountain, the sect leader had to stay at the Chongqing sect. I would like to apply to investigate the Spirit Stone Mine. Ling Xiao nodded and said. You want to go to the Spirit Stone Mine? No. Before Nan Gongxian could say anything, Nan Gongqing objected. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her, Nan Gongqing felt a little anxious. Her face turned slightly red, but she still said, the Hehuan sect hates you to the bone. If it was really done by the Hehuan sect, maybe the Spirit Stone Mine is now a trap. You going there is no different from walking into a trap. The Great Elder also nodded and said, that's right. Ling Xiao, you're the holy son of our Chongqing sect. Your status is precious, so you can't go into danger. It's enough for me to take some disciples. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, a trap by the Hehuan sect? I don't care about a mere Hehuan sect. Don't worry, sect leader. You should know my combat strength. I'll kill anyone below the Grandmaster realm. If the Hehuan sect's people don't open their eyes, I don't mind teaching them an unforgettable lesson. Ling Xiao was only at the 9th level of the true energy realm, but he said that he would kill anyone below the Grandmaster realm. If an ordinary disciple said something like this, they would have been treated as crazy. However, Ling Xiao's words made Nan Gongxian fall into deep thought. When Ling Xiao killed Lin Haoyu, he was only at the 3rd level of the true energy realm. Now that he was at the 9th level of the true energy realm, how terrifying would his combat strength be? This guy's combat strength couldn't be measured by cultivation. Moreover, there weren't many Grandmaster realm experts in the Hehuan sect. With Dragon Tiger realm experts, Ling Xiao's combat strength shouldn't be a problem. Seeing how determined Ling Xiao was, Nan Gongxian could only agree. In the end, the people who were selected to go to the Spirit Stone Mine were the Great Elder, 2 elders at the 6th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, Ling Xiao, Nan Gongqing, Jian Wuk, Suozhan, and Deng Yalan. Deng Yalan's cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Moreover, his small Vajra fist had been cultivated to the realm of greater mastery. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. The Great Elder said to everyone and immediately took the lead to leave the Longevity Hall. Behind him, Ling Xiao, Nan Gongqing, and the others followed. Each of them used their light body technique and rushed down the Longevity Mountain. Even Grandmaster Realm experts couldn't fly. Only those who had reached the Heaven Realm and comprehended the realm of one with the heavens could fly. However, although the Great Elder, Ling Xiao, and the others couldn't fly, their true energy was vigorous. They used their light body technique to hasten their journey. Their speed was comparable to that of a galloping horse as they rushed towards the Vicious Beast mountain range. Among everyone, Ling Xiao's cultivation was the weakest. The Great Elder was originally worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up. However, he soon realized that Ling Xiao was following behind him very casually. It didn't seem like he was struggling at all. Ling Xiao's Xiantianjin qi permeated the air and turned into clouds and mist around him. Every step Ling Xiao took covered a distance of dozens of feet. He looked very confident and relaxed, as if he was riding on the clouds. This was naturally the 9 appearances of the Cloud Dragon. Although Ling Xiao had only cultivated it to the small success realm, his speed was faster than ordinary Dragon Tiger realm experts. Nan Gongqing and the others were also very surprised. However, when they thought of Ling Xiao's mysteriousness, they didn't say anything. They just tried their best to follow Ling Xiao. The Vicious Beast mountain range was very quiet. There were no vicious beasts roaming around. The quiet atmosphere even made everyone panic a little. After a few hours, they were only about 20 miles away from the spiritual stone mine. The Great Elder motioned for everyone to stop and rest to recover their true energy. After such a long journey, everyone's true energy had been consumed by more than half. It was very likely that there would be a fierce battle later. They had to maintain sufficient physical strength. Nan Gongqing and the others took out spiritual stones and began to recover their true energy. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and said softly, "Great Elder, I'll go to the spiritual stone mine to explore the situation inside. We know nothing about it now. If we go rashly, it's very likely that we'll be ambushed." "You're going alone?" "It's too dangerous." The Great Elder frowned and immediately refused. "Don't worry, Great Elder. You saw the body technique I used just now. Even a Dragon Tiger realm expert can't catch up with me. If the situation changes, I'll retreat in time. You all wait here for the time being. I'll be back soon." Ling Xiao used the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique and turned into a cloud of mist. He concealed his aura to the maximum and sped towards the spiritual stone mine. The spiritual stone mine of the Changsun sect was located in the valley between the 2 mountains. It was also known as the Twin Peak Spiritual Stone Mine. The place was filled with mountains and ancient trees. It was considered a paradise. However, it was deep in the fearsome Beast Mountain range and was not safe. Therefore, the Changsun sect only built a base to collect spiritual stones. This spiritual stone mine could provide the Changsun sect with almost 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones every year. It was enough to sustain the Changsun sect's huge expenditure. If this spiritual stone mine fell into the hands of the Hahuan sect or the demonic palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ling Xiao was not sure what happened to the spiritual stone mine, he instinctively felt that it had something to do with the Hahuan sect. Ling Xiao did not choose to take the usual route to the spiritual stone mine. Instead, he carefully climbed the Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks were extremely steep and uninhabited. It was extremely difficult to climb. If someone really set an ambush in the spiritual stone mine, Ling Xiao would naturally be able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao passed through a forest and finally arrived at a cliff halfway up the mountain. Below was the spiritual stone mine. Ling Xiao carefully poked his head out to take a look. He realized that there was no one in the spiritual stone mine. There were no disciples guarding it. There were only a few deep caves without a trace of light. However, with Ling Xiao's extremely strong mental strength, he could acutely sense a faint sense of danger. There really is an ambush in the spiritual stone mine. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he slowly descended along the uneven cliff. His body was extremely nimble like a monkey. He climbed the cliff as though it was flat ground and did not make a single sound. The withered pine trees and vines on the cliff perfectly blocked Ling Xiao's body. Even if there were people in the spiritual stone mine below, they would not be able to discover Ling Xiao's whereabouts. When Ling Xiao was a few hundred feet away from the spiritual stone mine below, he heard a soft conversation coming from an ancient tree to his left. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneaked over. It was a huge ancient tree with luxuriant leaves and a dome that reached the sky. Two youths in yin-yang Taoist robes stood on the treetop. Their sharp eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. Senior Brother Wang, we don't have to be so vigilant, do we? The long life sex people are all a bunch of trash. If they dare to come, the few elders will take care of them directly. One of the youths at the first level of the spirit transformation realm said softly. Junior Brother Zhang, you cannot let your guard down. The elders, the vice-sect leader, and the people from the demonic palace are all at a crucial moment. It won't be long before they can break through the restrictions of the cave. At this moment, we cannot afford to make any mistakes. We must guard against the longevity sect sending people here again. After all, the Changsun sect also has Grandmaster Realm experts. Senior Brother Wang was already at the third level of the spirit transformation realm. Oh. Junior Brother Zhang nodded, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, Senior Brother Wang, what do you think is in that cave mansion? Will there be many precious spirit tools, spirit pills, and peerless divine arts? I wonder if we'll have a chance to go in and search for treasures once the restrictions are broken. I'm not too sure either. I only heard the elders say that the cave mansion seems to belong to a heaven realm expert. The people from the longevity sect are all a bunch of idiots, guarding a mountain of treasures without knowing it. Now we're benefiting from it. Don't think too much, just do your own thing. When the time comes, there will be benefits for both of us. Senior Brother Wang warned. On a cliff several dozen feet away from them, Ling Xiao, who was hidden in the clouds, heard the conversation between the two of them, and his eyes flickered. A Heaven Realm Expert's cave mansion? I didn't expect the All-Pleasure sect and the demonic palace to collude this time. But how did they find a Heaven Realm Expert's cave mansion in the Spirit Stone mine? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt that things were a little troublesome. Hearing the words of the two All-Pleasure sect disciples, the All-Pleasure sect and the demonic palace had sent out a lot of experts this time. There should be more than one Grandmaster Realm expert. As for the treasures in the Heaven Realm Expert's cave mansion, Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. What a joke. With his reputation as the Heaven-Devouring Supreme, how could he care about the treasures of a Heaven Realm expert? In Ling Xiao's memory, any random martial art was a heaven-shaking supreme divine art. As for spirit pills and spirit weapons, Ling Xiao himself was a supreme expert. At most, there would be some treasured weapons and spirit pills in the Heaven Realm Expert's cave mansion, which wasn't much. What Ling Xiao cared about the most was finding a way to save the disciples of the longevity sect. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he quietly flew toward the ancient tree. It was as if a cloud had floated by and a gust of wind blew. Ling Xiao's figure instantly appeared on top of the ancient tree. He pointed at the air and a sword of energy shot out. It instantly landed on the disciple at the first layer of the spirit transformation realm. Finger-flicking divine art, a low-grade earth realm martial art, this martial art was to compress the true chi in the body into a sharp energy sword and shoot it through the 10 meridians of the hands. Its power was unparalleled and it could kill people without them noticing. However, Ling Xiao didn't kill him. Instead, he pointed at the acupoint of the disciple at the first layer of the spirit transformation realm and froze him. Who is it? Senior Brother Wang was very alert. The moment Ling Xiao made his move, he reacted. His eyes flashed with a cold light and he coldly shouted. When he turned around and saw that Ling Xiao was only at the true chi realm, he was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. People from the longevity sect? A 9th layer of the true chi realm dares to come and die? He abruptly struck out with his palm. Waves of air billowed and shook the ancient trees. A gigantic palm print enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He didn't dodge and also threw out a punch. The fierce fist force was like the angry eyes of King Kong as it suddenly collided with Senior Brother Wang's body. Bang! Senior Brother Wang spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. However, before he could open his mouth to shout, Ling Xiao's fist landed on his lower abdomen and scattered all the true chi in his body. Just as he was about to desperately call for help, a cold light pressed against his chest. If you don't want to die, then shut up. Ling Xiao's cold voice echoed in his ears. Senior Brother Wang's body trembled and he immediately became well-behaved. Although the fight between Ling Xiao and senior brother Wang ended in a few breaths of time, there was still some movement that alarmed the people below. Wang Bo, what happened? Two young men in black appeared from a giant rock below. Their eyes were cold and their demonic aura was monstrous. Speak. Ling Xiao pressed the cold light on senior brother Wang's chest, hinting for him to speak. Senior brother Wang was sweating profusely, but he could only poke his head out from the dense foliage. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Senior brothers, I accidentally fell down just now. I'm fine. Be careful. If anything happens, both of us will have to bear the consequences." The vigilance on the two black-robed youths' faces dissipated slightly as they said coldly, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll remember." Senior brother Wang said submissively. A look of disdain flashed across the eyes of the two demonic palace disciples as they hid behind the huge rock in a flash. How many people are in the spiritual stone mine below? What are their cultivations? Tell me everything clearly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Senior brother Wang shuddered and said hurriedly, "Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. In the spirit stone mine below, there is our all-pleasure sect's vice-sect leader, Lu Guanjia, as well as 5 dragon tiger realm elders and a dozen disciples. The demonic palace also sent a vice-palace master, Guang, as well as 5 dragon tiger realm elders and a dozen disciples. We found a heaven-tier expert's cave dwelling in the spirit stone mine, but there is a powerful restriction outside the cave dwelling. Lu Guanjia and Guang are currently breaking the restriction with the other elders." Without needing Ling Xiao to say anything, Wang Bo had already told him everything. It turned out that there were spies from the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace in the spiritual stone mine. When the disciples of the Xianxia sect were digging for spiritual stones, they had just found a heaven realm expert's cave. Before they could report it to the sect, the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace found out. They immediately sent out grandmasters to lock up all the disciples of the Xianxia sect. The 3 waves of disciples that the Xianxia sect sent out over the past 3 days were also captured and locked up in an abandoned mine. There were a total of 8 disciples guarding the spiritual stone mine. They were all hidden in secret places and had set up traps. As long as the people of the Xianxia sect came, they would be attacked and suppressed. Are they all still here? It's fine as long as you're here. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that the Hehuan sect and demonic palace would kill the longevity sect's disciples. Ling Xiao interrogated Wang Bo again, revealing the positions of the other disciples. Then, he knocked Wang Bo and junior brother Zhang unconscious. Ling Xiao's first target was the 2 demonic palace disciples behind the huge rock. The Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations was extremely miraculous. It could allow Ling Xiao to become one with his surroundings, and the heaven-devouring secret technique could restrain Ling Xiao's aura to the extreme, making him seem like a lifeless rock. He sneaked to the back of the huge rock and activated his spirit-flicking divine ability. 2 chi swords were as fast as lightning and instantly froze the 2 demonic palace disciples. Then, he knocked them unconscious. Ling Xiao used the same trick again and knocked all 8 disciples unconscious. Without making any noise, he had removed all the spies of the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace. Let's save them first. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he turned into a faint stream of light, darting into the abandoned mine. The spiritual stone mine was extremely dark, but with Ling Xiao's mental strength, he could sense that there was life in the abandoned mine. As expected, after he passed through the crisscrossing tunnels, he saw a huge cave in front of him. There were burning torches hanging on the surrounding walls, and a white-robed and black-robed youth were sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave. In the cave, there were dozens of weak figures. All of them were chained up by huge metal chains and looked to be riddled with injuries. It was obvious that they had suffered a great deal of torture. They were all disciples of the longevity sect. Who's there? Even though Ling Xiao had tried his best to restrain his aura, he was still discovered by the 2 youths the moment he appeared in the cave. The person who wants your lives. Ling Xiao sneered. He had no intention of hiding and charged towards the 2 youths. People from the longevity sect? A mere true energy realm cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly? You're courting death. The black-robed youth sneered as a black demonic aura surged from his body. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao. This punch was accompanied by a violent explosion of Xiantian true qi. It formed a huge fist print in the void and suddenly fell towards Ling Xiao. Lesser demon subduing fist, Ling Xiao recognized it at a glance. This black-robed youth at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm was using the lesser demon subduing fist. Vajra demon subduing fist, kill. Ling Xiao's gaze was piercingly cold. His Jiao dragon's body instantly exploded. He punched out, and his blood qi surged. His aura soared as though he had transformed into a Jiao dragon. His unparalleled physical strength exploded, and he directly used the Vajra demon fist. How could the lesser demon subduing fist, a mere black high-level martial art, compare to the power of a peerless earth-level martial art? Boom! The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically when the two fists collided. An incomparably violent force directly surged into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards and violently smashed into the tough tunnel in the distance. Ling Xiao didn't give him any chance to react. He moved his feet and threw another punch at him. Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the white-robed youth finally reacted. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to injure the black-robed youth with a single punch. He immediately unsheathed his long sword and a sharp sword qi slashed towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on. His body moved at an unbelievable angle, and a sword qi shot out from his finger, instantly freezing the black-robed youth in place. Now, it's your turn. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and landed on the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth was shocked. He didn't know why, but when he saw this young man who was only at the true energy realm, he felt an incomparable sense of fear. Brat, you're dead. The white-robed youth said coldly. He actually turned around and ran out of the tunnel without hesitation. As long as he left the mine, he would notify the experts from the Hehuan sect and Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. You're only running now? It's too late. Ling Xiao's body flashed, and like a ghost, he appeared behind the white-robed youth in an instant. He then threw out a Vajra subduing fist, and a monstrous fist force enveloped the white-robed youth. Rumble, after a few rounds, the white-robed youth was severely injured by Ling Xiao. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. He was then frozen by Ling Xiao's divine flicking finger. Although it only took a few breaths to deal with the black-robed youth and the white-robed youth, Ling Xiao had to use all his means. At this moment, the disciples of the Changsun sect who were imprisoned finally saw Ling Xiao. You're the saint? The saint is here to save us. Senior and junior brothers, we are saved. Ha ha ha. I knew the sect wouldn't leave us behind. The eyes of the disciples of the Changsun sect who were imprisoned lit up when they recognized Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with excitement. You're Ling Xiao saint? You have such terrifying talent at such a young age. Our Changsun sect has a successor. An old man with disheveled hair sat in the middle of the crowd. His turbid eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed. This must be the spiritual stone's elder? I'm here to save everyone under the orders of the sect leader. Don't worry, we'll make them pay back what the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace have done to you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. This old man with disheveled hair had reached the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. He should be the elder who was guarding the spiritual stone mine. Everyone had forgotten his real name and only called him the spiritual stone's elder. Gotcha, Ling Xiao found the keys on the black-robed and white-robed young men and unlocked the chains on everyone. It's useless. Holy Sun, Lu Guanjia and Wuong have joined forces to place true qi seals on our bodies. Now that our cultivations have been sealed, we are no different from ordinary people. Even if we walk, we won't be able to go far. Holy Sun, you don't need to worry about us. You should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when the experts from all pleasure sect and demonic palace find out, you won't be able to escape. The spiritual stone's elder sighed and said slowly. That's right. Saint, you're the hope of our Changsun sect. Your life is much more precious than ours. Nothing must happen to you. Yes, Saint, hurry up and leave. Saint, remember to kill a few more of the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace's bastards for us. Even if we die, it'll be worth it. Many disciples of the Changsun sect spoke out. Their faces were filled with sincerity and anxiety as they tried to persuade Ling Xiao to leave. Looking at everyone's gazes, Ling Xiao felt a sense of warmth in his heart. What nonsense are you talking about? If we're leaving, we'll leave together. You guys treat me as your saint. How can I abandon you? Isn't it just the seal set by the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace? How can it stop me? Ling Xiao laughed heartily and grabbed Elder Spirit Stone's hand without giving him a chance to explain. The heaven-devouring spirit seed trembled slightly as a surge of heaven-devouring true qi flowed into Elder Spirit Stone's body. Saint, it's useless. This kind of seal is extremely complicated. Without the cultivation of a grandmaster, it's impossible to break it. Elder Spirit Stones laughed bitterly. He wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but in the next moment, his body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his Dantian Qi Si, a ball of milky white genuine Qi and a ball of black devil Qi intertwined, completely sealing his Qi Si. However, when Ling Xiao's faint golden heaven-devouring genuine Qi surged over, it was like an emperor, causing the ball of sealing power to tremble. In the end, a majestic suction force came, and the sealing power was directly devoured by the heaven-devouring true Qi. In just a moment, the sealing power disappeared completely. Elder. Thank you, Saint. The spiritual stone's elder's face was full of shock and excitement. He bowed deeply to Ling Xiao. There's no need for that. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Ling Xiao smiled. His body trembled and the golden heaven-devouring spirit seed exploded. It turned into dozens of golden streams of qi and rushed into the bodies of the Xianxia sect disciples. Not long after, the seal in the bodies of the disciples was completely devoured by the heaven-devouring spirit seed. Their cultivations were restored and the seal became nourishment for the heaven-devouring spirit seed. When the heaven-devouring spirit seed returned to Ling Xiao's body, the majestic energy almost broke his Dantian Qi Si open. Ling Xiao's cultivation was still suppressed at LV9 True Energy Realm. He was only one step away from the True Energy Liquid Realm and stepping into the Spirit Transformation Realm. Thank you, Saint. The disciples were surprised. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In their hearts, Ling Xiao had become somewhat unfathomable. The seal set by a Grandmaster Realm expert was broken by Ling Xiao so easily. They felt like they were in a dream. It was too unbelievable. Everyone, remember to conceal your aura. Let's go. Ling Xiao waved his sleeves and took the lead to rush out of the mine. Behind him, the spiritual stone's elder and the disciples seemed to have turned into a silent flood as they leaped out at the same time. The tunnels in the spiritual stone's mine extended in all directions. Even the abandoned mines were connected to the mines that were still mining spiritual stones. Ling Xiao led the group and carefully avoided the newly excavated tunnels. Along the way, they rushed out of the ground without any mishaps. After Ling Xiao reached the surface, he didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before he heard a loud voice. Wang Bo, it's time to change shifts. Two white-robed disciples of the Hehuan sect walked out from another deep mine. They were both at LV2 Spirit Transformation Realm. As soon as they shouted, they felt that something was wrong. They then saw Ling Xiao and a large number of Xianxia sect disciples flying out from another abandoned mine. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression changed and he charged out like a bolt of lightning. He condensed two energy swords with his finger and shot them toward the mouths of the two Hehuan sect disciples. At the same time, he punched out with his fists. A majestic aura crushed the heavens and earth. He was like an angry Vajra that was about to use his demon subduing technique. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Wang Bo had actually held back and didn't tell him when the shift would change. As a result, Ling Xiao had just saved the two people when he encountered the Hehuan sect disciples. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill the two of them with one strike. Pooh. Pooh. One of the Hehuan sect disciples had his mouth pierced by Ling Xiao's energy sword. He coughed out blood, but he couldn't say anything. As for the other Hehuan sect disciple, he was very vigilant. He tilted his head, and the chi sword brushed past his ear, cutting off half of his ear. Intense pain came from his mouth, but he still let out a sharp cry. Enemy attack. Boom. Crack, the chests of the two all-pleasure sect disciples caved in and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ling Xiao's punch had directly shattered their internal organs. The two of them didn't even have time to make a sound before they fell to the ground and died. From Ling Xiao's attack to the death of the two disciples at the second level of the spirit transformation realm, it only took a few breaths of time. This scene stunned many of the Changsun sect's disciples and filled their hearts with fanatical worship for Ling Xiao. Elder Spirit Stones, bring the disciples and leave. I'll hold them back for a while. Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly. No. Let me hold them back. You and the disciples leave first. The Holy Son's identity is precious and can't be taken lightly. Elder Spirit Stones said resolutely. Elder Spirit Stones, you're heavily injured now. How much of your cultivation do you have left? You'll only be a burden if you stay. The Dragon Tiger Realm experts are no match for me. If one comes, one will die. If two come, two will die. Even if the two Master Realm experts attack, they won't be able to harm my life. You guys leave quickly. I can feel that they're coming out. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he flew out. He lifted up a boulder that weighed more than 100,000 kilograms and smashed it into the entrance of the mine like a meteor, causing the mine to collapse. This scene caused Elder Spirit Stones and the disciples to suck in a breath of cold air. To be able to throw a boulder that weighed more than 100,000 kilograms so casually, could it be that the Holy Sun was the reincarnation of the god of war? Boom! Ling Xiao grabbed a few more huge rocks and completely sealed the entrance of the mine. People from the Changsun sect, you're all dead. This time I'll exterminate the entire Changsun sect. A cold voice came from the crack of the boulder and a violent attack landed on the boulder. Rumble, the boulder began to tremble. The people in the mine were furious and were crazily attacking the boulder that was blocked by Ling Xiao. Elder Spirit Stones, you guys leave quickly. These boulders won't be able to block us for long. Ling Xiao urged. I'm not leaving. Elder Spirit Stones was very stubborn. He chose a disciple to lead and let him lead the disciples to meet up with the Great Elder. Although the disciples were all clamoring that they didn't want to leave, they were all chased away by Elder Spirit Stones. Soon, only Ling Xiao and Elder Spirit Stones were left in the spiritual stone mine. Elder, why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao sighed softly. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he looked at the trembling boulder. Holy Son, you're not leaving. This old man. If I can kill a few more of those bastards from All Pleasure Sect and Demonic Palace, I'll make a profit. Elder Spirit Elder. Ling Xiao. Ling Elder Spirit Stones. Spirit Stones. This is a supreme elixir? Elder Spirit Stones trembled. Although the supreme elixir in his hand was only a lower-grade supreme elixir, it was extremely precious. Even the Changsun sect didn't have many of such supreme elixirs. After all, the Great Elder was only an upper-grade alchemist. If he wanted to buy a supreme elixir, he would have to pay a huge price to get it from an alchemy master. The Spirit Stone's elder did not hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. A majestic energy spread out and turned into 7 warm currents that spread to his limbs. In just a moment, he felt that his injuries had recovered by more than half. What kind of supreme elixir is this? How can it be so magical? Elder Spirit Stones was shocked. 7 profound supreme elixir. It can help a Dragon Tiger Realm expert to break through to the Grandmaster Realm. I made it casually. Ling Xiao said calmly. He used Master Jiaomu's 7 profound supreme elixir to show off. Holy Son, you're really a genius. Elder Spirit Stones didn't know what to say now. His eyes were full of shock as he exclaimed in admiration. They're coming out. Ling Xiao said with a cold glint in his eyes. Boom, at this moment, the huge rocks blocking the entrance of the mine exploded at the same time. 2 figures with powerful auras rushed out of the mine first. The leader was an old man in a black robe. His eyes were filled with rage, and his body was full of demonic aura. He was an elder of the demonic palace, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm. When the other one saw Ling Xiao, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with bone-deep hatred. He was Elder Ma Yan of the Hehuan sect. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When Ma Yan saw Ling Xiao, the killing intent that he had suppressed in his heart exploded. You're alone? The old man in the black robe was very cautious. When he saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the genuine energy realm, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. That's right. I alone am enough to deal with a bunch of useless people like you. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. A group of elders and disciples of the Huan sect and the demonic palace appeared behind the two old men. They were all glaring at Ling Xiao and elder spirit stones. Little bastard, how dare you behave so atrociously here? Now that Lu Xiongfei and Jiamu are not here, let's see who can save you today. I'm going to crush your bones and scatter your ashes to vent my anger. Ma Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? He's the holy son of the Chongqing sect, Ling Xiao? Brother Ma, don't be rash. They might be lying in ambush around here. The elder of the demonic palace said cautiously as his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Although this was the first time the demonic palace had seen a peerless genius who could kill a 9th-level spirit transformation realm cultivator at the genuine energy realm, Ling Xiao's name was like thunder to their ears. When such a monster appeared in the Chongqing sect, the demonic palace and the Huan sect had the same attitude. They would kill him at all costs. You two old things, are you afraid? Let me tell you, there's no ambush here. I can kill all of you alone. Ling Xiao said coldly. The longer he delayed, the more time the Chongqing sect disciples had to escape. He's stalling for time. Ma Yan's eyes flashed as he shouted, the Chongqing sect is the weakest among the 3 sections. How dare the Chongqing sect ambush us? This kid is just bluffing. Brother Zhang, I'll kill this little bastard. You take some men and kill the Chongqing sect disciples. Don't leave a single one alive. All right. The elder of the demonic palace also thought it through. He led the group of disciples behind him and prepared to charge out of the spiritual stone mine. Elder spiritual stone, Ma Yan is mine. I'll leave this old thing to you. Let's see who gets rid of the opponent first. Ling Xiao laughed as he took the lead and charged towards Ma Yan. Kid, you really don't know how high the sky is. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Ma Yan's thin and weak body suddenly exploded with a majestic aura. His cultivation of the 4th level of the Dragon Tiger realm was fully displayed. He stretched out both his palms, and a vast amount of vital energy gushed out. The rocks around him were all shattered into dust by the force of his palms. Mystic peerless martial art, Little Inyang Palm. Not only was Ma Yan an upper-grade alchemist, but his cultivation level was also quite high. When his cultivation level of the 4th stage of the Dragon Tiger realm exploded, it was like a tsunami. The majestic aura caused everyone's expression to change. The meridian opening realm opened up the meridians, the true energy realm opened up the sea of qi, the spirit transformation realm nurtured the true energy realm, and the Dragon Tiger realm formed the martial seed. It could be said that the Dragon Tiger realm truly possessed inhuman strength. Every movement could have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms of divine strength. Moreover, the true energy in the body formed the martial seed, possessing the power to subdue dragons and tigers. The Dragon Tiger realm was the combination of the internal and external and the yin and yang. The little yin-yang palm was Ma Yan's famous ultimate skill, and he had already cultivated it to the realm of perfection. When he attacked, wind and thunder rumbled, and his true qi circulated freely. Yin and yang merged, and a huge yin-yang millstone appeared in the void, crushing down towards Ling Xiao. Facing such a huge pressure, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm, but the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Roar, a dragon's roar came from Ling Xiao's body. The blood in his body was majestic as if it was boiling and burning. The flood dragon's body exploded, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. Ling Xiao punched out, causing the air to tremble. The majestic true energy rushed into the sky, forming a dazzling fist that contained an aura that could destroy everything. Vajra subduing demon fist. Behind Ling Xiao, the shadow of a Vajra shrouded in golden light seemed to appear. It maintained the posture of punching out and instantly merged with Ling Xiao's figure. This punch was indomitable, this punch was invincible, this punch vowed to destroy everything and create a clear blue sky. Boom, Little Inyang Palm versus Vajra subduing demon fist. The 4th stage of the Dragon Tiger realm versus the 9th stage of the True Energy realm. Ma Yan originally thought that with his Dragon Tiger realm cultivation, he could easily suppress Ling Xiao. However, when Ling Xiao attacked, he knew that he was wrong. In a daze, he felt that he was not facing a young man, but a peerless supreme who could sweep through and suppress all enemies. That invincible aura made his heart tremble. Boom, King Kong punched out with a furious glare. The huge Yin-Yang millstone that originally looked extraordinary was actually smashed to pieces by Ling Xiao's punch. The vast and unparalleled Vajra fist will erupted and swept across the sky like a huge wave. Ma Yan was actually sent flying by the fist force for more than 100 feet. Some of his qi and blood were in turmoil, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock. This is Fist Dao concept? Furthermore, it's definitely an earth-level martial art that can emit such a pure concept. The longevity sect can't possibly have such a martial art. Ma Yan was shocked and angry at the same time. There was even a hint of greed in his eyes. How could a martial art that could allow Ling Xiao, who was at the 9th level of the true energy realm, to easily defeat someone at the Dragon Tiger realm be so simple? This fist art was at least an earth-grade high-grade martial art, or even a peerless earth-grade martial art. If he could obtain this kind of martial art, what was the Grandmaster realm to him? He might even be able to take a peek at the legendary celestial realm. Brat, hand over the fist technique you've been practicing, and I'll spare your life. Ma Yan lowered his voice and said greedily. You want my fist technique martial arts? Let's see if you're still alive to take it. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of mockery in them. You're courting death. Ma Yan's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was overflowing. He pulled out a long sword from his waist, and with a bright flash of spiritual light, he pierced towards Ling Xiao. This was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Ma Yan knew that if he fought empty-handed, it would be difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao easily. Therefore, he was prepared to use the power of the spiritual weapon to capture Ling Xiao as soon as possible and interrogate him about the fist technique. The sword radiance was dazzling, and it spanned over 100 feet. Streaks of sword qi shrouded the void and fell towards Ling Xiao's head. Ma Yan was using a peerless black-grade martial art, Heavenly Star Swordplay. The sword was like a shooting star, and its speed was extremely fast. In addition to the power of the spiritual weapon, Ma Yan was confident that he could kill an elite at the 5th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. Swordplay? Even if it's a swordplay, you won't be able to defeat me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ma Yan's attainment in the Heavenly Star Swordplay was not as good as the little Yin-Yang palm, and he had only reached the Great Accomplishment realm. Although the sword qi was unparalleled and magnificent, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was full of flaws. Swoosh, the azure ice sword on Ling Xiao's back soared into the sky. This was the upper-grade spiritual weapon that he had taken from Lin Haoyu. Its quality was excellent, and Ling Xiao was able to use it easily. He struck out with the sword, and immediately, the sword was filled with flowing light. Genuine qi gathered on the spiritual sword, and it turned into 7 dazzling stars that pierced towards Ma Yan. 7 stars in one sword, this was the 7 stars transforming moon sword, and in Ling Xiao's hands, it had reached the Great Accomplishment realm easily. Although Ling Xiao's sword was not as majestic as Ma Yan's, and his genuine qi was not as strong as Ma Yan's, this sword was exquisite. It was like a flying immortal, and it did not seem like a sword of the mortal world. Clang clang clang, the 2 spiritual swords collided, and sparks flew everywhere. The azure ice sword in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have grown eyes, and the 7 stars pierced towards the weak points of Ma Yan's swordplay. In an instant, it broke through the layers of defense and pierced towards Ma Yan's vital points. This is the 7 stars transforming moon sword? How could you have reached the Great Accomplishment realm? Ma Yan exclaimed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Moreover, this sword had scared him out of his wits, and he hurriedly blocked the azure ice sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Sizzle, a few holes appeared on his long robe, and his skin was slightly bleeding. If he had not dodged quickly, he would have been cut open by Ling Xiao's sword. The battle between Ma Yan and Ling Xiao had only lasted for a few breaths, but it was already filled with danger. Ma Yan felt extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's and that his true qi was denser than Ling Xiao's, he would have been defeated and killed in one move. After dozens of moves, Ma Yan felt a little scared. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was getting more and more casual, and every move he made Ma Yan feel extremely embarrassed. This kid is too strange. I must kill him. Otherwise, when he grows up, it will be the end of my Hehuan sect. Killing intent flashed in Ma Yan's eyes. The more monstrous Ling Xiao was, the more he feared him. With my current combat strength, I can defeat or even kill anyone below the 7th level of the Dragon Tiger realm. As for those above the 7th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, I should be able to fight them to a draw. However, in a battle of attrition, those above the 7th level of the Dragon Tiger realm will definitely die. However, I am no match for those in the Grandmaster realm. After the battle with Ma Yan, Ling Xiao was able to directly measure his current combat strength. I don't want to play with you anymore. Elder Ma, go and accompany your grandson. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and the sword chi in the sky changed. Boom, the air trembled slightly as the azure ice sword in Ling Xiao's hand emitted rays of multicolored light. 7 resplendent stars shot up into the sky, finally forming a bright and clear full moon behind him. It was so vast and lustrous that one could not look at it directly. That was not a full moon, but a solid sword ray formed by the condensation of countless sword rays. It was dazzling and contained an unparalleled sword intent. Full moon sword intent? That's the full moon sword intent. Ma Yan roared in shock. It was said that Nangong Xian was the only one who had comprehended the full moon sword intent of the Chongshan sect, but Ling Xiao had comprehended it. Ling Xiao no longer shocked him. He even felt a trace of fear and regret in his heart. Die. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As he swung his sword, it was like a fairy dancing in the moon palace. The dazzling sword ray accompanied by the bright full moon flew toward Ma Yan. Thus, everyone saw such a strange scene. In the middle of the clear sky, a bright full moon slowly descended towards Ma Yan, and then an unparalleled sword light suddenly erupted. Boom, like a storm, Ma Yan was enveloped by the dazzling sword ray before he could react. The full moon shook and a gale blew. The surrounding mountains, rocks, and plants all exploded. This sword intent seemed to have enveloped an area of 10 zhang, causing the swords on the backs of the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace disciples to hum and vibrate. Pft! Pft! In the void, Ma Yan screamed miserably. Blood mist filled the air. His whole body seemed to have been cut into pieces. His screams made the surrounding people's faces change drastically. They felt their scalps go numb. In the end, when the sword chi dissipated, Ma Yan fell from the sky. His body was a bloody mess and his breath was extremely weak. He was on the verge of death. Ma Yan's true Kong armor was able to block most of the sword chi with his dragon and tiger realm cultivation. If he was a spirit transformation realm cultivator, he would have been reduced to ashes by this sword attack. The power of this sword was too great. All the disciples of the Hehuan sect and demonic palace looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were pale as they stared at Ling Xiao with disbelief. They originally thought that no matter how talented Ling Xiao was, Ma Yan would be able to defeat him. However, they did not expect Ling Shi to be so monstrous. He was only at True Energy Realm Stage 9, but he was able to defeat Ma Yan, who was at Dragon Tiger Realm Stage 4. Was he still human? And at that moment, the demonic palace's elder who was fighting against the Spirit Stone Elder also noticed the situation on the other side. In shock, he was sent flying by the Spirit Stone Elder's palm strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Elder Spirit Stone saw the scene before him, he was also shocked. Even though he had already overestimated Ling Xiao, he now realized that this holy son of the Chongqing sect was far more monstrous than he had imagined. With such a saint child, why would Chongqing sect not be able to revive? He could not let anything happen to the saint, even if he had to lose his life. Spirit Stone's elder's eyes flashed with determination as he secretly made up his mind. Woo! As for the elder of the demonic palace, a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He clenched his teeth and took out a conch-like object. He placed it by his mouth and blew into it. The conch seemed to emit a strange sound wave that spread in all directions and spread into the mine. Not good, you're courting death. Elder Spirit Stone's elder's expression changed. He knew that the elder of the demonic palace was calling for reinforcements. He immediately roared in anger and sent a palm strike towards him. The two masters from the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace, as well as a large number of Dragon Tiger Realm experts, should be breaking the array in the mine. They probably had no time to spare at the crucial moment, so only Ma Yan and the elder of the demonic palace came out. However, they did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. The two of them had no way of taking down Ling Xiao and Elder Spirit stones. Under the conk's call, reinforcements would probably arrive soon. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, you're definitely going to die this time. No one can save you. I'll wait for you underground. Hearing the conk's sound, Ma Yan, who was lying on the ground on the verge of death, looked at Ling Xiao with a venomous gaze and laughed maniacally. Then you can go and die first. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The azure ice sword slashed down from the void, and a dazzling sword chi cut off Ma Yan's head. A mist of blood sprayed out, and the void was filled with a thick smell of blood. He actually killed Elder Ma. He's a demon. Ah, the disciples of the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace were all scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. They all cried out in fear and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. A furious voice exploded as a handsome middle-aged man rushed out of the mine. His aura was unparalleled, and his eyes were filled with rage and burning killing intent. Lu Guanjia, the vice-sect leader of the Hehuan sect. After hearing the conk's sound, he disregarded everything and rushed out of the mine. He was just in time to see Ling Xiao chopping off Ma Yan's head with a sword. Ma Yan was not only an elder of the Hehuan sect, but he was also the only upper-grade alchemist in the sect. How could he be killed by Ling Xiao just like that? Lu Guanjia was so angry that his entire body trembled. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised, and it landed on Ling Xiao as if it was real. He rushed out of the mine at an extremely fast speed. The clouds in the sky rolled back, and his violent true chi shot towards Ling Xiao like steel needles. At the same time, the two elders of the Dragon Tiger realm who came with Lu Guanjia also looked extremely cold. One on the left and one on the right, completely sealing off Ling Xiao's escape route. A huge palm print came crashing down on Ling Xiao. One Grandmaster and two Dragon Tiger realm elders. In an instant, Ling Xiao was in an extremely dangerous situation. If it were only the two elders of the Dragon Tiger realm, it would be fine. However, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was too weak after all. He was far from being a match for a Grandmaster. Moreover, Lu Guanjia's angry attack contained unparalleled innate true Kong. This palm print could shatter steel plates and shatter rocks. If it hit Ling Xiao's body, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Boom. In such a dangerous moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was still incomparably calm. His feet flashed, and his entire body moved like a stream of light. He activated the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique to the extreme. At the same time, the Vajra exorcism fist burst out. Unparalleled fist force condensed on Ling Xiao's fists, and then he fiercely punched towards the two elders of the Dragon Tiger realm. The Vajra fist intent was vast and unparalleled. Ling Xiao faced the two Dragon Tiger realm powerhouses alone. The unparalleled fist force exploded, and his entire body trembled as he was sent flying. With the strength of this blow, Ling Xiao slightly widened the distance between him and Lu Guanjia. Although he was still within the range of Lu Guanjia's Grandmaster power, it gave Ling Xiao a chance to react. Dragonstorm superpower, explode for me. Boom, Ling Xiao stared into Lu Guanjia's eyes and punched out. The power of the burning dragon's blood made him feel as though he could pierce through heaven and earth. The Vajra fist intent exploded, the flood dragon body exploded, the heaven-devouring secret skill exploded. Ling Xiao was prepared to take Lu Guanjia's attack head-on. This was his only chance of survival. A bright golden glow enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body, making him look like an invincible Vajra. His fist intent was vast and powerful, as though it could destroy heaven and earth. He took on a master head-on. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Guanjia at an even faster speed. Lu Guanjia was stunned. Ling Xiao was also stunned. However, how could a master's angry attack be so easy to take? The protective aura around the figure collapsed in an instant, and then an unparalleled force slammed into him, causing him to vomit blood. He was instantly blown over 100 meters away and heavily smashed into the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red. Elder Spirit, sure. Ling Xiao roared. His voice was filled with incomparable rage and killing intent. He had never thought that Elder Spirit stones would block the fatal blow for him at this critical moment. However, he could take this blow himself. At most, he would be injured. Why was Elder Spirit sure so foolish? Ling Xiao recklessly rushed over and helped Spirit Stone Elder up. Then, he took out a large number of spirit pills and stuffed them into Spirit Stone Elder's mouth. However, Elder Spirit Sure's breathing was extremely weak. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. How could he swallow the elixirs? Saint. I can't take it anymore. You, don't waste the elixirs, save me. You, leave quickly, you must, take care, in the future, the Chongsun sect, depends, on you. Elder Spirit Stone spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a muffled voice. His eyes revealed a kind and expectant look. Lu Guanjia's strike had already shattered his internal organs into powder and cut off his life force. Even a god would find it difficult to save him. I promise you. Elder Spirit Stones, don't worry, Longevity Sect will rise again and step onto the peak, restoring the glory of 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao's arms trembled as he nodded heavily. His eyes were red as he spoke. Good. Good. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. A look of yearning flashed in the eyes of the Spirit Stone's elder. Then, his eyes dimmed and he died. The rise of the Longevity Sect? What wishful thinking. After I kill you, I will destroy Chongsun sect. Lu Guanjia said coldly as he walked towards Ling Xiao. His murderous intent enveloped Ling Xiao. All of you must die. Not only you, but all Pleasure Sect and Demonic Palace will also be buried with Elder Lingshire. Kill. 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 Ling Xiao abruptly raised his head. His eyes were incomparably scarlet, and the blazing killing intent was almost tangible. Little bastard, you had Lu Xiongfei and Jiao Mu backing you up last time. Let's see who can save you today. Die. Lu Guanjia's heart trembled. Looking into Ling Xiao's eyes, he didn't know why, but he actually felt his heart palpitate, increasing his determination to kill Ling Xiao. Boom! Lu Guanjia leaped forward at an extremely fast speed. The innate true qi around his body was like a sword radiance. With a palm strike, the yin-yang millstone in the void pressed down like an endless wave towards Ling Xiao. This was an evolved Jing master, using his own strength to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He had meticulous control over his own strength. His attack was like a thunderbolt, killing with a single strike. However, Ling Xiao had already pulled away from him. Only a dragon's roar could be heard. Roar, using the Cloud Dragon 9 emergence technique together with the Ancestral Dragon secret technique, Ling Xiao kept the corpse of Elder Lingshire into the scroll. Then, he leaped into the sky like a ray of light. With extreme speed, he flew in the opposite direction of Lu Guanjia. Lu Guanjia's face instantly changed. Ling Xiao, are you courting death? Ling Xiao wasn't running away. Instead, he was charging towards the disciples of All Pleasure Sect and Demonic Palace. Pooh! The azure ice sword was like a ray of light as it pierced through the chest of an All Pleasure Sect disciple, causing a mist of blood to splatter. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop at all. With a cold expression, he punched another disciple of Demonic Palace, causing him to explode into a mist of blood. The flood dragon body had completely exploded. Ling Xiao's current physical strength was unparalleled. It was much stronger than the Dragon Tiger realm. Coupled with the invincible fist force of the Vajra subduing Devil Fist, no one was a match for him. The disciples of All Pleasure Sect and Demonic Palace were almost scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao. Their faces were pale as they fled in all directions with fear in their eyes. Screams of agony resounded throughout the entire spiritual stone mine. Don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Lu Guanjia and the others. He had activated the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique to the extreme. His entire body was hidden in the clouds like a flood dragon. Even Lu Guanjia and the 3 Dragon Tiger Realm elites couldn't stop Ling Xiao. Seeing a large number of disciples die tragically, Lu Guanjia was so angry that he cried out loudly. Ling Xiao was like a slippery loach. Not only did he exchange a few blows with the 3 Dragon Tiger Realm elites, but he also killed a large number of disciples from the 2 sects. However, Lu Guanjia couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique. He could only follow behind him and eat dirt. Ling Xiao, I'm going to make you beg for death. Lu Guanjia roared angrily. The power of the Grandmaster realm was completely released. The innate true calm around him was like a sword, covering a radius of 10 feet. At the same time, he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. The yin-yang millstone rotated life and death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he activated all the strength in his body and used the Vajra-subduing devil fist to attack Lu Guanjie. He wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and a Grandmaster Realm elite. Boom! The void shook violently as the Vajra force and yin-yang millstone exploded at the same time. Ling Xiao only felt an unparalleled divine power surging through his arm and into his organs, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he flew back more than 100 feet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Xiao suppressed the blood in his mouth. His gaze was incomparably sharp. The azure ice sword in his hand was like the god of death. With a swing of his sword, 7 stars gathered and turned into a resplendent full moon. Then, it exploded in the middle of the heavenly demon palace and Hehuan sect disciples. Immediately, a few disciples didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a mist of blood. Miserable cries sounded continuously. It was like purgatory on earth. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. In a flash, he entered the abandoned mine. Just you wait. The next time we meet, it will be the day when the Hehuan sect and demonic palace are annihilated. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at Lu Guanjie, then disappeared into the abandoned mine. Chase after him. You must kill him. Lu Guanjie and the 3 elders flew into a rage. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen disciples from the 2 sects were either dead or injured. Not a single one of them was able to stand there unscathed. Inside the spirit stone mine, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Broken limbs were everywhere. It was like hell. Miserable howls could be heard everywhere. Lu Guanjie felt as if his heart was bleeding. These were all true disciples of the all-pleasure sect. It took a great deal of effort to nurture even one of them. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would kill them all as if they were vegetables. His eyes were bloodshot. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached the extreme. Without needing Lu Guanjie to say anything, 2 elders of the Hehuan sect and 1 elder of the demonic palace rushed into the abandoned mine. Lu Guanjie thought for a moment and gave up on breaking the restriction of the Immortal's Cave. Instead, he chased Ling Xiao into the abandoned mine. Although Lu Guanjie had only caught a glimpse of the martial arts that Ling Xiao had just displayed, he could tell that they were definitely not ordinary. They were at least Earth-grade martial arts and above. There was definitely something wrong with this kid. If he could capture him and interrogate him, Lu Guanjie had a premonition that his harvest would be even greater than in the Immortal's Cave. In addition, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Naturally, he chased after him without caring about anything else. After Ling Xiao rushed into the abandoned mine, the tunnels in the mine extended in all directions. It was very complicated. Ling Xiao took a few turns and rushed through several tunnels. He began to restrain his aura. At the same time, he took out various spiritual medicines from the scroll and smeared them on his body to dissolve the smell of blood. Although Ling Xiao was confident that he could hide from a dragon-tiger realm expert, it was different when facing a grandmaster. In the grandmaster realm, one could comprehend the power of the Xianxia realm, the combination of qi and spirit, and the connection between heaven and man. He had gradually comprehended the magical use of mental strength. He could lock onto a person's aura. It was very powerful. Ling Xiao didn't think that it would be so easy to escape Lu Guanjie's pursuit in this abandoned mine. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose to escape into the abandoned mine instead of leaving the Spirit Stone mine. If he directly left the Spirit Stone mine, regardless of whether Ling Xiao could escape Lu Guanjie's pursuit, the Great Elder, Nangong Qing, and the other disciples would be in danger. Lu Guanjie was obviously not an ordinary Master Realm expert. The First Elder had just stabilized his Master Realm cultivation, so he was definitely not a match for Lu Guanjie. When Ling Xiao escaped into the abandoned mine, he saw that the tunnels were complicated and extended in all directions. Some of them were even connected to the underground river. If he could find the underground river, he would naturally be able to escape with his life. PFFF, Ling Xiao continued to fly forward, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries that he had been suppressing earlier had erupted. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! If I can't become an evolved Jing Master, I'll still be an ant. My cultivation is still too weak. There's no way I can fight against an evolved Jing master. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a healing elixir and swallowed it. At the same time, he activated the sky-devouring secret skill. The sky-devouring spirit seed continued to devour the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and began to slowly heal Ling Zhao's internal injuries. Just now, Ling Zhao's internal organs were injured by Lu Guanjie's innate true gang. Although the flood dragon's body gave Ling Xiao an unparalleled physical strength, the strength only stayed in his muscles and meridians, and did not go deep into his internal organs, so Ling Zhao's internal organs were still very fragile. A Grandmaster realm expert could control his own strength to the smallest detail, and could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. The innate true Kong in the body was even more domineering. Even if Lu Guanjie was only using a black-level martial art, he could still erupt the power of an earth-level martial art. On the contrary, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true energy realm. The gap was still too big. Even if the ancestral dragon secret skill and the sky-devouring secret skill were used together, the gap between the realms could not be closed. The gap between the Grandmaster realm and the Dragon Tiger realm was huge. It was like the gap between an adult man and a baby, not to mention that Ling Xiao had not even reached the Dragon Tiger realm. Only when one reached the Grandmaster realm could he establish his own sect and become a Grandmaster. Ling Xiao dashed forward in the abandoned mine, but he could still feel that Lu Guanjie was not far behind him. No, if this continues, I might really be found by him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The mine was so dark that he could not see his own fingers. Ling Zhao's aura had been completely concealed, and the smell of blood had been mostly cleared. However, Lu Guanjie was still able to follow him, which showed how terrifying a Grandmaster was. At this moment, Ling Zhao's mental strength acutely sensed a strange fluctuation. The power of a restriction? Could it be that I'm near the Immortal's cave? Ling Zhao's gaze moved. He could faintly feel a strong restriction aura coming from not far ahead, and that aura was somewhat familiar. Ling Xiao immediately thought of the Immortal's cave. One had to know that this abandoned mine was connected to another mine. Even the longevity sect disciples who used to mine spiritual stones could not find out the situation in the mine. After all, this spiritual stone mine had existed for many years. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually arrive in the vicinity of that Deva's abode by chance? Since it's the Immortal's cave, there might be some means that can threaten a Grandmaster. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Without hesitation, he headed in the direction of the restriction. Ling Zhao's aura was completely retracted, and he used the Cloud Dragon 9 emergence technique. His entire person was like a moving rock, without any signs of life. Very quickly, he saw the end of the tunnel. There was a faint light coming from there, and there was a sound. Ling Xiao walked over carefully and looked outside through the stone wall of the tunnel. It was a huge underground cave, and there were a few huge luminous pearls carved on the ceiling, illuminating the entire underground cave. In the north of the cave, there was a bright light screen, with 3 colors lingering around it, emitting a strong restriction aura. A black-robed Grandmaster and a few Dragon Tiger realm powerhouses were attacking the light screen fiercely. That light screen must be the Immortal's cave. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered, and his sharp mental strength spread out. He actually felt an extremely familiar aura from the light screen. Tripartite Spirit Sealing Array? This Immortal's cave was left behind by the longevity sect's powerhouses? Ling Xiao could immediately tell that the bright light screen restriction was the longevity sect's tripartite spirit sealing array. However, it was said that the tripartite spirit sealing array had been lost a few hundred years ago. So this Immortal's cave was left behind by the longevity sect's powerhouses a few hundred years ago. They must have encountered some dangerous situation and did not have time to inform the longevity sect. Boom, the black-robed Grandmaster and a few elders of the Dragon and Tiger realm landed their powerful attacks on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently as if it would shatter at any moment. However, in Ling Zhao's opinion, the tripartite spirit sealing formation was extremely sturdy. Only a little bit of spiritual energy had been used up. At this rate, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to break the formation. The tripartite spirit sealing array used the power of heaven, earth, and man to gather endless energy to form a great array. Moreover, the tripartite spirit sealing array here was laid down by a heaven-tier expert. Moreover, it used the spirit stones within the spirit stone mine as the source of power. As long as the spirit stone mine did not dry up, the tripartite spirit sealing array would be able to operate forever. This was also why the tripartite spirit sealing formation was still so powerful even after hundreds of years in the celestial realm cave abode. Xiao could also see that the tripartite spirit sealing formation was extraordinary. The celestial realm master who set up the formation must have touched upon the willpower of the noble realm. To break the tripartite spirit sealing formation, one must find the eye of the formation of heaven, earth, and man. Only by breaking the eye of the formation at the same time can the formation be broken. With their random attacks, there is no way they can break the formation. However, the person who set up the formation must be an outstanding person. There must be a lot of good stuff in his cave abode. Xiao's eyes flickered, revealing a look of anticipation. However, to enter the cave abode, he would have to alert the people who were attacking the light screen. A Grandmaster from the Sky Devil Palace and 6 Dragon and Tiger Realm Masters. There is still a chance. Xiao muttered. At this moment, he felt that Lu Guanjia and the others who were chasing him were getting closer and closer. If he did not act now and waited for Lu Guanjia to arrive, Xiao would be surrounded. He would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Let's do it. Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He poured all his innate chi into his legs and activated the Cloud Dragon 9 changes. With a tap of his feet, he shot towards the center of the cave like a ray of light. Who is it? Almost as soon as Xiao started to move, the Grandmaster of the Sky Devil Palace, Guang, the Deputy Palace Master, noticed Xiao. People from the Chongsun sect? A mere LV9 True Energy Realm martial artist dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? You're courting death. Guang looked at Xiao coldly. He saw that Xiao was wearing the Chongsun sect's uniform. He laughed coldly and slapped out mercilessly. Although it was just a casual palm strike, the innate true chi exploded and shot out like countless steel needles. The powerful force gathered together and was about to kill Xiao on the spot. If it had been an ordinary true chi realm expert, they would have had no choice but to nurse their grievances in the face of this palm strike. However, he was facing Xiao, the wind from the palm surged, and the force shattered rocks. This palm strike was enough to shatter metal and rock. However, Xiao's expression was extremely calm. Facing this unavoidable palm strike, he began to spin in the air like a top. Boom! When the innate true Kong landed on Xiao's body, it instantly disintegrated. Most of the innate true Kong palm force was neutralized by Xiao's ingenious strength and shot towards the 6 elders of the Dragon Tiger realm who were eyeing them covetously. As for the remaining true Kong palm, it was destroyed by Xiao's heaven-devouring spiritual seed and turned into pure energy that was absorbed into his chi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the true Kong palm force that shot towards the elders of the Dragon Tiger realm was extremely sharp, causing the 6 elders to scramble to dodge. At this moment, a gap appeared between the tripartite spirit sealing formation and Xiao. Xiao's speed suddenly increased, and he shot towards the tripartite spirit sealing formation. What? Not good, stop him quickly. Guang's face revealed a trace of shock. He did not think that a mere kid in the true energy realm would be able to block his palm strike unscathed. At this moment, seeing Xiao rushing towards the tripartite spirit sealing formation, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart and hurriedly yelled out. Boom! Xiao's speed was fast, but Guang and the 6 elders of the Dragon Tiger realm attacked even faster. Guang's entire body was filled with demonic chi, and a cold and dark aura gushed out from his palm. It turned into a huge black divine light that shot towards Xiao at extreme speed. The 6 elders also attacked at the same time. True chi filled the void, and the sky was filled with huge fist and palm prints. Wrapped in an unparalleled divine power, they wanted to kill Xiao with their palms. Xiao seemed to have expected all of this, and a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body shifted to the side at an unbelievable angle by 1 foot. Boom! 7 powerful attacks landed on the light screen, causing the tripartite spirit sealing formation to tremble violently again. Stop him. You must not let him escape. He is the holy son of the Chongqing sect, Xiao. The spirit transformation stage disciples of the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace all died at his hands. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Lu Guanjia rushed out of the passageway with 3 dragon tiger realm elders. What? He is Ling Xiao? Guang and the rest were both shocked and furious, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This incomparably delicate-looking youth, whose cultivation was only at the true Qi realm, had actually killed so many spirit transformation stage disciples. When the people of the demonic palace heard that the Chongqing sect had produced a monstrous holy son, Ling Xiao, who was able to kill spirit transformation stage disciples at the true Qi realm, they did not take it seriously. They thought that the all-pleasure sect was exaggerating, but now it seemed that this kid was incomparably strange. The deaths and injuries of the spirit transformation realm disciples of our 2 sects were all caused by him alone. Even Elder Mayan died by his hands. Lu Guanjia said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. Elder Mayan is also dead? Guang exclaimed, and his body trembled violently. Mayan was at the 4th level of the Dragon Tiger realm, and he was actually killed by this kid. He must kill this kid, or else the all-pleasure sect and the demonic palace will never have a day of peace. Endless killing intent and fear surged in Guang's heart. Once this monstrous genius matured, who would be able to stop his footsteps? The all-pleasure sect and the demonic palace would probably become his stepping stones. Since they had already thoroughly offended him, they might as well kill him completely and eliminate all future troubles. Lu Guanjia, Guang, and the 9 Dragon Tiger Realm elders faintly formed an encirclement and surrounded Ling Xiao. Kid, let's see where you can run to. When I catch you, I'll crush every bone in your body inch by inch. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant then. Lu Guanjia's cold gaze landed on Ling Xiao as he spoke with killing intent. Run? Why should I run? Do you know why I barged into this place? Do you really think I'm here to seek my own death? Ling Xiao smiled with a hint of mockery in his eyes. At this moment, he was standing in front of the light screen, just a step away from the light screen behind him. Oh no, stop him! A bad premonition flashed through Guang's heart. He thought of how Ling Xiao had rushed towards the light curtain at all costs. His expression changed immediately, and he pounced on Ling Xiao. It's too late. The next time we meet will be the end of the Hehuan sect and Sky Demon Palace. Ling Xiao grinned, but his eyes were filled with a cold light. He took a light step backward, and his entire body seemed to have fused into the light screen, disappearing in an instant. Boom! Guang's ferocious attack missed and directly hit the light screen, causing the light screen to vibrate violently again. Damn it! How could he enter the restrictive shield? Guang, Lu Guanjia, and the rest were completely stunned. Their faces were pale and they looked terrible. They worked so hard and secretly imprisoned the people from the Chongqing sect just for this immortal's cave abode. However, they couldn't break the restrictive shield even after attacking for 3 days. Yet, Ling Xiao walked in just like that. Guang and Lu Guanjia were going crazy. Rumble, they continued to attack the light screen fiercely, but the light screen shook violently as if it was going to break at any moment. However, they couldn't break it. Continue attacking. Once we break open the restriction and capture that little bastard Ling Xiao, I'll definitely make him beg for death. Guang gritted his teeth and said. He felt like he was fooled and was furious. Lu Guanjia was even more furious. He attacked the light screen fiercely without saying a word. His eyes shone with frightening coldness. Rumble, 2 grandmasters and 9 Longhu realm experts began to attack the tripartite spirit sealing formation with all their might. At this moment, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after entering the tripartite spirit sealing formation. The tripartite spirit sealing formation had an extremely strong defensive power. It used the power of heaven, earth, and man to limit the changes of the formation. However, this tripartite spirit sealing formation was passed down by Jin Sei, so Ling Xiao was naturally very familiar with it. As long as one grasped the key and found the moment when heaven, earth, and man changed, and supported the corresponding steps, one would be able to enter the tripartite spirit sealing array. This was also the reason why the celestial tier elite had laid down the tripartite spirit sealing formation. If it was a disciple of the longevity sect who had grasped the mysteries within, he would naturally be able to enter and obtain the inheritance. If one wasn't a disciple of the Chongqing sect, they wouldn't even be able to enter. Behind the tripartite spirit sealing array was an ancient cave. The ground was covered in dust, and the surrounding stone walls were very dry. There was a faint warm aura coming from them. Walking further in, there were 3 stone rooms. They looked very simple and crude. They were hastily built and the walls were uneven. In the innermost stone room, there was a corpse sitting cross-legged. However, after a few hundred years, the flesh had completely rotted away, leaving only a white skeleton. In front of the skeleton, there was a praying mat. There were a few lines of sharp handwriting on a rock beside it. Members of the longevity sect, kowtow 1,000 times. If you join my sect, you won't regret it even if you die 100 times. The 16 large words were like dragons. They were like iron hooks and silver strokes, emitting traces of chilling sword intent. Kowtow 1,000 times? You dare to ask me, Ling Xiao, to kowtow to you? You really have guts. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. With his strong mental strength, he easily discovered that there was a piece of beast skin hidden in the praying mat. Ling Xiao pointed his finger and an invisible sword chi shot out. The praying mat instantly broke apart, revealing the beast skin scroll within. The beast skin scroll looked very sturdy. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of ferocious beast it was, but it didn't break even after a few hundred years. Ling Xiao opened the beast skin scroll and saw that it was filled with tiny words. I am the 93rd generation sect leader of the longevity sect, Daoist Tianfeng. Because the Wanshou sect coveted our sect's martial arts, a traitor appeared in the sect, causing the Wanshou sect to kill countless disciples of the longevity sect. Although I fought bravely, I was no match for them and was heavily injured. After Ling Xiao finished reading the contents of the beast skin scroll, he gradually understood the identity of the skeleton. The 93rd generation sect leader, Daoist Tianfeng? If I remember correctly, it should be 500 years ago. At that time, the longevity sect wasn't as weak as it is now. It wasn't any weaker than the Great Desolation ancient kingdom. However, there was a huge change. Later on, countless martial arts were lost and the longevity sect declined to this extent. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he recalled the records of the longevity sect from 500 years ago. It turned out that the Wanshou sect coveted the longevity sect's martial arts, resulting in the battle 500 years ago. At that time, a traitor appeared in the longevity sect and in the end, the longevity sect was almost annihilated. All the records of the battle from 500 years ago were only a few words, and they were not detailed. The Wanshou sect? Damn it. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The current Wanshou sect was above the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom and was on par with the Sun Moon Star sect. It was far from what Ling Xiao could contend with now. However, Ling Xiao would remember this blood feud. 500 years ago, Daoist Tianfeng was hunted down by the experts of the Wanshou sect. Although he escaped in the end, he was severely injured and died in the spiritual stone mine. Don't worry, I will settle this score with the Wanshou sect sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the skeleton in front of him and said slowly. It had to be said that the sect leader of the longevity sect had fallen to such a state. It was really sad. Finally, Ling Zhao's gaze landed on a metal ring on the skeleton's right finger. If one did not look carefully, there was no way to discover that metal ring. That metal ring was too ordinary and had merged with the finger bone. However, Ling Xiao saw 2 mysterious ancient words on the metal hoop. Longevity. Longevity ring? I didn't expect the longevity ring to be left here. Ling Xiao sighed softly and gently removed the metal ring from the finger bone. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. The longevity ring was the symbol of the leader of the Chongsun sect. 10,000 years ago, the Chongsun sect reigned supreme under the heavens, looking down on the 8 barren lands. Ling Xiao had personally forged this longevity ring as a symbol of the leader of the Chongsun sect. The longevity ring was a top-tier supreme artifact. Compared to the legendary divine artifacts, it was only slightly weaker. Ling Xiao had refined a spatial fragment into the longevity ring. It contained millions of miles of space and had its own laws. It could allow living beings to live in it. It could contain immemorial sacred mountains and ancient rivers. Moreover, the longevity ring had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Ling Xiao had refined it into 81 layers of sovereign formations. Even a sovereign expert could be kept in the longevity ring and refined into ashes. After 10,000 years, even you have become like this. Ling Xiao said softly. He cut open his palm and let his blood flow into the longevity ring. After the longevity ring absorbed Ling Xiao's blood, it actually let out a joyful wave. The rust on the surface slowly disappeared, and it became smooth again. It emitted a milky white glow and hit on the surface of Ling Xiao's skin. Only the power of a low-grade artifact now? But don't worry, since you could become a top-grade supreme artifact in my previous life, I will definitely be able to restore you in this life. I might even surpass my previous life and become an indestructible artifact. Ling Xiao touched the longevity ring gently and said slowly. Even the longevity ring was damaged to such an extent. One could imagine what kind of war the Xianxia sect had gone through in the past 10,000 years. The longevity ring spirit had been destroyed, and only a trace of spirituality was left. It had also degenerated to a low-grade artifact, with only 100 feet of space inside. Ling Xiao opened the longevity ring and saw that there were over 100 martial arts manuals floating in it: Firmament Palm, Sweeping Leg, Cloud Ladder, Misty Sword, Great Vajra Palm, Vajra Subduing Devil Fist. These martial arts were all martial arts that had been lost in the Xianxia sect or were incomplete martial arts. However, most of these martial arts were black-grade martial arts. There were only a dozen or so earth-grade martial arts. Among them, there were 3 earth-grade martial arts: Great Vajra Palm, Vajra Subduing Demon Fist, and 6 Yang True Skill. But what Ling Xiao cared about the most was that there was a heaven-grade martial art among them. Although it was only a low-grade heaven-grade martial art, it was still extremely powerful. Lesser phaseless technique. As the saying goes, clouds are formless, wind is traceless, heaven and earth are impermanent, formless and formless. Cultivating this technique would allow one to imitate other martial arts with unparalleled power. In other words, as long as it was a low-grade heaven-grade martial art, the lesser phaseless technique could imitate it. This technique made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. 10,000 years ago, the Xianxia sect did not have this lesser phaseless technique. It should be a martial art collected by the Xianxia sect later on. With these martial arts manuals, the Xianxia sect only needs to secretly accumulate power and they will definitely rise quickly. This lesser phaseless technique is quite interesting. I can cultivate it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The martial arts manuals in the longevity ring were all top-notch. They must have been taken away by Taoist Tianfeng 500 years ago to preserve the longevity sect's legacy. Heaven-class martial arts were extremely precious. Even in martial arts holy lands like the Thousand Beasts sect and the Sun Luna Star sect, heaven-class martial arts were treasures. Other than these martial arts manuals, there were also a few hundred spiritual items and more than 10 precious items in the longevity ring. Those spirit tools could be given to the disciples of the longevity sect to increase their strength. Once they reached the Grandmaster realm, only treasured tools would be able to unleash enough power. Most of these treasures were low-grade treasures. There was only one mid-grade treasure and one high-grade treasure. The mid-grade artifact was a red pill cauldron, named the Six Suns Cauldron. The high-grade artifact was a simple and unadorned longsword. Its radiance was restrained, and its shape was peculiar. It emitted a strange wave of energy, named the Vanquisher Sword, Six Yang Cauldron, Evil Slaying Sword. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and landed on the Six Suns Cauldron. As an alchemist, he was worried that he didn't have a suitable cauldron. He didn't expect to encounter the Six Suns Cauldron. The Vanquisher Sword was a high-grade treasure with unparalleled power. It could be used as Ling Xiao's weapon. With the Vanquisher Sword in hand, Ling Xiao's battle prowess increased by a lot. With the power of the Vanquisher Sword, Ling Xiao believed that he could even fight against a Grandmaster realm expert. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true energy realm. If he wanted to unleash the full power of the Vanquisher Sword, even if Ling Xiao's Qi was incomparably huge, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. I need to reach the spirit transformation realm as soon as possible. This immortal cave is a good place. Once I break through to the spirit transformation realm, even if I face Lu Guanjia and Guang with the Vanquisher Sword, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Ling Xiao lightly flicked the Vanquisher Sword in his hand, making a crisp sound. The sound was melodious and pure. The flawless sword body shone brightly in Ling Xiao's eyes. Other than the martial arts manuals and treasures, there were only some miscellaneous items that Ling Xiao didn't care about. However, when Ling Xiao saw a yellowish stone in the longevity ring, his eyes suddenly shook and revealed an expression of incomparable ecstasy. This is the Myriad Qi stone? Ling Xiao took out the yellowish stone and used a bit of strength in his hand. Instantly, the outer layer of the stone shattered, revealing a brilliant yellow light that was dazzling to the eyes. It was a piece of yellowish stone that exuded a thick and pure earth qi. It was majestic and vast, as if endless mountains and rivers were condensed in this ball. It faintly had an aura that encompassed everything. Ling Xiao immediately recognized it. This was the legendary Myriad Qi stone. The Myriad Qi stone was a top-grade earth attribute treasure. It was a treasure that had been nurtured by the earth vein core for tens of millions of years. It contained incomparably pure Xianhuang Mother Qi, and Xianhuang Mother Qi was the source of earth attribute spiritual energy. The Myriad Qi stone had a terrifying effect on those who cultivated earth attribute martial arts. It could increase the cultivation speed by more than 10 times. When used to refine pills, the Myriad Qi stone could even be used to refine supreme weapons. A supreme weapon contained a weapon spirit and the power of laws. It was the strongest weapon used by supremes. It could be said that the Myriad Qi stone was incomparably precious. If it was placed in the war god continent, even supremes would value it highly. Although the Myriad Qi stone was not an earth attribute spiritual seed, it was 10 times or even 100 times more powerful, refining. This Myriad Qi stone would be enough to replenish a portion of the heaven-devouring spiritual seed. I didn't expect Taoist priest Skywind to have such a treasure like the Myriad Qi stone. It's just that he didn't know that he had such a treasure. Otherwise, no matter how serious his injuries were, if he could refine the Myriad Qi stone, he would have been able to recover. However, this Myriad Qi stone has benefited me greatly. Ling Xiao sighed and muttered to himself. The yellowish layer on the Myriad Qi stone could block the detection of mental strength. Most people wouldn't even care about such a stone and would only treat it as an ordinary weapon refining material. The Myriad Qi stone was something that even noble realm cultivators might not recognize. That was why Taoist priest Skywind had missed out on this treasure. After obtaining the Myriad Qi stone, Ling Xiao was also rather excited. He was prepared to refine it and improve the heaven-devouring spiritual seed. Whoosh! Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and released his Jin Qi, lifting up the Myriad Qi stone and making it float in front of Ling Xiao. Rumble! Even Ling Xiao did not dare to swallow the Myriad Qi stone directly. Otherwise, the majestic power contained in the Myriad Qi stone could make him explode in an instant. Therefore, he chose to refine the Xianhuang Mother Qi bit by bit. The Xianhuang Mother Qi was an innate earth attribute spiritual root. Now that it had merged into Ling Xiao's body, it was like the spring wind and rain, silently moistening everything. However, Ling Xiao's body had become a little different. Streaks of dense spiritual light flickered as the Xianhuang Mother Qi merged into Ling Xiao's flesh, meridians, and bone marrow, transforming his body bit by bit. The acquired qi in Ling Xiao's body was expelled, and a stream of innate qi rose. Countless particles around him seemed to be cheering and jumping, and began to greedily devour the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Gradually, Ling Xiao's flesh, meridians, and bone marrow began to emit a jade-like luster, and his whole body was filled with a fragrance like orchids and musk. This was a kind of rebirth, a kind of complete sublimation and metamorphosis. Under the effect of the Myriad Qi stone, Ling Xiao's originally incomparably ordinary body was transforming into a mysterious state at this moment. Boom! Not only the body, but the genuine qi in Ling Xiao's body also seemed to have begun to boil at this moment. The Xianhuang Mother Qi was the innate qi of origin. When it entered Ling Xiao's qi, it was like a ball of fire, instantly burning the endless genuine qi in Ling Xiao's qi. Waves surged, and the sea of fire spread. The innate genuine qi that Ling Xiao had painstakingly cultivated was dissolved little by little, and Ling Xiao's cultivation also began to decline from LV9 of the genuine qi realm. LV8 of the genuine qi realm, LV6 of the genuine qi realm, LV7 of the genuine qi realm. In the end, the 9 genuine qi vortexes were completely burned, and turned into a faint rain of light, which was very gorgeous. When the last wisp of innate genuine qi was completely burned, Ling Xiao's qi suddenly changed. Rumble! The majestic black-yellow Mother Qi exploded with a loud bang, and the chaotic mist filled the air. Ling Xiao's sea of qi seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. The original 99 zhang sea of qi suddenly shook violently at this moment, and became 100 zhang wide, the 1,000 feet sea of qi had already reached a state of perfection. At the same time, 9 majestic cyclones instantly appeared in the qi sea, greedily devouring a large amount of Xianxia mother qi. The 9 cyclones were like galaxies. They were very beautiful and contained a pure and mysterious fluctuation. When the 9 cyclones filled Ling Xiao's qi sea, another cyclone was born. This cyclone seemed to be the center of the galaxy, domineering, dignified, noble, and ancient. It contained a dark devouring aura, causing Ling Xiao's dantian and sea of qi to start trembling slightly. Ling Xiao was like a bystander, watching the changes in his dantian and qi sea. He had a sudden epiphany. The innate genuine qi realm also has the great perfection. 10 cyclones is the great perfection. Now I can be considered to have reached LV10 of the innate genuine qi realm, right? Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, since ancient times, he had only heard of the great perfection of the meridian opening realm. He had never heard of the great perfection of the genuine qi realm. Ling Xiao faintly felt that perhaps he had stepped on a new path. Rumble, the 10 cyclones occupied the center of the qi sea. With the influx of Xianxia mother qi, Ling Xiao's entire qi sea was filled with incomparably pure innate genuine qi. In the end, Ling Xiao's dantian felt like it was going to explode. Drip, at this moment, a drop of pale golden innate genuine liquid was born in Ling Xiao's qi sea, exuding a cheerful spiritual fluctuation. At the same time, a strong feeling of power filled Ling Xiao's body. The liquefaction of genuine qi, the beginning of spiritual transformation. This was the symbol of the spiritual transformation realm, which also meant that Ling Xiao had completely entered the spiritual transformation realm. At this moment, the Myriad qi stone had only been consumed by less than half. As more and more genuine qi liquefied, Ling Xiao's cultivation also began to increase rapidly. First layer of the spiritual transformation realm, middle layer of the spiritual transformation realm, peak layer of the spiritual transformation realm, second layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Just like this, Ling Xiao only began to suppress the fluctuations of his cultivation when he reached the third layer of the spiritual transformation realm. If he continued to increase his cultivation, it would cause his foundation to become unstable. This was definitely not something Ling Xiao wanted to see. In his qi sea, the heaven-devouring spirit seed's light increased by another ray. Black, red, and yellow rays of light slowly rotated and floated in the center of Ling Xiao's qi sea. It was as if they had turned into a huge black hole, devouring endless energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer continued to increase his cultivation. Instead, he absorbed the Xianxia mother qi into his body and turned it into flood dragon blood. The symbol of the flood dragon body's complete perfection was that all the blood in his body had turned into flood dragon blood. This also meant that Ling Xiao could break through to the next realm. Drops of pale golden blood began to flow, exuding a faint dragon's aura and violent energy fluctuations. The Xianxia mother qi was a precious innate genuine qi that seemed to have a miraculous effect on cultivating the ancestral dragon's secret technique. A drop of flood dragon blood instantly condensed, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. Ling Xiao was immersed in this state of cultivation. The dragon's aura exuding from his body also became stronger and stronger. After an unknown period of time, when an incomparably clear dragon's roar rang out, Ling Xiao's body shook violently and woke up from that state of cultivation. The universal qi stone that was originally the size of a fist was now the size of a finger. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was filled with explosive energy. He could no longer refine a trace of the Xianxia mother qi. This was because all the blood in his body had turned into flood dragon blood. Boom, Ling Xiao punched out, and an extremely fast explosion sounded in the void. He was like a young divine king, exuding a faint fragrance all over his body. He was flawless, dazzling, and elegant. His eyes were even brighter than the stars. At this moment, Ling Xiao's vitality was so vigorous that it was terrifying. He was like a flood dragon in human form. It was as if he could shatter a mountain with one punch. Is this the power of the flood dragon body's complete perfection? If a dragon tiger realm powerhouse was standing in front of me, I'm afraid I can blast him into pieces with one punch. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence. Ling Xiao's harvest from this cultivation was incomparably great. Not only did his cultivation increase to the third level of the spirit transformation realm, but his physical strength had also increased by several times. He felt that he now had a divine strength of 200,000 kilograms with one hand. With one punch, even a small mountain would be blasted apart. The complete flood dragon body also meant that Ling Xiao now truly possessed the strength comparable to a flood dragon. However, from the power of the flood dragon body, Ling Xiao could also see how terrifying the ancestral dragon's secret technique was. Number 1 body refiner in the heavens, it lived up to its reputation. I wonder how long I've been cultivating? Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. At this moment, he could no longer hear the sound of someone attacking the tripartite spirit sealing array. Could it be that Lu Guanjia and Guang gave up so quickly? Ling Xiao pondered for a while. That should be impossible. The only possibility was that he had been cultivating for a long time. After all, it was hard to have a sense of time when one was immersed in cultivation. Ling Xiao felt that it was only a moment, but in reality, a long time had passed. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but worry. Would Yihuan sect and demonic palace fly into a rage and attack the Chongsun sect? The Chongsun sect was ranked last among the 3 sections. If Yihuan sect and demonic palace joined forces to attack, the Chongsun sect would not be able to hold on for long. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt a sense of anxiety in his heart. He kept Sage Tianfeng's corpse in his longevity ring and walked out of the cave. There are still people guarding here who are unwilling to give up. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sneered. Through the tripartite spirit sealing formation, he saw 2 elders sitting cross-legged outside the light. They were both at LV9 Dragon Tiger Realm. One was from Yihuan sect while the other was from Demonic Palace. Ling Xiao guessed that Yihuan sect and Demonic Palace might not be able to open the tripartite spirit sealing formation. However, they were unwilling to leave just like that, so they sent 2 elders to keep watch. Moreover, 2 LV9 Dragon Tiger Realm powerhouses were enough to suppress Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took a step forward and walked out of the light curtain formed by the tripartite spirit sealing formation. Ling Xiao, you dare to come out? As soon as Ling Xiao came out, the 2 old men opened their eyes. Their cold and murderous gazes landed on Ling Xiao. They were incomparably indifferent. What did you get in the cave? Hand it all over and kneel down to accept your death. We'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, this old man will make you beg for death. The elder of the all-pleasure sect said coldly. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Although he did not know how Ling Xiao entered the tripartite spirit sealing formation, he was sure that Ling Xiao must have gotten a lot of benefits from the Immortal's Cave. If he could capture him and interrogate him, even if he had to hand over most of the benefits to the sect, he would still be able to pocket a lot. The 2 elders surrounded Ling Xiao on his left and right, as though they could attack him at any time. How many days have I been in the tripartite spirit sealing formation? Where are Lu Guanjia and Guang? Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly as he looked at the 2 old men. Ha ha ha. Brat, could it be that you're scared silly? You don't even know how many days you've been in there? You've been in the cave? I think you've gone crazy from hunger and can't hold on anymore, right? The old man from the all-pleasure sect laughed loudly. His face was full of excitement. Brat, how dare you call Vice Sect Master Lu and Vice Hall Master Gua by their names? Obediently hand over the things you obtained in the cave, or you will die without a doubt. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Heavenly Demon Palace and Yihuan sect have joined forces to attack the Chongsun sect. I'm afraid the Chongsun sect has already been destroyed. The elder from Heavenly Demon Palace said coldly. He stared at Ling Xiao as though he was staring at his prey. Both of them thought that Ling Xiao must have starved for 10 days in the cave and came out because he could not take it anymore. Although Ling Xiao was strong, there was a limit to his strength. With their cultivation at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger Realm, they could easily suppress Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Demon Palace and Yihuan sect have already attacked the Chongsun sect? When did this happen? Ling Xiao's expression changed as he asked coldly. He started to panic. He did not expect the thing he was worried about to happen. He had been cultivating in the Immortal's Cave for 10 days. When? Today. Kid, I think you're asking for it. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's go and take him down. The old man from the all-pleasure sect glanced at the old man from the demonic palace and shouted as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Boom, the elder of the Hehuan sect unleashed his innate true qi and struck out with his palm. Pink mist filled the air and emitted a kind of qi that made people feel dizzy. Palm shadows filled the sky and were as fast as lightning. Each palm contained a godly power that could shatter gold and shatter stone. This was the peerless profound martial art of Hehuan sect, 1,000 illusory palms. With a single strike, countless afterimages were formed. It could pull people into an illusion and kill people without leaving a trace. It was extremely vicious. The elder from Heavenly Demon Palace also struck out with his fist. Demonic chi gushed out as though a huge heavenly demon had descended. It contained a dark and domineering strength. The peerless profound martial art of Heavenly Demon Palace, Heavenly Demon Fist. The two of them had seen Ling Xiao's combat strength before and naturally did not underestimate him. Therefore, they used their killing moves right away. They wanted to capture Ling Xiao with lightning speed. The two level 9 Dragon Tiger Realm experts struck at the same time. Their innate true Kong swept across the sky with great momentum. Boom, the 1,000 illusory palms and Heavenly Demon Fist's powerful attack instantly landed on Ling Xiao and drowned him. Oh no! However, in the next moment, their expressions changed as they exclaimed at the same time. The two of them did not hit Ling Xiao at all. It was just an afterimage. Ling Xiao had disappeared without them noticing. This kind of speed was simply world-shocking. A strong sense of danger came from behind the two of them. Without thinking, the two of them wanted to run away. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can go to hell. Ling Xiao's figure appeared behind the two elders. His body was surrounded by faint clouds and a clear dragon's roar was emitted from his body. Roar, a monstrous amount of blood chi burst forth, and Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a human-shaped flood dragon. The flood dragon blood in his body began to boil, and his unparalleled physical strength was awakened. Furthermore, it was accompanied by the double strength of the berserk dragon spirit art. Ling Xiao struck out with his fist. This fist caused the void to tremble. The blazing fist radiance seemed to be able to tear the heaven and earth apart. It was as though the surrounding void was shattered by this fist. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful fist since his rebirth. It was a combination of his level 3 spirit transformation realm cultivation, the unparalleled physical strength of the dragon's body, the violent dragon super ability, and the Vajra demon fist. This fist was as bright as the sun and as terrifying as the heavens. It was unstoppable. It vowed to destroy everything and kill everything. Ling Xiao was anxious. He wanted to rush back to the Changsun sect. In addition, he also wanted to test the limits of his current combat strength. Therefore, the two elders who had provoked him became his test subjects. Heavenly Demon Fist, Tyrant Sky Strike. The demonic palace elder who was closest to this fist felt a fatal threat. This fist made his scalp tingle, and a sense of helplessness rose in his heart, causing him to tremble with fear. However, he still roared and used the Heavenly Demon Fist's ultimate move to block Ling Xiao's fist. Boom, the two fists collided and the demonic palace elder's arm exploded into a mist of blood. Moreover, the unparalleled force did not diminish in the slightest, directly slamming into his chest. The old man from the demonic palace was sent flying dozens of meters away, smashing heavily into the mountain wall in the distance. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his internal organs were completely crushed. He died on the spot. What? How is this possible? That's impossible. The eyes of the old man from the all-pleasure sect revealed an incomparably horrified expression, and his voice began to tremble. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura was monstrous as if he was an awakened primordial ferocious beast. He was emitting a monstrous murderous aura and killing intent. He had actually killed a powerhouse in the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm with a single punch. The old man from the all-pleasure sect found it hard to believe and a feeling of extreme fear welled up in his heart. The young man before him gave him an extremely unreal feeling. A young man who was not even 16 years old was actually able to kill a powerhouse in the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm with a single punch. Didn't that mean that he already had the battle prowess of a grandmaster, a 15-year-old grandmaster? Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. This kid must have obtained some benefits in the Immortal's Cave. He must escape and report to the sect. When Ling Xiao's gaze landed on him, he couldn't help but shiver. He turned around and ran. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely end up like the elder from the demonic palace. Whoosh, the old man from the demonic palace rushed out of the mine like a bolt of lightning. He had pushed his cultivation to the extreme, bringing with him the sound of the wind. Want to leave? It's too late. Ling Zhao's indifferent voice rang out. He took a step forward and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated. His majestic true qi seemed to have turned into a misty cloud, leaving behind an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already chased after the old man. The Cloud Dragon 9 transformations was originally a powerful movement martial art created by an ancient almighty after observing the divine dragons soaring through the clouds. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the divine dragon's speed, it still contained a trace of the true meaning of the divine dragons soaring through the sky. In addition, Ling Xiao had cultivated the flood dragon's body and had already transcended the mortal world. It complemented the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations perfectly. In just a few moves, Ling Xiao arrived behind the old man from the All-Pleasure sect. Feeling the wind behind him, the old man from the All-Pleasure sect was scared out of his wits. He unleashed his innate true qi without any hesitation. At the same time, he pulled out a sharp spiritual weapon long sword and slashed at Ling Xiao. He didn't hope to kill Ling Xiao. He only hoped to buy a little more time for him to escape from the mine. But it was still too late. Rumble, launching the Vajra subduing devil fist, Ling Xiao's unparalleled physical strength blasted out. The spiritual longsword was directly smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao, and the innate true aura that shot at Ling Xiao's body was like shooting at glass, emitting a crisp tinkling sound. No! The All-Pleasure sect elder's eyes were filled with fear as he roared. However, after a few punches, he was killed just like the demonic palace elder. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he discovered 2 palm-sized storage bags on the 2 old men. These 2 old men were not ordinary. They actually had a storage pouch. Although the storage pouch only had a few feet of space, it was still very impressive. After all, storage treasures were hard to find. Usually, only Grandmaster Realm experts would have a storage treasure. Ling Xiao put the 2 storage pouches into his longevity ring and flew out of the mine. Nothing must happen to Xianxia sect. Wait for me. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with anxiety, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. After he left the spiritual stone mine, he quickly used the Cloud Dragon 9 transformation technique and headed towards Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain, the setting sun was like blood. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the Xianxia square, and the wind seemed to have frozen. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, reflecting the panicked faces of the crowd. The disciples of Xianxia sect were all in white robes bathed in blood. They held long swords in their hands and slowly retreated to the front of Xianxia Hall. Nan Gongqing, Sui Zhen, Jian Wuk, Deng Yalan, Lu Chuanqiong, Gu Zhong. All the disciples of Xianxia sect were furious as they stared at the group of people in front of them. Nan Gongxian was surrounded by them. His white robes were stained with blood, and his face was extremely pale. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breathing was extremely chaotic. Opposite them was a group of people in black robes and a group of people in yin-yang Taoist robes. Their breathing was cold, and their eyes were cold and murderous. They stared at the people of Xianxia sect as if they were looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The 2 people in the lead stood there, and a violent aura exploded. It was as if they could split the heavens and earth apart, and their figures were extremely tall and straight. On the left was a burly man in black robes. His muscles exuded explosive power, and black demonic qi surged, making him look like a god. His breathing was extremely wild, and his eyes were filled with aggression and murderous intent. The innate energy around him was hidden, as if he was one with the heavens and earth. He was the palace master of Heavenly Demon Palace, Yun Badian. On the right was a handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a long robe embroidered with flowers, and his body emitted waves of fragrance. His face was extremely charming, and his pair of phoenix eyes shone with a cold light, making him look extremely sinister, like a poisonous snake. Those who knew him would know that he was already in his 50s or 60s, but he relied on an evil technique to maintain his appearance. He was the sect master of All-Pleasure sect, Yin Kuei. The 2 of them stood there casually, and the disciples of Xianxia sect felt as if the heavens and earth were pressing down on them. Their faces turned pale, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yun Badian, Yin Kuei, are you really going to fight to the death with my Xianxia sect? Nan Gongxian coughed violently as he stared at Yun Badian and Yin Kuei, and said coldly. At the same time, he looked at the corpses on the Changsun Square, and his heart was bleeding. Most of them were disciples of Changsun sect, and they were slaughtered by All Pleasure sect and Heavenly Demon Palace just like that. The attack of All Pleasure sect and Heavenly Demon Palace came like a storm, catching everyone off guard. In addition, Changsun sect was weaker than the other two sects, so after a huge battle, Changsun sect suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining disciples were forced to the front of Changsun Hall. They couldn't retreat any further, because behind them was a cliff. Fight to the death? Is Changsun sect qualified to do that? Yun Badian sneered and said with disdain. Right now, the Changsun sect's Master Realm experts were all severely injured, and the Dragon Tiger Realm elders were severely injured. Only a few disciples were left who were still resisting. In the eyes of Yihuan sect and Sky Demon Palace, the Changsun sect was like a fish on a chopping board. Nan Gongxian, surrender now. With your talent, Palace Master Yun and Sect Master Yin will definitely put you in an important position. As long as you surrender, the disciples of Changsun sect will be safe. Do you really want to kill them? Beside Yun Badian, a dignified old man with silver hair sneered. Shut up. Lin Shan, I hate that I didn't kill you earlier, you bastard. You actually destroyed the sect-protecting formation of the Changsun sect and betrayed us. You are the sinner of the Changsun sect. The Sky-Devouring Supreme Patriarch is watching you, and so is the Longevity Supreme Patriarch. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Nan Gongxian's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Due to his anger, an abnormal flush appeared on his face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this point, Nan Gongxian's heart was filled with regret. Initially, he didn't punish Lin Shan because he was the Grand Elder of the Changsun sect and had contributed a lot to the sect. He only asked Lin Shan to reflect on his actions. However, he didn't expect Lin Shan to collude with the Demonic Palace and the Yihuan sect. Not only did they destroy the sect-protecting formation of the Changsun sect, but they also ambushed Nan Gongxian and injured him. That was why the disciples of the Changsun sect were massacred. Father, are you all right? Nan Gongqing hurried forward to support Nan Gongxian. Her eyes were red, and she looked extremely worried. She had also experienced a bitter battle. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and even her snow-white arms had a few ghastly wounds. I'm fine. Qing, it's been hard on you. Father is useless and can't save you. However, with Ling Xiao around, the Changsun sect won't be destroyed. He will definitely kill the Demonic Palace and Yihuan sect to avenge us. Nan Gongxian looked at Nan Gongqing with a benevolent and guilty expression. Father, I'm not afraid of death. To be able to die together with her father, Qing would have no regrets. I also believe that he will definitely avenge us. Nan Gongqing shook her head, and a heart-wrenching smile appeared on her pale face. For some reason, Nan Gongqing thought of the Purple Moon Lake in the Fearsome Beast Mountain Range. When she first met Ling Xiao, he saw her naked body, and she was so angry that she chased after him. She thought of the young man in the purple bamboo forest. When he teased her, the moonlight shone on his face. It was really beautiful. However, she probably wouldn't be able to see him again. Nan Gongqing's gaze was a little dazed, and a strange feeling emerged in her heart. Ling Xiao? You're still counting on him when you're about to die? Lu Guanjia, who was standing beside Yin Kuei, let out an ear-piercing voice and sneered, he killed my sect's elder Mayan and killed my sect's disciples. If he didn't run fast enough, he would have been killed by me. However, so what if he was hiding in the immortal cave? 10 days had passed. He was probably half dead from hunger, right? After we destroy the Longevity sect, we will attack the immortal cave and send that brat to accompany you. You can't kill him. He is the most miraculous person I've ever seen. When he was at the Channel Opening Realm, he defeated someone at the Spirit Transformation Realm. When he was at the True Energy Realm, he killed someone at the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm and Ma Yan at the Dragon Tiger Realm. Once he reaches the Spirit Transformation Realm, what kind of miracle will he create? You can never imagine how great his potential is. The celestial being's cave abode might be a cage to you, but to him, it might be a sea that transforms into a divine dragon. That's right. the saint would never be defeated. Not in the past, and never in the future. Bastards of the demonic palace and all pleasure sect, just wait for your deaths. So what if this young master dies? It won't be long before the Holy Sun makes you all accompany me in death. As long as the saint doesn't die, he will live forever. Lu Chuanxiong, Deng Yalan, and the other disciples' eyes that were filled with despair were now filled with vigor. It was as if all of them were roaring out their inner cries. That delicate and handsome figure had created one impossibility after another, completing one miracle after another. Everyone believed in him without any reason. All the disciples of the longevity sect silently picked up the longswords on the ground. They clenched their fists and looked forward. It was as if they wanted to pour all of their lives into the longswords in their hands. Everyone's battle intent fused together and gathered into a mysterious force that could shatter the void and destroy the clouds. Have you all decided to die? Since they are so stubborn, let's kill them all. Yin Kuei, who had been silent all this while, looked at the people of the longevity sect and laughed coldly. He waved his hand and said, "Kill. Kill." It was as if two torrents had collided with each other, creating a huge wave. Blood mist surged and killing intent shot up to the heavens. It was the final elegy of the longevity sect. Immortality. Immortality. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who had already arrived at the foot of the longevity sect, trembled when he heard these words. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Not good. Ling Xiao activated the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations to the maximum. Like a dragon, he darted through the clouds and headed towards the peak of the longevity mountain. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious and furious. However, the more he was like this, the calmer his eyes were. The sharpness of his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Longevity investiture of the gods, purple heavenly thunder, follow me to kill. Ling Xiao formed a seal with both hands and used his mental strength to activate a mysterious force in the longevity mountain. At the same time, the true qi in his body seemed to have turned into dazzling golden runes and scattered in all directions. Light rain filled the air and the mountain shook. A strange ripple slowly spread out. It was as if a slumbering primordial beast had slowly opened its eyes that could destroy all things. Trying to destroy the longevity investiture of the gods? Damn it! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He felt that the fluctuation of the formation was a little obscure, as if it was being suppressed by some kind of power. Ling Xiao finally knew why the Heavenly Demon Palace and the Hehuan sect were able to kill their way up the longevity mountain without any obstructions. It was because someone had destroyed the longevity investiture of the gods. The person who knew the secret of the longevity investiture of the gods and was able to tamper with it was obviously Lin Shan. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. You're just a mere master. You want to destroy the longevity investiture of the gods that I've set up? You must be dreaming. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. The true qi in his body exploded without restraint. His hand seals became faster and faster, and golden runes scattered in all directions. Boom, it was as if the earth and mountains were shaking. A destructive fluctuation erupted. Thunder boomed in the void, and millions of purple lightning bolts enveloped the longevity mountain. When those purple lightning bolts landed on Ling Zhao's body, they instantly became extremely obedient. They turned into a huge purple lightning dragon and carried Ling Xiao all the way to the peak of the longevity mountain. Riding the dragon and soaring into the sky, breaking through the heavens, at this moment, Ling Xiao was stepping on the purple lightning bolts. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were piercingly cold. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and he exuded a majestic aura. He was like a peerless god of war. At this moment, Ling Zhao's battle intent and killing intent had accumulated to the maximum. The lightning bolts in the sky moved according to his will, turning the longevity mountain into a land of lightning. Kill Lin Shan, destroy the Hehuan sect, destroy the Heavenly Demon Palace, destroy all the enemies in the world who dare to go against me. On top of the longevity mountain, the clouds seemed to have turned blood red. The setting sun shone down, illuminating a tragic azure hell. Even though the longevity sect disciples were prepared to die and unleashed 120% of their strength, there were still many casualties under the joint attack of the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace. The difference was too great, seeing the longevity sect disciples lying in pools of blood, Nangongxian, the great elder, and the others' eyes turned red. They ignored their injuries and burned their blood essence to kill the experts of the two sections. However, they were quickly stopped by Yun Badian and Yin Kuei. Although Nangongqing, Jian Wuk, Suozhen, Deng Yalan, and the others were extremely talented, they were only at the spirit transformation realm. When the Dragon Tiger realm elders attacked, they were instantly surrounded by danger. Boom, Lu Guanjia charged over, his innate true energy raining down like swords. Nangongqing, Jian Wuk, and the others were struck by lightning. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were dim. Are we going to die just like that? A sad smile appeared on Nangongqing's beautiful face. The sword in her hand fell and she slowly closed her eyes. Rumble, but just at this moment, the longevity mountain trembled violently as thunder crackled in the skies. Thereafter, an unparalleled aura that seemed capable of annihilating the entire world enveloped the entire longevity sect. Purple lightning flashed and gathered into a purple sky. It emitted a violent and mysterious aura that filled the longevity mountain. Roar, following that, a dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. In the sky filled with lightning, a figure stepped on a purple lightning dragon. His robes fluttered in the wind and he was extremely domineering. He hugged Nangongqing who was in midair. Longevity God Sealing Array? Lingxiao is back. Nangongxian's body trembled. His eyes were filled with excitement. Saint? It's the saint. The saint is back. We're saved. Ha ha ha. I knew the saint wouldn't give up on us. Bastards of the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace, wait for your deaths. When the disciples of Changsun sect saw the figure in the sky, their eyes were filled with shock and excitement as they cheered loudly. The purple lightning dragon traversed the void, exuding a world-destroying pressure. Lightning filled the sky, shaking the heavens. On the other hand, Lingxiao stood on top of the lightning dragon, enveloped in golden light. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his straight body seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. Lingxiao's appearance was so cool that it shocked everyone. It had to be said that the effect of such an appearance was extremely good. It was as if the Changsun sect's members were injected with adrenaline, causing them to be filled with endless confidence. As for the people from the all-pleasure sect and demonic palace, they were all intimidated by Lei Long's might. Their faces changed greatly as they revealed terrified expressions. How is that possible? I clearly destroyed the sect protecting Grand Array, so how could he reactivate it? Lin Shan's expression changed drastically as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Moreover, Lin Shan's scalp went numb at the thought of the mysterious power of the Great Sect Protection Formation. The Longevity God Sealing Formation was set up by the Sky-Devouring Sovereign and Longevity Sovereign. It was said that 10,000 years ago, it could kill gods and demons. 10,000 years later, although the power of the Great Sect Protection Formation had been greatly weakened, it was still extremely terrifying. It was said that 500 years ago, the Changsun sect had an extremely tragic battle. In that battle, the sect leader activated the Longevity God Sealing Formation with all his might and killed a Noble Realm expert and 7 Sky Realm experts. Isn't he trapped in the Immortals' cave abode? Why is he here? Could it be? Lu Guanjia's face turned extremely ugly as he guessed that the 2 elders who were at the 9th level of the Dragon Tiger realm had probably died in Ling Xiao's hands. The current Ling Xiao did not hide his cultivation at all. He had already reached the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. Lu Guanjia was incomparably terrified by the speed of his cultivation. In just 10 days, he had risen from the true Qi realm to the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm. If he was given another year or so, wouldn't he be able to reach the Grandmaster realm? He had to kill this kid. He could not be allowed to continue growing. Hearing the cheers coming from all around, Nangongqing suddenly opened her eyes. What entered her sight was that familiar and delicate young man. Nangongqing stared at him in a daze and revealed a smile that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. He was finally back. How great, Ling Xiao also smiled and said, I'm back. I'll bring you to kill someone. Nangongqing nodded as a smile blossomed on her delicate face. You're Ling Xiao? Yun Baishan's cold voice sounded. Kid, it seems like you've obtained quite a lot of benefits from the Sky Realm Cave. If you hand over the treasures you obtained from the Sky Realm Cave and give me the secret method to control the Changsan sect's Great Sect Protection Formation, I'll spare your life. How about it? Yun Baishan's face revealed a hint of greed. The purple lightning that filled the sky made him faintly feel a trace of threat. If he could control the Great Sect Protection Formation, the demonic palace would probably surpass the All-Pleasure sect and become the strongest sect. However, he did not see that the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a hint of mockery. Yin Kuei also smiled and said, "What a handsome young man. I really want to hold you in my arms and dote on you. Kid, why don't you join my All-Pleasure sect? I guarantee that you'll be the holy son of my All-Pleasure sect and the future sect master of my All-Pleasure sect. All of you must die." Ling Xiao slowly said as a trace of a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you control the Great Sect Protection Formation. You're only at the Spirit Transformation realm. If the two sect masters take action, you'll die without a doubt. Why don't you surrender now? Lin Shan also sternly shouted. Old dog, do you know? The person I want to kill the most is you. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Shan as boundless killing intent burst out from his eyes. A bolt of purple heaven divine lightning was like a heavenly pillar that emitted endless destructive pressure as it blasted towards Lin Shan. How dare you? Lin Shan was shocked and angry at the same time. The heavenly thunder of purple heaven made his scalp tingle. But in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. He hurriedly activated his cultivation and unleashed his innate true gang towards the heavenly thunder of purple heaven. Kacha, the purple lightning exploded, shattering Lin Shan's innate true Kong almost instantly, and then landed on his body. Lightning flashed and Lin Shan's hair was disheveled after being struck by the lightning. He was in an extremely sorry state. Kill him. Yun Badian and Yin Kuei looked at each other and a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. They leaped up at the same time and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, watch out! Nangong Xian and the First Elder exclaimed as their expressions changed. Although they were confident in Ling Xiao, Yun Badian and Yin Kuei were both at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, which was much higher than Ling Xiao. If they really succeeded, then the sect protection formation would really be broken. Purple heavenly thunder, 10,000 thunderbolts. Ling Xiao pointed at Yun Badian and Yin Kuei with a cold look. Boom, the lightning dragon beneath his feet seemed to be enraged. A shocking killing intent appeared in its purple eyes. It then spat out a blazing purple lightning bolt towards Yun Badian and Yin Kuei. At the same time, the sea of purple thunderbolts in the sky boiled. Huge bolts of purple heavenly thunder fell from the sky like a purple galaxy. It was dazzling and instantly drowned the two. Demonic Tyrant Fist. Yin Yang Sky-Splitting Palm. Yun Badian and Yin Kuei's eyes turned solemn. They both roared at the same time and unleashed their trump cards. The Demonic Tyrant Fist was the most powerful martial art in the Demonic Palace. It was a lower earth-level martial art. Under Yun Baishan's Grandmaster Realm Cultivation, the sky was filled with demonic chi. The huge fist aura seemed to have come from the 9 Serenities Hell. It contained a domineering and terrifying power as it went to meet the purple heavenly thunder. The Yin-Yang Sky-Splitting Palm was also an earth-level lower-grade martial art. When the Yin Sunflower attacked, it was ethereal and traceless, and its Tao was natural. A huge Yin-Yang millstone appeared in the void, showing the shape of a palm, as if it wanted to obliterate all life. It was also heading toward Ling Xiao. The two Grandmasters attacked at the same time. The power of heaven and earth was vast and boundless. It seemed like it was going to resist the purple heavenly thunder. Boom, the void shook violently and the sky shook. Endless light exploded, as if a small sun had exploded. The purple heavenly thunder was broken by Yun Badian and Yin Kuei's powerful martial art. Although they were blown away by the violent power of the purple heavenly thunder, they did not suffer any injuries. 10,000 years have passed. Has the longevity god sealing array become so weak? Ling Xiao sighed softly, but the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. You can withstand the purple heaven divine thunder, but what about the others? Yun Badian and Yin Kuei's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Their cold gazes landed on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, how dare you? If you dare to make a move, my He Huan sect will fight you to the death. Ling Xiao scoffed and said, aren't we at odds with each other in the first place? Purple heaven godly thunder, 10,000 thunderbolts strike. Fall. As Ling Xiao spoke, the entire Longevity Mountain began to tremble. The sea of purple lightning in the sky was enraged, producing loud rumbling sounds. Boom. Boom, huge purple light pillars that contained a tyrannical destructive power poured down like roaring thunder dragons towards the people of the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace. The dazzling lightning was like the aurora of heaven and earth, dazzling everyone. But in this beautiful scenery, there was a strong sense of danger. Bang, a disciple of the all-pleasure sect was struck by the purple heaven godly lightning. He didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. Miserable cries could be heard as the disciples of the demonic palace were turned into ashes by the purple heaven godly lightning. Even the elders of the dragon tiger realm were in a sorry state. Their eyes were filled with fear. They weren't like the grandmasters who could use the power of heaven and earth for their own use. They could only rely on their innate true calm to resist the purple heaven godly lightning. But how could the power of heaven and earth be resisted by humans? Not long after, some of the dragon tiger realm experts were struck by the purple heaven godly lightning. Their bodies were charred black, and they died screaming in agony. Under the purple heaven godly lightning, the Longevity Mountain seemed to have turned into hell. No one could escape from the purple heaven godly lightning. Yun Badian, Yin Kuei, and the others' eyes turned red instantly. These were the elite disciples of the all-pleasure sect and the demonic palace. Seeing them die one by one under the purple heaven godly lightning made their hearts bleed. If they allowed Ling Xiao to continue killing, wouldn't they all be alone? Ling Xiao, give me your life. Yun Badian roared as he gathered his true qi. His entire body was like a black stream of light, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone, let's kill this brat together. Otherwise, we'll all die. Lin Shan roared as he soared into the sky like a rock. He used the 7 stars transforming moon sword, and 7 cold rays of light shrouded Ling Xiao. Then, Yin Kuei, Lu Guanjia, and the 3 elders of the Grandmaster realm rushed forward. 7 Grandmasters, everyone seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line as they charged toward Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. So what if you all attack together? In my eyes, you're all just chickens and dogs. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. His heroic spirit soared to the sky, and his entire body exuded an incomparably violent aura. Behind him, Nangong Qing's eyes lit up. Fall of the Longevity Sword, Purple Heaven Thunder, explode. Following Ling Xiao's roar, the lightning rays in the sky changed again. A dazzling sword ray that seemed to have come from the 9 heavens tore through the sky. The Milky Way fell, and a dazzling cold light flashed. The entire Longevity Mountain began to tremble as the sword intent that seemed to be able to destroy the world swept across the land. The dazzling sword ray instantly transformed into billions of sword chi. In the sky, the Longevity sword chi and the purple heaven heavenly thunder separated as if they were 2 different domains. At this moment, they suddenly merged together and shrouded the 7 Grandmasters. How is this possible? How can the Longevity sect's protective array be so terrifying? What kind of sword formation is this? How can it possess such a powerful sword intent? Yun Badian and Yin Kuei's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as their hearts began to tremble. Although the purple heaven heavenly thunder had put them in a difficult position, they were still able to withstand it. However, the Longevity sword chi that shrouded the land made them feel the threat of death. At this moment, Ling Xiao controlled the Longevity sword chi and bathed in the purple heaven heavenly thunder. As brilliant as the heavenly thunder, he was like an emperor who controlled the heavenly Tao, forever imprinted in everyone's hearts. All of the disciples of Changsun's sect were filled with fervent adoration at this moment. At this moment, Yumu was forever imprinted in their hearts. Even after countless years, they would not be able to forget it. Longevity God Sealing Array. This is the real Longevity God Sealing Array. Nangong Xian muttered to himself as his body trembled. His eyes shone with endless sharpness. Swoosh! Swoosh, boom! Boom! Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. Blood chi surged from his body as he activated the violent dragon super skill. The evil-slaying ancient sword fell into his hand and burst out with boundless light, infinity sword of light. this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the infinity sword of light. The sword essence that filled the sky seemed to have been taken over by the evil-slaying ancient sword. Bathed in purple lightning, he charged toward one of the seven masters, Qi. A blood-red light flashed as Lin Shan was struck by the sword Qi and lightning. Even though his innate true Kong was extremely powerful, it was still shattered in an instant, leaving bloody scars on his body, making him look extremely miserable. How can this little bastard activate the complete sect protection formation? How can the sect protection formation be so powerful? Lin Shan trembled as he gritted his teeth. His hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Blocking the longevity sword Qi and purple sky divine lightning caused him to feel fear and regret. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a sword light that emitted boundless light, as if it was the first sword light that split the world apart, pierced through the darkness and arrived in front of him in an instant. Lin Shan was scared out of his wits. He quickly mobilized his cultivation to block the attack and sent a palm toward the sword. The sword light flashed and a bloody mist flashed. Although Lin Shan dodged the fatal attack at the critical moment, it still left a trace of blood on his neck. Ling Xiao, it's you? Lin Shan roared. After the light flashed, Ling Xiao, who was standing on a thunder dragon, appeared. At this moment, Ling Xiao was holding the evil-slaying ancient sword and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. You deserve to die for deceiving your master. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boundless light flashed again and shot toward Lin Shan's glabella. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Lin Shan bellowed, a ferocious look on his face. At that very moment, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. The longevity sword beam and purple sky divine lightning were already difficult for him to deal with. However, the evil-slaying ancient sword in Ling Xiao's hand made him feel a fatal threat. Boom, he did not dodge. Instead, a long sword with overwhelming spiritual qi appeared in his hand. He used the 7 stars transforming moon sword. 7 sword qi formed by starlight slashed toward Ling Xiao. It was a suicidal attack. Pooh. Puff. Puff, the explosive power of the Xiantian qi shield was astonishing, and it slashed Ling Xiao's body almost instantly. Lin Shan was overjoyed, but in the next moment, his soul almost left his body. The 7 streaks of starlight sword qi had actually only struck Ling Xiao's afterimage, while Ling Xiao's real body had already flashed behind him at some point. Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations, Myriad transformations, the immeasurable light sword stabbed out with extreme speed. The evil extermination sword in Ling Xiao's hand instantly pierced through Lin Shan's chest. How is this possible? Lin Shan's eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with disbelief as he fell to the ground, dead. An evolved Jing master was dead. First one. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His cold gaze landed on Lu Guanjie in the distance. What? Yun Badian, Yin Kuei, and the rest of the 6 grandmasters were shocked. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to kill Lin Shan so quickly. Lin Shan's cultivation was at the 4th stage of the Grandmaster realm. He was only slightly weaker than Yun Badian and Yin Kuei. However, under the full power of the immortal god sealing array, the immortal sword qi, and the purple heaven lightning, Yun Badian and the rest couldn't even protect themselves. How could they have the time to care about others? In addition, Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations was incomparably fast, and the purple heaven lightning dragon gave Ling Xiao the ability to fly. There was no way they could join forces to kill Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao flew across the sky, the immeasurable light sword shining brightly. The evil extermination sword was a high-grade bejeweled weapon, and its power was unparalleled. The two complemented each other even more. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 3rd stage of the spirit transformation realm, under the full power of the heaven-devouring secret technique, all the spiritual energy in Zhou Tian surged over, ensuring that Ling Xiao's true qi would never dry up. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing that Lin Shan was killed, Lu Guanjie no longer had any fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Even Lin Shan, who was at the 4th stage of the Grandmaster realm, was no match for Ling Xiao. He was only at the 2nd stage of the Grandmaster realm. He probably had no chance at all. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. Lu Guanjie had chased after him in the Spirit Stone mine and even seriously injured him. Ling Xiao showed no mercy to him. A few bright sword rays flashed. Although Lu Guanjie tried his best to defend, he had already lost his will to fight. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and pierced his throat, killing him instantly. The second grandmaster was dead. After two grandmasters were killed in succession, the remaining people were scared out of their wits. They wanted to escape at all costs. As for the people from Xianxia sect below, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. Those were grandmasters. They were grandmasters who could establish their own sect. They had comprehended the power of heaven and earth and had condensed the innate true Kong. Yet, they were all killed by Ling Xiao like vegetables. One had to admit that such a scene was extremely shocking. And you guys? Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the three elders who were at the first stage of the Grandmaster realm. He stepped on the lightning dragon and soared through the sky. The three elders were only at the first stage of the Grandmaster realm. After being tortured by the eternal sword Qi and purple heavenly lightning, they could only bitterly resist. How could they resist Ling Xiao? Three resplendent sword beams of light shot out and pierced through the three men's foreheads, killing them instantly. In just a few moments, 5 grandmasters were killed. The Xianxia mountain was silent. Everyone looked at the figure in the void in awe, dumbfounded. Only the sword radiance and the roaring of the heavenly thunder of purple heaven could be heard. Almost all the disciples and elders of the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace were killed by the purple heavenly lightning. Occasionally, there were a few who survived with serious injuries, but they were all captured by the disciples of the Xianxia sect. In the sky, only Yun Badian and Yin Kuei were still resisting the eternal sword Qi and purple heavenly lightning. Seeing that the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace were annihilated, their eyes turned bloodshot. Ling Xiao, I'll capture you and make you beg for death. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Yun Badian and Yin Kuei roared as if they had gone mad. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. Is that so? Both of you can't even protect yourselves. Where did you get the courage to kill me? Ling Xiao sneered. With the evil-slaying ancient sword in his hand and the purple heavenly lightning dragon under his feet, he flew towards the two of them. The ancient sword was snow-white and emitted a cold light. Ling Xiao's aura rose to the maximum. His blood qi surged and filled the air, locking Yun Badian and Yin Kuei in place. Yun Badian and Yin Kuei suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao, do you know why we destroyed the Xianxia sect? What's the reason? Ling Xiao frowned, sensing that something was wrong with the two men before him. It's not just because you're so talented that our two sects feel threatened. The more important reason is that someone wants to destroy the Xianxia sect. Yun Badian laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, wait for your death. Just then, Yun Badian and Yin Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The blood flashed and gathered in the air, forming the shadow of a ferocious beast. Elder Kunch, please. The two of them roared, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Kunch? Ling Xiao's expression changed. He could sense a dangerous aura heading towards the Xianxia sect at an extremely fast speed. Without hesitation, the purple heaven lightning dragon beneath his feet moved and retreated rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, a massive, sky-surging hand descended from the sky, containing a ferocious and sky-surging malevolent energy. Instantly, the longevity sword beam and purple sky divine lightning were reduced to nothingness. A figure stepped through the void and stood in the sky above the longevity mountain. He looked down with an indifferent expression. It was an old man with white hair. He wore a black robe, embroidered with a ferocious beast that could devour the sun and devour the sky. He exuded an aura that shook the heavens. His eyes were especially cold. When they landed on people, it was as if they could see through their souls, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Celestial Realm. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he slowly spat out 3 words. The Grandmaster realm was just the beginning to understand the power of heaven and earth, the connection between heaven and man, and the power of heaven and earth. The next step was to become one with heaven and man, where one spirit would merge with heaven and earth, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. One could fly in the air, ride on clouds, and even spit out lightning, evolving into wind, fire, and thunder. It was terrifying. Therefore, experts in the celestial realm were also known as immortals. Every celestial realm expert had comprehended their realm to perfection, evolving their own profound martial arts. Every move they made had inhuman strength. Who would have thought that a celestial realm expert would appear in the Changsan sect? Ling Zhao's words caused Nangongxian, the great elder, and the others' expressions to change drastically. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Elder Kuan, he is Ling Xiao, the holy son of the longevity sect. He is able to activate the complete longevity god sealing great formation. We suspect that he should know what you want. After Yun Badian and Yin Kuei broke free from the immortality god seal formation, they were overjoyed. They ran towards Kuan Shi and bowed respectfully. Trash, you can't even handle such a small matter. Kuan Shi coldly shouted as his indifferent gaze fell on the two of them. Elder Kuan, please spare us. We were already on the verge of destroying the longevity sect. However, this kid, Ling Xiao, is too strange. He can actually mobilize the power of the great longevity god seal array. Yun Badian and Yin Kuei's faces were filled with terror as they hurriedly kowtowed. Who are you? Ling Xiao stood on the purple cloud lightning dragon, facing Kuan Shi from afar and said coldly. Who am I? You bunch of ants don't deserve to know. Kid, you can actually mobilize the power of the immortality god seal array. You really do have a secret. Are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? Kuan Shi sneered as he stared at Ling Xiao as if he was staring at his prey. Ant? You're just a celestial being. You're not a noble nor an emperor. What's there to be arrogant about? You're just an old dog from the Wanshou sect. How dare you show off in front of the longevity sect? Ling Xiao sneered as he stared at Kuan Shi. He did not back down at all. Kid, you know who I am? Looks like I can't let you live today. Everyone in the longevity sect will be buried with you. Kuan Shi was shocked. Clearly, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have guessed his identity. He was instantly filled with killing intent. Wanshou sect? The Wanshou sect that broke into the longevity mountain 500 years ago? Is it also the holy land of martial arts, the Wanshou sect? The first elder seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He once read about it in the sect's records. The longevity sect 500 years ago was not as weak as it was now. They even had a few celestial beings. It was because the Wanshou sect invaded the longevity sect 500 years ago and a bloody battle broke out. After that, the longevity sect's legacy was cut off and they slowly declined. Who would have thought that they would meet someone from the Wanshou sect again? They were the legendary celestial beings. They could travel in the air and had unfathomable power. How could the longevity sect defend against them? The first elder and Nangongxian looked at each other and felt helpless. Was the longevity sect's legacy really going to be cut off in their hands? However, they did not know why, but when they saw the young man standing on the purple cloud lightning dragon in the sky, a glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. Kill me? Do you believe that I can decapitate you immediately and kill you without a burial place? Ling Xiao sneered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill me without a burial place? Ha ha ha. Kid, I think you're scared out of your wits. It's just the immortal god sealing formation. If it was at its peak, I would naturally retreat. But now, it can't even kill a master of the Grandmaster realm. Do you think it can deal with me just by itself? Kuan Shi laughed and his eyes were filled with mockery. You can try if you don't believe me. Ling Xiao said indifferently and his expression was extremely calm. Kid, don't bluff. If I want you dead, no one in the great wilderness ancient country can save you. Come over here. Kuan Shi sneered and then grabbed the air. It was as if the entire world was in his palm. Light flashed in the sky and turned into a giant genuine qi hand that grabbed at Ling Xiao. This grab shook the sky and an extremely cold killing intent spread out as if it could shatter the world. Longevity sword qi, purple cloud lightning, explode. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The dazzling sword qi and heavenly thunder of purple clouds exploded once again. Then, they poured down towards the Kuan snake at the same time. When they collided, an earth-shattering torrent erupted. Weak, you're still too weak. Kuan Shi sneered and turned his grab into a palm. He slapped down and in an instant, the world was turned upside down. The torrent that was filled with killing intent and destructive aura was smashed into nothingness by Kuan Shi's palm. Kid, let's see what else you can do. Xianxia walked over casually and there was no trace of smoke or fire under his feet. He approached Ling Xiao with a mocking look on his face. However, Ling Xiao looked as if he was really frightened. His face was filled with horror as he stepped on the thunder dragon and flew down quickly. Xianxia, if you dare to touch the longevity sect, the founder of the longevity sect will not let you off. Ling Xiao roared at Xianxia as he flew towards the longevity square below. Many of the longevity sect's disciples were also shocked by Xianxia's attack. A celestial realm expert. That was a realm that they didn't even dare to imagine. Legend had it that the king of the Great Desolation ancient country was a celestial realm expert. If such a peerless expert wanted to destroy the longevity sect, who could stop him? The disciples felt as if they had risen from hell to heaven and from heaven to hell. Their eyes were filled with despair. Sky Devourer Supreme and Longevity Supreme? If it was 10,000 years ago when the longevity sect ruled the world, no one would dare to touch you. However, it's not 10,000 years ago now. 2 stone statues won't be able to protect you. Xianxia strolled leisurely and landed on the longevity square as well. He looked at the 2 divine statues in the center of the square and a cold smile appeared on his face. Is that so? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a strange look. Boom, a drop of golden blood rolled down from Ling Zhao's fingertip, instantly turning into a golden glow in the air. With a point of his finger, a golden rune flashed and disappeared. Ling Xiao formed a seal with his hands and muttered something. A mysterious and ancient fluctuation spread out. Xianxia's expression changed. Suddenly, he felt a faint threat. This was the intuition of a celestial being. Although he did not know what could threaten a celestial being in this small longevity sect, Xianxia still leaped up and flew towards the void. You're only leaving now? It's too late. Ling Xiao said coldly. Golden light seemed to shoot out from his eyes. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky trembled and the earth shook. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be falling. The Sky Devourer Supreme statue in the longevity square came alive. That's right, it came alive. The statue emitted a golden glow, and a domineering, ancient, and majestic aura burst out. The statue opened its eyes and looked at the Xianxia snake coldly, as if it was looking at an ant. What? Xianxia was scared out of his wits and felt his scalp go numb. He felt a strong sense of threat from the statue. Without hesitation, he flew into the sky. But at this moment, a giant hand slapped across the sky. Monstrous divine power flooded the sky like an endless wave. It seemed to move very slowly, but Xianxia was unable to fly out of the range of the palm's attack. Xianxia's body glowed and a giant snake head emerged from his body. Its eyes were blood-red and looked ferocious. It spat out a black divine light from its mouth and collided with the giant hand. Boom, the black divine light fell on the giant hand and melted like snow. The giant hand slapped the head of the snake, turning it into a bloody mist. Ah, my sun-devouring bash. Longevity sect, this old man will fight to the death with you. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he had suffered a great backlash. He looked at Ling Xiao with hatred, and at the same time, he escaped from the range of the palm and flew away rapidly. A companion spirit beast? I didn't expect it to be an ancient mutant. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. That huge snake head should be the Xianxia snake's companion spirit beast. With its companion spirit beast killed, the Xianxia snake naturally suffered a huge backlash. Fortunately, his companion spirit beast had taken the hit for him. Otherwise, Xianxia would have died without a doubt. Seeing that Xianxia was about to escape, Ling Zhao's expression remained unchanged. His eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Whoosh, black and white light flashed in the eyes of the sky-devouring supreme god statue. In an instant, it turned into a black and white sword radiance. It cut across the void and was extremely dazzling. No one could see the speed of the sword and no one could describe the style of the sword. Everyone only saw the sword radiance flash and Xianxia's head was separated from his body. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell from the void. Oh no, run! At this moment, Yun Badian and Yin Kuei finally woke up from their shocked state. Their faces were full of fear. Even a heavenly being had been killed. What was the point of them staying here? Without hesitation, the two of them rushed down Longevity Mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and two more sword radiances shot out from the statue's eyes, killing Yun Badian and Yin Kuei directly. At this point, everyone from Hehuan's sect and demonic palace had been killed. In addition, there was also a heavenly being elder from the Myriad beasts sect. At the peak of Longevity Mountain, corpses were strewn everywhere and blood flowed like a river. It was like hell on earth, filled with the thick stench of blood. At this moment, everyone from Chongsun's sect was dumbfounded. A heavenly being realm elite died just like that. The arrival of Kuan Shi gave them too much pressure. That kind of demeanor of flying through the air and destroying the protective formation with a flick of his finger was like that of an immortal. It made everyone feel powerless. Even Nangong Xian almost believed that the Chongsun sect was doomed. Who would have thought that the statue of the sky-devouring supreme god ancestor would come to life at this crucial moment and kill Kuan Shi? Could it really be the ancestor spirit? A large number of longevity sect disciples even knelt down in front of the sky-devouring supreme god statue respectfully and sincerely. As for Nangong Xian, the great elder and the rest, their gazes landed on Ling Xiao. They knew that the strange movement of the sky-devouring supreme god statue must have something to do with this young man. But no matter what, everyone knew that after this battle, the longevity sect would be the strongest sect within 1,000 miles radius. Most of the elites from Hehuan's sect and demonic palace were killed, and the remaining small fries would not be able to do much. Nangong Xian decisively ordered a group of disciples to clean up the longevity mountain while the great elder led the rest to Hehuan's sect and demonic palace. They had to eliminate the root of the problem and not leave behind any future troubles. Furthermore, Hehuan's sect and demonic palace were old sects that had been around for hundreds of years. The treasures and resources of these two sects naturally had to be taken back. Ling Xiao did not make a move. After his interrogation, he already knew that the Hehuan sect and the demonic palace had sent out all their forces this time. All of their master-level experts had died at the longevity mountain. There were only a few big cats in the sect, and the strongest was only an elder in the dragon-tiger realm. The great elder could easily wipe them out. Ling Xiao took the storage bags of Kuan Shi, Yun Badian and Yin Kuei without hesitation. Then, he shot out a chaos golden lotus flame and burned the three corpses into ashes. The death of an elder from Wanshou sect and longevity sect was definitely an earth-shattering matter. If Wanshou sect knew about it, longevity sect would be in danger. However, Ling Xiao guessed that Kuan Shi must have secretly come to longevity sect. Wanshou sect should not know about it. After all, this was the territory of the Great Desolation Ancient Country. Even if the Great Desolation Ancient Country was not as strong as Wanshou sect would not dare to casually cross the border. Nangong Xian also knew the severity of this matter and also gave a gag order. No disciple was allowed to speak of today's matter. Otherwise, they would be punished for betraying the sect. When Ling Xiao brought Nangong Qing down from the sky, the lightning dragon beneath their feet slowly dissipated. Nangong Qing couldn't help but blush when she saw the meaningful look in Nangong Xian's eyes. Sect leader, I know you have many doubts in your heart. If I told you that I was able to activate the longevity god sealing array and activate the heaven-devouring supreme statue because the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor thought highly of me and gave me his legacy, would you believe me? Ling Xiao chuckled and said casually. I believe you. Nangong Xian nodded solemnly. Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Nangong Xian to believe his random excuse. You were able to find the long-lost longevity supreme scripture, activate the longevity god sealing array, and even activate the heaven-devouring supreme statue. These are things that even the previous sect leaders and I could not do. But you did it. Other than the fact that you have the legacy of the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor, how else can you explain it? Nangong Xian said slowly, with a trace of excitement in his eyes. And I know about your life. Although you are the son of the demon king, you did not inherit his martial talent. Your talent is extremely poor, and you could not even reach the first level of the channel opening realm before the age of 15. But after you were injured by Ling Kuan and woke up, you began to show your exceptional talent. More importantly, the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor's real name is Ling Xiao. And according to my guess, the Ling family of the Demon King is the descendant of the heaven-devouring supreme. You have the blood of the heaven-devouring supreme ancestor flowing in your body. It is only natural that he chose you as his successor. Ling Xiao was stunned, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He was still worrying about how to explain everything that happened to him. He did not expect Nangongxian to find an excuse for him. But what the hell was the blood of the heaven-devouring supreme? 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao and Xianxia were innocent. Yes, although they had a few intimate interactions, Ling Xiao swore to the heavens that Xianxia did not leave him any children. However, although Ling Xiao did not have any children 10,000 years ago, he still had the Ling family behind him. Could it be that the Ling family had been passed down until now? Back then, Ling Xiao was ambushed and killed by the true Dragon Supreme. Ling Xiao knew that with the true dragon's nature, he would definitely destroy the longevity sect and the Ling family. However, it was also possible that the supreme true dragon was also heavily injured. In addition, Xianxia was present at that time, so the longevity sect and the Ling family were able to survive. Ling Xiao, since you've received the inheritance of the sky-devouring supreme ancestor, you're his disciple. In terms of seniority, you're probably the ancestor of the longevity sect. However, to prevent your identity from being exposed, why don't we announce to the public that you're my disciple? We'll be brothers in the future. How about that? Nangongxian suddenly thought of something and looked at Ling Xiao cautiously. I don't agree. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Nangongqing hurriedly objected. Why do you disagree? Nangongxian and Ling Xiao looked at Nangongqing in surprise. Did they need Nangongqing's consent? Nangongqing's face turned red as she scolded herself in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she was too unreserved. However, he definitely could not give in on this matter. If Ling Xiao called Nangongxian senior brother, wouldn't he have to call Ling Xiao senior uncle? Definitely not. Nangongqing said seriously, Father, Ling Xiao is the son of Demon King Zhen. Although he was only an outer disciple when he entered our longevity sect, he was still taught by an outer sect elder. If you accept a disciple on behalf of your master, wouldn't you be lacking in seniority? Ling Xiao is already in the limelight. If you accept him on behalf of your master, it's inevitable that people will think of something. Moreover, the position of the Holy Son can only be held by the young sect leader. If Ling Xiao becomes your junior brother, he won't be able to be the Holy Son anymore. Therefore, your idea is not suitable at all. Ling Xiao nodded. Nangongqing's idea sounded reasonable, but it was also a little unreasonable. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to be in the limelight. He said, Qing'er is right. I'll just be the Holy Son. That's more suitable for my low-profile temperament. Nangongxian and Nangongqing couldn't help but roll their eyes. Low profile? If you could keep a low profile, He Huan sect and demonic palace wouldn't have been played to death by you so quickly. However, Ling Zhao's Qing'er still made Nangongqing blush slightly. Alright, since that's the case, Ling Xiao will still be the Holy Son of our Chongsun sect. Nangongxian looked at Nangongqing meaningfully until her face and ears turned red. Then, he laughed and turned to leave. However, this made Ling Xiao somewhat baffled. In a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Chongsun sect. The mountains were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. Ancient trees towered in the mountain range. Countless powerful beasts roamed about, their roars shaking the heavens and earth. On a huge mountain peak that looked like a beast was lying down, there were many palaces. Clouds drifted in the air, and there were many rare beasts flying in the air. In the mountain peak, there were some special places where huge beasts were reared. Their roars shook the mountain range, and they emitted violent killing intent. In an ancient hall, there were countless balls of light floating in the air. Within each ball of light, there was a jade token. At this moment, a ball of light near the top suddenly exploded. A child who was dozing off jumped up in shock. He grabbed the jade pendant in the ball of light. There were already a few cracks on the jade pendant, and the light was incomparably dim. When he saw the name on the jade pendant, he was so frightened that his complexion changed greatly. He rolled and crawled out of the hall. The child ran to the largest hall of 10,000 beasts at the top of the mountain, panting. He knelt down with a thud. Sect Master, this is bad. This is bad. Elder Kuan-Shi's life token is broken. The child knelt down in the palace and said in fear. He didn't dare to look at the person above him. Above the hall of 10,000 beasts, there was a misty fog and light. There seemed to be a mysterious figure sitting there, emitting an aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. Hearing this, the fog above him dispersed a little. A pair of cold eyes revealed itself, shooting out 2 rays of divine light that landed on the child. Instantly, the child was drenched in sweat. He felt as though he was suffocating, and his face was extremely pale. Whoosh, he waved his hand, and the life token flew into the light. The soul dissipated in the east. In the east, is it the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom or the Sun Moon Star sect? Only they can kill Xianxia. However, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to kill the people of the Wanshou sect must die. The cold and majestic voice rumbled like thunder, causing the entire hall of 10,000 beasts to buzz. Pass down my order. The left guardian is to head to the Sun Moon Star sect, and the right guardian is to head to the Great Barren Ancient Kingdom. We must find the real culprit who killed Xianxia and wipe out his entire family. As the dignified voice rang out, a powerful force swept the Taoist child out of the Myriad beast hall. It also closed the 2 huge stone doors along the way. Yes, sect master. Longevity sect. It had been 3 days since the bloody battle, but the entire Longevity sect had a new atmosphere. Due to the appearance of the traitor Lin Shan, the Longevity sect suffered heavy casualties. In the battle with the All-Pleasure sect and Demonic Palace, almost 1/3 of their disciples died. More than 10 elders of the Dragon Tiger realm died in battle. It could be said that the Longevity sect suffered heavy losses. However, at the last moment of the Longevity sect's survival, Xianxia rode on a dragon and killed many experts of the All-Pleasure sect and Demonic Palace with the Purple Heaven Godly Lightning and Longevity Sword Qi. He even activated the sky-devouring Supreme God statue and killed Yun Badian and Yin Kuei, the 2 sect leaders, as well as a Heaven Realm expert, Ling. Zhao's peerless demeanor was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Longevity sect disciple. When all the disciples looked in the direction of the Brocade Pavilion, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship. After experiencing this bloody battle, the remaining disciples felt a stronger sense of belonging to the Longevity sect. Moreover, they were more united. Every disciple seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis as they broke through their bottlenecks and stepped into a higher realm. In 3 days, the bloody stench in the Longevity Mountain dissipated. The entire Longevity Mountain was illuminated by the resplendent sunlight, and the sound of many disciples cultivating could be heard. Especially the Longevity Square, which had become the sacred ground of the Longevity sect. Countless disciples gathered under the sky-devouring Supreme God statue and bowed respectfully. Then, they began to cultivate in anticipation of receiving guidance from the Patriarch. This bloody battle caused the entire Longevity sect to be like a phoenix that was born from the flames. They began to soar. In the Brocade Pavilion, Shuiwei sat cross-legged. Her body was graceful, and her body emitted dense nether cold qi. Her small face was pale, and the aura on her body was getting stronger. A stream of Xianhuang qi flowed through Shuiwei's body and finally exploded in her qi sea. It was like endless lightning, exploding with a strange scene of heaven and earth splitting. Rumble, Shuiwei's qi sea slowly strengthened and expanded bit by bit. 500 feet. 510 feet. 520 feet, Xiao stood beside Shuiwei, and his powerful mental energy spread out. He was watching the changes in Shuiwei's body without blinking. Xiao gave Shuiwei a Xianmu Dan. Although Shuiwei had already opened up her Dantian, but the Xianmu Dan still had a strong effect on her, which allowed her to slowly expand her 490 feet Dantian. The mysterious yellow mother qi filled the air, and strange lightning flashed. In the end, Shuiwei's sea of qi only stopped expanding after reaching 981 feet. There was no way for it to expand any further. Xiao knew that this was already Shuiwei's limit. After all, she didn't possess the 9th hell scripture now, so she was unable to fully utilize her 9th hell bloodline to its limits. A sea of qi of 810 feet was a realm that made countless geniuses shrink back at the sight of. After all, it was too difficult to achieve a sea of qi of 99 zhang or even a perfect 100 zhang like Xiao. Whoosh, Shuiwei exhaled lightly and opened her eyes. Her cultivation had already reached the 3rd stage of the true energy realm. Young master, did I succeed? Shuiwei blinked her big clear eyes and asked nervously. Success. Our family Shuiwei is so powerful, who knows how many times stronger than those legendary geniuses. Xiao said with a smile. At the same time, he praised in his heart. Shui Wei indeed had the ninth hell bloodline. This terrifying speed of improvement made him feel a little ashamed. This was under the condition that Shui Wei hadn't obtained the ninth hell scripture. If Shui Wei had cultivated the ninth hell scripture, her speed would probably be even more terrifying. Yes, I must cultivate well so that I can help young master beat up bad people in the future. Shui Wei raised her tender little fist and said resolutely. Shui Wei is so obedient. Ling Xiao said as he rubbed Shui Wei's little head dotingly. Shui Wei was only 13 or 14 years old now. Ling Xiao was full of tender love for her, as if she was his biological sister. After all, in Ling Xiao's memory, the Ling family was cold and heartless. Out of all the people who truly treated him wholeheartedly, only this little girl was in front of him. Especially after arriving at the Changsun sect, Shui Wei had suffered a lot. However, this stubborn little girl had endured it all by herself, unwilling to let Ling Xiao suffer even a little bit. A gust of fragrant wind blew and Lu Piapiao entered the room. Ling Xiao, sect leader Nangong wants you to go to the longevity hall. It seems that the Great Elder has returned. The Hehuan sect and the demonic palace have completely disappeared. Lu Piapiao said casually. The Great Elder is back? Ling Xiao nodded. It seemed like there were no accidents on this trip. Your mental strength has already reached the peak of the lower elixir refinement master. Are you going to break through soon? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and landed on Lu Piapiao. How can it be so easy to break through? I feel that I won't be able to break through without a year or so. After all, it's too difficult to raise one's mental strength. Perhaps when I break through to the Dragon Tiger realm, I can try to break through to the middle elixir refinement master. Lu Piapiao said with a bitter smile. That's not necessarily true. Be my maidservant and be obedient. When I return, I will teach you a secret skill that can raise your mental strength. Ling Xiao pinched Lu Piapiao's delicate little face and walked out with a laugh. Annoying. Lu Piapiao was so angry that she stomped her feet and her face turned red. Ling Xiao made his way to the longevity hall. Along the way, the longevity sect disciples he met all looked at him with admiration and respect as they bowed to him respectfully. Ling Xiao responded with a smile and did not put on any airs. Some of the female disciples were so excited that their faces turned red and their eyes shone. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had subdued the hearts of all the disciples and established a higher prestige than Nangong Xian. In Longevity Hall, Nangong Xian, the Great Elder, Dang Tianda, and many other elders were present. Saint is here? Ha ha ha. Saint, come and take a look. These are all the treasures and resources that we obtained from Hehuan sect and demonic palace. Saint, take a look and see if there's anything that you can use. Seeing Ling Xiao enter, the Great Elder said with a smile. In Longevity Hall, there were more than a dozen storage bags, some dazzling spiritual equipment, fragrant spiritual elixirs, various refining materials, spiritual herbs, and spiritual stones. Ling Xiao used his mental strength to check and found that Hehuan sect and demonic palace were indeed rich. They were indeed worthy of being old sects with hundreds of years of history. There were more than 50 million upper-grade spiritual stones and 1 million supreme-grade spiritual stones. There were more than 100 spiritual equipment, countless spiritual elixirs, spiritual herbs, and refining materials. They filled almost half of Longevity Hall. Nangong Xian, Dang Tianda, and the other elders were all excited. They were like beggars who had seen countless treasures. They couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. There was no choice. The longevity sect was too poor. End of chapter 82. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.